This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 995. Wu Heng arranged the research and development of the flame furnace technology and modern technology a long time ago. In the zombie world, the Russian scientific research team led by Kadyrov is responsible for research and development, and in the other world, it is the 18th level corpse ghost mechanic Kostas who is in charge. It's just that this mechanic is busy with the construction of power plants in various places, and has basically no time to develop projects. Fortunately, there is also progress in the zombie world. Kadyrov's fingers slid quickly on the tablet, calling up a set of complex engineering drawings and test videos. In the picture, a miniaturized furnace device is operating efficiently in the laboratory. The heat generated in the furnace is converted into stable power output through a precise conduction system. According to test data, the energy conversion efficiency of this system reaches 87%, far exceeding that of traditional fuel engines. Kadyrov's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement, and it can perfectly adapt to existing trains, cars, and even cargo ships. The flame furnace is a magical building brought back from another world. It not only solves the problem of power shortage in the base, but also improves the quality of life of the survivors in the base. For modern equipment and people's living habits, electricity is crucial. After the power is turned on, with a stable energy supply, the factory is running again, and winter is not so difficult. What is the actual application effect? Wu Heng asked. Gao Rong took over the topic. We have completed multiple tests on land vehicles, and cars and trains can be perfectly adapted. Experiments have also been conducted on ships at sea, but according to the different displacements, the internal structure still needs to be appropriately adjusted. Each vehicle requires a specific type of furnace. Kadyrov added. Wu Heng nodded, put the specific specifications into a report, and I will solve the problem of furnace production. Is there any difficulty? If it is to be applied to aircraft, we need experts in the aviation field. Kadyrov said again. I will let Chi Honkai help you find talents in this field. Wu Heng said. Then I have no problem. Kadyrov showed a relaxed look. Obviously, the leader still attaches great importance to his project, and all the requirements put forward will be met. You go and sort out the specifications of the furnace you need first, and I will take it away later. Wu Heng said. Okay. Kadyrov stood up and left the room. Only Wu Heng and Gao Rong were left in the room. Gao Rong picked up the report and quickly reported the recent development of the military factory. Then he also opened the tablet and handed it over. The Jackdaw Cry bomb has completed the test, and the effect is remarkable. Wu Heng took the tablet, and the video on it began to play. This is an experimental site. You can see the columnar bomb set up in advance, concrete barriers in the distance, and experimental pigs behind the barriers. Soon, the bomb exploded, and a wave of energy spread out instantly. The experimental pig placed behind the concrete barrier stiffened and fell down instantly. Wow! A crisp little girl screamed beside him. Gao Rong was startled, looked around vigilantly, and then scratched his ears. Wu Heng saw the video's screen and raised his eyebrows. It felt like the domineering aura of the king in one piece. The audio was distorted, and the target in the range fainted. The scene continued. After fainting, a heat wave scorched the air, burning the experimental pig to death. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. This heat wave effect is enough to kill people. Isn't it redundant for you to faint? The scene ended. Gao Rong continued to report. The bomb is fixed on the steel frame, 10 meters away from the test target. After detonation, the test target will be affected by infrasound within 0.5 seconds, and the aluminum heat temperature can destroy the target after 1 second. Wu Heng returned the tablet to the other party, frowned and thought for a while, and asked, Does it work on zombies? Infrasound has no effect. Aluminum heat is enough to destroy the target. Gao Rong replied. Infrasound, that is, the effect of hypnosis. It definitely has no effect on zombies. Wu Heng continued to ask, Is infrasound effective for high-level psychics or large creatures? Hearing about high-level psychics, Gao Rong was stunned and reacted immediately. It refers to psychics with relatively high progress in the development of superpowers. Many people in the forum also call them high-level. After a hesitation he said, It has not been tested yet. Can the infrasound and thermite effects be used separately? Yes. The main part of the bomb is the thermite device. If the two are separated, the infrasound part can be reduced in size and installed on a projectile or drone. Gao Rong answered while thinking. Wu Heng said, Divide the experiment into 2 parts. One is this thermite infrasound bomb, and the other is only infrasound. Okay. Gao Rong opened the tablet and wrote it down on the memo. Wu Heng thought about it and said again, Infrasound test. Increase the effect tenfold and test again. Gao Rong frowned. Chief, 10 times is a bit too exaggerated. Even when facing a superpower, it is not necessary to reach this intensity. Wu Heng said, just do as I say. The enemy I have to deal with is more difficult. Gao Rong's expression became serious. Understood. I will tell you right away. The two continued to talk about the development of the base. Kadyrov pushed the door and walked in with a thick stack of specification reports. After Wu Heng put the report into the space ring, he did not stay for too long and took the plane back again. The plane passed through the clouds, and the sunset outside the porthole dyed the sea of clouds into golden red. For ghosts floated in the cabin like light smoke, chattering around Wu Heng. That bomb is really kind. Let you sleep first and then kill. Xiao Xiao floated aside and said. Benny said, is this how you understand kindness? Of course, it's very scary to face death, so it's better to fall asleep. Xiao Xiao said seriously. It sounds like he is not joking, but really thinks so. Granda said, if infrasound can be used alone, it will be much more convenient to arrest wanted criminals. In crowded places, or when the enemy has hostages, this infrasound can be used. The Queen also nodded, it should be possible. The technology in your world is indeed unique. If you ask me, there is no need to put it on the drone. It's too troublesome. I can just hold it and fly in, or use a skeleton bird. Xiao Xiao opened his mind again. That's also a way. You can press it directly on the skeleton. Granda nodded. Is that right? Xiao Xiao was very happy to be recognized. Wu Heng didn't say anything, just flipping through the mobile phone forum. Glinda came over and led the topic to the furnace. The flame furnace should be equipped with ships first. In the future, we have to deal with the affairs of churches in various places. There is not so much time to refuel the ships in two worlds. It will take too much time. Wu Heng looked at the flowing sea of clouds outside the window and nodded. I have asked Kadyrov to send a copy of the blueprint to Chihan Kai. Then we will conduct the construction and launching test of the ship. If the test goes well, the first batch will be used in Treasure Island. This world is no longer a threat to him. The number of his skeleton army has reached a terrifying level, and the scattered locations cannot be cleaned up by a few nuclear bombs. So the real strategic focus is always the other world with heroes and gods. Yeah. Grenda nodded. Several ghosts gathered together and started talking about the puppets again. The plane landed in Xinfu City. After Wu Heng returned to the prison, he opened the boundary gate and went to the other world, Treasure Island. After walking out of the boundary gate, four ghosts floated out of his body and each possessed the puppet. Xiao Xiao took Benny downstairs to play games. Glinda chose a book from the bookshelf and sat in the window bay. The Queen sat in front of the desk, took out a pen and paper from the drawer, and began to prepare to continue writing the exercises. The 9 tails of the doll were not worn on the body, but placed in the storage cabinet at the back. Each ghost in the house has a separate exclusive storage cabinet, with dolls and costumes inside, which feels like a display cabinet for handmade figures. Wu Heng opened the door and shouted downstairs, Minnie. Hey! What's wrong, master? Minnie's voice came from downstairs. Please invite the person in charge of Letalai of the Snake Emblem Consortium to come over and bring the commission form. Wu Heng said. Okay. Minnie agreed. The door closed. Wu Heng sat down on the side of the desk, looking at the Queen. How is the writing going? I have been writing skills for a few days, especially after the doll was delivered. I am more focused. It's almost done. The Queen said without raising her head. You can try to practice it first when the time comes. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Try? Why do you sound unconfident? Don't practice if you feel it's unreliable. The Queen slapped the table with her ivory white fingers. Practice, of course. Wu Heng smiled. If there are things I don't understand, don't you still have your teacher? The Queen rolled her eyes at him, picked up the pen again, and suddenly asked softly, Do you really think you can break through to the hero? Wu Heng did not answer directly but asked, Did anyone break through in your era? No. Or yes, but I don't know. The Queen paused. There was no association at that time, and the wars among the tribes were constant. Survival was very difficult. It was not easy to survive. Then, do gods really exist? Wu Heng asked. The Queen finally raised her head and looked at him. Now you know to be afraid of the gods of the church? I've always been worried. Wu Heng admitted frankly. Do you think he will attack us? Now, the ghosts are tied to me, and there is nothing to hide. If something happens to me, they will disappear with me. The church has lasted for thousands of years, so it must exist. The Queen looked serious. It exists, but it is definitely not as omnipotent as they boast in their doctrines. Otherwise, can the association suppress the church? Wu Heng nodded. This view is similar to what he thought. Wu Heng thought for a while and continued, is it possible that the association also has its own gods? The queen looked at him again. Your question is very interesting. After a little thought, he said, verification is also very simple. Gods are not philanthropists, and also need faith to worship. You just need to see if the association has set up a church or collected faith through some means. It seems that there is no. Those leaders have their own hero halls, which are dedicated to the heroes of their own race. Wu Heng answered directly. The queen nodded. I guess there are two possibilities. The first is that the gods cannot intervene directly, or the cost of intervention is extremely high, and the speed of the association's rise is fast. If the association really disappears, the church will also pay a heavy price. The second is that although the association does not have gods, it has some means to threaten gods. Wu Heng nodded, and Grinda, who was not far away, also turned his head to look. Before, Wu Heng and Grinda had discussed this matter, and it was similar to the queen's idea. The reason why I asked again is to see if the ancient professionals have any unique insights in this regard. Wu Heng leaned forward. Which one do you think is more reliable? The first one. The queen's eyes flashed. If my analysis is correct, you could also guess the strength of the church and where the bottom line is. The church is willing to give power to the association, which means that they are unable to suppress the heroes of the association, or if they can suppress them, both sides will suffer. Wu Heng nodded and leaned back on the chair. The queen picked up the pen again and continued to write. The room suddenly fell silent. The breeze outside the window lifted the gauze curtain, and Wu Heng still sat in the chair, thinking about what the queen said. It is unlikely that the association worships gods, and when he was chatting with Lilith, she said that including herself, there would be enough for the next round of ruling heroes to rotate. In other words, the association has 9 heroes, including the religious leader. It is indeed difficult for the church to suppress the association. Moreover, the current association is too powerful, acting as the world police, and the believers come from various races, so the church cannot turn against the association. Now, I am a hero, and Corn Swordmaster number 1, number 2, and Count Pizza, a total of 4 people can kill heroes. There are not many other level 20 heroes, so they are not much worse. Wu Heng was calculating in his mind, and the door was knocked, and Minnie's voice came in, Master. Miss Lorelei is here. I go down now. Wu Heng got up, and without disturbing the 2 ghosts, he opened the door and walked out. Living room on the first floor. When Wu Heng walked downstairs, Lorelei was sitting on the sofa in the living room. She was wearing a fiery red long dress today, which made her skin look like snow. When she saw him appear, she immediately stood up and saluted, and her skirt bloomed like a rose. Master Leader. No need to be polite. Wu Heng sat down opposite her. Lorelei sat down again and took the initiative to report. The letter has been sent, and it is expected that a reply will be received within 5 days. Well, notify me in time if there is any news. Wu Heng took out a stack of documents from the space ring, quickly flipped through them and confirmed them, and handed them to her. This is a custom order for the flame furnace, which requires a professional array pattern master from the Snake Emblem Consortium to complete it. Although Treasure Island also has several skeleton array pattern masters, they are mainly responsible for daily maintenance work. This kind of custom work should be handed over to a more professional team. Understood. Lorelei took the document and began to fill out the commission form skillfully. When she lowered her head, a strand of golden hair fell on the paper and was gently lifted behind her pointed ears. Try to speed up the progress. Wu Heng added. No problem. She responded without raising her head, and the tip of the pen rustled on the paper. After filling in the last item, Lorelei took the emblem handed by Wu Heng and stamped it on the commission form. The commission was completed, and the two continued to chat about things on Treasure Island. At this time, Annette also came back from outside, and the two greeted each other. Wu Heng glanced at the darkening sky outside the window, and saw that she still had no intention of leaving, so he said, If you have nothing to do, stay for dinner. Lorelei's eyes immediately curved into crescents. Then I'm sorry to bother you, sir. Chapter 996. Dinner. The crystal chandeliers in the restaurant were bright, and Lorelei and the maids were enjoying dinner while chatting and laughing. They didn't seem to be nervous or reserved at all. Lorelei smiled and talked, and glanced at the witch Viola on the side. At first, I thought she was just a new maid, but now I remember her identity, a dangerous person on the association's wanted list. Moreover, it was a wanted list issued by the headquarters, and the level must be above level 18. Miss Viola. Lorelei took a sip of red wine, her red lips slightly raised. I didn't expect you to join Treasure Island too. Yeah. Viola raised her eyes coldly. No one felt strange when being recognized. The head of the consortium may not have a high level, but he should have a more comprehensive control over all aspects, and it is not strange to remember some key wanted criminals. Letelai still kept smiling. I hope you will take care of me in Treasure Island. Being able to live in the island owner's mansion proves Viola's identity, and unlike the other maids, this wanted criminal has a high level and real skills. She will definitely be entrusted with important tasks in the future. Viola glanced at Wu Hung, nodded slightly, and said nothing. In front of the head of the consortium in front of her, Viola still showed the arrogant attitude of a level 18 professional. Letelai continued to chat with Minnie, from dressing to some interesting things outside. Wu Hung listened to the conversation of several people. It can be seen that Letelai is trying to get closer to the island owner's mansion, and her positioning is also very clear, and she has a good relationship with the maids. For Wu Hung, Letelai is not rejected. Smart, capable, and able to judge the situation. Moreover, her appearance is also pleasing to the eye, a standard image of the elves. The dinner is over. Wu Hung glanced at the sky. There are several new movies in the Island Master's mansion. Let Minnie and the others take you to watch them before going back. A surprise flashed in Letelai's eyes. Thank you, sir. Minnie took Letelai to the home theater, opened the door, and saw two puppets, one big and one small, sitting in front of the screen playing games. Xiao suddenly turned around. Sister Letelai. Letelai's eyes widened and froze in place. Minnie said, Xiao. The master asked us to take Miss Letelai to the movies. Oh. Xiao nodded, and then said to Benny, let's go to the entertainment city. It's too late. Let's just watch TV series at home. Okay, then let's go and read the script of the cartoon. The two puppets, one big and one small, discussed, walked out of the room, and went upstairs. Lady Dilly was still frozen in place. She had never seen a talking puppet, and she couldn't figure out why the puppet knew her. Don't worry. Minnie pulled her into the room. These two are the ghosts of the master, and the puppets are props customized from the headquarters. Oh! Lady Dilly nodded to show that she understood. Sitting in the theater, the screen lit up and the movie began to play. In the study, Wu Hung had just made tea for himself, and Xiao and Benny pushed the door and rushed in. The two puppets broke away from the display cabinet and flew out in the form of ghosts. What's wrong? Wu Hung asked. Xiao circled around Wu Hung as if to take credit. Sister Lady Dilly is here and wants to watch a movie, so we let the audiovisual room go. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows and complimented, Xiao is really sensible. Hee. Xiao smiled happily and asked, Sister Letelai is staying here tonight? Why aren't you going home so late? She's going back after watching the movie. Wu Hung explained. Benny on the side said, she's hoping your uncle will allow her to stay. Ah? Is she going to be a maid too? Xiao tilted her head, a little confused. In her opinion, Letelai is also a small boss in a place. How could she be a maid? Benny didn't explain and said, Xiao, didn't we say we were going to see the new script? Oh, right. Xiao immediately remembered and said to Wu Hung, Uncle, let's go see the script of the cartoon. Go. Wu Hung nodded. The two ghosts went through the wall one after the other. Wu Hung picked up the teacup and turned his eyes to the queen who was writing furiously at the desk. Do all of you sky foxes have so many tails? The queen didn't even raise her head. If you want to ask me what level I was before, just tell me. I'm just curious why you are different from Ware and the others. Wu Hung pretended to be calm and took a sip of tea. The characteristic of the sky foxes is that the tails grow with the level. The queen finally put down her pen. I'm level 20, so I have 9 tails. Sure enough, when he and Granda were cricketing behind her, he suspected that she was level 20. Wu Hung then asked, a ghost can be generated above level 18. Why are you only now coming out at level 20? The queen raised her head suddenly. A trace of anger flashed in her eyes. It was sealed in the body by the ritual. How come you don't know anything? No wonder Xiao said you know nothing about the dead. Wu Hung automatically filtered out her sarcasm. Do you remember that ritual? Teach me. No, the queen said firmly. Wu Hung nodded and continued to drink tea. The queen glanced at him again, and her tone suddenly softened. Actually, I want to ask you for help with something. Just say it. Why are you being polite? Help me find the members of the Sky Fox tribe. The queen's voice was rarely soft. When I woke up, my hometown had become the territory of humans. The kingdom of Yeko? Wu Hung asked subconsciously. In the territory of the kingdom of Kelt. The queen replied. Wu Hung nodded. When I first heard about the Sky Fox tribe, I thought it was the Fox tribe in the Three Crowns Oath of the Kingdom of Yeko. Now I see that the location doesn't match. Thousands of years have passed. What can we do even if we find them? The queen looked out the window and said calmly, I just want to see. I am the eldest fox girl of the Sky Fox clan. They are my people. Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, okay, it shouldn't be difficult to find them. The queen smiled, if they can find them, I ask them to build a church for you. Okay, I ask for you tomorrow. The Hongwen Association and the hunters should have records. Wu Hung said. The associations are spread all over the continent, and each region has clear records. If this Sky Fox clan still exists, it shouldn't be difficult to find out. Well, waiting for your good news. The queen smiled and nodded. Wu Hung stopped talking and continued to serve tea. Outside the window, the figure of Letelai was being escorted out of the mansion by the maids. Wu Hung glanced at the sky, said hello to the ghosts, and went downstairs to wash and rest. The next day morning, sunlight poured into the study room through the gauze curtains. Wu Hung was chatting with the ghosts when Minnie's crisp voice came from downstairs. Master. Assistant Shiryali called. Many times, Wu Hang's mobile phone could not be reached. So, the association would call the landline of the island owner's mansion when there was something going on, and Minnie would also convey it to him if there was something serious. Okay, I go down now. Wu Hung agreed and got up and went downstairs. Walking to the landline, he answered the call. Hello? In the microphone, Shiryali's voice was serious as if she was talking about business. Chief Wu Hung, several elders from the headquarters have come to ask when you are free to visit you at the island owner's mansion. Elders from the headquarters? No wonder he was so serious today. There was someone next to him. Wu Hung asked, is it just a visit, or is there something else? There was a slight inquiry on the other end of the phone, and then Shiryali's voice was louder again. It's the compensation promised by the headquarters, and I just want to visit you. Don't bother, I just need to go to the association. Wu Hung said. Okay, we wait for you to come. Shiryali said, and hung up the phone. Wu Hung put the microphone back, and Minnie had already prepared a coat for going out. Helping him put on the complicated but gorgeous dress, she casually asked, is it someone from the headquarters? It's the compensation from the headquarters. Wu Hung said. Compensation from the headquarters? Minnie looked puzzled. Wu Hung tapped her forehead lightly. Forgot? Last time when they let the religious leader go, they promised to pay a large sum of money. As the guarantor, the association naturally has to supervise the execution. Minnie's eyes lit up. It's been so long. Indeed, from the time he let the religious leader go until now, Wu Hung not only resolved the war in the Yet Kingdom, but also spent a long time relaxing on Treasure Island. This compensation was just delivered. If the association hadn't guaranteed it, the church would have cheated again. After getting dressed, Wu Hung rubbed Minnie's little head, released teleportation, and disappeared. His figure reappeared, having arrived at the courtyard of the deacon's mansion. He walked along the corridor at the back door of the association and finally stopped in front of the deacon's study. After knocking twice, he pushed the door open. There were 7 people in the room. In addition to the 2 elf sisters, there were 5 visitors sitting on the sofa and chairs, 2 elves, a dwarf, a human, and a dwarf. A very standard 5-person team configuration. Master Chief. Zalagui stood up suddenly behind the desk. The 5 people on the sofa also woke up from their dreams and stood up to salute. The elf in the front bowed gracefully. Lucian. Meet Chief Wu Hung. The elders behind him also introduced themselves, with caution and awe in their tone. In the eyes of the outside world, Wu Hang's title is no longer the youngest leader, the great detective who solved the case, or the thinker who improved various items. He is a ruthless man who killed 2 heroes of the church and destroyed the physical body of the religious leader. It is unimaginable that he is so young, but he has made the entire church bow down. When doing things by yourself, you must be more careful. Wu Hung nodded calmly. Sit down. When everyone sat down again, Zalagui gave up the main seat. Chief Wu Hung. The leading elf elder stood up again and said, according to the order of Lord Hatterai, we brought the compensation from the church and the meritorious rewards from the association. As he spoke, 3 rare items, a skill book, and a space sachet appeared on the table. The elf elder continued, including the space sachet, there are a total of 5 rare items. Inside the sachet are 500,000 gold coins raised by the church. Please take a look. On the side, Zalagui and Shiryali took a breath of cold air. This number is probably enough to buy a small kingdom. The 2 looked at each other, and finally understood why Wu Hung let the other party go. He really spent a lot of money to protect the religious leader. Wu Hung glanced at the rare items, and didn't expect that the space sachet was also counted as one. The space sachet is indeed a good prop, and the price is also very high, but he already has two, plus a space belt. It's not very useful to have so many. He handed the space sachet to Shiryali on the side. Count the gold coins. Shiryali nodded, took the sachet, and began to count the gold coins inside. Wu Heng's eyes fell on the remaining rare items. The first thing I noticed was a dice. Gygax's game board, strange item. Effect: force 2 to 5 people to participate in the game. Side effect: bear the consequences of the game. Description: are you ready for a wonderful game? Fuck, the item of the grumpy dwarf. At that time, it was these people who were forcibly pulled into the game by this item, and killed the religious leader under the game mechanism. In the analysis of several people, they suspected that this strange item had independent consciousness, discovered their contradictions, and led the two to attack each other. Moreover, judging from the situation at that time, the game wanted to kill me, but I didn't expect that I had special attributes, and was killed by the religious leader. Now this item is directly awarded to him. Wu Heng clearly felt that the dwarf didn't want it anymore. Submit it to the association, and then give it to him again. Take a deep breath. Look at the dice again. This item is actually very powerful. It can trap 4 heroes, and prevent them from leaving without playing games. Just based on this point, it is the most powerful control item he has ever seen. The main thing is that this item is not controlled by himself. Whoever enters it may be in danger. After looking at the dice, continue to look at the other items. The second item is a staff. Kursesh staff, strange item. Effect: the spell system amplification is increased by 150%, and the final effect of the spell will have burning damage. Side effect: cast the spell 3 times, and part of the body will be carbonized. Description: an ancient staff wrapped with stardust and charred vines, which will emit red light when injected with magic. A staff of the spell system. It should be that he found that he used a spell similar to the spell when he was hunting down the religious leader, so he prepared such a strange item for himself. The third item is a wizard's hat. Crown of Lies, strange item. Description: weave your own words into mental illusions, causing the listener to fall into false cognition. Side effect: with use, you lose the ability to judge between truth and lies. Description: a hat worn by a tattler, who will make all your lies come true. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. A mental fantasy hat. The words you say make the listener fall into false cognition. This hat works well. The side effects are actually not big, but with use, you lose the ability to judge between truth and lies. It can be understood that after lying too much, even you can't tell the truth from the false. As long as you don't use it for a long time, there should be no problem. Moreover, compared with the previous items, this one feels the most useful. The last one is a skill book. Death Knell, description: designate an area, a bell full of negative energy rings, and all creatures within the range enter negative states, such as fear and confusion. All undead units enter a violent state. Chapter 997. Death Knell, standard Necromancer skill. Black cover with release of skulls and bell towers. There is nothing to guess about this book. It must be a reward provided according to one's profession. In terms of effect, it is very similar to the priest's Mirage Choir. After the choir is released, a phantom of the choir will appear in the air, affecting the targets within the range. The difference is that the choir amplifies living beings and suppresses undead beings. This skill book amplifies undead beings and suppresses living beings. Maintain one, and I also want to have what other professions have. When I first became a hero, I really needed a skill book. I inquired through various channels, and even found some mages to exchange skill books for reading. After all, I only had the level of a hero at that time, and my means of attack basically relied on modern weapons. But now it is different. Since I mastered the ancient skill Xianshu, the attraction of ordinary skill books to him has greatly decreased. Xianshu is a skill that satisfies all his attack needs. Therefore, Wu Heng didn't pay much attention to the skill book of the association. But the group effect of Death Knell might still come in handy in some occasions. Wu Heng watched as the elf elder began to introduce, Chief, the first item is the Kursesh staff, a fine item of the spell system. The rest of the people did not have the ability to see the information of the items, so they still needed the records of the association and began to introduce the functions one by one. Wu Heng patiently listened to all the introductions and nodded. Okay, I accept these compensations. Please sign for it. The elf elder handed over a receipt. After the two sisters confirmed that the amount of gold coins was correct, Wu Heng stamped the chief emblem. The elf elder was obviously relieved. This ruthless man who killed 3 heroes was much easier to talk to than he had imagined. The room was quiet for 2 or 3 seconds. The elf elder leaned forward slightly and said respectfully, "Master Chief, Chief Hatterai asked us to ask if we can buy more communication props? The association is willing to continue to exchange for second-level merits. The merits promised last time have not been exchanged for him, and he still wants more radio stations. It seems that the radio station sent over really makes them feel convenient. Real-time calls are much more convenient than letter transmission, and only he has the radio technology, and no matter how advanced the strange machine master or array master is, he can't imitate it. I can't agree too readily. I have to let them know the preciousness of this thing, and each frequency band must be handled well, so as not to interfere with each other and suspect that I am eavesdropping." Wu Hung pretended to be in deep thought. With a look of difficulty on his face, the production process of this prop is very complicated. After a slight pause, he said, "How about this, you stay on the island for 2 days first. I need to discuss with the technical team to see if we can provide a few more." Seeing that there was something to talk about, the elders immediately agreed, "Okay, we wait for your good news." After the business was finished, the elf elder carefully glanced at Shilagui and Shiryali on the side, took out an exquisite wooden box from the space ring, and handed it to Wu Hung. "This is the special moonlight flower tea made in the tribe. I hope you can try it. If you like it, I will send you some regularly in the future." The other elders also presented gifts. None of them were particularly gorgeous and precious items, but they were mainly to show respect and to build closer relationships. Wu Hung accepted them with a smile. "That's thoughtful. Have a good rest on the island, and feel free to ask Zalagui if you need anything." Zalagui replied at the right time, "Shiryali, take the elders to the prepared rooms, and remember to book a dinner at the tavern to welcome the elders." "Yes." Shiryali replied, turning to the elders, "The rest room is ready, and the environment is much more comfortable than the tavern." The elders saluted Wu Hung again, and then followed Shiryali out of the study. After the door was closed, Zalagui finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This tea is very expensive." Treasure Island regularly sent the sisters elf flower tea, and they were familiar with the prices of various flower teas. Wu Hung handed it to her. "If you like it, just order some. We don't need this little money now. Take it and drink it. We have all tasted it, and it was given to you," Zalagui said directly. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. "Okay, if it tastes good, let's order some, and send it to you every month. I listen to you," Zalagui said with a smile, and then handed him the space sachet containing 500,000 gold coins. 500,000, I have never seen so much money in my life. The association guarantees it, otherwise the Holy See will definitely not pay so honestly, Wu Hung said with a smile. "It's okay if they can give it. This much money is considered a little bleeding for them," Zalagui said hatefully. Ever since the Holy See targeted Treasure Island, she hated the Holy See to death. Pure bullying. Worse than a cult. For a sect that has been operating for thousands of years, this little money is nothing. Wu Hung put away the space sachet. "That's right," Zalagui agreed. Wu Hung smiled, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her into his arms. He sat on her lap. "What are you doing? Don't do it here." Zalagui was about to speak when her mouth was blocked. The two of them lingered for a long time. Wu Hung reached out and began to unbutton her coat. There was an inner armor under her coat, and he couldn't unbutton it for a long time. He simply went to untie her belt. Zalagui was stunned and punched him in the ribs. "You're crazy. I have to go to a meeting later. Don't do it here. Then just enjoy it." Wu Hung reached in along her lower back, held her 2 balls, and squeezed them. Zalagui rolled his eyes at him. "You should feel more relaxed. Be careful someone comes over." After that, he put his hand on the other's shoulder again and kissed her again. Creak! The door suddenly opened, and Zalagui's body trembled. Looking back, I found that it was Shiryali who came back from outside. She hit Wu Hung with some complaints. Shiryali glanced at the 2 people who were sticking together. "Don't forget that there will be a team meeting later," she reminded him, and came closer. She sat on Wu Hang's other thigh and gave him a sweet kiss. The 2 sisters went to the meeting. Wu Hung used teleportation to return to the island owner's house. Minnie helped him take off his coat and hung it on the hanger beside him. "Is it the compensation from the Holy See?" Robe and Viola on the side also turned their heads to look over. "Yes." Wu Hung took out the space sachet. "Here are 500,000 gold coins, which will be sent to the vault later." The 3 of them opened their eyes. Robe exclaimed, 500,000, they have all been sent over. This damn Holy See is so rich. Wu Hung looked at her and said, "Why are you still swearing?" "Oh, I was wrong. Robe apologized, but his face showed no regret. The witch Viola in the back was also surprised. Previously, it was because of the amount of 500,000. Now when she heard that it was compensation from the Holy See, Viola's eyes widened. Didn't they say that they killed the heroes of the Holy See? Why did they give money for compensation? What is going on? It's different from the rumors outside. Minnie took the space sachet and said, Master, let's put the money in the vault first. Well, go? Wu Hung nodded. The maids went to the vault together. Viola glanced at Wu Hung and followed Minnie to the vault. Wu Hung poured himself a glass of water and sat down on the sofa. He picked up his mobile phone and called Lilith. After the phone rang a few times, it was connected. Lilith's lazy but textured voice came from the other side. What's wrong? I haven't contacted you for a long time. I want to ask you how things are going. Wu Hung said with a smile, and then turned the phone to a video call. Lilith's cold face appeared on the screen. Everything is fine. Lilith glanced at the phone with her beautiful eyes. The compensation from the Holy See has been delivered. Wu Hung also went straight to the point. Chief Hatterai, you want to order more radios from me. Lilith pursed her red lips slightly. With the size of the association, we do need more radios. You have mobile phones over there, and you can consider providing the remaining radios to the association. Radio, in the eyes of the association and other races, is a very useful communication prop. After all, in the current situation, letters are the normal way to transmit messages. Once the radios can be fully deployed, the efficiency will be terribly improved. Wu Hung hesitated and said, I take a look at it then. If it's convenient, I can provide the association with a few more sets. That's fine. Lilith nodded. These things were not her responsibility. At most she could only say a few more words for the association. Wu Hung leaned back in his chair and asked, the report on pardoning wanted criminals should have been sent to the headquarters. Is there any specific news? Lilith replied, maybe it has been sent. This kind of thing will have a very complicated process. Wait a minute. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes, thought quickly, and said, let's do this. I agree to provide radio stations to the headquarters. Please help me talk to the leader of Hatterai and speed up the progress of this matter. So urgent? Lilith looked puzzled. It's a troublesome thing after all that she has a wanted warrant on her. I still have some tasks I want to give her to do. Wu Hung explained. Lilith nodded. How many radio stations can you provide? 4. Wu Hung said. It was originally going to be provided to the association, just in time to solve Viola's problem. The wanted order was not a big deal in the eyes of the leader. Okay. Lilith was a little dissatisfied with him negotiating with her, but she still agreed. I promise you directly that the wanted order will be revoked today. Wu Hung said, there is another thing. I want you to help me find the whereabouts of the Skyfox clan, the tribe that moved out of Erlaha town in the Celtic kingdom. Lilith did not ask more about this matter. After all, the fox maid lived in the island owner's mansion, and said, okay, I will ask someone to check it out, and I will tell you when there is news. Before the call ended, Wu Hung lowered his voice and said, by the way, are you not done yet? The vampire beauty on the screen looked around, almost. Xiao Xiao has been nagging you for several times. I know. Nothing, I go to Treasure Island to have a look. Lilith said unhappily. Her tone was impatient, but the look in her eyes became more gentle. Wu Hung continued to chat with her for a few more words, and then hung up the phone. The wanted order and the radio station were confirmed, and the rest was the matter of the Nyang Skyfox clan. It has been thousands of years, and it is hard to say whether the race still exists. I also tried my best to help the other party find it. If the association has no records, the possibility of it still existing is very low. Stretched and walked upstairs. The next day, the city hall. In the meeting room, the sun shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the long table. Wu Hung sat in the main seat, and beside him were Annette and several city hall officials. Opposite was the delegation of the Snake Emblem Consortium led by Letalai, and several senior executives in exquisite dresses sat upright. After a simple greeting, both parties signed and stamped the purchase agreement. When the last seal fell, an old human from the consortium spoke cautiously, Sir Hero, the inventory of goods. The goods must be sufficient. Wu Hung looked at them. When do you plan to take them away? It would be best if it were today. A trace of urgency flashed in the old man's eyes. Wu Hung looked at his side. Annette, take them to the warehouse to inspect the goods. If there is no problem, arrange for someone to move them onto the ship. Yes. Annette stood up and smiled professionally. Everyone, please follow me. Everyone stood up, saluted Wu Hung, and left the room. The morning light fell on the streets of Treasure Island. Several elders strolled among them, looking at the shops and pedestrians around. It's really well built here, the elf elder said with appreciation. What a pity. The dwarf elder shook his head and sighed. If it weren't for the conflict with the church, the business here would never be so quiet. The human elder echoed, yes. I heard that the port was crowded with merchant ships coming to purchase goods before. Unlike when we came, there were only a few lonely ones. After attending the deacon's dinner last night, they deliberately walked around the island. As the rumors say, Treasure Island is truly prosperous at night, with bright lights, the singing of bards echoing in every street corner, and the residents gathered together to talk and laugh, which is several times more lively than during the day. They also went to the entertainment city, and the various novel facilities inside made the knowledgeable elf elders open their eyes. From some wealthy merchants, I learned that although the goods on the island are very valuable, most chambers of commerce dare not defy the warning of the church and trade directly with Treasure Island. At most, they buy some in the space ring and bring them back under the pretext of playing. They dare not have too much contact in public. The church is trying to drag Treasure Island to death. The dwarf elder lowered his voice. The elf elder took over the conversation. I don't think so. Treasure Island can sell goods through other channels. The problem is that the chambers of commerce dare not stand in line for fear of retaliation. Just as several people were discussing in a low voice, there was a sudden noise. Following the sound, turning the corner, the port area was in front. At this time, the port was crowded with large cargo ships, with masts like forests and sailors standing on the deck. The workers lined up in a long queue, and were carrying boxes of goods onto the ship. The shouts of the sailors, the sound of the waves, and the sound of the sails shaking were intertwined, and it was very lively. Is that the flag of the Snake Emblem Consortium? The human elder widened his eyes. The elf elder narrowed his eyes, and looked at the Snake Emblem flag fluttering in the distance. It seems that we are worrying too much. There is still power that is not afraid of the church. Apparently, the young owner of Treasure Island had found a partner who was not afraid of the Holy See. Chapter 998. Several elders stood far away from the port, looking at the busy scene in the distance. The workers shouted and loaded boxes of goods onto the cargo ship of the Snake Emblem Group. The hustle and bustle of the port and the ships waiting in line to dock had a strong visual impact, as if silently mocking the Vatican's ban on trade. I really didn't expect. The human elder murmured. Under the threat of the Vatican, Treasure Island can actually get in touch with the Snake Emblem Group. The dwarf elder narrowed his eyes and estimated the number of ships. Looking at this scale, I'm afraid that Treasure Island's goods will be sold all over the continent. The elven elder's brows gradually frowned, and he was keenly aware of a problem. Treasure Island's products have always been popular, which may increase the reputation of the Snake Emblem Group in various places. Several people were stunned, and immediately understood what he wanted to express. The Snake Emblem Group is known as a small association, and its distribution pattern and internal structure are very similar to the association. If we talk about the difference, the association is more official and recognized by all races and countries, and will issue various tasks regularly. The Snake Emblem Consortium is more inclined to the gray industry, and also issues tasks and accepts commissions. It also involves the storage of important items and the exchange of gold. In essence, it is all commissions and accepting tasks. And this time, the Snake Emblem Consortium has obviously changed its strategic direction. The rush to buy pins and watches has already been heard by everyone in the headquarters. If the Snake Emblem Consortium starts selling, its wealth and influence will surely skyrocket. It is obviously impossible to surpass the association in status, but it will also narrow the gap. We must report to the headquarters. The dwarf elder said anxiously. Wu Hung is the leader of the association, he should. Be careful with your words. The elf elder put his hand on his shoulder, interrupted him, looked around vigilantly, and lowered his voice. The association has no right to interfere with normal trade. The Vatican threatened the chambers of commerce in various places, but the association did not intervene. Now that Treasure Island has found a new partner, it would be too strange to mention the association leader again. Moreover, this youngest human leader is not a good-tempered person. The Pope died in his hands. Why should we, the elders, cause trouble? The human elder said. Let's go back and tell the leader Hadarai the truth. No, the leader Wu Hung is quite good to us. If we tell others, we will be suspected of gathering local intelligence. Another elf elder said. The dwarf elder suggested, why not let the local deacon write a letter to explain the situation? This way, we can fulfill our duty of reminder without getting into trouble. Okay, go back and talk to Zalagui. The elf elder nodded in agreement. Several people watched for a while. There was a lot of noise around them, and the weather was hot and humid. Seeing that there was nothing special, they turned around and left, heading towards the association. In the study room, Wu Hung flipped through the skill book he got yesterday. Death Knell. As the pages turned, the parchment made a slight rustling sound. The pages were densely packed with annotations and magic arrays, and at this moment, these words and arrays were no longer so obscure. After being a mage for so long, he gradually understood a lot about the construction of the necromancy magic nodes, and the frequency of spiritual resonance. Compared with the initial pursuit of skill unlocking, he now enjoys this process of understanding more. Maybe one day, I can also create some original magic skills. As I finished reading the last page, the system prompt sounded at the right time. Unlock skill, Death Knell unlocked, without any surprises. Close the book and put it on the bookcase against the wall. I caught a glimpse of the Empress, who was still frowning and recalling the skills. I don't know if the skills she wrote can be unlocked directly by reading, but it can be said that it's good if the skills I recall are not wrong. I'm also a little worried that I will get sick from practicing. But in my heart, I still have some yearning for ancient skills. Death Knell, this skill can only serve as an auxiliary at most. No matter how violent the skeleton is, it can't defeat a real hero, but those ancient skills do have powerful power. The Empress seemed to have sensed something, and said without raising her head, "What are you peeking at? Go and see your little maids." Wu Hung ignored her and sat back in his chair to drink tea. "Uncle!" Xiao Xiao suddenly flew back through the wall and said in a hurry, "Those elders asked Sister Zalagui to write a letter to the headquarters to report us." "Report?" Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. "Report us for what?" Glinda, who was reading a book, and Yang Yang, who was writing the exercises, looked up at the same time. The elders must refer to the elders from the headquarters, who came to the island to deliver compensation. But Treasure Island doesn't seem to have anything to report, and the associations that should know it. Xiao Xiao floated in the air, imitating the movements and tone of an elder, and said in a conscientious manner, "Zalagui, the close cooperation between Treasure Island and the Snake Emblem Consortium will inevitably expand the power of the consortium." Then, he flew to the side and stroked his beard. "We don't think there is anything wrong with Wu Hung, but this matter has a huge impact, so it's better to tell the headquarters." After performing for a while, Xiao Xiao came over. "Uncle, do you understand?" "I understand." Wu Hung nodded. "It's just that a few elders feel that their cooperation with the Snake Emblem Consortium will have an impact on the association. Why worry about it? What should I do?" Xiao Xiao leaned on his shoulder. "It's okay. We are just doing normal business cooperation, and the association can't control us." Wu Hung told her not to worry. Glinda and the Queen also retracted their gaze. "I thought it was a big deal, a business cooperation." "Oh, I see those elders, looking around, looking like spies." Xiao Zhao's impression of them plummeted. "They will leave in 2 days, and there will not be many opportunities to see them in the future," Wu Hung said. "Yeah." Xiao Xiao nodded. As he was talking, his cell phone dinged, and Shiryali sent a message. Several elders of the headquarters insisted that Zalagui write a detailed report to the headquarters, explaining the details of the cooperation with the consortium. They didn't call me. It seems that those elders are still in the deacon's study. I was annoyed and sent a message to ask me. Wu Hung quickly replied, "Just write normally, the association will know sooner or later." Ding dong. "Got it." Wu Hung glanced and put down the phone. Xiao Xiao leaned on his shoulder and said proudly, "My information is still faster than the mobile phone." "Of course," Wu Hung said with a smile, "little intelligence expert." "Hee hee." Xiao Xiao smiled happily. After sitting in the study for a while, Wu Hung went downstairs to eat near dusk. The next day, the morning sun shone into the living room through the gauze curtains. Wu Hung sat on the sofa and read the report sent by the city hall. Half of the cargo ships left the port yesterday, and the rest are still loading and unloading. Annette sat aside and reported softly, "At this rate, all loading and unloading will be completed before tonight." Wu Hung nodded. The loading and unloading efficiency of this world is limited. After all, there are no large cranes, and everything is handled by manpower. In fact, it can also be installed at the port. But there are many workers on Treasure Island who rely on the port to make a living. If all the work on the island is replaced by machines and skeletons, there will be problems. Therefore, the port remains the same, and the workers can also make money. Wu Hung closed the report and said, "Let the city hall keep an eye on it. When this matter is over, you don't have to be busy outside, and you can improve your level at home." Annette smiled, "Okay, master." As the two talked, Xiao Xiao ran down the stairs. "Uncle." Sister Lilith is looking for you. Xiao Xiao had a video call with Lilith early in the morning, and has been chatting until now. I don't know where the two of them got so many common topics. I understand. Wu Heng stood up. Annette said, Master, I go to the city hall first. Go! Annette left, and Wu Heng followed Xiao Xiao upstairs. In the study, Xiao Xiao pulled Wu Heng, and sat down in her little seat. Lilith's cold and beautiful face was frozen on the phone screen. Sister, I called Uncle, Xiao Xiao said. Lilith opened her red lips slightly. The wanted order for your subordinate has been revoked. We will notify all places to withdraw the wanted order in the next few days. Okay. Wait, I will give the radio to those elders, Wu Heng said immediately. Viola's matter was also going smoothly. Lilith continued, the Sky Fox tribe you are looking for is in the east of Erlaha town, in a village called Lazewan. There lives a fox tribe there, but it is not the Sky Fox you mentioned. It is up to you to verify it. So fast, I asked yesterday, and today I got an accurate location. It is very likely that it is the Sky Fox tribe of the Empress to the east of the original town. You are still efficient, Wu Heng said with a smile. It is not as difficult as I thought. I went to Hongwenhui to ask, and they happened to have a record, so I wrote it down for you, Lilith said calmly. Thank you. Wu Heng thanked them, and the two were speechless for a while. There were too many ghosts around, especially Xiao Xiao was blinking and staring at the screen, so it was really hard to say anything to Lilith. Simply said, you and Xiao Xiao chat first, I have to go downstairs to deal with some things. Okay. Lilith nodded. After returning the phone to Xiao Xiao, Wu Heng just went downstairs, and the queen followed him down. Have you found it? Yes, it's in a village called Lazewan. It shouldn't be difficult to find it when we ask. Wu Heng said as he walked, I tell the maids, and we set off today. The queen raised her eyebrows. Leaving today? Go earlier, so you can rest assured. The queen smiled. Your personality is really not suitable for a necromancer. If you hadn't improved so quickly, you wouldn't have lived long. Why does your compliment sound like an insult? The queen waved her hand. When you're ready, come back and call us. Yes. Walk down the first floor. Wu Heng said, Minnie, call everyone over, I have something to say. Minnie looked over and asked, do you want Annette to come back? Annette had just gone to the town hall. No, just tell her when the time comes. Wu Heng sat down in the living room. Okay, master, I ask everyone to come over. Minnie turned around and went to find the others. Soon Minnie, Robert, Philippa, and Viola all came over and sat around the coffee table. After everyone arrived, Wu Heng said directly, I'm going out today, and Treasure Island should continue to operate normally. Master, you're going out again? Minnie was a little surprised. I came back from Rantam City, and hadn't stayed for a few days, but I'm leaving again. It's not a big deal. Help the queen find her former tribesmen, and they will be back soon, Wu Heng explained. Hearing that it was not a battle, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Philippa immediately straightened her back. Treasure Island is left to me. She patted her chest, and the captain's momentum and confidence were revealed. As long as the church does not attack the Treasure Island, there will be no problem. Moreover, the church should be resurrecting the body of the religious leader, and keeping a low profile during this period. It is impossible to attack the Treasure Island. Even if a hero really goes to the island, there are still several level 20 skeletons on the island, which are enough to deal with the enemy. If it really happens, it can also buy time for Minnie and the others to escape. Wu Heng turned to Viola. Your wanted order has been revoked. A hint of surprise flashed in the witch's eyes. Thank you, sir. And Wu Heng looked at her meaningfully. When the consortium's goods are rolled out, your level should be able to break through soon. Viola's pupils shrank slightly. Is the bottleneck of being stuck at level 18 for many years finally going to be broken? She bowed solemnly. I will not let you down. Now it seems that following the hero in front of her is a correct choice. Eat well, sleep well, and the living environment is incomparable to the palace. Moreover, it can help me become a hero. It's just like a dream. Wu Heng continued, that's it. Don't leak the news that I'm going out. Yes. After explaining these, Wu Heng took out several modified radios. Robe, send these to the association and give them to Deacon Zalagui. Okay. Catwoman took it with a jump and pulled Philippa. Let's go, accompany me, and we can buy some delicious food on the way. Philippa saw that Wu Heng had nothing else to say, and walked out with Robert. After lunch, Wu Heng let a few ghosts fly into his body first. Standing in the courtyard, wearing the conductor's hat, the ghost train appeared. After saying goodbye to the maids, he got on the train and disappeared. Holy Church. In the Holy Church, the illuminating stone illuminates the hall. The ghost floating out of the magic soul pot slowly condensed into the form of the religious leader Saidu, looking around and nodding to some familiar priests. The many clergy around him looked at him with complicated eyes. The church has always regarded the dead as blasphemy, but the one in front of them is their former leader. Your Highness! Saidu's soul bowed slightly. His posture was much more respectful than when he was alive. The Pope sat on the throne, his silver-white robe hanging on the ground, his eyes lowered, and his voice was as distant as a hymn. Don't worry, the materials and containers needed for resurrection are all ready, just waiting for the right time. Thank you, Your Highness. Saidu's ghost fluctuated for a while, and asked tentatively, then Wu Hung. The Pope raised his hand to signal, and the clergy retreated silently. When the door of the palace was closed, he slowly spoke, I have asked the Father God, and the oracle shows that the 4 holy seats should be restored first, and the evil and rebellious will be punished by God. Saidu was stunned at first, and then he understood the meaning of this sentence, and his soul fire suddenly became blazing. The Father God is going to take action personally. That arrogant boy will pay the price. Under the candlelight, the Pope's silver-white robe has a sacred halo, and Saidu's ghost trembles slightly in ecstasy. Chapter 999. The ghost train slowly stopped outside Holt City. This coastal city of the Celtic Kingdom is still in good order, with the garrison standing on the city wall, and the guards guarding the city gate. The association has changed the royal family of the kingdom, but it seems that it has not affected the daily operation here. Wu Hung released 4 ghosts, and Xiao Xiao immediately floated in the air excitedly. Are we here so soon? No. This is the city where the ghost ship was last time. Wu Hung spread out the map to confirm the direction. The ghost train did not record the location of that village. We have to hurry on our own. Oh, Xiao Xiao replied. Holt City is the coastal city where the ghost ship was dealt with last time. The location where the ghost ship appeared at that time was not random, but close to the area where the queen originally lived. After confirming the direction, open mansion technique to let Shan Shan come out, grab its back ribs, this direction, go. Buzz, the wings flapped violently, soared into the sky, and flew quickly forward. 4 ghosts followed closely like an escort formation. Aunt! Xiao Xiao suddenly approached the queen. Aren't you the ancestor of the Sky Fox clan? The queen looked at her. Why does the word ancestor sound so awkward when it comes out of your mouth? That's how it's played in TV dramas. Xiao Xiao blinked. Will they carve you into a totem? Just like the orcs in Ratam City dancing and sacrificing. Glinda and Benny couldn't help but look at the queen. As a humanoid beast tribe, the fox people should also have the tradition of worshipping their ancestors. In my time, there were indeed sacrificial ceremonies. The queen's eyes were erratic, but now it's been thousands of years, who knows? After we find them, will we take them to Treasure Island? Xiao Xiao continued to ask. Many of our newly built residential areas are empty. After the Holy See launched a holy war and threatened the Chamber of Commerce that had dealings with Treasure Island, real estate sales on the island plummeted. Although the expansion project is still going on, fewer and fewer people are moving in. The queen was silent for a while. I am no longer a big fox girl, and they have their own lives. I just went to see them, and fulfilled my wish. The name of Big Fox Girl is really difficult to pronounce. Xiao Xiao muttered. Why not call her village chief or clan chief? The queen glanced at her and floated away a few meters. Wu Hung was still sitting on Shan Shen's back, with the sound of the wind whistling in his ears. The Celtic Kingdom, the last city on the eastern border. Wu Hung pushed open the wooden door of the tavern, and the noisy noise mixed with the aroma of beer came to his face. After sitting down in a corner, he ordered dinner, and pushed 2 silver coins to the bartender, asked for a place. The bartender's eyes lit up, and he threw the rag over his shoulder. You asked, customer. I'm very familiar with this area. Have you heard of the village of Laveswan? The bartender raised his eyebrows. That place is beyond the border. Are you going to do business? Collecting herbs. Wu Hung answered casually, took out a map. Which direction is it? Show me. The identity of a herbal merchant is the most useful, which will not attract attention, and can explain why you want to go to a remote village. The bartender pointed on the map, about this location. Wu Hung added another silver coin. Are there fox people in the village? The crisp sound of the silver coin falling into the palm of his hand made the bartender smile. Yes. The women there are very beautiful, and they don't reject humans. Maybe you will find 1 or 2 confidants. Okay, I got it. Wu Hung nodded. The bartender didn't say much and turned to greet other guests. Wu Hung put away the map and started to eat dinner. Walking into the guest room, 4 ghosts emerged from the void. According to the map, we can get there in half a day tomorrow. Wu Hung unfolded the map that the bartender had used to determine the location and said, Nyanga said, when we find it, I will ask the village to build a church for you, so you can rely on it. First see what your people in the tribe think. If they don't want to, forget it. Don't force it. Wu Heng said while making the bed. A small village with only 100 people. The purpose of this trip is mainly to fulfill Nyang Nyang's wish. The relationship between ghosts and necromancers is very subtle. Unlike the absolute obedience of the slave contract, ghosts have independent will. Because of this, it is particularly important to maintain this relationship, especially since Nyang Nyang still has the ancient skills, and I hope she will teach me in the future. Thank you, the queen said softly. Wow! Auntie is so gentle today. Xiao Xiao explained immediately. Go away. The queen drove them away unhappily. Wu Heng smiled and distributed tablets and game consoles, while he leaned against the bed to check his phone. Minnie and Chanella's text messages appeared on his phone. Everything was normal on Treasure Island, and the elders also returned to the headquarters the day after he left. There was nothing else to do. After a brief chat with Minnie, he locked the phone and put it aside, closed his eyes and rested. The ghosts watched movies or read books, floating around the room. The next day, early in the morning, Wu Heng left the city early and went out of the border of the Celtic kingdom. He took out his motorcycle and sped along the road. In the dust raised by the wheels, the passing caravans and pedestrians looked sideways, some curiously, and some panicked and avoided. Before they could react, the steel figure had already left. The four ghosts dispersed earlier, flying in different directions, looking for their targets this time. He rode all the way to noon, and the sun in the sky began to get hot. Whoosh! At this time, Xiao Xiao flew back from a distance. Uncle, I found the village, but there are so many people outside the village, it feels like a fight. Xiao Xiao flew beside him, and said at the same time. Wu Heng braked, and the buzzing sound of the motorcycle disappeared. Let me see. Xiao Xiao said oh, and went straight into the body, and then the shared picture appeared in his mind. This is a small village with a 3-meter-high wall made of logs and adobe. At this time, the village gate was closed. From the top of the wall, some fox men and women holding crossbows were standing. Their biggest features were fox ears and tails. Outside the village, a group of people in colorful robes were waving strange flags. The 18th level priest in the lead loudly proclaimed, "Join the 12 holy churches to avoid disasters." Above the wall, a 7-tailed fox responded loudly, "You are not welcome here, please leave here." Seeing this, Xiao Xiao turned around and flew back. The shared picture also ended at this time. Release Xiao Xiao again. Grinda, Benny and Yang Yang also flew back from different directions. Why did you stop? Grinda asked. Xiao Xiao found the location. Wu Heng said, looking at Yang Yang, the village was surrounded by a group of people, saying that they were from the 12 holy churches, and the leader was 18th level. What level are the 7 tails of your fox people? The queen frowned, but still answered, Nanwei is level 15 of the 4th stage. It seems that the Sky Fox clan here has also fallen. Wu Heng said. Glinda thought for a while, and said, the 12 holy cults are a cult wanted by the association. The Archbishop is a hero, and level 18 should belong to the cult of protection. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Why do you feel so familiar? When I was still level 18, I asked about heroes. In addition to the ruling hero of the association, the Dragon of the Snake Emblem Consortium, the Immortal Emperor of the Endless Desert, there is also the Archbishop of the 12 holy cults. It turned out to be the 12 holy cults. I wouldn't have remembered it if Glinda hadn't mentioned it. Are you sure there are no heroes? Glinda asked. Xiao Xiao said, no, the highest level is 18. It's unlikely that there are heroes. The other party brought more than 20 people, which doesn't seem like the configuration of the Archbishop going out. Wu Heng said. That should be fine. Glinda also nodded. Wu Heng took off his helmet visor. Let's go, Xiao Xiao leads the way. Okay. The hum of the motorcycle sounded again, and 1 person and 4 souls moved forward quickly. At the entrance of the village, the guardian of the 12 holy churches shouted arrogantly, with arrogance on his face. You bunch of rural foxes, do you really think this broken wooden wall can stop us? The guardian sneered, holding the scepter and opening his arms, as if embracing the sun, and said devoutly and fanatically, the level gap is a natural barrier. If you know what's good for you, just open the door obediently, and the gods will forgive your unreasonableness. Above the wall, the foxes held their weapons tightly, their eyes full of anger and despair. Just when the guardian was full of pride and ready to continue threatening. Boom, a strange roar came from afar, and the smoke and dust rolled in like a wave. The protector turned his head suddenly. What? Before he finished speaking, Several cold rays broke through the air. Puff! Puff! Water drops pierced his limbs and chest like arrows, and blood splattered. The protector widened his eyes, looked down at the blood hole on his body in disbelief, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The believers were also horrified, and before they could react, they saw a ghost appear in front of everyone, and the shadow fox tail flicked lightly. Everyone felt dizzy, fell down one after another, snored loudly, and fell into a deep sleep in an instant. Damn it! Don't sleep, wake up. The protector struggled to curse, but saw a black motorcycle roaring and stopped beside him. With a wave of his hand, his mouth and eyes disappeared. He could only whimper on the ground. Wu Hung glanced at the frightened foxes behind the wall. My queen, I handle this, you go and explain to the foxes. Okay. The queen floated towards the village. The foxes on the wall, seeing the ghost floating over, immediately became nervous and shouted, Don't get close, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. The queen flew directly onto the wall, flicked her phantom fox tail, and the guards on the village wall drooped their eyelids and fell to the ground one after another, all falling into the dream she had woven. Wu Hung put away the motorcycle, opened the mansion technique casually, and ordered inside, drag these people in. Several skeletons came out and dragged all the people on the ground into the mansion technique. Wu Hung constructed cages one by one and imprisoned them all. In the dream, the villagers looked up at the nine-tailed fox sitting high on the throne, with brilliant light flowing around her. Illusion! The chief shouted, and said to the villagers beside him, She is fake, she can't be our Danon, it's an illusion used by the ghost. Then, the fox tail stood up alertly, and said to the queen sternly, Don't use this trick to fool us. The queen's 9 fox tails swayed gently. I was your big fox girl in my lifetime, and I woke up from the mountain tomb a few months ago. Mountain tomb? Isn't that the legendary ancestral land? The villagers' faces changed suddenly. They did pass down the story of the ancestral land from generation to generation, but that was thousands of years ago. But still no one responded. It has been too long. Who can know whether it is true or false? What evidence do you have? The chief's hands trembled slightly. The queen stood up, and the fox tail behind her suddenly spread out, and the terrifying pressure enveloped the entire dream. I am a level 20 ghost, and the one outside the door is the leader of the association. She looked down like a sharp sword. Even if it is the king of the kingdom, I can kill him in a snap of a finger. The tribe leader was silent. Just now, he did kill a level 18 sect member. The opponent's strength, there is really no need to deceive a small village like them. It's easier to lie than to kill directly. Then you come back, what's the matter? The tribe leader's voice was full of hope. Just come to see the old tribe. The queen's figure began to fade. Remember, don't neglect the man at the door. How much benefit the tribe can get in the end depends on him. In reality, the villagers woke up one after another, and they were shocked when they looked at each other. Are you dreaming? Big Fox Girl? Let's not neglect the person outside the door. It's not a dream, it's real. Everyone was discussing. The Fox tribe leader hesitated for a long time and said, Open the city gate. The village gate slowly opened, and the tribe leader led everyone to bow and greet. Wu Hung nodded and showed the leader's emblem of the association to the other party. Don't be nervous, it's from the association. Half an hour later, the voice of the villagers came from outside the door. Chief, Danon invites you to the ancestral temple. The ancestral temple is the same as the hero temple, but it worships its own ancestors. Many races believe in the power of their ancestors, and they can indeed get some magical feedback. Lead the way. Wu Hung followed and walked out all the way to the ancestral temple. The fox villagers stood at the door, and Wu Hung walked in directly. The empress floated in the hall, and her eyes pointed at the modeled statue behind her. I am the one who is worshipped. Although the outline of the statue is blurred, the characteristics of the nine-tailed fox can be vaguely recognized. Xiao Xiao exclaimed on the side, It doesn't look like it. According to the villagers, it is me. I am the last great fox girl, but after several restorations, it no longer looks like it. The empress replied, No wonder you insisted on coming back to see. The tribesmen really trust you. Glinda said on the side, It's good, I can still see my descendants. Wu Hung said, and then looked at the murals around. The murals recorded ancient sacrificial scenes, foxes dancing around the bonfire, and opening the door to welcome armored soldiers, etc. Wu Hung suddenly pointed to the stone in the mural and said, This is the open boundary gate. Well, we, the Fox tribe, have a deep contact with your world. The queen looked up at the mural, as if she was lost in memory. Xiao Xiao asked from the side, Aunt, do you also use bronze keys? The queen's memory was interrupted, and she shook her head. No! No! Wu Hong and the other souls were stunned. In his and Granda's speculation, the bronze key is the medium for traveling back and forth between the two worlds. Moreover, bronze is also a material commonly used in ancient times, so he thought it has always been a bronze key. It's just that it has been passed down to different people. Then what do you use to travel between the two worlds? Wu Hong asked. Xiao Xiao also kept quiet, staring wide-eyed waiting to hear the story. Boundary stone. Anyway, that's what we call it. A crystal stone mixed with various colors. The queen answered. Stone? How do you use stones to open the door? Wu Hong continued to ask. Just like using a strange object, the spiritual power can communicate and open the passage between the two worlds. The queen answered calmly, as if she was popularizing very basic knowledge to them. How can such a thing exist? It must not be a strange thing, right? Wu Hong looked at her and lost interest in the contents of the mural. You don't know? The queen looked puzzled. Then how did you get the bronze key? I bought it at the ghost market, in the hands of an old man. Wu Hong answered. The queen floated under her own statue and said, Didn't you show it in your cartoons? Why don't you know? Wu Hong looked at Xiao Xiao. What did you show? Xiao Xiao shook her head. Don't you know? Didn't you see the key? The queen saw that the big and the small didn't seem to be teasing her and said, Didn't you show it in your cartoons? The 5 colored stones used by Niwa to repair the sky were to repair the passage between the two worlds. Wu Hong and Xiao Xiao both widened their eyes. Damn, the myth is true. Chapter 1000. Glinda and Benny were a little surprised. Wu Hong and Xiao Xiao both widened their eyes. The mythological stories on both sides actually overlapped at this moment, and it was the oldest Niwa era. Xiao Xiao looked over. Uncle, why did Niwa repair the sky? Why don't you remember? You don't know. What are you doing? To set the mood. Wu Hong explained. The story here is that the water god and the fire god fought, and then hit Mount Buzhou, causing a big hole in the sky, and many natural and man-made disasters occurred. Niwa couldn't bear the suffering of the world, so she collected colorful stones to repair the big hole in the sky. Oh! Xiao Xiao concluded. In fact, collecting colorful stones is to block the passage from the other world. Then, he crossed his arms and thought, I know, it's the one where God closes and opens the window. What? Wu Hong was stunned. Granda said on the side, It's from the Bible, but it's not very appropriate to use it here. The Empress's illusory fox tail swayed lightly. For our time, this is also a myth, but there are indeed records that Niwa used the remaining materials from patching the sky to seal the passage between the two worlds to prevent the invasion of foreign gods. Foreign gods. The battle of faith between gods. Wu Hong's mind flashed through the history recorded by the elves. Thousands of years ago, there were many sects in the alien world, and wars continued. Later, the church rose up, and the gods were destroyed, which led to the current situation. If it is said that Niwa is the real main god, she doesn't want the world to be divided up by faith, so she blocked the passage and hid it. It does make sense. Gods want faith. If there are too many sects, the faith will be too scattered. Is Niwa from the church? Wu Hong asked subconsciously. How is that possible? The goddess sneered. I have never heard of this small sect when I was alive. Niwa can repair the sky. How can she be a god from that small sect? So, Uncle's key has nothing to do with Niwa? Xiao Xiao tilted her head, obviously confused. Let's check it slowly later, Wu Hong said with a smile. The specific origin of the key is actually not that important. If there is a clue, I would like to listen to the story. If there is no clue, I will not spend a lot of time and manpower to track down the clue like Hong Wenhui. Just like Grinda said, my energy is still focused on collecting beliefs, and listening to stories is just a byproduct. One person and several souls chatted in the ancestral temple for a while. The queen said all she could, looked out the window, and said, Wait a minute, I talked to the tribesmen and come find you then. She paused for a moment, then continued, We have to teach the tribesmen some cultivation methods, they are too weak. Wu Hong nodded, and walked out of the ancestral hall with the other ghosts. Following the fox man who led the way before, they returned to the wooden house they had arranged. Dwarf tribe, La Ciota City. The noon bell echoed over the city, and a long queue had already formed in front of the Snake Emblem Consortium store. Since the best-selling products of Treasure Island were sold 2 days ago, this place has become the busiest place in the city. Pens, bicycles, watches, and those easy-to-carry pills, each of which triggered a buying frenzy. Another blue card. A dwarf in faded leather armor jumped up and down in anger, and the braid tied behind his head trembled. I already have 3 of this smoke demon. You can exchange with others. The dwarf in the apron next to him also took out his card, and then said with some expectation, "If I can draw the golden viola, that's 20 gold coins." 20 gold coins. The association will only give 600 to 800 silver coins for killing a level 18 professional. These 20 gold coins are enough for an ordinary family to directly cross a class and become the master in people's mouth. Everyone is discussing the card collection activity launched by Treasure Island. There are a total of 7 blue cards, 3 purple cards, and 1 gold card. Each card is a different period and different form of the witch viola. The blue card includes the thrilling moment when she grabbed the smoke demon in the fire when she was young, the young girl in casual clothes, the mercenary leather armor, the hooded killer, and other images. The purple card is more heroic, surrounded by fog beasts, or stepping on the enemy's corpse in a fighting posture. As for the gold card, no one has seen it yet. It is only written in the rules that all cards, including gold cards, can be exchanged for 20 gold coins. The prices of other exchanges are relatively ordinary and unattractive. But it must be said that this method has set off a wave of excitement in the city. Everyone is talking about viola and exchanging cards together. Is there no gold card at all? Treasure Island, the name sounds like it will not be short of money. How could it be that there is no money? Was this viola a wanted criminal of the association before? It is written on the purple card of the protection of the church that she was planted by the leader of the association and has cooperated with the association to wipe out several sects. No wonder. Amid the discussion, Viola's image was deeply imprinted in everyone's memory along with the cards. Treasure Island, training room. The gray fog magic around which Viola surged like a wave, accurately bombarding the target in the distance. Suddenly, the action paused, and the long-lost warmth rose from the body. She could clearly feel that the use of magic in her mind became clearer, and her physical condition was also improving with the warmth. She had already thought of something in her heart. She took out the test crystal from the space ring, and her fingers trembled slightly. Concentrating and communicating, the light of the crystal lit up layer by layer, and when it reached level 18, it paused slightly, and the next second, it jumped directly to level 19. Viola's pupils suddenly contracted. I really broke through? Ecstasy swept through her body like an electric current. The level shackles that had not advanced for several years were broken within a few days after she joined Treasure Island. Wu Heng's method is indeed effective. According to this trend, the hero level is just around the corner. I will definitely become a hero. Viola clenched the crystal, her words full of excitement and enthusiasm. At this time, there was a sound of playfulness outside the door. Minnie, Robe, and Philippa walked in with snacks in their hands. Sister Viola. Robe waved his mobile phone excitedly. We saw your gold card. Viola immediately came up. The card collection craze on the island these days forced her to wear a hood when going out. Although it was not as embarrassing as the wanted order, this sudden celebrity treatment still made her a little uncomfortable. On the mobile phone screen, a gorgeous gold card photo shone brightly. Smoke Nightmare Queen Viola on the card. She wears a dark purple crown, a cloud-patterned robe, and sits lazily on the throne. Gray smoke lingers on her fingertips, and her eyes are contemptuous and majestic, as if she is looking down on all living things. This is me? Viola was speechless for a moment. Minnie came over with a smile. Sister, you are the god of wealth on the island now, and everyone wants to get the gold card and exchange it for gold coins. It's just a means of promoting your reputation, what god of wealth or not. Viola said softly. Walk to the training ground again. The rest of the people, seeing that the other party was so hardworking, also changed into training clothes and started training. Qianhu Village. Wu Heng and Xiao Xiao were discussing the myth story they had just heard. The tribe has started packing. The queen floated into the house. They decided to go to Treasure Island with us. Xiao Xiao leaned over. Aunt, how did you convince them? They proposed it themselves. We killed the protector of the religion. If we stay, we will suffer sooner or later. The tribe leader here is level 15. He can protect the village, but he can't fight against that kind of sect. The queen said softly. In other words, the Fox tribe was worried about the revenge of the 12 holy churches, so they chose to leave with her. A hero, plus a former Fox girl. Anyone who is not stupid will cling to this thigh. Okay, let them gather in the square, and then we will go back together. Wu Heng also agreed. The queen smiled and looked outside the village. The Fox people were busy packing their belongings, and the children were running around busy. After thousands of years, it's not too late to protect the tribe. It's getting close to dusk. The middle of the square was full of sky foxes, men and women, old and young. The sky foxes were different from the normal fox men, with different numbers of tails, and could more intuitively identify the other party's level. Seeing Wu Hung coming out, the Sky Fox village chief hurried out to greet him with a respectful attitude. "Chief, Lady Fox, all the villagers are here." Wu Hung took a rough look and saw that there were only more than 300 people in total, the size of a normal small village. He casually opened the mansion technique and said, "Take the villagers in first, and I will let you out when we get there." As he spoke, changes began to occur in the mansion technique. The space of the electromagnetic gun was separated, and rows of single beds appeared on the wide field. The village chief looked at the suddenly open space with some hesitation and worry in his eyes. The queen said on the side, "This is a space spell. Are you really going to let everyone go? Let the tribe go in. Don't act like you've never seen anything." The fox girl began to admonish, and the tribe leader shrank his neck, and then called everyone to enter the mansion spell. Before the tribe leader also went in, Wu Hung said, "Are there enough food and fresh water?" "About 10 days. "Sufficient, I brought all the food in the village." The village chief replied. "Go in, I will notify you when you get there," Wu Hung said. The village chief continued to look at the queen, and after she nodded, he walked into the mansion spell. Wu Hung closed the mansion spell, let the ghost come back, put on the train conductor's hat, boarded the train and disappeared. Headquarters, the chief's meeting room. The new religious leader sat calmly at the table, with a solemn attitude. Hadalai spread a few exquisite cards on the table, on which the witch Viola could be seen. You should have seen the cards distributed by Treasure Island. The effect is surprisingly good. The dwarf leader stroked his beard. I also received news that the cards in other regions are sold by the Snake Emblem Consortium, and the card collection craze is even stronger than the headquarters. The leader of the Hongwa Association also said, "This marketing method is indeed brilliant. According to this trend, the witch will soon be able to reach the hero level." Unlike collecting cards in other regions, the people in the headquarters saw through the intentions of Treasure Island. Accumulate fame for witches by collecting cards. Moreover, this method is very clever. It is not the blunt propaganda of the association in the past. By collecting cards and attaching stories, the experience from encountering a fire in childhood to becoming a witch of the Divine Punishment Church is cleverly woven into an attractive story. Even if there is no way to exchange for money, the fineness of the cards and the growth story are enough for some people to collect as collectibles. So, everyone thinks that this witch will probably become a new hero in a short time. Lilith said, "It seems that Wu Hung is in a hurry to withdraw the one in order to pave the way for this move." A tone of business. No matter what the relationship between the two, the one sitting here is the leader of the association. Hadarai changed the subject. "I wonder if the association can also use this method to enhance the reputation of the elders? The previous publicity is a bit outdated. Should we also change it?" Difficult. The leader of Hong Wenhui shook his head. "The quality of this card is very high. It doesn't look like it is hand-painted, and if the array pattern is used, the cost is too high, and it can't be popularized, so it is difficult to imitate it." The dwarf leader suggested, "Let Wu Hung provide the technology. After all, he is a member of the association. He may not agree. Even if he proposes it, he will give priority to his own people." The leader of Hong Wenhui answered. Unlike other leaders, although Treasure Island is a member of the association, it is a system of its own. The other leaders support the elders, which means they support their own people. Wu Hung is in the association. If he supports anyone, he may become an enemy in the future. To a large extent, he will not provide it. Even if he does, he will delay until the number of heroes under his command reaches a certain level. Hadalai looked at Lilith. "You communicate with him. The association is willing to exchange technology with merit. I will convey it." Lilith nodded. The topic turned to the religious leader. "How is Saidu?" "He has returned to the temple." The new religious leader said steadily, "We are also looking for a way to revive the body." "Well, if you have any help, you can ask the association." "Thank you, leader." A village near the temple. On the floor of the spacious room, a complex magic circle was drawn. In the middle of the magic circle, there is a fist-sized, shrunken flesh ball, with a gray-brown surface and veins like blood vessels and veins. The ceremony begins. A priest whispered. The materials in the magic circle collapsed one after another, turning into energy balls, entwined and gathered in the air. Then, the magic soul pot was opened, and the ghost looked at the priest. After the other party nodded, it flew directly into the magic circle, merged with the energy light ball, and fell into the flesh ball in the middle of the altar. The color of the flesh ball began to turn dark red, and the blood vessels began to wriggle. The priest lifted the flesh ball, and gently approached the abdomen of a young pregnant woman. The next second, the two were tightly attached together, and the pregnant woman's skin lost its luster at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fine freckles crawled on her cheeks like mold, as if her vitality was being madly absorbed. However, her eyes were still pious, and her hands tightly grasped the edge of the iron bed, not making any sound, so as not to disrupt the ritual of God. The tumor's beating gradually became stable, and finally reached a strange synchronization with the fetus in the belly. "Priest, did it succeed?" the pregnant woman asked weakly, her voice trembling but full of expectation. The priest withdrew his hand, and the cuffs of his white holy robe were not stained with a speck of dust. He nodded slightly. It went smoothly. "Go back and have a good rest." The pregnant woman slowly stood up and walked out of the room with the help of two priests. "Get on the carriage and return to the arranged mansion." Chapter 1001. Woo! A melodious whistle sounded, and the ghost train emerged like a phantom. The door opened with a bang, and Wu Hung stepped out of the carriage, leaving a shallow footprint on the soft sand under his feet. The sea breeze blowing in the face was wrapped in a salty and humid breath, and the blue sea in the distance was sparkling. A few seagulls flew over the waves and made crisp calls. Finally arrived. Wu Hung took a deep breath and released his four ghosts. The other ghosts looked around, and the queen stretched her soul and floated over to ask, "Sky Fox Clan, where are you going to arrange it?" A new residential area has been built on the island, and Annette has allocated an area for them to live in. Wu Hung said as he walked, "Don't worry, this place is much better than the previous village, and it is also thanks to you, a big fox girl." The queen said unhappily, "It's not my advantage, it's your advantage, big leader." Xiao Xiao flew over, put her hands on her waist and said, "Aunt, now you know the benefits of joining us, right? You were reluctant at the beginning." The queen rolled her eyes. "We were enemies at the beginning. Would you be willing to do it if it were you? Now you know it." Xiao Xiao said proudly. The queen smiled and said, "Yes, yes, Xiao Xiao and your uncle are the best." Xiao Xiao laughed even happier. Stepping into the commercial street, the hustle and bustle of the entire island came to us. The streets are bustling with people, the shouts of vendors, the bargaining of mercenaries, and the noises of children playing, forming a lively scene. The most striking thing is that almost everyone is talking about the same thing: collecting cards. Becker opened a purple card yesterday and sold it for 150 silver coins. I have a lot of duplicate blue cards. I go to the tavern and find someone to exchange them for me. Blue cards are worthless. I haven't heard of anyone getting a gold card. The chance must be low, otherwise everyone would have made a fortune. Wu Hung walked past, and when he was far away from the crowd, Granda's voice came from his ear, "Your card method is better than the previous pill instructions." Wu Hung tilted his head and said, "In our world, these are all left over from children's play. When I increased my reputation, I added instructions to the box of pills I sold. It was noted on the box that the instructions for use were detailed in the instructions. Anyone who could read would take a look to avoid using them incorrectly and causing danger. But this is ultimately limited by the literacy rate. In this world, illiterate people account for a larger number. And Viola's card strategy is even simpler and more brutal. Visual promotion plus rarity stimulation plus high bounty exchange directly ignited the enthusiasm for collecting cards. Of course, these are nothing new in the original world. The tavern has already set up a card exchange area. Xiao Xiao flew back from a distance and reported excitedly, "They react really quickly." Wu Hung nodded. Businessmen always have the sharpest sense of smell. The tavern in Treasure Island has always been a weather vane. When the great detective stories were popular, they launched a special session for bards. When the best-selling products were hot, they opened a purchasing agency business. Now that the card craze is rising, they immediately added a card trading area. No matter what new activities Treasure Island launches, they can get a share of the benefits. "Let's go to the city hall." Wu Hung waved his hand, stopped a carriage, and drove towards the center. City hall. The heavy mahogany door was gently pushed open, making a slight creaking sound. In the room, the sun shone through the French windows, reflecting two figures. Millicent was holding a pile of documents and tiptoed to put them on the bookshelf. Annette was writing at the desk, and the feather pen on her fingertips rustled on the paper. Hearing the movement, the two looked over at the same time. Millicent bowed slightly while holding the documents. "My lord." She was Philippa's mother, and her own profession was an investigator, so Wu Hung arranged a clerical job for her in the city hall. Handling documents and writing records are both ways for investigators to upgrade their ranks. Annette's eyes lit up. "Master, you're back?" Wu Hung sat down. "Why are there so many documents?" Annette smiled bitterly. I've been a little busy lately. Wu Heng said that they should try to hand over trivial tasks to their subordinates, and he would focus on training. After all, Annette is a warrior, and training is needed to improve her level. But the development of Treasure Island is a bit fast, especially the recent surge in consortium trade. All kinds of approvals, agreements, and dispatch documents are flying in like snowflakes. Even if they are diverted layer by layer, they will eventually converge on the core desk of the city hall. At this time, Millicent brought tea and stood aside respectfully. Wu Heng continued, "Let's not talk about this first. Take a look at the newly built residential area, where is more suitable. Choose a location close to the commercial area and with a good environment. There are many empty areas in the newly developed areas recently." Annette spread out the map and asked at the same time, "How large an area do you need?" "More than 300 people, from the Skyfox clan. It's best to place them in one place." Wu Heng said. "Skyfox clan? Foxman clan?" "Foxman clan, the same race as the queen, the kind that has more tails as the level increases." Wu Heng sat aside and explained. Annette circled an area on the map with her slender fingers and said, "Master, this place is close to the market, and the construction is also very good. Originally, it was intended to be sold as a residential area, and it can be allocated to the Skyfox clan." Wu Heng took a look and asked in the air, "Quite good, let's go here." The queen appeared in the air, "Very good, let's go here." "Okay." Wu Heng stood up, "I will release them now. You are responsible for registration and allocation of houses." "Understood." Annette smiled and nodded. Wu Heng walked straight to the backyard courtyard, raised his hand mansion technique to open, and the villagers of the Skyfox clan came out one after another, looking at the surrounding environment with trepidation and curiosity. The queen floated in front of them, gave a few simple instructions, and then asked Annette to take the people from the city hall to register the new residents. When the arrangements were made here, Wu Heng also released teleportation and disappeared. After returning to the island owner's mansion, Wu Heng chatted with the maids for a while. The maids looked at the witch Viola sitting on a single chair beside them, and then got up to do their own things. The others left. Viola took a deep breath, stood up suddenly, and knelt on one knee, frightening Wu Heng so much that the teacup in his hand shook. The purple robe fell to the ground like water, and Viola said firmly, "My lord, I have broken through level 19. Thank you for arranging a promotion plan for me." "I thought it was something else." Wu Heng put down the teacup and looked at her calmly. "Get up, you are now a member of Treasure Island. Helping you to improve is also a help to the island." Besides, the two had agreed before that helping her become a hero was a condition. Viola was surprised that she had just joined and broke through the first level. "Yes." Viola stood up, still not sitting down. Wu Heng smiled and said, "Didn't you go out for a walk these 2 days?" Viola smiled bitterly. "After the card appeared on the island, I didn't dare to go out. Go to the consortium tomorrow and order a prop that can hide your face. It doesn't cost much." Wu Heng continued. "I had a phantom veil before, but I left it to Wenmanshaw." "Yes, sir." Viola nodded. The room was silent for a few seconds. Wu Heng said, "Go to training. Don't worry about your reputation." "Okay." Viola nodded again, bowed, and walked towards the training room. Becoming a hero is just around the corner, and all she has to do is to seize this opportunity and sprint with all her strength. Sat on the first floor for a while. Drank the tea in the cup, got up and walked upstairs. Passed the radio room, pushed the door and walked in. Pick up the record book in front of the skeleton investigator one by one and check the contents on it. Each of the records mentioned the sale of Treasure Island products by the Snake Emblem Consortium, and the card collection craze that appeared in various places. It seems that all races recognize this form. It also made Treasure Island famous again. Continue to look at some important contents. Among them, the association's records are intelligence from the Celtic Kingdom. The royal family has been replaced there, and the situation is stable without major turmoil. Elf, the Supreme Council passed a new trade bill, opening some rare material export restrictions. Dwarf, the materials for molten core are complete. Let the dwarf hero go back to preside over the casting work. Then, look at the records intercepted from the church. The first ones are some materials exchanged from the association with merits, and some normal communications are scattered behind. The latest one mentioned that the ritual was successful, and the materials did not need to be exchanged. Ritual. Wu Heng looked at the content above, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he subconsciously thought of Saida's resurrection. Combined with the information obtained before, it seems that the church did get the strange object of the Celtic Kingdom to help Saida get a body. The church, which used to shout and kill the dead when it saw the undead, did not kill Saidu, who became a ghost this time, but helped him to come back to life. According to Granda, helping Saidu come back to life is also to leave a way out for the high-level professionals of the church. Who knows? Will Wu Heng kill one of them next? If the ghost survives, it can be resurrected in the way of Saidu. Wu Heng just closed the record book and put it back in place, and the queen flew back from outside. She said, "The tribesmen have made arrangements, and they are very satisfied with the accommodation here. Compared with the previous village, the environment here is many times better. As long as they are satisfied, you can take care of them in the future when you are close to them." Wu Heng said. "Yes." The queen nodded. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Wu Heng said. The queen smiled and left directly through the roof. Wu Heng also walked out of the room. The night deepened, and the moonlight fell through the gauze curtains, spreading a silver glow on the bed. Wu Heng lay on his back on the bed, his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling in a daze. The relationship between him and the queen has been greatly improved after the search for the tribe. The next step is to wait for her to perfect the technique and see if he can practice it. It should be about the same. He is a hero, and the various attributes of his body have basically reached the top level of living beings. If he still can't practice it, then this technique is too harsh. It mainly depends on whether the queen has written it completely, so as not to practice it too hard. If the gods of the church don't come to kill him, he will practice himself to death. His thoughts turned and returned to the church. Judging from the current situation, whether there are still heroes in the church, or whether Saida can be successfully resurrected, it is not a big threat to him. The only one who can threaten his life is the god of the church. I still need to speed up the collection of faith, Wu Heng muttered. Except for breaking through the hero stage, he couldn't think of any way to defeat the gods. I just hope that the other party won't attack me, a little man who just became a hero. From the history I got from the queen, I haven't heard of the church. It may be a very ordinary small sect, or it may be the foreign god that Nuwa was wary of when she repaired the sky. After Nuwa disappeared, the church began to rise rapidly, destroying gods and religions, and unifying beliefs. I always feel that there is a connection between the two. So, the gods really exist. Nuwa can come out to mend the sky. Can the gods come directly? Making random guesses, Wu Heng took a deep breath. Nuwa mended the sky. Can we find some clues about Nuwa in the modern world? I still have too little information about the gods. Everything is inferred based on faith. In the midst of the modern world, humans are made of mud by Nuwa, and are the creators of humans. If this history is true, then Nuwa's power among the gods will be even stronger. Being able to create living beings at will is no longer comparable to death and resurrection. If I can find some of Nuwa's strange objects or props, my strength will definitely be greatly improved. Tomorrow, let Li Yang collect information in this direction. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and Minnie's voice came in. "Master, we have finished taking a bath." "Come in," Wu Heng said. The door opened, and the 4 maids in the house jumped in. The 4 of them walked to the bed happily, lifted the corner of the quilt, and crawled in. What was the master thinking about just now? Minnie nestled in his left arm, looking up and blinking. Wu Heng rubbed her wet hair. "I was thinking about how to train you to be heroes. It's still early for us. How can we be as good as Sister Viola?" Minnie smiled. "Take your time. You will become heroes sooner or later," Wu Heng said with a smile, lifted the thin quilt on his body, and saw Robert lying on him, showing his little red tongue. "Stop talking, go to bed," Philippa yelled, and lifted the thin quilt. "First come, first served." The others were also laughing and playing. The next morning, Wu Heng sat in the living room and took out his mobile phone to dial Lilith's number. After switching to video mode, Lilith's cold face appeared on the screen. "Yeah," Lilith greeted coldly. Wu Heng leaned on the sofa. "So cold. I got up early to find you." Xiao Xiao controlled the puppet, lying on the back of the chair and waving excitedly. "Sister Lilith." "Good morning." Seeing Xiao Xiao, Lilith's expression softened visibly. "Morning, Xiao Xiao. Have you finished the work at the association?" Wu Heng got to the point. "Yes." Lilith nodded slightly. "I stay at Treasure Island in a few days." Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. "The house has been prepared for you. You're welcome anytime." Lilith said yes lightly, and then changed the subject. "The new religious leader Draco has arrived at the headquarters to replace Saidu." Wu Heng's expression remained unchanged, and he was not surprised by the news. But he still asked, "Where is Saidu?" "He has returned to the temple a long time ago." Lilith's eyes flashed slightly. "Had I deliberately suppressed the news, fearing that you would cause trouble after knowing it? This just confirmed the information intercepted from the radio station yesterday." Sidhu's reincarnation ceremony has indeed been completed. Is this newcomer also a hero? Wu Heng asked. Lilith looked at him deeply. He is also a hero. The air stagnated for a moment. Wu Heng thought for a moment and asked again, how many heroes does the church have? Lilith was silent for a moment, then said, I don't know how many heroes there are, but I do have some information about this Draco. He was a level 19 knight of the church before, and this time, he suddenly reached level 20. Hearing this, Wu Heng frowned instantly. Chapter 1002. Both sides fell silent at the same time. Lilith made it clear that the church needed a hero, so the previous 19th level knight of the church became a hero. Wu Heng asked, how did you get promoted? Do you have any clues? It might be difficult to ask other heroes, but it's no problem for Lilith. There are also conflicts between the blood race and the church, and neither of them wants the church to be too powerful. Not sure yet. Lilith shook her head, her hair shaking slightly, but the association has re-evaluated the strength of the church. Today's association seems to be dominated by the elves, with 2 ruling heroes, and both of them have high prestige, and the resources they can mobilize far exceed other heroes. Although the church is spread across countries and races, it gives people an illusion that it is gradually declining. But this time, the appearance of the hero has to make the rest of the association pay attention to the church. It's really scary that heroes can appear at any time. Wu Heng asked, is the leader of the new religion also a human? Human. Lilith replied calmly. What's he like? Wu Heng asked. He's quite calm, and rarely expresses his opinions in meetings, which is completely different from Sidhu. Lilith paused. In your words, he's quite low-key. Low-key, it may indeed be due to his personality. After all, he just became a hero from a level 19 professional, so it's normal for him to behave cautiously and low-key. But thinking of Sidhu's reincarnation ceremony, and some things that the church did secretly, it seems more likely that the church is carrying out a secret plan and doesn't want to cause trouble. It's better to be low-key. Wu Heng said with a smile, let's live in peace. Lilith glanced at him, is your smile real? Wu Heng ignored her ridicule and asked, can the charges against the Celtic royal family be made public now? The royal family colluded with the cult, and used taboo rituals to prolong their lifespan. Lilith said coldly, those dignitaries dared to do anything for eternal life. If Wu Heng hadn't mentioned the Celtic kingdom, he would have felt that he was talking about the eldest prince of the Yek kingdom. What's wrong with these 2 human countries? They have committed similar crimes. They are all colluding with the cult, but the eldest prince is not prolonging his lifespan, but consolidating his position. Without waiting for Wu Heng to speak, Lilith continued, there's nothing strange about it. For the dignitaries of the human race, lifespan is their biggest obstacle. Every year, I don't know how many dignitaries of the human race contact the blood race through various channels, wanting to become light-blooded people to prolong their lifespan. Wu Heng also knew this, and at that time he helped Lilith get back the blood cup of the blood race. Moreover, I once thought that if my lifespan came to an end and I still hadn't completed the promotion, I would transform myself into a corpse ghost. Everyone is afraid of death, and the powerful have more resources to find a solution. Wu Heng then asked, what about Juan? Was he also arrested? He and Moffat are missing, and the association is looking for them. Lilith said. Moffat is Luan's teacher, and thinks highly of Luan. He should be involved. Moreover, according to the letter Luan wrote to me, he died in the hands of the church a long time ago. With his 2 tricks, how could he be qualified to fight the church? The 2 casually talked about Luan, and Wu Heng told him about his encounter with the 12 saints and killing them to protect the church. Lilith raised her eyebrows. I will inform the association east of the Celtic kingdom to pay attention to this matter. You killed the guardian, and can write a report in exchange for merit. Well, merit or not is easy to say, but I'm afraid of causing trouble. Wu Heng said seriously. Lilith nodded, and then asked in a puzzled tone, what did you do over there? A friend's race built a small village over there, and asked me to go over and see, and move them to Treasure Island. Wu Heng roughly explained. Don't run around all the time. I don't know what the church is planning. Lilith warned. From her words, it feels like the church is planning something. Okay, I listen to you. Wu Heng smiled and continued, call me if you have something to say. Lilith nodded. Wu Heng was about to hang up the phone when Xiao Xiao came up and said, Uncle, you're done. I chat with my sister for a while. Then, she squeezed into the picture and said excitedly, Sister, is there anyone collecting cards over there? Lilith's cold expression melted instantly, and the corners of her lips slightly raised. I heard about Viola's cards. Yes. In the island tavern, people exchange cards every day. It's so lively. Wu Heng did not disturb the two people who were happily chatting, and got up and walked towards the courtyard. The breeze blew gently, and the flowers and plants in the courtyard swayed, and the tiny petals fell on the stone table. Wu Heng sat down in the pavilion. Grenda was flipping through a book. Seeing him coming over, she asked, "Have you finished talking to your girlfriend?" "What do you mean by girlfriend?" Wu Heng picked up a petal, and used it as a dart, throwing it aside. "Over at the association, the new religious leader has taken over. He is also a hero. Tell me more about it." Wu Heng repeated what Lilith said. Glenda pondered for a moment and said, "The power of the priests comes from the gods. Now it has been well verified. There is nothing strange about it. What we need to pay attention to now is the promotion method of the church." After a pause, he continued, "It is certain that the church cannot produce heroes continuously. There may be restrictions on doctrine or some other reasons to keep their heroes at a certain number. I speculate that it may be related to the 4 holy seats." Wu Heng nodded and agreed with this sentence. If heroes can be produced continuously, then the church will not be suppressed by the association, and the battle with him will not be just a few coming together to kill him. Grenda closed the book and continued, "It's a good thing for us that they keep a low profile now. We should speed up the construction of the church during this period, use all that can be used, and increase faith." Wu Heng sighed, "It's so tiring to be a hero." Grenda chuckled, "Wait until you become a god. You said the same thing when I was level 18. As the two were talking, Xiao Xiao came running over with a mobile phone in his hand, handed it over, and said, "Uncle, wait for Sister Lilith to come back, and make a set of cards for us." "Okay. Then during this time, think about what you want," Wu Heng said with a smile. "It's all in my head." Xiao Xiao pointed to his head. Wu Heng put away his phone and continued, "Go call back the Queen and Benny. Let's go to the zombie world." "Okay." Xiao Xiao sat down on a stone bench beside him, separated from the puppet body, and turned into a ghost and flew away. Wu Heng put away the puppet, and went upstairs with Granda to return to the study. After waiting in the study for a while, the Queen and Benny returned from different directions. "Are you going to that world again?" the Queen asked casually. "Go over and take a look, and then explain some things," Wu Heng replied. The Queen nodded, and got back into the body with several ghosts. Wu Heng opened the boundary door, and walked out of the boundary door. The cold air with the smell of disinfectant hit me. It's spring now, but it's still a bit cold compared to the weather in Treasure Island. This is still the monitoring room. The monitoring screen in front is flashing, and several skeletons are sitting in front of the monitor, monitoring the target. After Wu Heng released the ghost, he said, "Xiao Xiao, go and call some skeletons over." "Oh!" Xiao Xiao went through the wall and left. When he came back, a large number of skeletons holding weapons walked in. "Open mansion technique, and say to the inside, drag these people out." The skeletons rushed into the mansion, and dragged out the members of the 12 holy churches. During the days of imprisonment, the skeletons guarding inside could only feed them some water at most, and they were half-starved. And the 18th level guardian, his mouth and eyes were sealed by Wu Heng, and he could not drink a drop of water, but he was still alive. Wu Heng waved his hand casually, and the other party's eyes and mouth opened. He wanted to say something, but he was weak and couldn't speak. "Take all of them to the cell area, 1 cell for each person." The skeletons dragged these people, and walked directly out. Xiao Xiao said, "Uncle, I go with you to see." After that, he flew out. Benny and Yang Yang hesitated for a moment, and followed to watch the fun. Wu Heng sat down in front of the surveillance camera, and looked at the surveillance screen. There were many new prisoners in the cell, including blonde Europeans and Americans, dark-skinned blacks, and Asian faces. Needless to say, he guessed that these were the prisoners sent by Li Yong. When he came back last time, he had a plan to make serum, but he needed some people for the experiment, so he asked Li Yong to find some serious criminals or Doomsday robbers. These people would have been executed after being caught, and sending them here would also make use of their residual heat. He took back his target, and pressed the button on the table. After a while, the door was pushed open, and the alchemical skeleton came in, with a toolbox. "Show me the record book." The alchemical skeleton handed the record book over. Wu Heng opened it, and Glenda also looked at the content on his shoulder. According to the record, Li Yong sent more than 70 people one after another. And in the experimental record, in the first batch of experimental serum, 20 survivors were injected with the virus and used the serum, and there was no surviving case. The second batch, using improved serum type 1, 2 cases survived. The third batch, improved type 2, 5 people survived. There are only 3 experimental records. It seems that many people died in the previous experiments. But judging from the records, it is indeed effective. Not bad. Wu Heng returned the record book to the skeleton. Continue to optimize. If you need any materials, you can list them in advance. The skeleton nodded and saluted, then left the room. Glinda said on the side, the drug that detoxifies the corpse core can work. Is the serum so difficult to make? One is to eat and digest, and the other is to directly inject the virus. There should be a difference. I don't understand the details. Wu Heng said helplessly. Glinda nodded. It will be soon at this rate. It will take about half a month to produce the serum. It depends. Wu Heng said, taking out his cell phone and calling Li Yong. The call was connected, and Li Yong's voice came out. What's the matter? Help me check something. Wu Heng got straight to the point. Well, any instructions? Li Yong asked with a smile. Wu Heng organized his words, and then said, help me collect some things about Niwa, such as places where she has been recorded, or temples, ruins, and other places. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. After a few seconds, Li Yong's voice was uncertain. Are you serious? Very serious. Wu Heng took the phone. I'm investigating something, very important, pay more attention to it. When Li Yong heard the other party say it was very important, she also became serious. Okay, I start investigating later. Yeah. Wu Heng nodded, and then asked, how is the base recently? Li Yong said, no changes. After the spring, it has been carried out according to the plan made before. Just follow the plan. The two said a few words, and hung up the phone. I hope to get some inheritance from Niwa here. At this time, Xiao Xiao, Benny, and Yang Yang flew back. It's done. Xiao Xiao pinched her waist. Under the command of my sister, Aunt, and I, all the bad guys were arranged in the cells. They are divided according to levels, and the higher the level, the closer to the front. Awesome. Wu Heng praised casually, and then asked, are there any level 20 zombies among the rest? No. Xiao Xiao shook his head, and then said, Uncle, those people from the church have become zombies, and their levels have dropped a lot. The highest is only level 16. Wu Heng adjusted the surveillance and showed the cell where the priests of the church were imprisoned before. All 5 priests have become zombies, moving back and forth restlessly in the cell. And the archbishop, who was the highest level before, has become level 16. It should be related to their profession. It has nothing to do with it. Wu Heng said. Oh, don't catch priests next time. I feel that turning into skeletons is not very powerful. Xiao Xiao muttered aside. What should we do if there are captives next time? Send them to Ratam City to mine. The other ghost on the side also smiled after hearing this. Wu Heng looked at the time, stood up and said, let's go, our treasure island. The ghost drilled into the body, opened the boundary door, and returned. After returning to Treasure Island, Wu Heng transferred the 2 level 15 alchemical skeletons at home to the zombie world to develop antiviral serum together. From the recorded data, the production of serum has a clear direction, and the rest is to continue research and development. It should not be difficult to produce the finished product. After arranging the skeleton, the queen took Xiao Xiao and Benny to the Sky Fox clan. Wu Heng also came down from upstairs. Master Robe, who was passing by, called out obediently. Call everyone over. Wu Heng said. Okay, Master. Robe ran 2 steps quickly, and then shouted directly, come here, the Master wants to have a meeting. In the training room and the courtyard, the maid, Philippa, and the witch Viola all came over. Sit down around the sofa. Wu Heng waved his hand on the table, and several bottles of potions appeared in front of him. This is a level 3 potion. Minnie, you 4 take it. I help you watch it. Viola, you just arrived. Take the level 1 potion first. Okay, Master. Minnie and the others happily put it away. After this period of time, the maids had basically no effect after taking the level 2 potion, so Wu Heng planned to let them start taking the level 3 potion. As for the level 2 potion, Wu Heng planned to arrange an auction and continue to auction it. The maids took so many potions, but only Minnie awakened her superpowers. Can release flames. The rest of them had no effect, and it might be some passive superpowers, such as mental barriers, but they have their own professions, and the maids don't participate in the battle, so it's hard to find. Viola looked at the more than 10 bottles of potions pushed over, with a puzzled look in her eyes. Minnie explained thoughtfully, Sister Viola, haven't you heard of the physical potion on Treasure Island? At that time, a bottle sold for several thousand gold coins. Viola's eyes condensed. What are these? Ah! The potion should be drunk from low to high. Robe also said. Wu Heng nodded. Minnie, you drink first. I will help you watch, don't feel pressured. Okay, master. Minnie glanced over here, uncorked the bottle without hesitation, and drank it all up. Woo! The moment the potion entered her throat, Minnie trembled all over, and the whole person curled up on the sofa like a shrimp. Her skin quickly turned abnormally purple, as if blood vessels were all over her body. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, and her nails sank deeply into the leather of the sofa. Viola stood up suddenly, and looked at this scene in horror. It felt like Minnie drank poison. The residential area of the Skyfox clan. The carriage of the island owner's mansion slowly stopped, and the wheels rolled over the stone road covered with fallen leaves, making a slight rustling sound. Before the door was opened, a group of newly arrived members of the Skyfox clan had gathered around. They looked at this side curiously. Judging from the appearance of the carriage, the people who came here were not ordinary people. Click. The door of the carriage made a slight sound, and Xiao Xiao and Benny controlled the puppets to jump down. While saying something like "it's nice here," they looked around. Then, a luxurious figure stepped out of the carriage. The queen was wearing a dark blue brocade robe with dark gold embroidery, and 9 fox tails stretched behind her like a peacock's tail, shining in the sunset. Her steps were slow and her manners were majestic. The people of the Skyfox clan widened their eyes, and they didn't know who said the word "Big Fox Girl." Everyone saluted in unison and shouted, "Big Fox Girl." Chapter 1003. The members of the Skyfox clan held their breath and stared at the elegant figure with burning eyes. When the 9 fox tails spread out in the sun, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd. It's really the Big Fox Girl. Exactly the same as recorded in the family tree. The older fox people's hands trembled, and the younger members of the clan could not hide their excitement. The previous matter that the Big Fox Girl was a ghost was temporarily thrown out of the sky. The queen raised her right hand lightly, and her voice was cold and textured. "Everyone go away. Village chief, come with me." After speaking, she turned her head to look at Xiao Xiao, who was curiously looking around. "Xiao Xiao. You and Benny go around nearby." "Okay, Aunt." Xiao Xiao responded happily, took Benny's hand and ran forward. The queen walked forward, and the village chief followed respectfully behind her. The fox people along the way gave way and saluted, and did not dare to stand up until the 2 figures disappeared behind the door of the meeting hall. In the hall of the building, the queen sat on the sandalwood chair at the main seat, with 9 fox tails hanging down naturally, like flowing silver satin under the light. The village chief stood at the bottom, with his hands folded in front of his abdomen. "Are you satisfied here?" The queen tapped the armrest with her fingertips. The village chief said respectfully, "Very satisfied. Thank you for the arrangement of the Fox Girl and Lord Wu Hung." The queen nodded slightly, glanced at the other party. "Remember, although the Treasure Island belongs to the association, the rules here are set by Wu Hung, and the village's rules should not be brought here." "Yes. We must familiarize ourselves with the island rules as soon as possible, and we will never dare to follow the old customs of the mountain village," the village chief said in a proper manner. "The villagers have come here, so they must abide by the rules here. Not to mention the island owner, who can crush a level 18 professional with a single hand. The 9-tailed fox girl in front of him can replace the position of the clan leader at any time. Since the appearance of the 9-tailed fox girl, the identity of the fox girl has been deeply rooted in the hearts of all the clan members. Thousands of years have passed, and the fox girl is still the faith of the whole clan." The queen nodded, very satisfied with his attitude. "Since you want to live on the island, you must have a way to make a living. What do you plan to do?" The village chief said cautiously. "Most of the clan members can only do some village chores, and some are not used to the prosperity of the island. I plan to arrange some people to work as apprentices at the docks and shops, and they can also earn some money to settle down." "How many can read?" the queen suddenly asked. "Most of them can read. Pick a group of young people who are above level 5 and are literate and smart." The queen's fox tail swayed lightly. "I will send them to the Lingqi Church. In the past 2 days, I have also learned something about the Treasure Island. The Lingqi Church is the hero hall of the island owner, not the Church of the Holy See. Moreover, I heard that Treasure Island and the church have fought more than once. Although it will offend the church, the lives of the entire tribe are now tied to Treasure Island. How can there be any choice?" "Yes, Big Fox Girl." The village chief bowed deeply, and the foxtail fell to the ground. "I will go to gather the tribe members now." "No hurry." The queen suddenly changed the subject. "What are your professions now?" "Most of them are rangers, living by hunting in the village." The queen raised her eyes slightly. "From today on, everyone will change to illusionist. The talent of the Sky Fox tribe should not be wasted on bows and arrows. There are too many people in the tribe, and the professional scrolls. The village chief was worried about the number of scrolls. I teach you how to practice. The queen said calmly, you don't need scrolls. It's up to you to decide how many levels you can reach. The village chief knelt down, thank you, big fox girl. Not long after, all the members of the Sky Fox clan gathered in the square. Listen to the queen's teaching of the practice method. The island owner's mansion. Minnie curled up on the cushion, shaking violently. Under her snow-white skin, purple blood vessels bulged like spider webs, and painful sobs came out of her throat. Sweat soaked the light blue maid skirt. Hold on. Robe knelt aside, frantically wiping her hot forehead with a wet towel. The others also gathered in a circle, some holding Minnie's hand, and some stroking her back. Viola stood 3 steps away, frowning as she watched all this. Is this really an enhancement potion? The poison she bought on the black market probably has the same effect. Master. Minnie opened her eyes slightly. I seem to see Elno. Elno was the former lord of Letam City, and he has been dead for more than a year. Wu Hung held her at his arms and swung her gently. When the side effects are over, you will be even more powerful. As he spoke, the side effects on Minnie's body quickly faded, and she gradually recovered. Minnie stood up from his arms and exhaled heavily, much better. Wu Hung asked, do you feel anything? I feel stronger, and my body is full of strength, and... Minnie paused for a moment. Then she walked to the open space in front. Flame suddenly gushed out of her body, and in the blink of an eye, the bunny girl was wrapped in a fire man. The heat wave forced several people to retreat, and a scorch mark burned on the carpet at their feet. Wow! Minnie, your ability has improved, Robe exclaimed. At this time, the flame suddenly shrank, and Minnie, who was standing in place, was naked, with a pearly luster on her skin, and several parts of her body became more and more pink. Minnie, what are you doing? In broad daylight, Philippa also said. Minnie was stunned for 2 seconds, and suddenly covered her chest with an awe and rushed into the room next to her. When she came out again, she had changed into a light blue home clothes, and her face was a little red. Although they had served the master together, Viola was still here, so she was a little shy. So, the ability has been enhanced? Wu Hung asked. Minnie nodded. I feel like this. Flame is Minnie's awakened ability. Before, she could only release a fireball and throw it out to cause damage. Now it has obviously been amplified and can be used all over the body, but she is not so familiar with it yet. Get familiar with it, and practice more in the future. Very good, use it more in the future, just don't burn down the house. Wu Hung said. Got it, master. Minnie sat aside happily. You guys drink it too. Wu Hung pushed the potion in front of Philippa, Robert and Annette. The 3 looked at each other, uncorked the bottle at the same time, and drank it all up. The painful groan exploded in the hall instantly, and the 3 people curled up in pain and began to grit their teeth to adapt to the side effects of the potion. About 3 minutes. Philippa was the first to sit up and wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. It's more powerful than being stabbed. Then, Robert suddenly jumped up several meters high. Paw! Her feet were firmly stuck to the ceiling, and the maid's skirt flipped down to cover her head, revealing 2 bare legs still hanging on the ceiling. I can't see. A muffled voice came from the hem of her skirt. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Gecko's superpower. This is the zombie world, and the name given to superpowers is the same as Chi Hansai's superpower. But Robe's leg burst is stronger, and she can jump so high directly, which should be related to her race and profession. Wu Hung stretched out his hand, and condensed a water ball out of thin air, wrapping her up and sending her down. Master, is this considered an awakened superpower? Robe asked. Yes. It's also a kind of superpower. Robe was happy at first, and then said, but I feel that Minnie's is more handsome. They are both powerful, just in different scenarios. Wu Hung said with a smile. On the side, Philippa and Annette looked a little lost, and it seemed that they didn't feel any signs of awakening superpowers. Wu Hung comforted, the awakening of superpowers varies from person to person. Some superpowers cannot be felt. You can still take it in 2 days. Maybe it will awaken later. The 2 looked at each other, smiled and nodded. Viola, you should take it too. Yours is a first-level potion, and the effect is not that strong, Wu Hung said. With the demonstration of the previous few people, Viola also understood the effect of the potion. She opened the bottle stopper and drank it. The blue lines spread on her skin. The witch groaned and gritted her teeth to persist. 2 minutes later, Viola opened her eyes suddenly, and her expression returned to normal. The pain disappeared, and then an unprecedented sense of power filled her body. It was like she had been upgraded by 2 levels. The effect ended, and Viola showed surprise on her face. "Thank you, sir. I can feel that I have become stronger," Viola said immediately. Wu Hung glanced at the potion he gave her and said, "1 bottle a day," and changed to level 2 after finishing it. As dusk fell, everyone walked towards the restaurant. The night breeze blew gently, carrying the fragrance of wisteria flowers in the courtyard. Minnie and Robe were wearing pajamas, and when they passed the 2nd floor, they saw Viola coming out of the audiovisual room. Robe said playfully, "Sister Viola, do you want to come with us?" Viola naturally knew what they meant by together. These days, they all lived together in Wu Heng's bedroom, and some high-pitched moans could be heard at night. "You go. I go back to sleep after taking a shower," Viola said calmly. Robe smiled and took her arm. "Oh, sister, why are you shy? You've already moved into the island owner's house. Can you still marry someone else? Mind yourselves," Viola countered. "Be careful not to get out of bed tomorrow." After all, she was also mixed up in the cult, and she was older than Minnie and Robe. How could she lose in such a topic? Minnie and Rob laughed, and went upstairs arm in arm. Viola returned to the bedroom, and sat in front of the desk, staring at the bottles of potions, lost in thought. In the reflection of the glass bottles, she could see her slightly red cheeks. She had signed a contract with Wu Hung, and spent so much money to train herself. Not to mention the investment in reputation, the potion she gave herself today reached nearly 10,000 gold coins. How could she marry someone else after training herself with such unsparing efforts? In other words, after meeting Wu Hung, could she still look down on other men? Young, good-looking, powerful, and even willing to provide resources for his subordinates to improve. Such a man could not be met before. There was a faint sound of laughter upstairs, and Viola stood up suddenly. She opened the door, and walked to the corner of the stairs, listening upstairs. "What am I thinking about?" Viola pinched herself hard, turned around and rushed back to the room as if escaping. The next day, the morning light shone through the gauze curtains, casting mottled light and shadows beside the sofa. Wu Hung leaned on the cushion, and Brittany's round face was reflected on the screen of his mobile phone. The former 5th princess looked more like a queen of a country, with that kind of indifference and awe-inspiring demeanor. The queen didn't wear a crown today, her long golden hair was loosely tied behind her head, and there was a faint dark blue under her eyes, as if she didn't get enough rest. "Sir, the first batch of churches has been completed," Brittany said softly. "There are 22 churches in total. Do you think we should send more priests?" "Okay. I will select the priests and arrange them to go there. You can arrange for someone to receive them," Wu Hung said. Brittany smiled and nodded, then frowned again. "There is one more thing." After the truce with Rentam City, several lords and commanders on the border began to make a fuss about independence. "We are coordinating this matter. If we can't reach an agreement, we may have to send troops to suppress it." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. He subconsciously thought of a few points. Perhaps some lords and generals did not obey Brittany for some reason, but it is not ruled out that the people of the Secret Order and the Shadow Brotherhood are involved. "If necessary, you can let Wen Mansha arrange some high-level skeletons for you," Wu Hung said. "Not for the time being. If necessary, I will contact Sister Wen Mansha again." Brittany smiled slightly. When Wen Mansha was mentioned, Brittany suddenly bit her lower lip, her eyes wandering. "My lord, there is actually one more thing." "What's wrong? You are hesitant in speaking today, which is not like you at all," Wu Hung said unhappily. "I seem to be pregnant." Brittany was as thin as a mosquito, and her cheeks flushed. Wu Hung paused. "Boy or girl?" "Ah?" Brittany's eyes widened. "It's only 2 months now, and the warlock can't tell." "Well, it's the same." Wu Hung coughed lightly. "Boys and girls are both cute, and they look like you and are beautiful." Brittany's smile became even bigger. "I hope they can be like Dad." "It's all right." The two chatted about some issues related to parenting. Brittany obviously did some homework, and talked a lot. The two chatted for a while, and then heard the voice of the maid informing the minister to see her. Brittany immediately said to the phone, "My lord, when this is over, I want to go to Treasure Island to see you and Sister Chanella." "Okay. You can come anytime. I will prepare a room for you, and you can stay for a few more days." Wu Hung agreed. Brittany's eyes lit up. "Okay, then I go and get busy first." After hanging up the call, Wu Hung took a sip of the teacup. In Rentam City, when Brittany just succeeded to the throne, the two were busy for several days, and now it seems that the results are remarkable. Then he picked up the phone and sent a message to Wen Mansha. Ask about the situation in the church, and at the same time tell her that if necessary, arrange for the skeleton to cooperate with Brittany to quell the rebellion. Sending a message. Xiao Xiao flew in through the wall like a small cannonball, braked suddenly in midair, and looked at the sofa. Uncle! Xiao Xiao floated over. Are you isolated? Why are you sitting here in a daze? Wu Hung explained. I just finished talking to Brittany on the phone. Where did you go? I can't see you. Xiao Xiao pinched her waist and said, Yesterday I accompanied my aunt to the Sky Fox tribe. My aunt said that their profession was a waste of talent, so she asked the whole tribe to follow her and become. Xiao Xiao frowned and thought for a while. Hypnotist. Is it an illusionist? Wu Hung corrected. Really? Why do I remember it was hypnosis? Xiao Xiao continued to say, This morning I went to the animation production area. The finished film has been produced, and it can be seen now. Is the finished product ready? Yes. But it seems that there are still some steps that have not been completed. I don't know what is missing. Xiao Xiao said. Wu Hung stood up. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 1004. Come to the place where the cartoon is made. In the dim hall, dozens of skeletons sat silently in front of the equipment, and their white bones tapped on the keyboard, making a subtle click-click sound. The cold light of the screen reflected on their smooth skulls, reflecting a blue light. Wu Hung and Xiao Xiao walked in and looked at the dozens of storyboards on the wall. On the screen, the movements and scenes of the nine-tailed fox were all shown one by one. After all, there is no way to communicate with each other through language, and this method can also improve work better. The skeleton director in charge of the project stood up. His cervical vertebrae made a clack sound, and handed over a piece of paper. Wu Hung took it and opened it, and Xiao Xiao floated on his shoulder and looked over. Dubbing of the main characters. Daji, a girl from the Sky Fox clan. The voice should be clear and agile. Jiangxia, a monk from Kunlun, neutral and peaceful, with rhythm. Yinli, princess of dynasty, a sweet voice, with a hint of majesty. Black Fox King, villain, elder, hoarse and low, with 1,000 years of vicissitudes. Crow Spirit, comedy role, sharp and funny, can break the voice appropriately. More than 20 characters need dubbing in total. Wu Hung looked at the dubbing list and some storyboards on the wall. It was obviously not the original version of Investiture of the Gods, but the Black Fox King as the villain, and the friendship between Daji and the princess became the core of the story. I will arrange the actors. Wu Hung put away the paper list. You guys keep busy. Skeleton sat back in his seat. He took Xiao Xiao around the office space again, and there was nothing to see, so he released teleportation to return to the Island Master's mansion. Walking into the living room, Xiao Xiao followed closely and flew back. Uncle, when can we watch the cartoon? Xiao Xiao continued to ask. It takes some time to choose the right role. Wu Hung said as he walked. Although he didn't know much about animation, choosing the right human voiceover was not such a simple matter. At least it would take some time. Xiao Xiao thought for a while. Let your aunt play Daji, let Zalagui or the fifth princess play the role of Princess Wang, and I will play the villain Black Fox King. Your aunt's mouth is like a debt collector. How can she be girly? Wu Hung complained, and then said, Besides, the script is about the Black Fox Elder. How can it be the Black Fox King? Sitting aside, he continued, What is needed is a male voice with a hoarse and low voice. You should play the role of Princess Wang. What's the point? This kind of role is not attractive at first glance. Xiao Xiao thought about it again. Then I will play the role of the Crow Spirit. That's fine. You can discuss it with your aunt, and let her choose the person. Wu Hung nodded. Xiao Xiao said, Uncle, give me the list. I will give it to my aunt now. Wu Hung handed her the dubbing list, and Xiao Xiao controlled the object with his mind and flew upstairs. At the stairs, a voice could still be heard, trembling, human, quack, quack. Minnie walked over and looked up along the stairs. What's that sound? It's so weird. It's okay. Xiao Xiao is just fooling around. Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao is so happy every day. Minnie smiled and continued, Master, it's time for lunch. Wu Hung got up and followed them to the restaurant. The afternoon sun shines through the gaps in the vines, casting mottled light and shadows on the stone road. The gate of the courtyard was knocked, and Minnie trotted to open it. When she came back again, she was followed by a figure wearing a dark brown travel cloak, and a few strands of blue-gray hair fluttered in the wind on the edge of the hood of the cloak. Master! Minnie jumped happily. Sister Chanella is back. Wu Hung walked out of the training room, and saw the figure following Minnie taking off the hood. Chanella stood in a halo. Her bright eyes were smiling, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and a few strands of hair stuck to her forehead with a thin sweat. Did you miss me? Chanella tilted her head slightly, and the tip of her ear shone pink in the sun. Wu Hung strode over, picked her up by the waist, and turned around on the spot. Chanella exclaimed, and instinctively hugged his neck. "Put me down." Shannara hit his shoulder lightly in embarrassment. "You're all sweaty, stop it." Wu Hung put her down, held the Wood Elf's delicate face, and kissed her hard on her lips. "Tell me, have you thought about it?" Shannara's face turned redder, and she punched him in the stomach, then took off her coat and hung it on the hanger by the door. Then, she stretched her slender body and sank lazily into the sofa. The maids immediately surrounded her, greeting her in a flurry. Shannara also responded with a smile, as if she had returned home. After chatting for a few words, her eyes passed over everyone and fell on Viola standing in the corner. "Viola?" Shannara smiled. "Welcome to Treasure Island." Whether it was on the phone or the card collection craze that swept the island when she came back, Shannara knew about the new witch. For Shannara, no matter what the other party's previous identity was, she would not have too much aversion. In the current situation of Treasure Island, it is indeed necessary for high-level professionals to join. Wu Hung is different from other leaders of the association. The religious leader has the church, and the other 4 leaders have their own races. There are countless people for them to drive. Wu Hung is different. He only has skeletons under his command, and it is difficult to say what he can do independently. The level of the other maids is too low. Some high-level professionals, with special identities, are needed to join to strengthen the power of Treasure Island. Hearing Shannara greet her, Viola saluted slightly. "Shannara, madam." From the actions of the other party and Wu Hung, the two are obviously lovers, not just a public business cooperation relationship. Lover may not be accurate. Shannara has a husband, and he is a senior among the Wood Elves. Calling her lover should be more accurate. "Are you adapted to life here?" Shannara asked like a hostess. "The leader is very kind to me," Viola answered. "What level?" Viola subconsciously looked at Wu Hung, who did not mean to stop her, and answered, 19th level. Shannara raised her eyebrows. "Very fast, keep it up." "Thank you, ma'am," Viola thanked. Shannara nodded. "You guys go ahead, I have something to talk to Wu Hung about." Several people stood up and dispersed to do their own things. There were only 2 people left in the living room. Shannara's slender legs were crossed, and the light blue slippers on her toes swayed gently. The newly promised 20 churches have begun to be renovated. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, but the Wood Elves are also under a lot of pressure. The Archbishop stationed in the Wood Elves goes to the home of the Great Elder every day to talk about the Church of the Spiritual Enlightenment. Wu Hung was not surprised. He hooked his fingertips, and the teapot automatically refilled the cups for the 2 of them. This is about faith. People everywhere will definitely try to stop it. After all, it touches the bottom line of the church. Shannara narrowed her eyes slightly. If you want the Wood Elves to completely turn to you, it is not enough to rely on the current benefits unless... Wu Hung raised his eyebrows and waited for her next words. Shannara said softly, "Unless you could offer something that the Wood Elves cannot refuse, or let the Wood Elves see that the church will not do anything to the Wood Elves." Of course, she wanted the Wood Elves to help Wu Hung and make the Wood Elves completely the backing race of Wu Hung. This also involves the safety of the Wood Elves, and the Wood Elves cannot be put in danger because of this matter. "Okay, I think about what I can do." Wu Hung nodded. Shannara didn't say much and took out 2 carved wooden coffins from the space ring. The coffins were wrapped with thorns and roses, which looked like works of art at first glance. One is level 17, and the other is level 15. The highest level corpses can be found in a short time, Shannara said. "When I called her before, I mentioned bringing the body back. The level is enough." Wu Hung put it into the space ring. The 2 chatted for a while, and Minnie came over with tea and snacks. Sister Shanella, freshly baked cranberry scones. Shanella stood up and said, "Let's go to the pavilion." The 2 went to the courtyard together, sat down in the pavilion, drank tea and ate cakes. Wu Hung left, and went to the location of the coroner in the island owner's mansion. He dissected the Wood Elf corpse he got, put the internal organs into the organ jar, and the corpse turned into a skeleton. They returned and had dinner together. After dinner, Wu Hung returned to the study. In the room, his 4 ghosts were all there, and they didn't go out to wander around. Listening to the conversation of the 4 ghosts, they were also discussing the dubbing. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, the queen floated over. "I will go to select people for dubbing tomorrow. Do you have any suggestions?" Wu Hung took out the organ jar from the space ring. "Find a bard. He has a good voice, strong lines, and can also generate income for the island." During this period, bards from all over the country are gathering in Treasure Island. The number of high-level bards is also increasing. It's just right to dub cartoons. "You make sense." The queen nodded and agreed. "I let Annette send a notice. There will be a sound test tomorrow, and the lines will be ready as soon as possible." Well, you should get yours done first, and don't forget to write the body refining formula. Got it. The queen took Xiao Xiao downstairs, and went to find Annette to deal with the announcement. Wu Hung opened the heart in the organ jar, and cut off a small piece with a fruit knife. Without thinking too much, he put it into his mouth and swallowed it. The moment the flesh and blood entered his stomach, the pain exploded from his stomach like thorns. After a few breaths, the pain receded like a tide. The system prompt appeared immediately. Fusion characteristics, charm resistance. Charm resistance, great advantage against charm. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Only one characteristic appeared, which has great resistance to charm. Oh! Repeated. Wu Hung sighed. His strengthened will was immune to this kind of interference, and this characteristic was not of much use to him. Wu Hung put away the organ jar, thought about it, and concluded, the elves and wood elves are of the same origin. Last time, the characteristics of the elves were fused, so only one wood elf appeared. It doesn't matter, it's better than nothing. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. When it was late at night, he returned to his room to rest. Bedroom. Shannara leaned against the desk, wearing a dark blue silk nightgown, looking down at the books on the desk. Hearing footsteps, he turned his head to look, and then turned back. Wu Hung stood behind her. His fingertips slid down along her elegant shoulder and neck line, and gently hooked it. Swish. The loose nightgown slid down, flowing to the waist like moonlight, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Wu Hung gently stroked the smooth back with both hands, then passed through the armpits and supported the chest. Shannara let out a soft hum, her eyes half closed, and she leaned back into her man's arms, feeling the warmth from his palm. Haven't you touched enough? Wu Hung leaned over and whispered, Is it bigger again? What nonsense! Shannara's ears turned red, and she pushed her elbow back lightly. You can't remember the size. Before she finished speaking, Wu Hung suddenly picked her up by the waist, and pressed her on the desk in an instant. Shannara leaned on the table and raised her head, her long blue-gray hair falling like a waterfall. Looking at the overlapping silhouettes of the two people on the wall, her eyes became more gentle. Be gentle, the table is broken. This sentence was like a declaration of war, which increased the strength behind him again. The next day, early morning, Wu Hung sat in the living room and opened the panel to take a look. Faith, 1427/50,000. His eyes suddenly lit up. The last time I saw it was more than 700, and this time it doubled. It seems that the missionary combination of churches and smart speakers in various places has obviously begun to take effect. At this rate, as long as the church does not interfere, he will definitely be able to break through the hero stage. Tap tap tap. The footsteps sounded. The energy of the hero stage is vigorous. Shannara walked down the stairs slowly. Her white dress outlined her slender waist. Her blue-gray long hair was loosely tied up with a silver hairpin, and golden earrings hung on the tip of her ears. Let's go! Shannara stretched out her hand and brushed his shoulder. The sooner you go, the sooner you can get back, so I can get some more sleep. Wu Hung put his arm around her waist, and the light of teleportation instantly enveloped the two of them. When he appeared again, he had already appeared in the courtyard of the Lingqi church. Several nuns who were pruning roses were startled, and when they saw who was coming, they hurriedly saluted, Master Chief. Elder Shannara. Call all clergy here, Master Chief has something to tell you. Shannara said. The nun nodded, and then said, Do the newly joined members of the Sky Fox tribe need to come together? Shannara glanced at Wu Hung, who said, Call them all over. The priest left, and Wu Hung explained, The people of the Queen received the treasure island a few days ago, and some of them were arranged to live in the church. Yes. Shannara nodded. 10 minutes later, the courtyard was full of figures wearing the clothes of the clergy of the Spiritual Enlightenment Church. Among them were the Wood Elves, the human race, and the Sky Fox tribe. Among them, the Wood Elves had the most priests, the human race had more nuns, and the Sky Fox tribe did not even have nun clothes. After everyone arrived, Shannara said loudly, Chief, we need to select some priests and nuns with excellent abilities, and send them to churches in various places. Evelyn, you should choose them. There will be 30 priests and more nuns as appropriate. Yes. Evelyn nodded and began to select several Wood Elf priests. Different from the beginning when there were only female priests, now there are both men and women. City Hall, meeting room. The sun shines into the room through the French windows, illuminating the long table. Across the table, there are 4 figures, 3 big and 1 small, each wearing gorgeous clothes, but the clothes wrap the body tightly, and it is difficult to see the exposed skin. The door was gently pushed open, and a bard in a brown robe walked in. He bowed slightly, and his voice was gentle and steady. "Hello ladies, my name is Ryans, an 11th level bard." The queen raised her chin. "Which role do you want to try?" "Jiangxia." The queen pushed a line over. "Read a line and listen." Ryans closed his eyes and pondered, then opened his eyes, and said, "If the sky cannot tolerate good people, then what is the use of this sky?" The queen nodded. "You are not bad, leave your name, and I will arrange for you to audition when the time comes." "Thank you, madam." The other party saluted excitedly, left his name, and where he lived, and turned to leave. Xiao Xiao muttered, "Why is no one playing the role of the Black Fox King?" The queen said softly, "They are all afraid of affecting their reputation, which is normal." Chapter 1005. The little doll rested his chin on his hand. "Villains are also very charming, okay?" Benny said on the side, "Unlike your world, this world pays great attention to reputation. The reputation of this world is equivalent to part of strength. High-level professionals need him to break through level 18, while low-level professionals rely on it to win respect and resources. Moreover, in terms of film and television, it is not as popular as it is in modern times, and no one is willing to play a villain role. Even if it is just dubbing, you can't see who it is." Glinda smiled and said, "If it doesn't work, let your uncle dub the villain. Anyway, he doesn't reject these things." Xiao Xiao tilted his head and thought for a while, then said, "Uncle's voice is not villainous at all, more like an honest man who fights back after being bullied." Benny couldn't help laughing. "It's really accurate." The four continued to get together and discuss suitable candidates. Then, several more bards came in to try. Some suitable ones had their names and addresses recorded, and they would be notified to make a real attempt at dubbing. Squeak! The door opened and the bard Sabin walked in. Sabin was originally an ordinary bard on the island. He became famous for being one of the first to read the great detective stories. Later, he adapted a stage play and became famous. After that, he also planned to make a movie, but due to many factors, there was no significant result, so he put it on hold. After Sabin came in, he bowed and said, "Madam, Miss, the bards who came here have completed the audition." "Well done." The queen raised her eyes slightly, praised calmly, and then said, "Now we are short of a candidate for the role of the Black Fox King. You can try this role during the formal audition tomorrow." "Ah? Me?" Sabin was stunned. He didn't expect that he would be asked to try this role. He whispered, "Madam, I already have a role I like. Those roles are not difficult. You should try more challenging ones." The queen confirmed it directly. It's settled. Then, a list was pushed over. "These are the selected candidates. Bring them here to gather tomorrow morning. I will take you to test the equipment." "Yes, I will make arrangements," Sabin said. The queen nodded and took the little hand. Let's go back first." Several people walked out of the city hall together and drove towards the island owner's mansion in a carriage. After the carriage left, the bards waiting outside surrounded them with a clatter. "Mr. Sabin, how is it? Am I selected? I was very serious when I auditioned." Don't push. Whoever touches my butt, I will chop you with an axe." The entrance of the city hall was crowded and fell into a jam. Sabin led everyone to the side and stood on the stone steps, holding the list handed to him by the queen herself. The bards around held their breath and stared at him with burning eyes, as if he was holding not paper, but a bag of heavy gold coins. "Ahem." Sabin coughed lightly and said in a long and elegant voice, "Those whose names are read, gather at the entrance of the city hall at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." It was much quieter below. Sabin shouted loudly, "Lighthouse Street, East District, Lions. East Street, Toby. West Street." Every time a name was read, cheers broke out in the crowd. After all the names were read out, the selected ones held their heads high, while those who were not selected left dejectedly. Church. The sun shone on the white stone steps, and 67 clergymen lined up neatly. Avelin stood at the front, wearing a priest's robe and holding a treasure book. A total of 25 priests and 42 nuns were selected. The selected priests straightened their backs, with tension and a sense of mission in their eyes. Most of the priests here are wood elves who followed Shannara. They were previously members of the Starflower Chamber of Commerce, and it was common for them to run around. Wu Hung stepped forward and said, "We have already explained it clearly to the Kingdom of Yeko. Daily life has been arranged properly. There is no need to feel any psychological pressure." "Yes, sir." The clergy nodded. Wu Hung took out a wooden tray from the space ring, on which dozens of silver shining space rings were placed. The priests in the back all widened their eyes, guessing the purpose in their hearts. Handing the tray to the priest Evelyn, he said, "The priests who are arranged to travel far away this time will each receive a space ring, and the nuns will receive 50 silver coins. Clatter, there was some noise below. Evelyn took the tray and handed the space rings to the others. The silver coins will be distributed separately. The priest who received the space ring was delighted. Space rings are not rare in Treasure Island. The rich and powerful and high-level professionals all have space rings. The only difference is the size. But even if they are not uncommon, they are not what they can own. Now that they have received the space ring, they feel that they are lucky to be chosen. Wu Heng, on the other hand, has accumulated a lot of space rings. He has obtained a lot of them by killing pirates and wanted criminals everywhere, and the small space ones are useless. Giving it to my own priests is also useful. Even if all are distributed, they can be ordered continuously. With the financial resources of Treasure Island, the money should indeed be exchanged for some practical things. The nuns on the side, even with the silver coin reward, still had envy in their eyes. Wu Heng smiled and said, "You also continue to work hard, and you can get a space ring if you become a priest." "Yes, sir." The nuns nodded immediately. The space rings were distributed. Shannara stepped forward. "Go back and prepare. Gather here tomorrow, and we will arrange to send you to the kingdom of Yeko." "Yes." All the clergy saluted and left. After the others left, Wu Heng let Evelyn stay alone. Evelyn was wearing a priest's robe. With her hands folded in front of her, her posture was dignified and pious, and she had completely integrated into the role of a priest. Wu Heng said, "The new church has been basically built. If you have time, take someone to have a look and get familiar with the environment." "Okay, I go to see the new venue after I finish my work tomorrow." Evelyn nodded. Wu Heng continued, "Well, if you need anything, tell me in time. The church's affairs are still left to you." "Okay, sir." Evelyn smiled, then thought of something and said softly, "The Lingqi Church has now taken shape. Continuing to call you leader seems not in line with the solemnity of religion." After hearing this, Shannara also said, "The Holy See calls their leader Pope. If we follow suit, I'm afraid it will cause criticism." "Pope," Wu Heng muttered. "This title does overlap too much with the Holy See. What's more, the teachings of the Lingqi Church copied a lot of parts of the Holy See, and now even this title is copied, which gives people a feeling of replicating the Holy See. Any suggestions?" Wu Heng asked. Evelyn said, "I have read some books that mention the Holy See or the title of saint." Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Evelyn had read these books, but she definitely had no in-depth understanding of the origins of these two words. These two words also came from the Holy See. "Let's think about it when we go back, and discuss it if there is anything suitable." Wu Heng did not immediately decide. "Okay, sir." Evelyn saluted, and after confirming that there was nothing for her to do, she also said goodbye and left. Wu Heng took Shannara to use teleportation and disappeared on the spot. Returned to the island master's mansion. Minnie thoughtfully brought herbal tea to the two of them. Wu Heng took a sip of the herbal tea, picked up the phone, and dialed the number. The video was connected, and Brittany's face appeared on the screen. "My lord, Sister Shannella." Brittany smiled and spoke softly. Shannella also smiled and said, "Congratulations, Queen. Thanks to my sister's previous guidance." Brittany's tone became more stable. Wu Heng got to the point at the right time. "The selected priests will leave tomorrow. It will take about 4 days to reach Chelicheng. You should be ready to meet them. The church and the residents are ready." "My lord, you can rest assured," Brittany said seriously, obviously ready. Wu Heng nodded and didn't say much. The topic soon turned to trivial daily life. Shannella and Brittany chatted casually about the affairs of the kingdom of Yeko. Wu Heng listened to the two of them chatting for a while, and gradually couldn't get a word in, so he handed the phone to Shannella. "Get up and do your own things. Return to the study. The 4 ghosts are not in the room, which seems a bit empty." Wu Heng sat in the room for a while, then walked to the desk, and opened the notebook where the queen wrote the exercises. The first page has 3 words written on it: "Body Refining Secret." Continue to turn to the back pages, densely packed with notes, and a lot of corrections, mixed with some incomprehensible symbols. The degree of disorder reminds him of the exercises that Xiao Xiao translated for her mother. Continue to turn back, looking for content that he can understand in the lines that he can understand. Overall, the characteristics of the exercises can also be summarized. Overall, the first part is body tempering. It describes flushing the meridians, strengthening the body, and copper skin and iron bones. The second part is the resonance of internal breath. The internal breath circulates back and forth, endlessly. The third part is fake death, breaking and then standing up. Faking death? Wu Heng frowned, which reminded him of the general on the Rift Island. After death, The body will enter a state of rebirth after breaking out of the cocoon. Could it be this technique? No. It's still different. Wu Heng muttered. After being severely injured, the three-eyed general was wrapped in a flesh cocoon. It seemed to be protected, but in fact it became a target. The greatest effect of that technique is that he has lived from thousands of years ago to the present. It was not used in battle. The opponent had basically no thinking ability at that time, and entered the flesh cocoon state during the battle. It shouldn't be the same. Wu Heng muttered. Continued to turn to the last page. Confirming that there was nothing to read, and the system prompt did not appear, he closed the notebook again. After the dubbing is finished, let her write it. If she doesn't write it, when I become a god, I won't need to learn the mortal world skills. I sat in the study for a while, and said a few sweet words to the sisters Zalagui. There was a voice outside the door calling for dinner. Wu Heng got up, and went downstairs to eat. 3 days passed in a flash. The morning light poured into the room through the window. For ghosts were gathered together, chattering about the progress of dubbing. Wu Heng walked in from outside and asked, "How is the preparation going?" The queen said, "The personnel have been selected, and the rest is the dubbing work. Those bards are more professional than expected, and it's going smoothly. The bard is originally a language profession. At a high level, various attributes will increase. If you release a few amplification buffs for yourself, it is not difficult to achieve the dubbing effect of an animation." "You have also finished dubbing?" Wu Heng asked. The queen rolled her eyes at him. "From your tone, it seems like you're hoping something goes wrong for us?" "How could that be?" Wu Heng spread his hands. "I'm just concerned about the progress." Xiao Xiao floated over, looking proud. "We've finished dubbing." Wu Heng couldn't help laughing. "Then I'm really looking forward to the film." Xiao Xiao put her hands on her hips, full of confidence. "It will definitely be super awesome. We're fine too, we've been recording day and night these days, so the progress is fast." The queen continued, "The rest is the bard part. Sabin and Skeleton will be watching. We don't have to stay there every day." "Not bad." Wu Heng nodded and continued, "By the way, the church said they need a title, like the title of the Pope of the Vatican. Help me think of one." "Just call him the Pope," said Benny. "The doctrines are copied from others, so it's better to distinguish the names," Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao thought for a while. "Call him Master. Those leaders in martial arts movies call him that." "We are not in a martial arts movie," Grinda said. "Xiao Jiao's suggestion is good. In your world, Pope is another title for the Pope." After a pause, he continued, "No sect in this world has used this title." "Pope." Wu Heng read it, and felt it was quite smooth. "That's it." Wu Heng took out his mobile phone, edited a message, and sent it to Shannara. Then he stood up and said, Let's go to the zombie world to have a look." The 4 ghosts returned to their bodies. Wu Heng opened the door and walked in. Zombie world, monitoring room. Xiao Xiao and Benny went to see the zombies. Wu Heng sat down in front of the monitor, and asked the skeleton to call up the monitor, and look at the screen above. In the monitor, there are many more survivors than before, at least more than 40 people. They are locked up in the cells with a listless look. Wu Heng frowned and thought of something. He said to the side, "Please call the alchemist skeleton for me." The queen, who did not leave, looked at this side, and passed through the floor to leave. Not long after, the skeleton alchemist pushed the door and walked in. "Show me the record book." Wu Heng looked directly at the last record. Serum -5. Experimental target 45 people, all survived. Side effects, slight fever, 12 people have limb spasms. Wu Heng looked at the record and his eyes condensed slightly. Glinda and the queen also came over. "What's wrong?" Glinda asked. Wu Heng smiled and said, "The serum was successful." The queen raised her eyebrows. "So, order will be restored in your world." Chapter 1006. "Give me the serum." Wu Heng returned the record book to the skeleton and said at the same time. The alchemical skeleton came back again, holding a glass test tube in his hand. Wu Heng picked it up and took a look. The dark blue serum quietly settled in the test tube, and it was unusually transparent in the sun. "Drink? Or inject?" Wu Heng asked. The skeleton stretched out a dry white bone finger and made a stabbing gesture. "I understand." Wu Heng nodded, and then returned the serum to it. "Keep it well." While the 2 souls were talking, Xiao Xiao and Benny also flew back. Xiao Xiao pointed to the direction of the cell. "Uncle, there are more and more living people in the prison." Benny looked at him with a curious look. Wu Heng explained, "The serum has been successfully developed, and these people all survived the experiment." "No wonder." Xiao Xiao suddenly realized, this is not difficult. Benny was also a little surprised. Skeleton alchemist, it's still quite reliable. Wu Heng nodded, then took out his mobile phone and called Li Yang. After 2 rings, Li Yang's voice came, "What instructions?" "The serum has been successfully developed," Wu Heng said directly. "Ah? Really?" Li Yang's voice suddenly rose. "Did the experiment pass? Are there any side effects?" Wu Heng listened to the other party's voice, and even imagined her eyes widening. He smiled and said, "More than 40 experimental targets are all alive, and it has been a few days. There is no corpse transformation. As for the side effects, it will cause a slight fever after use, and there is a chance of limb spasm." The other end of the phone suddenly fell silent for 2 seconds. "This is incredible." Li Yang's voice trembled slightly. "The project that all major bases have abandoned has produced results in 2 months in your hands." If she hadn't worked with Wu Heng at the beginning, she would have thought that Wu Heng had released the virus. Otherwise, how could he quickly make anything he needed? After being surprised, Li Yang calmed herself down and asked, "How is the output? We have only made the medicine here, and you are still responsible for the production. We will find a factory to make it." Wu Heng paused for a moment and continued, "But for the conditions of sale, I need our base to have absolute say in the Dawn Alliance." Li Yang fell silent again. Chi Honkai is in charge of the Dawn Alliance. She is mainly responsible for the development of the base in the rear, and the resumption of production of various industries. But she is not unaware of the situation there. After thinking for a while, he said, "They are likely to agree to our conditions first. Once they get the serum sample, they are likely to try reverse research and development." Wu Heng said confidently, "Let them reverse. They can't develop it even if they die of exhaustion. Most of the materials of the serum are alchemical herbs from another world, which makes these researchers bald and unable to replicate it." Li Yang nodded. "Do you have any experimental video materials? I will discuss with Chi Honkai and see how to lay the groundwork in advance." "Okay, I send it to you." After hanging up the phone, Wu Heng retrieved a surveillance video of the experiment and sent it directly to Li Yang. After a while, the phone screen lit up. Li Yang replied to the message. "I received the video. Chi Honkai and I have discussed the publicity plan. This time, we must let everyone know that only the Yama Palace can save mankind." Followed by a burning flame emoji. Wu Heng also sent her a cheering emoji, and then hung up the phone. "Uncle, give me the doll. I want to see what's interesting in the forum," Xiao Xiao said. Wu Heng took out the doll, and after Xiao Xiao possessed it, he picked up his mobile phone and started browsing the forum. Benny and Yang Yang followed Xiao Xiao and also looked at the content on it. Wu Heng was chatting with Granda about the development of the church. Just after chatting for a while, Xiao Xiao explained from the back, "The serum issue has been pinned to the top of the forum." Wu Heng was stunned, and also took out his mobile phone to log in to the forum to check the post. Granda looked over his shoulder. In the forum, a message was pinned to the front row. "Yanluo Palace, the latest serum is completed." It was really pinned to the top. Li Yahong's speed was too fast. Click on the main text. When major bases shelved their serum development plans, Yama Palace always stood firm on humanity's last line of defense. Under the personal supervision of leader Wu Heng, after countless days and nights of hard work, they finally successfully developed a virus-suppressing serum. United, humanity will live forever. Below the text, there is an attached video. Wu Heng clicked lightly, and the video began to play. In the video, the skin of the infected person was festering at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the injection of serum, those horrible diseased tissues gradually returned to normal like the tide receding. It was the video I just sent to her. However, after uploading it to the forum, the image quality was reduced a lot, and it looked a little blurry. The comment area had already exploded. The serum is finally produced. The important thing is still to see our Yama Palace. The research that the Dawn Alliance gave up, we made it alone. I said, the leader of Yama Palace must have traveled back in time. How could he produce the serum so smoothly? Even novels dare not write like this. Once it's made, it should be handed over to the country. Finally, I'm not afraid of infection anymore. The number of comments increased rapidly, and Wu Heng continued to scroll down. He saw a familiar reply under the comment. Needless to say, this time we still have to exchange materials. The Yama Palace is just a group of selfish capitalists. Username, follow uncle to pick up skeletons. Coward, which base are you from? Wu Heng turned his head to look over. He saw Nyang Yang and Benny floating behind Xiao Xiao to give advice. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows and continued to scroll through it. After confirming that there was nothing new, he said, "Okay, let's go back." "Go back now? I'm still discussing with someone," Xiao Xiao said. Pay attention to your identity. What's the point of arguing with him? Wu Hung stood up and prepared to leave. I'm a child. I don't have an identity. Xiao Xiao pinched her waist, but still returned the phone and got out of the doll. Wu Hung put away the doll and the phone, and the ghost returned to the body. He opened the door and walked in. In a flash, several days passed. Outside the Jewel Flower Opera House. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the golden dome of the opera house, reflecting a glow on the queue. The line snaked from the steps to the center of the square. Merchants in luxurious clothes, adventurers carrying weapons, and even noble ladies with children were all looking forward to it. The air was filled with the sweet smell of snacks and excited whispers. I heard that this story is true. A group of sky foxes came to the island recently, and it should be related to them. The island owner really likes humanoid beastmen. The maids in the island owner's mansion are all humanoid beastmen girls, and they also make movies for the sky foxes. Are you jealous? I'm jealous that you can wear a tail tomorrow. Maybe the island master will look at you more. If I can't see the master, what's wrong with wearing a tail? At this time, the door of the opera house opened, and the previous batch of guests walked out. The shock on their faces was still there. What's the story of the movie? A mercenary asked in a rough voice. The story of the Sky Fox tribe. The jeweler who had just finished watching the movie answered, by the way, the Black Fox Elder is a villain. Some people in the crowd nodded, while others looked over angrily. Is it worth the 2 silver coin ticket price? Absolutely worth it. Ticket checking began in front, and this group of guests entered the screening room one after another. The lights went out, and the movie began. And when the protagonist, the Sky Fox girl, came out, the whole audience exclaimed. The residents of the Sky Fox tribe. The streets that used to be quiet are now crowded with people, and the shouts of vendors and the exclamations of tourists are intertwined. The chief of the Sky Fox tribe wiped the sweat from his forehead, not knowing what the movie was about. The newly developed area where the Sky Fox tribe lived became so lively. Excuse me, is there really a Black Fox Elder? Several young mercenaries came over to chat with the young Fox tribe. The young Fox tribe's ears twitched. Our big fox girl is indeed a 9-tailed fox, but I don't know about the Black Fox Elder. The Sky Fox tribe hasn't seen the movie yet, but they have learned about the things in it through these tourists. Speaking of which, they don't know whether there is a Black Fox Elder. The big fox girl in the movie is still a fox girl, but that was thousands of years ago. Oh! The mercenaries left and continued to stroll along the road. As the sun sets, fewer people are shopping, and the members of the Sky Fox tribe all go home for dinner. Sitting at the dining table, everyone chants, "Thank you, hero, thank you, fox girl." Island Lord's mansion. Lilith's cold face is displayed on the mobile phone screen, holding a porcelain teacup and taking a sip. The headquarters has taken a fancy to your card collection promotion model. Lilith pointed to the teacup. Hatterai hopes to cooperate with you to collect reputation for the elders of the headquarters. In exchange, he will record your merits or corresponding resources for you. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to talk about this matter. It's not surprising that the association wants to learn from the strategy of reputation promotion, but it's a bit unexpected to seek cooperation directly. In his mind, the headquarters will borrow this model for promotion. It doesn't have to use cards. The rest can also collect corresponding items and exchange them for money. The association has its own channels and influence. Why not carry out similar promotions on its own? Wu Hung leaned forward. Lilith replied, Claudio said that our headquarters cannot produce portraits of your quality. If we imitate them rashly, people may feel that they are not as good as the consortium. Claudio is the leader of Hanwen society. He probably meant that the cards issued by the association are not as good as those of the Snake Emblem Consortium, which will give people a feeling that the consortium is more sophisticated than the association. So, before there is a better way, I still want to cooperate with Wu Hung. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, when the Holy Sea blocked Treasure Island, it was the Snake Emblem Consortium that took the initiative to stand up and propose cooperation. I can't violate the agreement between the two parties at this time. After a slight pause, he continued, say my apologies to the leader of Hatterai for me. Even without the agreement from the Snake Emblem Consortium, Wu Hung would not cooperate with the association. He issues cards himself in order to accumulate reputation for his subordinates and increase his own strength. If he accumulates reputation for the elders of the association, then it would be meaningless to train his subordinates. If my strength increases, your strength also increases, which is equivalent to no change. Then, there is no point in coming up with cards by myself. On the other side of the screen, Lilith's reaction was very calm, as if she had expected this result. She just sighed softly, The consortium made all the money. For Lilith, it seems that losing money is more important. In the system of the headquarters, there are no elders of the Blood Clan serving in it. Even if they cooperate to promote reputation, it is not their turn for the Blood Clan, so they don't care too much. Wu Heng's eyes turned, and he immediately said, "Actually, I do have a new business cooperation idea. I wonder if you are interested." "Oh." Lilith raised her eyebrows slightly. "Why, you also want the association to help you sell the goods on the island?" "Not goods, but movies." Wu Heng shook his head, then picked up a poster from the table and shook it in front of the screen. Treasure Island has just released an animated film, telling the story of the Sky Fox tribe. We can cooperate with the association and show it in various places. The revenue will be split 30% and 70%, 70% for me and 30% for the association. After a pause, he added, "After all, I am the leader of the association. You can understand me, but other leaders may not understand. I still have to bring some benefits to the headquarters, right?" "Oh, I don't believe you." Lilith rolled her eyes, and her slender fingers tapped the table lightly. "You don't want the association to build movie theaters everywhere? That's not a small investment. No need to bother. As long as the association agrees, I will provide several large TVs, and we can play it then," Wu Heng explained. Lilith pondered for a moment, took a sip from the wine glass, and nodded slowly. "This plan is feasible. I will hold a leaders' meeting tomorrow to discuss this matter in detail. The emergence of a batch of new technologies in the association can also consolidate the association's position in the hearts of the people, killing two birds with one stone," Wu Heng added. "Okay, I'll let you know when there is a result." Lilith put down the wine glass and suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, where's Xiao Xiao?" "She went out to play. When she comes back, I ask her to call you back?" "Forget it, I won't talk if she's not here." Lilith waved lazily, and then the screen went dark and the communication was cut off. Wu Heng leaned on the sofa and fell into deep thought. Cooperating with the association to screen movies is also a good choice. At least it can balance his image within the association. Recently, the Snake Emblem Consortium has been too popular, and it is inevitable that some people think that the leader is too close to the consortium. Although these things are insignificant, it is always good to have less trouble. While thinking, Granda flew back slowly and stopped beside him. "What are you doing here?" "I just called Lilith. How is the movie?" Wu Heng asked. "The response is very good. The whole island is discussing the story of the Sky Fox clan, and the bards have also begun to sing the interludes in it," Granda said with a smile. "As long as the response is good, it's fine." Wu Heng nodded. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and the women in the house came back together. Then Xiao Xiao, Benny, and Yang Yang, three ghosts, gathered together to talk about the movie. Dinner was served, and several people went to the restaurant to eat. The night was as dark as ink, and the whole island gradually became quiet. Wu Heng returned to the room to rest. The four ghosts were also in the study, busy with their own things in different positions. Yang Yang's soul floated in front of the desk, controlling the pen with her mind, and continued to write the last chapter of Body Refining Art. These days, she is indeed in a good mood. Or to say, after joining Wu Heng, she has been doing well, completing her own. "I have fulfilled my wish. With Wu Heng and Xiao Xiao by my side, I won't feel bored." And this animated film has also caused a sensation on the island. The girl of the Sky Fox tribe in the story is brave and decisive, and she feels more dazzling than the real me. Although the story was made up by the skeleton director, as Wu Heng said, the movie is a work of art, and the real story may not be so exciting. Thinking in my heart, I also smiled. Suddenly, her hand stopped moving. I only felt an invisible force appear without warning. The next second, the figure of the queen disappeared directly. The other three ghosts turned their heads suddenly. They looked at the original position of the queen in surprise. Chapter 1007. The sudden situation caused the room to fall into a strange silence, with only the tablet still playing the episode in the cartoon. Xiao Xiao flew to the desk, her face tense. "My aunt is really gone." The three ghosts in the study are all level 20, and their perception has reached a very high value. It can be confirmed that the queen did not leave the study just now, but disappeared suddenly. Grenda also floated over and glanced at the paper and pen on the desk. "Go call Wu Heng over, Benny, you go." "Okay." Benny nodded and turned to fly downstairs. Xiao Xiao flew over. Could it be because of the cartoon that other surviving ancient people discovered my aunt and took her away? Grenda thought for a while. With so many level 20 ghosts, we can only take her away if it is a god. God, the one from the church. Xiao Xiao was even more surprised. The figure of the queen's nine-tailed fox appeared in a dream. White clouds floated in the sky like bubbles, and the spire of the castle in the distance grew crookedly. The queen looked down at her white palms, and the clothes on her body. It was basically confirmed that the dream she was in at this time was related to the movie played during the day. Or, someone had this dream after watching the movie. Gee. I will take your life today. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. The figure of the Black Fox Elder stepped out of the void, and the black robe rolled like a dark cloud, which was the classic scene of the rivalry in the movie. However, the dream was not stable. The figure of the Black Fox Elder, who rushed over, was constantly stuck, blurred, and aggressive like a frame drop. The queen looked at it, and waved her hand. Snap! The dream was like a mirror hit by a stone. The figure of the Black Fox Elder instantly shattered into thousands of light spots, and disappeared without a trace. The queen looked around again. Among the residents of the Sky Fox clan formed in the dream, she saw the owner of the dream at a glance, a little boy who didn't fit in. He was 7 or 8 years old, with the brown hair common in the Emerald Sea standing up in a mess, his cheeks were stained with mud, and the corners of his mouth, with a missing front tooth, were pursed nervously. Wow! We defeated the Black Fox Elder. The little boy ran out of the crowd and cheered loudly. Huh? The snow-colored long skirt fluttered like a butterfly, and the queen jumped in front of the boy. The latter took a half step back in fear, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and clumsily imitated the etiquette in the movie, Princess Dodgy. The queen was amused by the proper salute. The sleeves were waved again, and the whole dream was reconstructed. The cloud of bubbles turned into flying petals, the crooked castle collapsed into a white pavilion covered with roses, and the long table covered with lace tablecloth was piled with muffins drizzled with honey, fruit tarts decorated with icing sugar, and bubbling nectar drinks. The boy's eyes widened. What's going on? The queen sat down gracefully, with her fox tail spread out behind her. Eat. The boy sat down generously, grabbed the cakes on top and ate them. The queen sat aside, and chatted with the little boy for a while. She asked, "This dream will last until you wake up. What else do you want? This princess can help you realize it." The little boy muttered, "I want to ride a horse." Snap! The queen snapped her fingers, and the long table turned into a snow-white horse, and rubbed the boy's face affectionately. "Have a good dream, knight." After saying that, the figure began to become transparent, like bubbles penetrated by sunlight in the morning mist. Claude, however, could not wait to throw away the cakes, and climbed onto the horse's back clumsily but bravely. Go! Amid the childish cheers, the white horse galloped forward with the child on its back. Exit the dream. The figure of the queen appeared in the bedroom of a mansion. On the bed beside, the little boy who just appeared in the dream was still sleeping. After letting go of the perception, you can feel the even snoring coming from the bedroom next door, which should be the little boy's parents. Dream migration is her own characteristic. As long as someone dreams of her in a dream, they can use this as an anchor point to cross the boundary between reality and illusion. Of course, if the other party resists or does not want to, this layer of medium will be cancelled. When I just sensed the appearance of the anchor point, I thought it was an old friend. It turned out that the animated movie played a role. This is an interesting discovery. I can show it off to Xiao Xiao when I go back, and it can also open Wu Heng's eyes. Just as she was about to leave, another dream ripple opened. After hesitating for a while, her figure disappeared. This time, the dream was dark. She stood in front, and in the corner behind her, curled up a girl of 12 or 13 years old, wearing coarse cloth clothes and patched knees. In the darkness in front of her, countless shadows stretched out like tentacles, constantly surrounding her. Nightmare, this dream didn't seem good. You? The queen said. The little girl's body suddenly tensed up, and she curled up with her head in her arms. The queen was a little surprised. The little boy just now was actually okay, but the little girl in front of her, judging from her clothes and makeup, she shouldn't spend 2 silver coins to go to the cinema to watch a movie. The fingertips lightly touched the void, and the dream rippled, reflecting the girl's past dreams. The damp wooden house, the sound of the wine bottle hitting the wall, and the trembling hands of her mother when she pushed her into the closet. The greasy guests deliberately overturned the soup bowl, the shopkeeper scolding, and the copper coins deducted. At the dock late at night, she counted the copper coins hidden in the cracks of the bricks. The picture stopped abruptly. Obviously, the girl gritted her teeth and used all her savings to watch the movie. Perhaps she regarded the nine-tailed fox on the screen as some kind of spiritual sustenance. Lean. She softened her voice, and the nine tails surrounded the girl like a barrier. With a light wave of her sleeves, the haze dissipated, and the dream turned into a grassy slope full of dandelions. The girl finally raised her head, and her pupils still had panic. You need an environment that can allow you to grow. The queen looked at her calmly. Can I be like you? The girl looked expectant. It's a little difficult, but you can give it a try. The queen raised her eyebrows. I can give you some advice. At least leave the current environment first. The girl nodded and looked over again. 2 choices. The queen conjured up a chair and sat down in front of her, a nun registered in the church, with a monthly salary of 15 silver coins. If you don't want to come back, you can also live there. When the second finger fell, the emblem of the Treasure Island Guard appeared in the void. Joining the guard training camp is hard, but someone will teach you how to use a sword and teach you to overcome what you are afraid of. I choose the guard. Lean's voice was as thin as a mosquito. The queen smiled. Go to the Central Area Guard camp tomorrow. After that, the figure disappeared faintly, and the surroundings turned into an amusement park. Sleep. Tomorrow is a new beginning. The Island Master's mansion, study room. Wu Hung sat on a chair in his pajamas, listening to the 3 ghosts talking about the situation just now. The queen was writing the body refining formula and suddenly disappeared. This is indeed a bit strange. He concentrated and felt it, and said, don't worry, the contract is still there, the queen is not in danger. The necromancer and the ghost are in a contractual relationship, and each can feel the existence of each other. From the current situation, the queen is not in danger. Will she be captured by the gods of the church? Xiao Xiao said with his mind open. Benny whispered, if they want to capture someone, they will capture your uncle. Why would they capture her alone? What if they just don't like my aunt? My aunt has such a bad temper. Xiao Xiao continued, it's also possible. The church was established 1,000 years ago, and my aunt was also 1,000 years ago. Maybe there is an old grudge. Wu Hung and the other 2 ghosts looked at each other. This is the church, and they will blame them no matter what they say. However, this disappearance reminded Wu Hung of the queen's characteristic dream migration. According to her own statement, the possessed priestess at the ball framed her by using dream migration to leave directly. As long as someone outside is dreaming, a passage to leave can be opened. It is somewhat similar to the current situation. When the 3 souls of one person were discussing, the queen's figure flew down from upstairs. I saw that there was no one in the study. Why are you all here? Aunt. Xiao Xiao flew over. You suddenly disappeared and scared us to death. The queen only reacted at this time and explained. Because of the movie, the children on the island dreamed of the Sky Fox Princess, and I went to see it through the dream. It was indeed a dream migration. This is the same as Wu Hung guessed. Xiao Xiao said, Ah, can such a thing happen when playing a movie? The queen smiled and said, yes, and it is on a large scale. Now I can still feel some open connections. Grinda thought, in other words, the spread of this kind of movie can allow you to directly cross the distance and reach the other party's location? Yes, but this time it seems that they are basically children, and children will believe this more. The queen replied. Children are easy to deceive, and take everything seriously. Xiao Xiao muttered, I'm glad you're okay. We thought you were kidnapped. Wu Hung stretched. I'm a level 20 ghost. Who can kidnap me? The queen rolled her eyes at him and continued, in the dream, there is a girl named Lean. Her family environment is very bad. If this continues, the child will be forced to death sooner or later. I promise to arrange for her to join the guard. Remember to tell Annette tomorrow morning. How old is she? About 11 or 12 years old. The queen replied. It's a little small. I tell Annette tomorrow morning that if she goes, she be accepted. Wu Hung said. Okay. The queen nodded with a smile. Wu Hung stood up and said, okay, I'm going back to rest. Let me know if I need to leave next time. Yes. The queen nodded. Wu Hung went upstairs and returned to the bedroom. The 3 ghosts immediately surrounded the queen and asked about the dream. The morning mist dissipated a little, and Lean curled up in the alley opposite the guard building, with a coarse cloth skirt covered with dew. In the distance, 2 skeleton guards wearing dark blue armor with the word patrol written in the middle of the armor were guarding the gate like sculptures. The bone palm pressed on the hilt, and the blue soul fire was jumping in the empty eye sockets. Do you want to go over and try? Leanne lowered her head, walk here, and began to be timid again. She knew that it was just a dream she had. But what if? What if it was true? The Sky Fox Princess promised herself. At worst, I will be kicked out. Leanne encouraged herself. When she took the first step and walked out of the alley, she found that her legs trembled violently with every step. But strangely, with every step closer to the guard hall, the suffocating feeling lingering in her chest was relieved. The skeleton guard suddenly turned his head, and the soul fire stared at her straight. Lian bowed deeply to the skeleton, and then rushed into the door. In the lobby, the front desk staff saw the dirty girl rushing in and said, "Little girl, this is not a place for you to play." "My name is Lian," Lian said carefully. "Princess Tianhu asked me to come here today." Before he finished speaking, the staff showed a look of realization. "The city hall came to say hello this morning. Come with me." Lian's pupils trembled violently. "It's true. The dream is true." Lian followed quickly, and his worn-out boots left footprints covered with mud on the floor. It extended all the way to the depths of the guard building. In the study, the four ghosts gathered together and talked about the little girl going to the guard building. The queen was still relieved that she dared to go in. In addition, Wu Heng also talked to Annette about this matter and increased the protection of children and low-level professionals on the island. This world is more about level, rather than men and women. Wu Heng listened to the four souls talking for a while, and when the topic was over, before a new topic came up, he said, "Girls, stop for a while. Let's go to the zombie world." "Okay." Xiao Xiao agreed immediately. The other three ghosts also looked over, and the queen seemed dissatisfied with this title and glared at him. "Come back first." Wu Heng waved. The four ghosts returned to the body. Wu Heng drank the tea in the cup, then opened the door and walked in. Stepping into the monitoring room, the air was still a little cool. Letting the ghosts out to move freely, Wu Heng took out his mobile phone and called Li Yong. The call was connected, and Li Yong's voice came clearly. "The factory's assembly line has been debugged. As long as the medicinal materials are in place, the serum can be mass-produced immediately. Well, if there is any lack of medicinal materials, tell me in advance, and I will prepare it for you." This world also began to plant medicinal materials from other worlds, planted by skeletons. It's not a rare medicinal material, and it can basically be self-sufficient. Li Yong hummed, and then said, "As for Qi Han Kai, the alliance meeting these days is quite exciting." "How exciting?" Wu Heng asked. "There are at least 2 alliance meetings every day these days. In addition to several large bases, there are dozens of small and medium-sized bases. The result now agreed is that Yanluo Temple officially leaves the sequence of ordinary large bases and becomes the only permanent director base of the Dawn Alliance." Li Yahong's speech speed is slightly faster. In other words, all major decisions between bases in the future will be invalid without our signature. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. It seems that things are going quite smoothly. The appearance of serum has become the last bargaining chip. Yanluo Temple now occupies the food, skeleton army, serum, and the 3 lifelines are all in its hands. The rest of the bases can only compromise. Not bad. Wu Heng nodded. Li Yong continued, "There is one more thing. Qi Han Kai is in charge of establishing the savior of humanity. This proposal will be promoted in major bases." "Guess who proposed it?" "Me," Wu Heng said. "Yes, it's you." Li Yahong's tone was full of smiles. Wu Heng's fingers tapped lightly on the table, and his eyes glanced at Granda beside him. The latter said, collecting faith. Granda was in the form of a soul, so the phone could not capture his words. Wu Heng said to the phone, "The title of the savior of humanity sounds good, but it's still a little short." Li Yong on the other end of the phone seemed to be stunned for a moment. "What do you mean? Since you want to promote it, let everyone remember that the title of the savior is a bit like the name in the game, and it is more appropriate to change it to the chosen one." Wu Heng continued, "The research and development of the serum is not accidental, but God-given." Chapter 1008. The silence on the other end of the phone lasted for a few seconds, as if digesting the news. "I understand." Li Yong asked subconsciously, "What is the use?" Wu Heng said, "You just need to know that this will help me improve my strength. It's hard to explain too much." "Okay, I will immediately have people start to promote the concept of divine bestowal." Li Yong's voice was steady. "I will also notify Qi Han Kai and hold a meeting with other bases to finalize this matter." "Well, I leave it to you." Wu Heng nodded in response. "It's too troublesome to explain the matters of faith and gods. Just let Li Yong and others do it according to the instructions. We've finished talking about this matter." Li Yong continued, "A batch of new cultural relics will be delivered tomorrow. Do you want to come and see them?" Cultural relics. Wu Heng asked various places to collect cultural relics with written records to see if there are any records of ancient exercises. He glanced at Xiao Xiao, who was browsing her phone behind him. "It's true that I haven't been back for a while, and I have to let the child see his mother." "Okay, I go there today." Wu Heng agreed, and then said, "I need a batch of equipment that can play movies. Can you tell me whether it's better to use a TV or a projector? If the size is larger, and there are more people watching, a projector is better. Moreover, they are all portable now, and can be powered by batteries and power banks. Li Yong said. Then prepare some for me, and I take them away when the time comes. Wu Heng said. Come over, I arrange for someone to prepare it now. After hanging up the phone, Wu Heng stood up and said, let's go and take a look at the central area. Great. I can see my mom. Xiao Xiao cheered. Wu Heng smiled and took the 4 ghosts downstairs. They got on the SUV and drove towards the central area. After arriving at the central area, Xiao Xiao possessed the doll and jumped to find Zhao Yanqiu. Wu Heng released teleportation and went to Li Yong's office. As soon as the figure solidified in the office, the door lock made a light click. Li Yong pushed the door open, holding a stack of documents in her hand, and the grown-up owl stood on her shoulder. Seeing the man suddenly appear in the middle of the room, she paused and raised her eyebrows and said, You scared me? Wu Heng said, What a coincidence. Li Yong walked in, threw the file on the table, and took out a list from it. I asked the technical department, and the portable home theater has a ready-made projector, anti-glare screen, Bluetooth speakers, and built-in energy storage batteries. It can play continuously for 8 hours after a full charge. Not bad. Wu Heng took the list and took a look. I only thought of a projector or a large TV, but I didn't expect that there was already a complete set of equipment. This meets my requirements. It will be better if it is sent to various places in the association for playback later. Just prepare it like this, the more the better. I take it away tomorrow. Wu Heng returned the list and took out a hard drive. There's a new cartoon made in it. You arrange some voice actors to dub it, and then play it. Li Yong took the hard drive and raised her eyebrows. It's made for Xiao Xiao? Are you obsessed with daughters? There are indeed some suggestions for Xiao Xiao, but the whole animation is about the nine-tailed fox. Wu Heng explained with a smile. The main purpose of making animations is to change the image of the Empress in this world. It is very popular in the other world, so the effect here should not be too bad. In history, whether Daji really brought disaster to the country or was maliciously vilified by others is actually not related to me. Thousands of years have passed, and it has become history. Now Daji is my ghost. A partner who will fight together and face difficulties in the future. I will arrange it then. Li Yong put the hard drive into the drawer, and then said, I will take you to visit the base and show up in front of everyone. Okay. The two walked out of the office together and began to patrol the base. The entire central area can no longer see the scene after the end of the world. On the bulletin board in the center of the square, there are posters. Unite to build a home together, and complete the research and development of serum with the leader of the base. Wu Heng followed Li Yong around a long circle, met with the heads of some departments, and then walked back while chatting. Xiao Xiao also came over from a distance. Uncle, Mom has prepared the meal, and asked you and Aunt Yang to go eat. Li Yong smiled. Let's go. Don't let Sister Zhao wait anxiously. The two held Xishi's hand and walked towards the dormitory. The next day, the morning light shone through the half-closed curtains, casting mottled light and shadows on the floor of the exhibition room. Wu Heng stood between the rows of cultural relics, looking at the bronzes, pottery jars and bone fragments in the room, each of which carried the heaviness of time. Then, he carefully looked at them one by one from the door, looking for any strange objects or ancient exercises. He looked all the way, and for most of the time, there was nothing he needed. Huh? In front of the display case in the corner, the queen uttered a sigh, then turned her head and looked over. It seems that there is a story recorded here. Wu Heng approached and saw several spliced oracle bone fragments, with different depths of incisions on them, and some of the handwriting was blurred. What is written? Glenda came over. The queen said, It records that an ancient craftsman made a key. I don't know some of the words, but it's probably this meaning. Wu Heng also began to interpret the words on the bone fragments, and his brows also frowned. Benny asked, Wu Heng, what is written? Wu Heng explained, The emperor at that time wanted to visit an old friend, and ordered Yanshi to make a pass. He offered sacrifices to the gods in Longcheng, and was allowed to take the fragments of the sacred stone to cast a key. There was no more behind it. The sacred stone is the 5-colored stone. Benny was the first to react. The bronze key was indeed made of it. 3 pairs of eyes looked at the queen at the same time. She was the one who mentioned the matter of the 5-colored sacred stone. The queen shook her head. It must have happened after my death, and I have never heard of this person. Wu Heng nodded. This should have happened in the dynasty after the queen's death. From the information he had, it was very likely that the bronze key was made of colorful stones. Bei looked at Wu Heng again, Don't you know this person? I don't know much about history. I asked Li Yang to check it when I get back. Wu Heng said, taking out his mobile phone to take pictures of all the words on the bone fragments. Then, he continued to look at the remaining cultural relics, rusty arrowheads, faded jade stone, broken tortoise shells, and scanned them one by one, and there was no more strange objects or historical content that he was interested in. Let's go back. Wu Heng took a last look at the bone fragment and turned to leave. Return to the office. Li Yang raised her head. Have you finished reading? Is there anything you are interested in? Wu Heng sat down and sent her the photos on his mobile phone, saying, check which dynasty this cultural relic was unearthed, whether there is any record of Yanshi in this dynasty, and which city Longcheng was in ancient times, and which temples there are, especially the ruins dedicated to Nuo. Okay. Li Yang quickly recorded. Then should these cultural relics be kept first or sent back to the museum? Send it back. Yes. At noon, Xiao Xiao came back humming a song. Her hair was combed into 2 ponytails, and she was very happy. Uncle, I'm back. Wu Heng took her hand. Let's go back to the prison first. Okay. Go back to the prison in the off-road vehicle, and then go back to Treasure Island. Treasure Island. The afternoon sun poured into the hall through the French windows. Minnie directed 2 stacked skeletons to wipe the crystal chandelier. When she heard footsteps, she turned back in a hurry, master. Before she could finish her words, Xiao Xiao, who had 2 ponytails, slid down from the armrest. Sister Minnie, do my braids look good? They look good. Minnie smiled. Xiao Xiao immediately ran to the training room again and shouted, Sister Luo Bei, let's play badminton. Minnie looked away from Xiao Xiao and said again, Master, Chief Lilith called this morning. Wu Heng sat down on the sofa. Did you say anything? No, I didn't dare to ask more. Minnie smiled awkwardly. Lilith is usually a bit serious. Except for Xiao Xiao, the maids in the house are very careful when they come into contact with her. It's okay, I call her back. Wu Heng picked up the phone and dialed it directly. Minnie brought him tea and cut fruits and placed them on the coffee table. When the phone was connected, Lilith was sitting in the study and said directly, the headquarters approved your proposal, 50-50 split. The association is responsible for the venue and personnel, and you provide equipment and film sources. It was indeed this matter. At present, the reputation of the Snake Emblem Consortium is increasing rapidly, and the association must have felt the pressure. In any case, Hatterai will not allow the consortium's reputation to surpass the association during his administration. I have prepared all the equipment, and I will send it to you through the association later. You will know how to operate it, and you can guide them then. Wu Heng said. Lilith nodded, okay. The two continued chatting for a while. Xiao Xiao ran over from behind, saw Lilith on the screen, stopped and shouted, Sister Lilith, why haven't you come back yet? Lilith smiled coldly, your uncle has arranged a job for me. I have to wait for a while. After becoming a leader, do I still have to be a cow and horse? Xiao Xiao sat down in front of the sofa. What is a cow and horse? Is it a new word? It means to work. Wu Heng saw the two chatting, and said to the screen, you talk to Xiao Xiao, I will send the equipment to the association. Go! Wu Heng got up and left, releasing teleportation to go to the association. The capital of the kingdom of Yeko, Kelu. The last ray of sunset sank under the city wall. The residents of Kela gathered in the streets in groups of 3 or 2, looking up at the newly erected metal poles. The pole body was cold and hard iron gray, with a diamond-shaped glass cover on the top. These metal poles have been erected all over the main streets of the city, and there are guards strictly guarding to prevent anyone from destroying them. Is this a magic circle in the city? I heard that the caravans from the south call this a street lamp, a magic prop that can illuminate at night. A shop owner said. Next to him, a young craftsman sneered, nonsense. The kingdom has been in civil war for so long. Where is the money for this kind of thing? That's right. It's good enough not to increase taxes, and you still expect to build this thing for ordinary people? Someone next to him echoed. That's right. More and more people agreed. And the shop owner who said it was a street lamp was speechless after being rebuked by one sentence after another. He alone could not argue with so many people. Just when the sky became darker. Click. A crisp mechanism sound suddenly rang out. It was as if an invisible hand ignited the glass cover of the iron pole, and the street lights of the whole street lit up one by one. Warm white light poured down from the glass cover, illuminating the stone road in every detail. Even the old moss in the drainage ditch beside the road turned into emerald color. The crowd suddenly fell silent, and all the residents looked at the lit street in surprise. Only the shop owner who had just been shouted, "It's a street lamp," This kind of street lamp appears in the south, and it is originally used for lighting at night. People still looked at the street lamp, and no one spoke for a while. Everyone. A bard jumped onto the wooden barrel in front of the tavern. His cloak was illuminated by the street lamp like a burning flag, and his voice exploded in the air. It's not magic, nor is it a miracle. This is the technology brought back by Her Majesty the Queen from Treasure Island. From tonight, our children don't have to be afraid of traveling at night, and the caravan can load and unload goods all night. All the inhabitants of the kingdom. The bard pointed to the standing crowd, will have a brighter night than the nobles of the capital. Let us praise the great leader Wu Hung, praise the queen. Led by the bard, everyone followed and shouted, praise the leader Wu Hung, our queen. Inside the palace, Brittany stood in front of the French window, her fingertips gently stroking her slightly bulging belly. The cheers outside the window came like a wave, and the bright streets reflected the night sky of the royal city into amber. This is her first step in succeeding to change the royal city, and it is also the first step to prove to those ministers that the path she is taking is correct. The kingdom needs to change, and the old traditions must also change. Take a deep breath and whisper, I will surpass my father and any generation of kings. Treasure Island. The night is as dark as ink. Wu Hung gently pulled out his numb arm, carefully avoiding the sleeping Elle sisters. Zalagwi's golden hair spread across the pillow, while Shiryali curled up like a cat, with one hand on his belly. Wu Hung looked at the ceiling and couldn't help thinking. In his own world, he found clues that seemed to be the key. If it was the same as his guess, then the bronze key was forged with the 5-colored stone. It was also connected with the 5-colored stone that the queen had described. This was a very important clue. As long as he checked the historical information of Yenshur, he might find more clues and more secrets in ancient times. Thinking in his heart, he opened the panel and took a look. Faith, 1974/50,000. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. The speed of faith growth was getting faster and faster. The Holy See won't admit it, right? There has been no news. This is a bit strange. The Holy See has been too honest recently. There has been no condemnation or interference. There has even been no news of intervention from the kingdom of Yeko. This silence makes people uneasy, just like the dead silence before a storm. It won't be a big wave. Wu Hung muttered. Church, main hall. The chanting echoed under the dome like a tide, and the golden scriptures inlaid on the pure white pillars glowed slightly with the singing. The Pope stood under the statue holding a scepter inlaid with holy crystals, and his luxurious white and gold robe dragged across the shiny marble floor. Below the statue is a holy silver cast holy cabinet. The surface is engraved with countless angels and saints, and at this moment, an increasingly strong light is coming from the inside. The holy throne is back. The Pope's voice was not loud, but it seemed to penetrate the entire church. The choir singing suddenly rose, turning into an almost harsh harmony. A dazzling golden light burst out from the gap of the holy ark, flowing out like liquid, completely enveloping the archbishop kneeling in front of the holy ark. Buzz, the air in the hall seemed to freeze for a moment. The next second, the archbishop's body suddenly straightened up, and the archbishop's robe moved without wind. The momentum around him began to rise wildly, and the holy light burned on his body like a flame. The ground under his feet actually appeared golden divine patterns, and spread to the surroundings. Outside the hall, the sky suddenly twisted. The galaxy turned upside down, and thousands of stars turned into a dazzling torrent, and gathered towards the dome of the church. The starlight penetrated the stained glass, and shone into the archbishop's body. Chapter 1009. After the starlight, the light of the holy cabinet gradually dimmed until it went out, and the whole hall fell into silence again. The archbishop slowly opened his eyes, and stars flickered in the depths of his pupils. He clenched his fists gently, feeling the power in his body, the power of stepping into the realm of heroes. Congratulations. A low voice came from the shadow of the corridor. Another man in a gorgeous robe stepped out. The various patterns on the robe symbolizing power and faith showed that he was also a hero of the Holy See. Thank you. The archbishop, who had just become a hero, thanked softly. The Pope stood under the statue and looked at the two people below. Including the religious leaders stationed at the headquarters, the 4 holy seats of the Holy See gathered again. Your Majesty, what instructions do you have next? The new hero asked softly, without saluting, but his tone was still respectful. There was also a hint of excitement that was difficult to conceal. The Pope raised his head slightly and looked upward. Wait for the oracle. Before that, don't act rashly. Yes. The 2 heroes replied. Go back first. The 2 heroes below nodded again and turned to leave. Outside the temple, the starlight and the vision disappeared. The believers slowly stood up and bowed devoutly to the direction of the church again, and then dispersed like a tide. The streets and alleys resumed their hustle and bustle, as if the star vision just now was just an illusion. In a courtyard, the woman squatted on the ground with her withered knees. In the distance were 3 wild cats eating broken bread. No one knew where they came from. They appeared in the yard in the past 2 days. Eat slowly, there will be more in the future. God will bless us. She hunched her back, her abdomen was bulging high, and purple blood vessels were twisted and wriggling under her skin as thin as a cicada's wing, like countless hungry insects. The breeze blew through her sparse white hair, revealing her forehead covered with age spots. The 3 wild cats were eating greedily, but when she wanted to get close, they were like flaming hair, issuing a harsh warning. I won't go over, you guys eat slowly. Ahem. She swallowed the bloody smell in her throat. Her trembling fingers stroked her belly, and she immediately felt a violent fetal movement in her palm. You are healthy, and the child is also healthy. Her turbid pupils looked at the spire of the church in the distance. The remaining starlight there had not yet dissipated, and it was so beautiful that it reminded her of the light spots cast on the back of her hand by the rainbow when she first listened to the sermon. It was so good at that time, everything was beautiful. You should rest. A priest came over and helped her up. Don't disturb those little guys. The woman forced a smile, was supported, and staggered into the room. In the study, Wu Hung glanced at the corpse core potion set by the alchemy skeleton, opened the bottle stopper and drank it. After so long, drinking potions is no longer a psychological burden. In an instant, a burning energy exploded in the stomach, rushing through the blood vessels like magma to the limbs and bones. Wu Hung groaned and curled up. After a while, Wu Hung, who was curled up on the carpet, slowly opened his eyes. For ghosts gathered above him and looked down at him. Uncle, you sweat a lot. Xiao Xiao telekinesis controlled the towel and wiped his sweat. It recovered 2 seconds faster than before. Not bad. Glenda calmly reported the time. You are a devil. Why are you timing from the side? Wu Hung sat up with the help of a chair and said with emotion, my daughter is still the best. Glenda smiled. Yes, yes. Who can compare with you two? Hee hee. All good, we are the best. Xiao Xiao tried to smooth things over. The other 2 ghosts also smiled, and seeing that he was fine, they flew back to their positions. The severe pain in his body completely faded away, and Wu Hung sat up with the help of a chair. At this time, the system prompt also appeared. Strength +3, Agility +4, Perception +3. After the attribute prompt, Wu Hung waited for several seconds, but did not hear the awakening of the superpower he was looking forward to. Damn, it didn't awaken this time. Uncle, do you have a new ability? Xiao Xiao asked expectantly. No, I was a little unlucky this time. Wu Hung turned his head. Xiao Xiao comforted, it's okay. There's next time. Well, then I keep working hard next time. Wu Hung said. Awakening superpowers. I still don't understand the rules. It's more like drawing cards in a game. It depends a lot on luck. Open the panel, the attributes appear in front of you. Name, Wu Hung. Level 20. Faith, 2003/50,000. Attributes, Strength 55, Agility 52, Constitution 57, Intelligence 62, Perception 51, Charisma 49. Features, Hero's Body. Wow, the attributes are almost hexagonal. Fortunately, Intelligence is still ahead, proving that I am still a mage. With my Strength, Agility, and Constitution, I have the ability to fight even if I meet a level 20 melee profession. It's nothing more than the difference in melee skills, and my advantage is the skeleton servant. Last time, he fought with the religious leader Saidu in close combat, and he was not inferior to him. He stretched his wrists and looked at the figure in front of the desk. Madam, you didn't make up that technique on the spot, did you? Why are you in such a hurry? I can finish it before dark. Madam said without raising her head, and said harshly, if you urge me again, I won't write it. Hearing that he could give it to him in the evening, Wu Hung was also happy. Madam, you are the best. Humph. Madam snorted coldly. Xiao Xiao cheered. Uncle can finally become a martial arts master. Madam said unhappily, at most, you can make your uncle more durable. In battle, it still depends on the overall strength. Tolerance is also a skill. Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao agreed. Yes, yes. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and Minnie's voice came in. Master, Miss Ledeli is visiting. Wu Hung opened the door and went out. Minnie was waiting at the door. He put his arm around her shoulders naturally and asked, just arrived? I've been here for a while. I came to give Sister Viola a rare item, and asked if you were there. Minnie answered. Well, let's go and take a look. Wu Heng took her downstairs. Living room. When he went downstairs, he saw Viola and Letelai, two women with different temperaments but equally beautiful, sitting in the living room chatting. Hearing footsteps, he saw Wu Heng and Minnie coming downstairs. They immediately stood up and saluted. Sir! Chief! Sit down. Wu Heng sat down on the sofa. After the two sat down, Viola took the initiative to say, Miss Letelai brought me the rare item I ordered last time. As he said that, he took out a pair of silver-framed glasses. Phantom Mist Goggles, special item. Effect: blurs the wearer's appearance. Side effects: the wearer's eyes become dry and painful as the wearer wears the glasses for a long time. Description: the lenses are made of natural crystal. After wearing, a layer of light mist lingers, making it impossible to see the wearer's appearance clearly. Now Viola is also a celebrity. To some extent, she is more famous than Wu Heng. At least, more people have heard of Wu Heng's appearance, while Viola's appearance is fully displayed to the outside world through the cards. Now, go around the central area and come back. But the effect of this special item is indeed average. The inability to see clearly will arouse the curiosity of others. Wu Heng took a look, then asked Viola to put it away first, and said to Letelai, the consortium is efficient. The Island Master's mansion is our honored guest. Letelai showed a professional smile. After receiving Miss Viola's commission, we immediately contacted all the consortiums around the Emerald Sea and let Miss Viola use it first. When we find a better treasure later, we will send it to the Island Master's mansion. The consortium also felt that this treasure was not very good. Okay. Wu Heng nodded. Viola followed and thanked, Thank you, Miss Letelai. It is my honor to provide Miss Viola with a satisfactory treasure. Letelai was equally polite. Not to mention Viola joined Treasure Island. But judging from the current situation, Viola, the former wanted criminal, is destined to become a hero. It is good for her to get closer in advance. The matter of the treasure is over. Letelai continued, Master, this time I sent you the latest sales report, as well as the news from the consortium headquarters. As he said that, he took out a list from the space ring. Wu Heng took it, and handed it to Minnie, who was standing behind. Let Shannara see it. Yes, Master. Minnie took it, and turned to leave. Then he looked at Letelai and asked, What's the news from the consortium? Letelai said, The consortium wants to order cards of the same quality from Treasure Island, and the price is negotiable. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows, and was not surprised by this. The association mentioned it before, and this time it was the consortium's turn. Sorry, Wu Heng said, and then said, A few days ago, the association made the same request, and I have declined this matter, so I can't agree to the consortium. The room fell into silence. Letelai tried to say, maybe, there can be a workaround? For example, secret cooperation. It's not so easy to hide the current status of the association. Wu Heng continued, After all, I am the hero of the association, and some things have to take into account the reaction of the association. Letelai didn't say anything more, nodded and said, I understand, I will tell the headquarters about your difficulties truthfully. Wu Heng smiled and nodded, and then said, You also work hard. When you reach level 18, the consortium will not help you, but Treasure Island will. Letelai's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Sir, I've made a note of this sentence, and you can't regret it when the time comes. But then, you will have to withdraw from the consortium. Wu Heng said with a smile. Letelai glanced at Viola beside her with her beautiful eyes and whispered, You said that I want to join Treasure Island now. You are welcome at any time. You should wait until I reach level 18, so that I can do more things for you within my ability. Letelai answered very cleverly. That's fine. Wu Heng continued, I write a few materials, and you can help me fill out the commission directly when we get back. Okay. Wu Heng took out a pen and paper, and filled out a few materials for the ritual for the ghosts, which would be used to add abilities to the queen later. Letelai took it and looked at it, then put it into the space ring. The two sat in the living room, and chatted for a while. Not long after, Minnie returned with a list and confirmed that there was no problem. After chatting for a while, Letelai got up and left. Dusk. The twilight shone through the window screen, casting mottled light and shadows on the floor. After dinner, Wu Heng immediately returned to the study and looked at the queen and asked, Queen, have you finished writing the skills? It's written. The queen hooked her finger, and the written skills floated up and fell into Wu Heng's hand. Wu Heng took it and turned to the first page. There were 3 handwritten words: body refining technique. There was no domineering name, just these 3 words. Grenda, Xiao Xiao and Benny also flew behind him, and looked at the contents of the book. After all, they had waited for such a long time, and everyone was a little curious. The originally messy contents were reorganized, the text was clear, and the contents were not as much as expected. Wu Heng began to read it carefully. The skills were still divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the black bird bathing in fire. The black bird pattern was painted on the body, the fire spirit entered the body, and the mortal body was tempered. Then it was to practice the lengthy training methods and precautions. Wu Heng read it quickly. It was the first time to read it, and he still wanted to try to read it normally to see if he could unlock the skills directly. After completing the first stage, the effect will make the body feel like iron when touched, and it can resist the chopping of spears and halberds. The second stage is to cast a tripod and forge bones. The king gave the witch copper, and cast bones into weapons. After this stage is completed, the bones are like steel, and broken bones can be regenerated quickly. It seems that this method was not prepared for heroes when it was first developed. Heroes can grow their bodies back after death, and broken bones can be regenerated without special training. But increasing bone strength must still be effective. The third stage is the destiny body. Set up a formation, draw the thunder to temper the body, and use the thunder and fire to forge a golden body. The flesh is immortal, and the evil spirits cannot invade. Reborn from the fire. Evil spirits cannot invade. Xiao Xiao understood the last few words. What are evil spirits? The queen turned her head and looked at her. Guess what it is? Ghosts? Uncle is a necromancer, and he is not afraid of these. Xiao Xiao said. Grinda said, it feels like it is defending against us. Ah? The evil spirits are us. Yes, they are defending against us. Xiao Xiao suddenly realized. Wu Heng ignored the ghost who started chatting, and concentrated on reading the last page, finishing the entire technique. He sat on the chair, raised his head, and waited for a while. The system prompt still did not appear. No skills unlocked. This situation also occurred when I was learning mansion technique before. At that time, I didn't unlock it immediately after reading it because my level was not high enough. But now it is definitely not the reason. I am a hero, and I am definitely qualified to learn this skill. He looked up again. Madam, are you sure there is no mistake? I practiced it myself back then, and I checked it several times. Madam also came over. What's wrong? The tone didn't sound so confident. Wu Heng couldn't explain what was wrong. He couldn't say that his panel didn't unlock the skill. Even if he said it, it would be difficult to explain something like the system panel. I just don't understand. I teach you how to practice. The Empress flew over to the side of his shoulder and said, prepare the materials listed above, and I teach you the first stage tomorrow. It seems that he really needs to practice. Okay, I have someone prepare it tomorrow. Wu Heng continued to ask, if I can practice, can others practice? Everyone can practice, and there is no restriction on race. This is also the feature of this body refining technique. Chapter 10:10. No distinction between professions or races. Just from this point of view, it can be considered a rare skill. Even all the skills on the market are basically divided according to professions. The rest depends on the difficulty of learning the skill. I am a hero, and all the attributes of my body are top-notch, so there should be no problem. Wait for me to try to practice it first, and after I make sure there is no danger, I will let the people around me practice with me. It can be regarded as a skill unique to Treasure Island. Xiao Xiao listened for a while, and then asked, can my mother learn it? She seems so weak. The queen turned her head and looked over. Your mother's current level is too low. She must reach level 10 at least, or take more corpse core potions to enhance her body. I said that I want my mother to level up more. Xiao's tone was a bit disappointed. Wu Heng chatted with the 4 ghosts in the room for a while, then stood up and said, then wait until tomorrow when all the materials are ready, and then you can teach me how to practice. Okay. The queen nodded, and then continued to tell the other ghosts about some things about the exercises. Wu Heng left the study, washed up and returned to the bedroom. Shawnera leaned against the pillow, holding a book in her hand and reading, her slender legs looming under her silk skirt. Seeing him come in, she casually said, I thought you wouldn't come back tonight. The original plan was wrong, and I need to prepare some necessities to cooperate with the study. Wu Heng lifted the thin quilt and got in. You are a hero, and you still need to prepare things to cooperate? Shawnera smiled softly, twisting her waist slightly. Heroes are not omniscient and omnipotent. Wu Heng kissed her neck lightly. Chanela smiled slightly, closed the book and put it on the bedside, turned off the light, and curled up in his arms. Then go to bed early, so that you can study more attentively tomorrow. Yeah. Wu Hung nodded, hugged the soft and fragrant beautiful wood elf, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. The next morning, in the living room, Wu Hung, the 4 ghosts, and the women in the family all gathered in the living room. Their eyes fell on the hands of the skeleton alchemist. The fine mesh filtered the ground medicine powder again, then poured it into the vessel, and mixed it with the dark red medicine liquid. It was not until noon that all the materials were finally prepared. The puppet controlled by the queen stood up and said, "The rest of you go outside to prepare." Minnie and the others stood up and walked towards the courtyard. Xiao Xiao said, "I want to accompany my uncle. I'm his guardian." The queen said unhappily, "Your uncle is fine here. You're level 20 now. You need to keep an eye on the outside." Xiao Xiao didn't understand what this had to do with level. Seeing that her aunt was about to get angry again, she flew out with the others. "Uncle, call me if you need anything." After everyone left, the queen said to Wu Hung, "Take off your clothes." Wu Hung took off his shirt, revealing his sturdy and well-proportioned body. The improvement of his physique, coupled with the unlocking of the elves' body rhythm, made his body look both beautiful like the elves and full of male power. The queen cast her eyes on it, and scanned it for several times before saying, "Take off your pants too." Wu Hung was stunned. "Why take off your pants?" The queen rolled her eyes. "The runes cover your entire body. Who do you think wants to see you? You don't need to take off the innermost part, right? Hurry up. If you delay Shishi's return, you will be more embarrassed." Wu Hang's mouth twitched, but he still did as he was asked. Standing naked in the middle of the living room, he felt a little uncomfortable. If he had known there was such a step, he would have done it in the study or bedroom. In the living room, he felt a little inexplicably ashamed. The queen didn't care about his actions. She picked up the prepared brush, dipped it into the scarlet ink mixed with the blood of the monster and alchemical materials, and began to draw complicated runes on his body. The moment the tip of the brush touched the skin, a burning sensation spread. From the forehead to the ankles, the bright red lines crawled all over his body like vines. Every stroke seemed to have flames flowing under the flesh and blood. When the last stroke was completed, Wu Hang's skin was already covered with runes, more like a blessing given to the orcs by the orc shaman. Wu Hung frowned. "It's a bit hot." "Normal." The queen put away her brush. "Now, you can go out." Wu Hung casually took out a pair of beach pants and followed the queen to the courtyard. In the middle of the lawn, a neat circular area was cleared. 6 1-meter-high metal containers were placed on the edge of the open space, and the containers were filled with all kinds of strange materials. A simple identification showed that tortoise shells, mulberry branches, leaves of demon red flowers, and livestock fat were piled together. "Sit in the middle." The queen raised her chin. Wu Hung didn't say much nonsense, strode to the center of the formation, and sat down cross-legged. As soon as she adjusted her posture, the queen snapped her fingers to Minnie, "Start." Whoosh! The container was ignited, and 6 pillars of fire rose at the same time, and the blazing flames instantly engulfed the surroundings. The already sultry air of Treasure Island was completely ignited, the heat wave distorted the vision, and the whole world seemed to be only a beating red. Wu Hang's skin immediately oozed fine beads of sweat, which were instantly evaporated by the high temperature. Practice the method, absorb the energy of the flame to temper the body. The voice of the queen came through the fire wall, but it was as if there was a layer of frosted glass between them, blurry. Wu Hung frowned. "How to operate it? Didn't tell you in advance." After thinking quickly in his mind, he tried to mobilize the energy in his body, like guiding magic power during meditation, but there was no change except the burning pain around his body. "Speak clearly, how to operate it," Wu Hung shouted. There was an impatient smacking of lips outside. The next second, the queen flew in through the fire wall as a soul. "I am possessed. You pay attention to the feeling." After the queen finished speaking, she got into the body. Wu Hung let go of the control, and let the queen take over the control of the body. Under the control of the queen, the breath in the body began to circulate. The swirling flames around seemed to be grasped by an invisible big hand, rushing into the pores frantically. The skin turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the muscle fibers made a subtle crackling sound in the high temperature. Wu Hung widened his eyes. This is not easier than facing the holy light of the god servant. After the breath circulated several times, Wu Hung gradually became familiar with the method and rhythm. The queen released the possession and floated in the air, looking at him with her arms folded across her chest. "Just practice according to this feeling until all 6 fire pots are extinguished. You are a hero, and your body is strong enough to support it." Wu Hung did not speak, but closed his eyes and calmed his mind, and continued to practice the skills. The flame penetrated into the body through the skin, and at first, it was like boiling magma flowing through the meridians. The rest of the onlookers watched for a while, and seeing nothing unusual, they dispersed. The courtyard soon returned to its usual hustle and bustle. The patrolling skeletons walked past the flames in neat steps. Philippa squatted by the brazier to roast sweet potatoes. Then Xiao Xiao and Benny were kicking a feather shuttlecock, and their crisp laughter penetrated the heat wave. It felt like he was the only one suffering in the entire island owner's mansion, while everyone else was very happy. When the last cluster of flames went out, Wu Hung suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he stood up, the dried runes on his body peeled off like a snake's skin, and piled up into a circle of dark red debris under his feet. "Master, are you okay?" Minnie trotted over, and tiptoed to wipe the black ash off his face. Wu Hung shook his head, and stretched his muscles and bones, only to feel that his skin had become tougher. But the system did not prompt. There should be no obvious changes, otherwise there would be prompts even if the attributes increased. "That's all for today, we continue tomorrow." The Empress floated over and said casually. "As long as it works." Wu Hung went upstairs to take a shower, then went downstairs to sit on the sofa. The cool breeze from the air conditioner brushed across his skin, and he exhaled with satisfaction. The world felt beautiful again. Afternoon, 3 o'clock. The phone rang. After the call was connected, Lilith's delicate and cold face appeared on the screen, and the background was still the dim study. "The movie has been shown today, and the response is very good." Lilith got straight to the point. "It's good to be popular," Wu Hung said with a smile. "Is this why you accepted the Sky Fox clan? And made a movie for them?" Lilith raised her eyebrows. "It's not filmed for them. I have Skeleton here, and I wrote the script myself," Wu Hung explained. "I'd be surprised if I believed you." Lilith continued, "The screening plan for other regions has also been finalized. We will prioritize screening in major cities, 5 days in each city, 3 days in secondary cities, and 1 day in towns and villages. We will increase the number of screenings depending on sales. Just arrange it." "I have no objection," Wu Hung said. "I sent a lot of equipment, but it is impossible to fully cover every local association. This kind of mobile broadcasting is in line with the current situation." "Well, that's good as long as you agree." Lilith took a sip from the teacup, glanced over here, and then said casually, "After finishing here, go to Treasure Island in 2 days." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. "Just stay in the island owner's house this time." Lilith frowned. "Nonsense. Who wants to live in your place? This will be troublesome. It can also save various expenses." "No need." Lilith raised her head. "There is no need to save on this expense." "Okay, then I have someone clean up your place in advance." "Okay." In the study, the Queen floated in front of the desk, watching the TV series playing on the tablet. At this time, her eyebrows frowned slightly, and she felt that the dream channel was opened again, and she could feel that this time the channel came from a farther place, far beyond Treasure Island. "Glinda, the channel is open, I go and take a look," the Queen said. Glinda glanced out the bright window. "It's only afternoon, who would dream at this time?" "It's not in Treasure Island, I go check it out. If Wu Hung wants to see me, just tell him," the Queen continued. "Then why are you coming back? Wait until it gets dark. Someone on Treasure Island will have a dream." After thinking for a while, he continued, "I go tell Minnie, and leave a dream seed in her subconscious, and she will dream of me after she falls asleep." "Wu Hung is downstairs, don't you need to tell him?" Glinda asked. "I go down and take a look. If he's okay, I tell him. If he's okay, I come back and tell him." The Queen turned off the TV show on the tablet. "Just make arrangements, don't be in danger," Glinda said softly. "A level 20 ghost is unlikely to be in danger, unless you teleport yourself to the church." The Queen nodded, flew downstairs to find Minnie, and then disappeared like smoke. When she appeared again, she entered a dream. On the green lawn, there were short-legged sockets, and a dwarf wearing single-sided glasses was holding a teacup and taking a sip. "Please sit down, Danon of the Sky Fox clan." The next day, the living room. Wu Hung came down from upstairs, and Minnie was putting fresh white lilies of the valley into the vase on the coffee table. The sun shone through the French windows, and as the maids were busy with their own things, a faint smell of toast drifted from the kitchen. After the maids greeted each other, they continued to do their own things. The Queen possessed the doll, leaning on the velvet sofa, and said, "I went to the headquarters last night. The style is a bit special, and it doesn't feel much better than Treasure Island." Wu Hung took the tea handed by Minnie and said, "I haven't been to the headquarters yet. How is it there?" Although he received several invitations, Wu Hung has never been to the headquarters. The main reason is that there are too many heroes in the headquarters, and he is afraid that he can't get out of it if there is a conflict. Want to see? The queen raised her eyebrows. Let me broaden your horizons. As she spoke, she floated out of the puppet's body, and the translucent ghost entered his body. The next second, a picture was shared. In the picture, the headquarters had entered the night, but the ghost's vision was not affected by the night. In the distance, the entire city was neatly arranged like a chessboard, with a clear style, and even the ethnic style corresponding to each area could be seen. For example, the ivory tower of the elves, the castle in the style of the Blood Clan, and the building complex of the church. It turned out that the layout of the headquarters was like this, more like an area built by each leader in his own style. But the overall look was very comfortable, and it was indeed more spectacular than any city. After watching the shared picture, the queen was released. How is it? The queen asked with a smile. It's quite spectacular. You can tell at a glance that it took a lot of effort to build it. Wu Hung added, I still feel that Treasure Island is more comfortable. How can it be compared with Treasure Island? The queen glanced at him, the technology of two worlds piled together. As the two talked, Minnie came over. Master, breakfast is ready. Wu Hung got up and followed him to the dining room. After finishing breakfast, he took off his shirt, and the queen continued to draw runes for him, and went to the courtyard to continue practicing. The courtyard of the temple and the mansion. The two archbishops walked out slowly from the closed bedroom. The light sound of the door hinge turning startled the wild cat in the corner, and it ran into the narrow stone cave. The elderly Archbishop Albert stroked the holy emblem on his chest with his fingertips, and asked the priest, who followed him out softly, How is she doing? The priest bowed his head. The speed of her life passing away is faster than expected, and her body is weak, so she can't rest well. She wakes up from her dreams every day. Increase the supply of medicines and nutrients, so that she can hold on until the baby is born. Albert's voice was serious and indifferent. Yes. The priest bowed. In the distance, the stray cat that escaped came back, and looked at this side without blinking. Another archbishop also asked, What did she do today? I went to the association to watch a movie during the day, and I fed the wild cats here after I came back at noon. The priest paused. Every day, she would face the temple and pray. She is a devout believer. Ulysses and Albert exchanged glances. Take good care of her, that's all we can do. The archbishop said softly. Yes. The priest bowed deeply. The two archbishops turned and left, and the wild cat in the distance bared its teeth in warning at the departing figures. Chapter 10:11. Island Lord's Mansion. The flames in the 6 furnaces gradually extinguished, and the last red flame licked the furnace wall, and gradually turned into green smoke and drifted away. Wu Hung sat cross-legged in the center, and the bright red lines on his skin gradually cooled down, shining with a metallic luster in the sun. At this time, the system prompt also appeared. Unlocked feature, black bird burning pattern. Wu Hang's eyes condensed, and hesitated for a moment. Unlocked feature, it also means that I have completed the first stage of the body refining art. I remember when I talked about this body refining art with the queen, she mentioned the matter of skill training. Even for people with outstanding talents, it takes more than half a year to have some feelings, rather than directly breaking through the first stage. This is just the second time, and I have unlocked the first stage of the skill. But thinking about it carefully, it is reasonable. My physique has long surpassed that of ordinary professionals, with high attributes, and it has integrated the genetic advantages of various races. If the progress is still slow, then it's really weird. Either there is something wrong with the technique, or it's not compatible at all. Wu Hung continued to check the unlocking feature introduction. Xian Yao burning pattern. Greatly improves skin toughness and defense. The effect is the same as what the queen said, but it's a bit vague, and there is no detailed description of how much it can achieve. The residual heat of the furnace is still twisting in the air, and the ashes are falling like black snow. The queen saw that he was still sitting cross-legged inside, so she flew in and said, Are you asleep? The fire is out, but you still don't come out. The skeleton is waiting to clean up. Wu Hung said, I have completed the first stage. Is your brain roasted? The queen rolled her eyes. Come out and get some fresh air. Wu Hung stood up. His skin suddenly turned red. The black bird fire pattern spread all over his body like a living thing. The temperature around him soared instantly, and the heat wave distorted his vision. The queen's expression immediately became serious. Then, she flew around him twice, confirmed that it was indeed the black bird fire pattern, and then said in surprise, What's wrong with you? What do you mean by what's wrong with me? Wu Hung asked back, Did you write the technique randomly? The fire pattern gradually extinguished, disappeared under the skin, and then disappeared completely. You wrote it randomly. The queen's anger followed up again, saying, According to my expectations, you will complete the first stage within 3 months, but it's only the second day now. Speaking of which, it's really a bit scary. I just started preparing yesterday, and I learned the first stage today. If it was really so easy to practice, there would be no level and physical requirements. Maybe I'm a hero, and I've taken a lot of physical enhancement potions. Wu Heng walked out of the fire, and waited for the skeleton next to him to start cleaning up the ashes. The queen was silent for a long time before she slowly spoke. Maybe, but I was also level 20 once, and you are the fastest learner I have ever seen. What does that sentence say? Wu Heng thought for a moment. Genius is just the threshold of my ability. You still need to continue to work hard. Arrogant! The queen snorted coldly. Walking to the threshold of the living room, Minnie took a towel to help him brush off the smoke and dust on his body. The queen said, "Give Minnie the materials for the second stage, prepare them today, and conduct the second stage training tomorrow." Minnie was stunned, and then exclaimed, "Master, have you learned the first stage?" The shout immediately attracted the attention of the rest of the people in the living room, and they all gathered around. "Uncle, have you learned it? College students are amazing. Didn't you say it would take several months? Is this skill reliable? It's faster than ordinary skill books." Several people and ghosts were talking at once. Wu Heng smiled and explained, "I'm a hero, so I learn faster." Then he handed the second stage list to Minnie. "Prepare the materials according to the list." "Okay, master." Minnie took it and put it into the space ring. The queen said, "Go find a skeleton and try the effect of the body refining technique, so you can have a better idea." Philippa clapped her hands. "Don't use a skeleton, don't be too heavy, I practice with you." "That's fine." Wu Heng was also curious about the effect of the first stage. Walked into the training room. Wu Heng was wearing beach pants and his upper body was naked. Philippa stood opposite him, wearing a long house skirt. The rest of the people were near the door, waiting for the next experiment. Philippa drew out 2 daggers and spun them flexibly at his fingertips. "Here I come." Crossing the 2 daggers, he kicked his feet. The figure shot out like an arrow, and the dagger drew 2 silver arcs in the air, approaching quickly. The fire pattern on Wu Heng's skin suddenly lit up, and it seemed that there was magma flowing in the dark gold pattern, and even the surrounding air was slightly distorted. Clang! Clang! 2 metal crisp sounds exploded, and the dagger seemed to hit a solid iron plate, shaking the tiger's mouth numb. "Damn!" Philippa's eyes widened, and he swung the knife wildly in disbelief. Dang dang dang! A series of metal collisions sounded, and the edge of the dagger was visible to the naked eye. Red and curled, but Wu Heng didn't even leave a white mark. And everyone behind widened their eyes, and looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. Philippa swung wildly, and Wu Heng stood still as if his whole body was like a branding iron. The sound of metal collision resounded throughout the training ground. Outrageous! Philippa cursed and put away the knife, then took out a pistol. Bang! Bang! Raised his hand, and fired 2 shots. The bullets hit the chest and sparked, one of which rubbed the parrot's red crown and flew past. Feathers exploded, and it cursed in a shrill voice. "Stupid captain, stupid!" Wu Heng grabbed Philippa's hand holding the gun, and the other hand flicked her head lightly. "You are crazy, try it with the gun. Anyway, you are a hero, you can't die." Philippa rubbed her forehead and said confidently, "How do you know the limit if you don't try it? Being able to block bullets is not a rare effect." When facing the 12th level Divine Punishment Church Elder Ba Wudong in Blackstone Town, the opponent formed a layer of black scales on the surface of his body. At that time, he was also able to deflect bullets. Philippa rubbed his abdominal muscles. "Speaking of which, this ability is really good, I also want to practice it." Wu Heng put on a coat, and the others also came over. The queen said, "It's okay that Wu Heng is a hero. There are certain risks in your learning. The limit will be set at level 15. Those who reach level 15 can practice." After a slight pause, she said, "Minnie can try it now. She has awakened the fire ability, and is close to the first stage of the body refining technique." Hearing this, everyone felt a little sorry, but Viola's eyes lit up. She was already level 19. Being able to learn this skill will definitely greatly improve your strength. Wu Heng said, "Viola can try to learn, Minnie should wait a little longer, it's not good to be in danger." The queen nodded, "Yes. Thank you, sir." Viola bowed and thanked. The few people returned to the living room. Minnie and Robe prepared for a while, then went out to buy the materials needed for the second stage. Wu Heng chatted with the others for a while, and went upstairs to take a shower. The others also went to do their own things. In the study, the queen floated in front of the desk, controlling the touch pen with her mind to swipe the tablet. On the screen, the heroine cried bitterly, "Master, I am willing to exchange my life for yours. Stupid. The queen pressed the pause button and turned to look at Granda, who was tidying up the bookcase. I will go out through the dream to take a look. If Wu Hung asks, please tell me. Granda controlled the puppet to look over. Don't forget how to come back. If you can't come back, it will be difficult for us to find you. Well, I tell Philippa to plant the seeds in her dream, and I be back when she sleeps at night. After the queen finished speaking, she flew directly across the floor and went downstairs. Talked to Philippa, who was training on the first floor about planting the dream seeds. Granda sorted out the entire bookcase and replaced the vase with fresh branches. Not bad. Granda looked at the clean study and nodded with satisfaction. After going to 2 dreams in succession, the queen appeared in the 3rd dream, stepping barefoot on the cold stone steps, and her footsteps paused slightly. In front of me was a magnificent temple. The towering dome, stained glass, and the outlines of holy images were all around. The Holy See? Was it someone from the Holy See who was dreaming this time? Or did the other party master some method to open a passage and let me come over and fall into the trap? Thoughts flew through my mind quickly. I looked outside the temple again. There was endless darkness, and twisted shadows were wriggling in it, making rustling whispers, as if thousands of insects were gnawing at the edge of the world. What a weird place. On the cushion in the center of the temple, a thin woman was kneeling. She looked about the same age as Minnie, and was a little thin. She was wearing a robe with the characteristics of the church. She hugged the swaddling clothes in her arms tightly, and her pale lips kept opening and closing, repeating the prayers of the church. The voice was very light, but it was like a thin thread, faintly transmitted here. The queen narrowed her eyes, and 9 fox tails stretched silently behind her. The dream of a believer. I was actually dreamed by a believer of the church, which was a bit ridiculous. Stepping into the hall, the hem of her skirt swept across the ground. As she raised her hand and waved. Boom! The heavy palace door closed, completely isolating the peeping shadows. The devilish whispers stopped abruptly, and the palace fell into silence, leaving only the breathing of the young mother. The other party raised her head, saw the appearance of Jiawei and the other party, and smiled. Princess Tianhu. This is a dream, and the passage can be opened. It means that she has dreamed of the queen in advance. The queen did not answer, but walked slowly in front of her and looked at the swaddling clothes. The baby inside was sleeping soundly, with a round and rosy face, completely unaffected by the outside world. Your child? Yes. The woman smiled, and her fingertips gently stroked the baby's cheek, her eyes full of the pride and tenderness unique to a mother. This is a dream, and a real baby cannot come in with it, which means that she dreamed of her own child, or hoped to have a child. The queen tapped her fingertips, and a carved rattan chair condensed out of thin air behind her. She sat down lazily, and her 9 fox tails stretched out like a fan. Very cute. The queen praised, but her eyes did not move away from the baby. What's your name? Liz. The young mother replied softly, her fingers unconsciously stroking the edge of the swaddling clothes. You are so brave, braver than any woman I have ever seen. There was almost naive admiration in her voice. It should be the scene of fighting against the Black Fox Elder in the movie. Really? The queen raised her eyebrows, and the fox tail swayed gently. I have seen braver ones, and they are still children, shouting every day that they want to fight this and that. Liz smiled. I also want to be as brave as you. The two chatted casually. The queen let down her guard, and the woman seemed to have found a friend to talk to. From the child to the life in the church. Liz's words revealed her piety to faith, but also a sense of powerlessness of being trapped here. It was hard for the queen to understand her piety. After all, in Treasure Island, heroes or gods were all higher-level professionals. Not as great as advertised. But it was just a casual chat. They would not meet again tomorrow, so naturally they did not argue about these things and ruin each other's dream. The two chatted for a while, and they were quite happy. The queen calculated the time and felt that Philippa could rest at any time based on the time difference between the two sides. Looking at the woman in front of her, she leaned forward. I'm leaving. What kind of dream do you want to have later? Liz blinked blankly. Dream? Do you mean we are in a dream now? Of course. Tell me the dream you want. The queen said with a smile. Liz shook her head. I don't know. I haven't left here, and it's pretty good now. The queen smiled. I take you to see Treasure Island. Liz suddenly thought of something and said, Treasure Island? I don't want to go there. It's the territory of pagans. It's very dangerous. Oh! The queen raised her eyebrows. Then you should go and see it. It's just a dream anyway, you won't die. Liz bit her lip and suddenly hugged the baby tightly, then treated it as a test of courage. The queen's red lips slightly hooked, and snapped her fingers lightly. Boom! The whole church collapsed like a sand castle. The sound of waves, whistles, and the shouts of vendors instantly flooded into the eardrums. Liz screamed and opened her eyes, and found herself standing in a bustling port. The baby in her arms was still in her arms, and there was a noisy scene of people coming and going around. And the fox princess had disappeared long ago. In the dim bedroom, the moonlight was cut into pale thin lines by the heavy curtains, falling obliquely on the bed. The ghost of the queen was stagnant in the air, and there was no entity in the dream. At this time, he stared at the woman on the bed with wide eyes. The gentle and shy young mother in the dream actually looked like this in reality. The skin as dry as bark tightly wrapped around the bones, and the sparse white hair stuck to the sunken temples. Only the vaguely discernible facial outline could still overlap with the girl in the dream. The abdomen was high, and the arc was exaggerated. The queen lightly hooked her fingers, and the thin blanket on the woman opened, revealing a belly covered with purple blood vessels, and an exaggerated blood tumor attached to it, rising and falling with her breathing. What is this? The queen subconsciously retreated a distance. At this moment, Philippa's dream channel opened, and the queen covered the woman back. The queen looked at the woman who was still dreaming. She reached out and planted a dream seed between her eyebrows, and then disappeared. Returned to Treasure Island. The queen looked at Philippa, who was sleeping soundly, and covered her with a quilt. Then she flew back to the study. "Aunt, are you going to see other people's dreams again? Take me with you next time." Xiao Xiao greeted her first. The queen forced a smile. "I don't know how to take people there." "Ah? Then I asked my uncle to give me the ability to enter dreams," Xiao Xiao continued to say. The queen flew back to her position, floating in the air, frowning slightly. Grinda glanced over here and asked, "Did something go wrong in the dream?" The queen turned her head and looked over and said, "Is Wu Hung asleep? I have something to talk to him about. At this time, he must be asleep. If you have something urgent, just go over there." The queen thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow." Chapter 1012. The next day, early in the morning, when Wu Hung walked down the stairs, the doll of the queen was sitting on the sofa. "Are the materials for the second stage complete?" Wu Hung sat down opposite. "Complete? None of them are scarce materials." The queen hesitated, and then said, "Last night, I encountered a strange thing in my dream." "Did anyone have a dream that is not suitable for children?" Wu Hung said jokingly. "It's a pregnant woman." The queen ignored his ridicule. "Something parasitized her stomach, like a tumor, but it will crawl." Wu Hung frowned and stopped joking. "She must be sick. In our place, it can be removed. It's not a disease." The queen continued, "I smell the breath of the dead. I suspect it is using it to breathe something." The hall suddenly became quiet. The cool breeze of the air conditioner suddenly swept across the back of his neck, and Wu Hung got goosebumps after realizing it. Using pregnant women to breathe something. It sounds like the perverted movies I watched in my previous life. Tell me in detail. Wu Hung also became serious. The queen leaned forward and told the whole story of what happened yesterday. Wu Hung listened silently, and when he heard that it was a believer of the church and it happened in the church, his eyes narrowed slightly. "When I talked to her, I could feel that she was very pious and kind," the queen said softly. "You want to save her?" Wu Hung pondered for a moment, and then said, "Believers are different from ordinary people. They regard suffering as a test given by God. Maybe this is her own choice?" Impossible. She imagined her own child in her dream. It was very beautiful and cute, definitely not that kind of weird thing, the queen said firmly. Wu Hung said, "Let me share what I saw yesterday." The queen left the doll, and got into his body. The picture was shared from her mind. In the dim room, there was a thin pregnant woman with sparse hair and a strange tumor on her belly. Just the shared picture gave people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The picture ended, and the queen flew out. "Did you find anything? You should know about the association replacing the Celtic royal family." Wu Hung raised his head. The queen didn't understand why he suddenly changed the subject, and said, "I heard a little about it. It was a big deal." Wu Hung continued, "During that time, the prince of the Celtic kingdom, Luan, wrote me a letter saying that the Holy See took away a rare item from the royal family that could reshape the body of a ghost. In other words, it planned to use this item to resurrect the religious leader Saidu, who was killed by me." The sunlight outside the window was suddenly covered by dark clouds, and the living room fell into darkness. The queen was suddenly stunned. The Celtic kingdom's affairs were reported in the newspapers by Treasure Island. But she didn't know about one's letter. The queen pondered for a long time before saying, "You mean what I saw yesterday was a wonder of the Celtic kingdom, and the one being conceived was also a religious leader?" "I guess that's the case." Wu Hung analyzed and said, "This kind of wonder is prohibited by the association. Who dares to use this wonder in the church, and who can make a believer do so willingly? The only one who is worthy of the church to do this is the religious leader. Is it such a coincidence?" The queen was even more confused. "It's not a coincidence, actually. The believers of the church have a firm faith. The daily ringing of the church bells will drive away the abnormal conditions of the living beings. Only those who are extremely weak will have many dreams and have dreams after watching a movie." Wu Hung analyzed. "It doesn't matter whether it's a coincidence or not." The queen asked directly, "What are you going to do?" "I plan?" Wu Hung glanced at her and said, "Are you sure that the other party will dream about you today? I planted the dream seeds in advance." The queen continued, "How can I kill this religious leader?" Wu Hung thought for a while, and then said, "From the current situation, the side effect of the strange object is definitely to absorb the vitality of the pregnant woman to provide nutrients. What we need to pay attention to is whether it has any effect on the pregnant woman. It is not difficult to get rid of the parasitic strange object, and it is not difficult to kill the religious leader, but judging from the queen's attitude, she doesn't want the pregnant woman to have any problems." The queen nodded. Wu Hung continued, "There should be some members of the Celtic royal family arrested by the association who are still being held in the headquarters of the association. I will call Lilith later to see if there is any way to get any information out of her." "Will there be any problems if we tell the headquarters?" the queen continued to ask. "It shouldn't be a big problem. We are just asking about the strange objects and not mentioning the Holy See. The Holy See certainly doesn't dare to mention this matter," Wu Hung said directly. "Okay. You can ask them then," the queen said. As the two chatted, Minnie came back from outside. "Master, everything is ready." "Okay." Wu Hung agreed. The queen also said, "The intensity of the second stage will be higher. With your physical strength, it won't be a big problem. Be patient." Wu Hung nodded and took off his clothes. The queen began to draw runes for him in the second stage. In the center of the courtyard, there were 9 metal furnaces. The materials in the furnace were no longer various medicinal materials. You could see curved rhino horns, white fangs, and the spines of some fierce beasts. In the center, there was also a winding array pattern. Wu Hung wore beach pants, his body was covered with runes, and he strode to the middle. With yesterday's experience, today was easier. Sitting cross-legged in the middle, the queen floated above as a ghost. "Wait, I will still guide you. The rest is up to you. The evil spirit forging bones will be more difficult, but it should not be a problem for you." "Okay." Wu Hung nodded. The queen turned around and said, "Light it." Whoosh! The flames rose instantly, and there was a crackling sound in the container, and the heat wave distorted the air. The queen possessed him, and began to practice the skills. The runes on her body lit up, and the evil spirits rising from all around turned into black snakes, and drilled into her body. After running it once, the queen left her body and said, "You can do it yourself next." Wu Hung practiced the skills according to the feeling just now, and every pore of his body was breathing in and out the evil spirits. In the distance, the women and ghosts in the family watched the situation from afar, and occasionally lowered their heads to communicate. The queen controlled the puppet to return. The witch Viola was wearing a coat and waiting in the building. "Queen." The maids in the house all followed suit and called the queen. Only Xiao Xiao called her aunt. "Take off your clothes," the queen said directly. Having understood everything beforehand, Viola did not hesitate too much. She took off her clothes, and the queen drew the first stage, the black bird burning pattern, for her. After the runes were drawn, Viola put on her clothes and walked out, sitting cross-legged at the location of the first stage. After the queen continued to tell her about the running method, the flames rose and began to absorb the spreading heat energy. The energy around gathered towards Viola. The queen raised her eyes. Perhaps it was because of the witch, and her own ability was a contract signed with the smoke demon in the fire. The heat energy gathered around did not show any sense of rejection or obstruction. It was absorbed quickly. In the front and back courtyards, 2 different flames released huge energy. The others watched outside for a while, and then they dispersed to do their own things. Afternoon. The flames in the 9 furnaces went out, and the steaming heat waves gradually dissipated. Wu Hung stepped out of the center, and his bones made a slight creaking sound, as if every inch of his joints were making sounds, heavy and resilient. The queen floated closer and asked, "How do you feel?" "It feels like my bones are filled with lead, sour and heavy," Wu Hung said as he walked. "This means it's working. Let's do it this way today, and continue tomorrow." The queen followed. After stepping out of the range, the skeletons began to clean up the residue with their tools. Walked forward for a distance. Wu Hung looked at another fire. Viola was sitting cross-legged in the flames, her long brown hair dancing with the heat. The black bird burning pattern appeared on her skin, constantly absorbing the energy gathered around her. She has good adaptability, the queen commented, but her speed is definitely not as fast as yours. It will probably take some time to break through the first section. It's good that there's no danger. Wu Hung glanced and walked into the living room. He chatted with the other maids for a while, and went upstairs to take a shower. He changed into clean clothes and entered the study. Xiao Xiao and Benny were downstairs, and the queen and Glinda were talking about pregnant women in the room. Seeing him come in, the queen said, "According to the time when the Dream Channel opened yesterday, there is still about an hour." Wu Hung nodded, wiped his hair with a towel, and then took out his mobile phone and dialed Lilith's number. 2 ghosts floated behind him. After 2 rings, the call was connected. After switching to a video call, Lilith's indifferent face appeared on the screen. "What's wrong?" Lilith asked calmly. Wu Hung got straight to the point. "I want to ask you about a strange object." Lilith is responsible for intelligence work. If she doesn't know about this strange object, she will go and ask about the news of the Celtic royal prisoners. "Well, tell me." Lilith took a sip of tea. Wu Hung recalled and said, "It looks like a tumor, and it seems to be able to allow pregnant women to regenerate ghosts." "The wonder of the Celtic kingdom?" Lilith narrowed her eyes. "Why are you asking about this wonder?" "You know? I got some news, and I want to know if stopping this wonder from resurrecting ghosts will cause harm to pregnant women," Wu Hung said directly. Obviously, Lilith's intelligence network is still extensive. Although it was not found that the Holy See had obtained the news of this wonder, it knew about this wonder. "Has anyone used this wonder?" Lilith did not answer directly, but asked back. Wu Hung hummed, and did not hide it. Lilith frowned, as if thinking about this matter, and then said, "The church has obtained this strange object and is resurrecting Saidu. This matter is not easy for you to handle. I will solve it. Do you know how to remove this strange object?" Wu Hung continued. In fact, it is not difficult to guess that it can make a hero like Wu Hung ask for a method so cautiously. Combined with recent events and some gossip, plus the fact that Wu Hung must destroy the other party's resurrection, it is not an ordinary force, only Saidu of the church. The former religious leader, who took the initiative to return to the church. Lilith put down the teacup, closed her eyes and recalled, and said, "The name of the strange object is the bloodworm tumor, which is a rare strange object. The effect is what you said, it can make the ghost reborn, and the side effect is that the vitality of the pregnant woman and the soul of the baby are used as nutrients." After a slight pause, she continued, "There are 3 methods. The first is carrier transfer, which can be replaced by pregnant livestock. The second is forcible stripping, and sufficient preparations must be made in advance. The last one is my guess. The ghost to be resurrected may be able to directly kill the other party's soul with the help of the baby, but I can't be sure." Wu Hung nodded. "Okay, I notify you when there is a result." Lilith said seriously, "You don't have to show up, tell me the detailed information, and I let the association handle this matter. The time is not enough. By the time the association has completed the process, the pregnant woman may have been in trouble." Wu Hung continued, "Wait for my news." Lilith knew that she couldn't persuade him, so she nodded and said, "Be secretive. Don't let the church catch any handles. The association still favors Treasure Island." "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung looked at the queen and Granda. Lilith said 3 methods. "The first 2 can't be done, let's try the last one," Wu Hung said. "Okay." The queen pondered for a moment and continued, "It depends on her luck. According to Lilith, whether she intervenes or not, the strange object will kill the pregnant woman. If there is really no way, it proves that fate is like this, and no one can save her." Wu Hung looked at the time and said, "Is the passage not opened?" "Not yet," said the queen. Wu Hung thought for a while, took out a tortoise shell, handed it to her. "Think about killing the ghost on the tumor smoothly. Then control it, and shake it 3 times. "What for?" the queen asked, and still followed the request, silently recited the question, and controlled it with her mind to shake it 3 times. The coin slipped from the mouth of the tortoise shell, and after the coin rotated on the ground, 2 coins were facing up. Shiuji. The temple, in the mansion of the pregnant woman. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the pure white marble of the church into blood, and the silver armor of the ceremonial guard reflected the cold light. The new hero Edmund, wearing a robe embroidered with golden holy patterns, stepped into the courtyard with steady steps. The shadow was reflected slender, like a sword drawn from its sheath, piercing straight into the depths of the mansion. The priests bowed and saluted, and one of them reported in a low voice, "Lord Liz rested well last night, and seemed to have had a good dream." Edmund's fingertips touched the holy emblem on his chest, and his voice was like the collision of cold iron. What's the condition of the fetus? It's going well, but Liz's life is slipping away quickly. The priest's voice was even lower. Maybe it can only hold on for 2 or 3 months. At the second-floor window, a wildcat climbed onto the roof and leapt. Behind the curtains, a thin figure could be vaguely seen sitting on a chair, with his shriveled palms pressed against his bulging belly. He was bowing slightly to this side. From today on, I will lead the team to guard this place personally. Edmund waved his hand. You can go back to your original work, and don't say a word about what happened here. Yes. The priests nodded and left. Edmund walked into the room quickly and stood at the door and said, Liz, how are you today? Very good. It seems much easier than yesterday. Liz smiled and replied, What do you need now? If possible, I want to rest. Okay, help Liz back to bed to rest, Edmund said. Immediately, a priest came forward behind her and helped her to the bed to rest. The door was closed again, and the others left the room. Inside the island owner's mansion. What do you mean? The queen looked at the coins. Wu Heng replied, Xiao Ji, it means today is still smooth, at least the ending is good. The queen raised her eyebrows. Is it accurate? You can tell from this tortoise shell? Glinda smiled and said, This is a rare item. Wu Heng always shakes it before going out to fight heroes. Really? As she spoke, the queen's face condensed. The passage is open. As she spoke, she flew over and lightly touched his forehead. Wu Heng immediately felt a spiritual magic being sent into his mind, and then immediately dispelled and disintegrated. Wu Heng said, You go and plant the seeds for the maids. I have a spiritual barrier, and the spiritual magic team is useless to me. It's really troublesome, the queen said, and flew downstairs. Soon she flew back, planted on Philippa. I go over first, wait for my news. After saying that, her figure disappeared instantly. When she appeared again, she had already arrived in the dream. The blue sky, the green grass, the young mother holding the well-behaved sleeping baby. Princess Fox, yesterday's dream was indeed true. The mother smiled sweetly. Chapter 1013. It seems that you are in a good mood today. The queen walked over. Today's dream is different from the first time I saw it last night. There is no endless darkness, no creeping shadows, and no rustling whispers. There are only grass and sky around, which looks very quiet. Liz said, Treasure Island is very lively, completely different from what I thought. What do you think it is like? The queen also became interested. What would such a believer who has never left the Holy See think of Treasure Island in his heart? Liz paused, then said, It's very chaotic, and there are many evil professions. It sounds like what pirates looked like before. Liz smiled awkwardly. I thought about it myself, and I haven't seen pirates. What did you see in Treasure Island? The queen continued to ask. I just wandered around the port and the streets. There were a lot of skeletons patrolling the streets. I didn't dare to walk too far because I was afraid of scaring the child, Liz said, then looked up at her. The queen raised her eyebrows and snapped her fingers lightly. The surrounding scene began to change, and she appeared in the port again. The sea breeze with a salty and humid breath brushed across her cheeks. The two stood at the bustling dock, and the baby appeared in the hands of a servant, still sleeping sweetly. Liz glanced at the child, then looked over. Are you at Treasure Island again? The queen's fox tail swept over her shoulder and pointed to the distance. Have you seen the consortium ship? A giant merchant ship was unloading, and the busy workers were lined up in a row. A captain stood on his shoulder with a trainer, and was shouting loudly, Step steadily. Whoever drops the goods into the sea will pay with his own wages. Liz shrank her neck. So strict. The people of the consortium are so scary. Maybe, but the consortium is recognized as the force with the best contract spirit, the queen said. Liz curled her lips, not believing it in her heart, but did not refute it. Beside the two, a member of the association team came over. They chatted casually. The royal family of the Celtic kingdom was replaced just like that. I heard that it was caused by a strange object. They want to resurrect the dead religious leader. The team members walked past, and Liz still looked at the dock. The queen glanced at her. Come on, I take you to the central area. You don't have to worry about the skeletons with me here. The street automatically extended under their feet, and in a blink of an eye they were standing in front of the central cathedral. The stained glass reflected colorful light, pointed arches, and clustered columns, which were completely different from the churches of the Holy See. Do you want to go in and take a look? The queen asked. Liz took 2 steps back, shaking her head like a bell in a storm. This is too presumptuous. The great gods will punish me. What are you afraid of? This is just a dream. Who can control a dream? The queen said beside him. Even dreams are not okay. Just treat it as a test for the brave. God will forgive you. The queen lifted her fox tail and took her into the church. Entering the hall, Liz still widened her eyes. There was no bloody altar, no black-robed evildoers. The morning light fell through the dome, and the believers sat on the benches and listened quietly. In front, a wood elf priest was holding a book and saying something, but the sound did not come over. The two of them sat in the back row of the church with their servants and children. Liz said, "This is all a dream. How could the church on Treasure Island be like this?" The queen did not argue and continued, "Where else do you want to go?" "Anywhere else?" The queen's foxtail rested on her thin shoulders. "I take you to see everything." Then, the surroundings began to change rapidly. The two appeared in the village of the Sky Fox tribe, and the wooden wind chimes rang softly with the wind. Then they went to the main city of the Yek kingdom. The people cheered for the queen, and there was a city where orcs and humans lived together. Finally, the two returned to their original dream: green grass, blue sky. "Are you the god of the Sky Fox tribe?" Liz suddenly asked, holding the child in her arms. The queen leaned on the bench made of clouds, and her 9 fox tails spread out like a fan. "Why do you say that?" Liz nodded seriously. "Only God can create the world. In the Sky Fox tribe, I do have a statue of the god," the queen answered casually. Liz's eyes were a little evasive. "So you came to me to ask me to betray the church?" "Ha!" The queen was amused. "What's your value? Is it worth my effort?" Liz thought for a while, and said with a depressed look, "You seem to be right. I don't seem to have much value." Then she said, "Then are we friends?" The queen raised her eyebrows. "You are quite brave. You just asked me if I was a god, and you want to be friends." Liz was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. If you can dream about me tomorrow, maybe I will agree to you." The queen approached like a fairy, slightly raised her chin. "You, the Pope, are not qualified to be friends with me." Liz's expression was choked, and she immediately prayed and confessed. The queen smiled and said, "Have a good dream. I hope to see you tomorrow." The surroundings changed again, and Liz found that she was back in the center of Treasure Island. However, it was night now. The night fell like silk, and the street lights on both sides of the street illuminated the island. The bard stepped on the wine barrel and chanted poems, and countless people gathered around to chat and watch the performance. Hanging light stones on the street. Liz widened her eyes. What she saw during the day was not a flagpole, but a piece of light stone. Treasure Island, it's just like the name. So rich. In the dim bedroom, the queen broke away from the other party's dream, and just appeared. Her brows were frowned. The perception was released, and she could feel the guards guarding the door, and the breath coming from the next door. In other words, there were more people here than yesterday. The queen flew out of the door, and saw the knights of the church guarding the door. She didn't have the spiritual vision attached, so she couldn't see the target's level. But the Vatican knights are of a relatively high level, and judging from the clothes of the two in front of me, they are core members, at least level 18 professionals. My actions have been exposed. It shouldn't be. I passed it through the dream, unless Liz told the Vatican about this matter. But judging from the other party's performance, it doesn't seem like he has reported this matter. After calming down, he continued to fly around the mansion and finally stopped in a room. On the bed in the distance, a priest was lying quietly, and the robe hanging at the door represented the other party's heroic identity. The Vatican really values this matter, and actually arranged a hero to guard here. The queen did not approach, but returned to Liz's bedroom. Liz was still sleeping soundly. Only her belly covered with a blanket could be seen moving repeatedly. The queen floated aside and fell into silence. Lilith provided 3 options. The first was to use pregnant livestock to transfer, and the second was to forcibly peel it off. If conditions allowed, she would prefer the first option, allowing the former religious leader to be reincarnated directly on the body of the livestock. But obviously, this condition was not available at the moment. If there was any movement, the heroes outside would rush in. If it didn't work this time, it would be difficult to find the other party and kill him next time. The only option left was the third one. After thinking quickly in her mind, she reached out and pointed at the tumor attached to her belly. The next second, a dark blue soul power emerged, revealing the face of a middle-aged man, and was pulled out. After a brief moment of confusion, the man was about to roar. The queen released the Lord of Dreams and forcibly pulled him into Liz's dream. In the next room, a noisy sound came immediately, and then the hero and the other priests rushed into the room quickly, staring at the skinny pregnant woman who was still sleeping. After checking all around, they released the detection scroll. The priest came back and said, "My lord, no abnormality was found." The hero Edmund looked down at the pregnant woman, his eyes narrowed slightly. "I did feel the trace of the dead just now. Could it be a strange object attached to the belly?" The priest saw the other party looking at the pregnant woman. "Do you need to wake her up?" Edmund hesitated, but still shook his head. "No, arrange 2 people to guard here, and call me in time if there is any problem." "Yes." In Liz's dream, the originally noisy night market suddenly froze. The crowd dispersed like a receding tide, revealing 2 figures confronting each other in the center. The ghost of the nine-tailed sky fox stood in the air, while the soul of Sidhu on the opposite side was twisted. "Liz, this is a dream. Wake up and call the guards. This is heresy." Sidhu's roar stopped abruptly. With a stroke of the queen's fingertips, his image suddenly twisted, turning into a black fox elder with a mixed hair tail and blood-red magic pattern. Liz's pupil shrank suddenly, and she hugged the child tightly and retreated quickly. "Liz, you hide too, stay away." The queen's voice was full of irresistible power. Liz picked up the child and ran wildly, secretly looking back at the corner. In midair, the nine-tailed sky fox princess was still confronting the black fox elder, and it was obvious that the black fox elder became more and more anxious. "Wu Heng's running dog, you dare to come here," Sidhu said loudly. He recognized the city under his feet. "This is the central area of Treasure Island. He has been here, and has chosen a place as a church." "Sidhu." The queen looked at him sarcastically. "I heard about your story, and thought you were firm in your faith, but your behavior was extreme. Now it seems that you are really lowly and selfish. You are a hero." Facing the other party's ridicule, Sidhu did not refute, but said, "I have no conflict with Treasure Island. We can talk about this matter. Go and talk to your god," the queen said coldly, and then rushed directly to the other party. Sidhu wanted to escape, but was pulled into a dream. Where could he escape? The next second, he was wrapped and swallowed by the queen's soul power. Sidhu's face changed drastically, and he shouted in panic, "If you kill me, you will die here too. You can't do this. I want to talk to Wu Heng. I have a bargaining chip to survive. If you kill me, he will also blame you." Amidst the screams for mercy, Sidhu's voice became smaller and smaller, and his soul power became thinner and thinner. When the last ray was swallowed by the queen, the sky cleared up again. The queen took a deep breath. Her figure flashed, and she appeared in the back alley of the bakery, squatting in the corner with the child in her arms. Seeing the queen appear, he was startled at first, and then asked tremblingly, "He is dead?" "Dead." The queen fell to the ground. "Gang Gao saw our secret. Don't tell anyone, including your pope." Liz looked down at the baby in her arms, and then nodded. The queen put her fox tail on her shoulders. Let's go to the beach." The 2 appeared at the port. The waves gently lapped the dream beach. The 2 looked at the sea reflected by the moonlight in the distance. The queen hesitated and said, "I'm leaving. There will be some changes in the church after you wake up. You must be strong, like the princess of the Sky Fox and the queen of the kingdom of Yeko. Do you hear me?" Liz raised her eyebrows. "But I may not live that long." The queen looked at her. "You won't die." After the voice fell, the queen disappeared. Liz gently stroked the child, and looked at the sea in the distance. If this is not a dream, is the kingdom of God similar to Treasure Island? The bedroom of the church. Outside the window, the first ray of morning light penetrated the window, and shone on the sleeping pregnant woman. Under the quilt, the blood tumor that once squirmed like a living thing has now completely turned into gray-white cracked stones, and fell off the belly that was attached to it. With a thud, it fell to the ground. The drowsy priest standing by was startled, and looked at the stone tire on the ground with wide eyes. "No, it's bad. The strange object has fallen off." The priest's scream broke the silence and staggered to the door. Then, there were chaotic footsteps outside. The hero Edmund strode in, followed by 2 priests, while the rest of the clergy remained outside the door. Entering the bedroom, Edmund glanced at the stone tire on the ground, picked it up, and put it into the space ring, then said, "Wake her up." Liz was roughly awakened, looked around blankly, and finally her eyes fell on her much flatter abdomen, and her pupils trembled slightly. Then he looked outside and said softly, "Hello, sir?" Edmund stared at her and said, "What happened last night?" Liz said with difficulty, "I was just sleeping." "Lying." Edmund's voice became even colder. "Lying to the Holy See. Do you know what this means?" Liz still shook her head. "Sir, my health is very bad. I really don't know what happened outside." Edmund narrowed his eyes, and the priest's ability told him that the other party was not lying. "Take her away, go to the temple, and let His Holiness the Pope deal with it." Two priests lifted her up and dragged her away. Liz was almost dying from the huge force. She stared at her shaking shadow on the ground and recalled what happened in her dream yesterday. Edmund walked in front, turned his head and looked at her suddenly, and said, "It seems that you have remembered something. Tell it now. It's not too late. If you hide it, you know the fate of heresy." Liz looked up. Fear and retreat appeared in her eyes, followed by a kind of ruthlessness and determination. Shaking her head, she said, "I know nothing. Take her away. You tell me when we get there." Edmund's voice became even colder. He dragged her through the courtyard with the priests, and the three wild cats on the wall stood up in warning from afar. Chapter 10:14. The carriage shook violently on the cobblestone road, and the wheels rolled over the potholes, making a dull thumping sound. Liz was thrown forward and supported by the priest. She leaned against the wall of the carriage weakly, her face as pale as paper. Edmund's holy robe glowed coldly in the dim carriage, and his eyes stared at the opposite side, his eyes, like knives, last night. Nothing really happened? Liz's fingers unconsciously tugged at the hem of her skirt, and there were still wet marks on the fabric after incontinence. Slowly raising her head, her messy hair stuck to her forehead, but her eyes were unexpectedly calm. Holy see, if there is really a problem, would you not notice it? Edmund's pupils shrank slightly, and this submissive believer became calm at this moment. It seemed that he faced what was going to happen later calmly. "What did you dream about?" Edmund leaned forward, and the hem of his robe fell along his knees. Liz looked at the passing scenery outside the window and whispered, "I dreamed. I went to a port. The lights were bright, and people on the street were laughing. What else? There were many bards reciting poems loudly, and the road was very lively." Liz lowered her head, her body swaying with the carriage, lowered her head, and recalled softly. "Talked for a while." Liz suddenly coughed, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Looking down at the blood on her palm, "Your Highness, how long do I have left?" Edmund was silent. "Enough for you to see His Holiness the Pope." The carriage fell into a brief silence. Just when Edmund wanted to continue speaking, the carriage suddenly stopped, and the wheels made a harsh sound on the cobblestone road, followed by the voice of the accompanying knight. "Your Highness, the people of the association blocked the road, and it was Deacon Xavier who led the team." Edmund said solemnly, "Tell them that the Holy See is carrying out a mission, and ask them to make way." The knight left and came back immediately. "Holy See, they said that Miss Liz should follow." Edmund's eyes condensed. He didn't expect that the local association would accurately mention Liz's name. Did the association do what happened last night? As soon as this thought came up, it was dispelled. If the association wanted to take care of this matter, it would never take this approach, and would definitely follow the normal process. Especially since Hatterai presided over the association. While pursuing results, he also valued procedural justice. Edmund opened the door and walked down. The moment he opened the door, the sunlight just reflected Liz's bloodless face. She curled up in the corner, firmly controlled by two priests. On the roofs on both sides of the road, various tamed animals also looked down, and pairs of eyes scanned the team and carriage. "Is there something wrong with the association?" Edmund took a step across to block his sight, and the divine robe on his body made the curious residents around him salute together. A lot of people were huddled down. The local Deacon Xavier, who was born in the elf tribe, strode forward, saluted and said, "Holy Lord Edmund, is Miss Liz in the carriage? The association has something, and needs her cooperation. Deacon Xavier may have come to the wrong place. You should go to her residence to ask," Edmund said. Xavier smiled awkwardly. "Then please let us check the carriage." "Arrogant!" Edmund's roar echoed in the narrow alley, and the long swords of the knights of the church were unsheathed. On the association side, although the team members held the hilts tightly, they were reluctant to draw their swords. In the city of the Holy Temple, even the children selling flowers at the corner of the alley are believers. Once a conflict occurs, they may not even find the bodies. Edmund said coldly, "Make way now, otherwise you know the consequences." Deacon Xavier stepped forward with a calm face. "Your Excellency, the leader has ordered. Please don't make things difficult for us." To be left in the Holy Temple as a deacon, he is naturally not lacking in ability and courage. He is also sure that the other party will not really take action in the current situation. The team members behind him wiped their sweat one by one. "Leader's order?" Edmund narrowed his eyes. Xavier took out a piece of paper and opened it. "We are also acting according to orders. Maybe the headquarters is holding a leader meeting. Do you want to consider it?" Edmund's eyes fell on the order. A blank piece of paper with only the leader's seal in the corner. Blank? Are you kidding me? After I read it, the words disappeared. Xavier said, "Your Excellency, let's take a step back. I will take the person away, and you will keep watch. We will not interrogate Miss Liz alone without a clear order. What do you think? Edmund looked at him, and the paper for several times. Seeing that more and more people were around, he said, take Liz and Xavier to the association to rest. Yes. Liz was helped off the carriage, and handed over to the association. When everyone saw Liz, their eyes widened. She turned out to be like this. Before leaving, Edmund reminded, Liz, have a good rest. We will pick you up later. Liz bowed slightly, and was taken to the association's carriage like a cargo. Slowly leave. Edmund stood there, staring at the carriage, his eyes changing. Temple, meeting room. The light stone swayed under the dome, and 3 heroes sat around the round table. Sidhu's fate ends here. The Pope's voice was like a sigh. The Church has done its best, and the Father will witness our loyalty. Things have developed to this point, and Sidhu still hasn't succeeded in coming back to life. This means that this is his fate, and no one can be blamed. Edmund stared at the table, pondered for a moment, and said, now that I think about it, the leader's mark should be Wu Heng's. Another hero frowned tightly and said, you mean, he can kill Sidhu in the temple? At this point, the 3 of them instantly felt a chill on their backs. If Wu Heng can stop Sidhu from reincarnating without anyone noticing, can he also come to kill them? If it were other heroes, there might be many concerns. But if it was Wu Heng, the 3 believed he would dare to do it. The room fell silent. After a long while, the Pope slowly stood up, holding the scepter in his hand, and said, tomorrow, I will personally ask the Father God to give the right direction. The Pope has become a high-risk job. He just took this position, and it became unsafe in the Church. Yes. The other 2 nodded. An hour ago. The Queen returned to the Island Master's mansion, and woke Wu Heng from his sleep. Sitting in the study in a nightgown, Glenda, Benny, and Xiao Xiao were beside him, listening to the Queen's story about what happened in the church tonight. After listening to everything, Wu Heng said, so, it is really Sidhu inside the tumor. The Church resurrected Sidhu, which was the result of their intelligence. Yesterday, their speculation was indeed verified to be completely correct. Now, the bad guy is dead, Xiao Xiao said. The Queen nodded. He came out of the strange object, his level was not high, and he had no strength to fight back. This bad guy should have died long ago, Xiao Xiao said angrily. Then he also said, if the association hadn't stopped us, we should have killed him at sea. There is no way, we couldn't really fight with the association at that time. Granda continued, it's better to kill him, so as to avoid any problems in the future. Several ghosts discussed for a few words. The Queen continued to look at Wu Heng. Is there a way to save the pregnant woman? She is involved in the strange object. Even if the Church does not vent her anger on her, it is very likely to kill her to keep the secret. In the whole plan of the Church, the pregnant woman is just a pawn. In the end, he will die due to the side effects of the strange object. Now that there is an oversight, it is basically certain that the outcome will not change much. Wu Heng thought for a while, and said, the only way I can think of to intervene in the Holy Church is through the local association. It's too late to go through the association, the Queen said. Xiao Xiao interrupted, write a letter to the deacon over there. Don't we have the Pirate King's fountain pen? The Queen looked at him with a puzzled look. Wu Heng said, we have a strange object that can write letters to the target through the air. It's not a steel plate, but a quill pen. Then write a letter to the other party and try. Whether it will work depends on her own fate, the Queen said. Wu Heng nodded, I call Lilith. I need to know the other party's name and appearance. Okay. You try and succeed. Wu Heng didn't say much and picked up the phone to call Lilith. Soon the call was connected, and Lilith's face appeared on the screen. Any results? Yes. It is indeed Sidhu, who is using the strange object to revive the body, Wu Heng said, and then told the details again. Of course, it only talked about this matter, and did not mention how to enter the temple and the Queen's affairs. When Njing finished listening, Lilith's eyes changed slightly. It sounds easy to say. But in the temple, killing the previous religious leader, even just listening, makes people nervous, and their hearts beat violently. This is really too bold. And he really succeeded. Sidhu probably never thought that he would die in the temple. After a long while, Lilith said with some sigh, no one would have thought that Sidhu's final fate would be like this. Wu Heng did not respond to this sentence, but said, their plan has been ruined, and the pregnant woman who was used before may be implicated. I want the local association to protect the person first. Lilith understood what he meant, and it was consistent with her understanding of Wu Heng. Protect people in the temple? Well, is there any way? Wu Heng asked first. Lilith thought for a while. I can tell Hadalai about this matter, and let him use the radio to contact the temple, and ask them to hand over the person. Then the pregnant woman will just disappear. Wu Heng said. Yes. I think so too. Wu Heng continued. Do you know the name and general appearance of the local deacon? Yes. Lilith looked puzzled. Do you have a way? I have a strange item in my hand that can contact the other party. Wu Heng said. Okay, his name is Xavier, an elf. Lilith described the information she knew. After she finished speaking, Wu Heng continued, I go to work first, and talk to you later. Give the phone to Xiao Xiao. I talked to her for a while. Lilith said. Xiao Xiao possessed the doll, picked up the phone and walked aside. Sister, I'm here. Wu Heng walked to the desk, took out the affectionate quill pen letter, and then recalled the information and appearance of the local deacon in his mind. The next second, the letter in his hand disappeared. Done! Wu Heng continued, we have done everything we can. If we haven't saved the other party, we have tried our best. I know. The queen nodded. After I devoured Saidu, I saw some scattered memories. Do you want to see them? Let's see. Wu Heng nodded. He still had many things to be curious about the Holy See. The queen got into the body, and the next second countless scattered memories were shared. The young Saida knelt on one knee on the gorgeous carpet of the Holy See temple. The Pope put his sword on his shoulder. The sun shone through the colored windows, casting colorful spots on his armor, as if he was crowned by God. Then, the scene changed. In a small border town somewhere, Saida held a torch high, and behind him were pagans tied to the stake, and the priest was reading out the crimes of these pagans. Then, scattered images flashed by. They appeared in a bright hall. Saida turned into a ghost, and the new pope was on the platform. We will help you revive your body. You just stay in the temple. Saida showed gratitude. Thank you, your majesty. At this time, all the memory fragments disappeared. Wu Heng frowned slightly. None of the ones he wanted to see appeared. He was mainly curious about two things. One was whether the gods really existed, and what kind of power they could exert. The second was the secret of the heroes, how the church quickly replenished the heroes. If it wasn't bad luck, it was possible that these contents were encrypted by magic. Just like the people of the secret society, when they asked about the list of the secret society, the head of the corpse being asked would explode. It is possible that the church also has such restrictions. After watching the pictures, Wu Heng released the queen. Is there any important information? The queen asked. No one is interested. Next time, catch two people from the temple and ask about the corpse. Wu Heng said. The queen curled her lips. This is going to be a long wait. Wu Heng did not speak, but opened the panel and looked at the faith. Faith, 4717/50,000. The speed of faith is getting faster and faster. It won't be long before we can face the Holy See directly. The sky is getting brighter. The skeletons in the courtyard have started to get busy, adding various materials to the tall furnace. Let's go! Let's prepare for bone forging first. Wu Heng got up and took the queen out of the study. In a separate room on the first floor, he copied the runes on his body. Then he walked to the courtyard, and the flames in the furnace shot up into the sky. The temple. The Pope knelt in front of the huge statue, his forehead pressed against the ground. Suddenly, the Pope looked up as if he had sensed something, and on the shelf in front of the statue, golden words began to appear on the unfolded parchment. On the day of courage, in the kingdom of Yeko, heretics appeared. The words appeared quickly, and then gradually disappeared. The Pope silently said something in his heart, and knelt down again to thank the Father for his instructions. Then, the Pope slowly stood up and strode out with the scepter in his hand. Send the two holy seas over. Yes. Chapter 10:15. The flames of the furnace gradually died out, and the heat twisted and dissipated in the air. Wu Heng stood up and walked out, and the runes on his body fell off as he walked. The skeletons waiting outside passed by with tools and began to clean the place. Not far away, Viola was still sitting cross-legged in the flames, with long brown hair flying and black bird patterns on her skin, absorbing the energy from all around. Walking into the living room, the queen controlled the puppet to bring a towel. How was it today? The progress was quite smooth, but it didn't break through the second stage. Wu Heng picked up the towel and wiped the dust off his body. Smooth is a good thing. With your cultivation speed, it should be fast. Don't worry, the queen said aside. Xiao Xiao floated aside, with a curious look in her eyes, and is so gentle today. Benny followed. Maybe she likes your uncle more. What do you like? I don't know. Anyway, they have a better relationship. Xiao Xiao followed. I thought Aunt also liked uncle. Glenda looked away from the book in her hand. Your address is easy to be misunderstood. The queen rolled her eyes, and said to the three ghosts who were talking about people in person, dissatisfied, are you prejudiced against me? My attitude was very bad before. Xiao Xiao looked up at the air, and refused to answer. The bunny girl Minnie walked over and said, Master, the bath water is ready. Okay. Wu Hung nodded, and then said to the ghosts, we are going out later, Xiao Xiao, don't run around. Oh okay, or I don't plan to go out either, Xiao Xiao said. Wu Hung went upstairs to take a bath, and the others continued to chat. After washing up, he returned to the study. The four ghosts were doing their own things in the room. He wiped his hair simply, let's go to the zombie world and come back at night. The four ghosts flew back to his body. Wu Hung opened the boundary door and walked in. Zombie world. Walking out of the boundary door, the room in the monitoring room was a little dim. Let the ghosts out, Xiao Xiao said directly. I'm going to see if the zombies have upgraded. After that, he flew out with Benny. The queen followed him and said, if you have the ability to see the level, give me one if you have the chance. Wu Hung said, I have already greeted the material caravan on the island. When the required materials are transported here, we can perform the ceremony. Don't worry. Well, it's good to have arrangements. The queen nodded. Wu Hung had told her about this ability before, but she didn't pay much attention to it. This time when going to the temple, if you can see the target's level, it will make things more convenient, instead of having to judge the position by the other party's clothes. Of course, the materials needed for the ceremony still need to be prepared in advance. Wu Hung sat down in front of the monitoring screen. The cold light reflected on his face, and roughly glanced at the screen in the monitoring. Picked up the phone, and dialed Li Yahung's number. Hello? After the phone rang twice, Li Yahung's voice came. Wu Hung said, it's me. How are you recently? We are all fine. Sister Zhao is losing weight recently. Here at the base, wait a moment, I checked the records. There was a sound of paper flipping on the other side, and then said, in the base, all industrial resumption plans have been completed, which can meet all current industrial needs. The second one is Gao Rong. The Jackdaw Cry project has completed the disassembly work. Now it can complete the two methods of hypnotic infrasound and thermite bombs separately. The effect of hypnotic infrasound has been enhanced by 20 times. Now the launch method is being developed, and the goal is to launch long-range and short-range missile warheads. There was the sound of flipping pages again. Li Yang continued, the last one is about the serum. The Dawn Alliance conducted a random inspection experiment. 5 survivors of the experiment were sent from each base. During the experiment, the 5 people were injected with serum within 30 seconds after being injected with the virus, and all survived. The success of the experiment made all those who sang the opposite tune shut up. Ji Hankai has been negotiating with you about the propaganda of the Chosen One and the Savior these days. It is estimated that there will be results soon. Wu Hung listened carefully, and waited for the other party to finish everything. The Jackdaw Cry project is a weapon blueprint that Wu Hung got from Russia. He had seen the experimental results when he went to the military factory 3 months ago. The effect is not bad, but Wu Hung feels that hypnosis first, and then killing the target with thermite high temperature is a bit redundant. So it was divided into 2 types. One is the normal Jackdaw Cry, hypnosis plus thermite bomb, and the second is separate, hypnosis alone or thermite bomb alone. Now it seems that the progress is also very smooth, and the final vehicle matching has begun. The third point is serum and publicity. It sounds like the Dawn Alliance has also conducted on-site experiments, but in fact, this is nothing, the effect of the serum is real. On-site experiments are also a good thing, which can make more people believe. The next is the publicity of his identity as the Chosen One. There have been many speculations about Wu Hung before, and it should not be difficult to promote the Chosen One. How is the effect of the promotion? Wu Hung asked. Li Yang said, it has been spread on the forum, and we are still discussing it. I feel that it should not be a problem to promote it in various bases. Speed up the progress, put some pressure on those bases, and don't be too easy to talk to. Wu Hung said. Okay. Li Yang agreed, and then seemed to suddenly think of something. A religion has also emerged in the West, preaching on the World Channel. Western sect? Sect? Li Yang repeated, and then said, it's called the Sun Cult, and it also promotes the concept of the Savior, but there are more people who curse than believe in it. They all say that they can't see them in the end of the world. Now they have stabilized, and say that they are the Savior. When she said the last part, Li Yahung's tone was full of smiles. At the end of the world, the environment is bad and food is scarce. People need spiritual sustenance and hope that God will save them. But now the situation is gradually stabilizing, food is sufficient, and the environment is safe. You suddenly say that you saved the end of the world. Isn't that asking for trouble? Besides, this sect is different from Yama Palace. Yama Palace has always maintained its popularity in the world channel. It supplies food to the world, establishes a world trading market, and later developed serum. There is some basis for saying that it is the savior. This Sun cult is just a mouth. Wu Heng frowned slightly after listening to the Sun cult. Asked, the one in the Vatican? No. It comes from a small country. I don't care much about the specific situation. It suddenly appeared. Li Yong replied. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, ask around and listen to what their doctrines say. Okay, I keep an eye on it then. Li Yong agreed. Wu Heng continued, by the way, the Corn Sword Master number 2 that I asked you to send out last time can be picked up now. I arranged for someone to pick it up and send it to the prison for you later. Yes. After the main things were said, the two continued to chat about the base. Then they hung up the phone. Behind them, Xiao Xiao and Benny had returned, and several ghosts gathered together, looking at the content on the forum on their phones. Now you can post videos and photos on the forum. Gradually returning to the era of short videos. Wu Heng saw that Xiao Xiao didn't come to talk to him about the zombies, so there shouldn't be any zombies that have reached level 20 yet. He also opened the forum and looked at the content above. One person with 4 souls waited until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Wu Heng stood up and said, let's go home. After the 4 souls flew back to the body, they opened the door and walked in. Returned to Treasure Island. Xiao Xiao controlled the puppet and ran down from upstairs in a bird display pose. Wu Heng followed behind and shouted, run slowly, don't fall. The figure had disappeared, leaving Xiao Xiao's nonchalant answer, I'm already level 20. Walking down the first floor, Minnie smiled and said, Master, dinner is ready, you can eat. Okay. Wu Heng walked towards the dining room. The rest of the family also walked out of the training room. The training suits were soaked with sweat and stuck to the skin, outlining different figures, but each one had smooth muscle lines. After the women simply washed up, they sat down at the dining table and started eating. They ate a little. Wu Heng asked Viola, how is your training recently? Viola sat on the right side, next to Minnie, and paused for a moment with the spoon in her hand, then answered, I can feel that my strength has improved. It shouldn't take long for me to upgrade. Keep working hard. Wu Heng continued, the association still owes me some merits. If you reach hero status before the merits are exchanged, all these merits will be given to you in exchange for the props and weapons you need. Viola's eyes lit up. Hero's merits. And it sounds like a lot. Thank you, sir. I will work harder. Viola stood up again to thank him. Philippa said, we gave them all to Viola. What should we do when we reach hero status? Why do you feel like you are dividing the family property? Wu Heng said unhappily. Chanella took a sip from the wine glass and said with a smile, Philippa, if you think about it this way, then we 2 heroes will have more and more rare items and props. Then we don't need to be heroes to get many rare items. That's right. Philippa smiled. The few people continued to eat, and Wu Heng began to ask the others about their levels. In the study. The dream channel is open. If Wu Heng comes back, tell him for me. The queen said. Granada nodded, okay, be careful. After the two finished speaking, the queen disappeared. When she appeared again, she saw Liz sitting alone on a weathered limestone, with thin clothes sticking to her body, thin and dull eyes, like a dead person. The doctor of the association said, the child is gone. Liz's voice was as light as a wisp of smoke. The queen walked over and sat down beside her. Do you understand what happened? The ritual failed. I can't give birth to the Son of God. The Holy See wants to punish me. Liz still lowered her head. I know it was you who asked the association to keep me. The queen pondered. Do you want to hear the truth? The queen turned her head. At least you can know who wants you to live and who is hurting you. Liz was silent for a long time before she said slowly, you tell me, I want to hear it. The second day. Wu Heng had just finished the evil spirit bone forging, and his bone still had a burning pain. After taking a shower and coming down from upstairs, the mobile phone on the table rang. After answering the phone, Sir Yali's capable voice came from the receiver, my lord, the new flag bearer has arrived and wants to visit you. As soon as you hear the tone of the voice, you can tell that there is an outsider around. Okay, I go over now. Wu Heng said, and the other party hung up the phone directly. Minnie walked in from outside, holding the cut fruit in her hand. Master is going out? Yes, to the association. Wu Hung took a piece of fruit and put it in his mouth. The new flag bearer is here, and it's a good time to talk to Zalagui about the island. Minnie nodded and helped him put on his coat neatly. After Wu Hung dressed, he released teleportation and left. When he appeared again, he had arrived at the courtyard of the deacon's mansion, entered the association from the back door, walked through the corridor, and went straight to the study. He knocked on the door lightly, and a response came from inside, and he opened the door and walked in. Pushing the door open, the light in the study was soft. In addition to the two elf sisters, there was a dwarf sitting on the sofa in a gorgeous purple dress. Wu Hung paused, then raised his eyebrows. Sim? He still had some impression of the dwarf in front of him. He was an 18th level investigator who had previously investigated the disappearance case in Nettle City. Seeing Wu Hung, Sim immediately jumped off the sofa and performed a standard dwarf chest-touching salute, with a loud voice, like a speech. It's great to see you again, respected leader. Sim Cox greets you, and I wish you a happy mood every day. I'm glad to see you too, Sim. Wu Hung also smiled. Sim also felt Wu Hung's enthusiasm, and said respectfully, thank you, sir. The two sat down. Yali brought a cup of tea, and then returned to her seat. Zalagui said, the headquarters has issued a transfer order. Mr. Sim will serve as the new flag bearer of Emerald Sea. Sim immediately straightened his back and said solemnly, please take care of me, Lord Chief and Deacon Zalagui. Perhaps because of the elf flag bearer last time, this time the transfer is not only someone Wu Hung is familiar with, but also an investigator. Normally, investigators are civilian positions in the association, and they will more often take on some auxiliary work. This time, he was directly arranged as a flag bearer. Wu Hung took a sip of tea and smiled. We are all working for the association, so it is only right to take care of each other. Yes, yes. Sim also smiled. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, and the process of meeting the chief was considered to be completed. Sim got up and said goodbye tactfully, and followed Yali to see the dormitory. He had just arrived, so he had to settle down before finding a permanent residence. After the door was closed, Zalagui asked curiously, there has been thick smoke in the direction of the island owner's mansion these days. What are you burning in broad daylight? To practice skills. Wu Hung remained calm. Don't fool me. Zalagui looked unconvinced. Do you really think I have never seen the world? What skill do you have to set fire every day? Wu Hung said, I will take you to see it tomorrow, and you can practice it too. Zalagui saw that he really didn't seem to be joking. Is it true? Really? Wu Hung said, you can come at night. The cat at home can dance. I will let it perform for you. When did you get a cat? Chapter 10:16. You know when you go? Wu Hung winked at her. Zalagui frowned, feeling that the other party was playing some tricks. Squeak! The door was gently pushed open, and Yali came back from outside. Mr. Sim has already arranged it. Yali cleaned up the tea set Sim used, and looked at the two curiously. What are you talking about? You look so happy. Wu Hung said that the island owner's mansion has a dancing kitten, and invited us to watch the show. Zalagui said. Yali glanced at Wu Hung, smiled, and said, I haven't seen a dancing kitten either. Let's go and see it in the evening. Zalagui said, I have prepared a welcoming banquet for Sim in the tavern. Is there enough time? According to convention, the important personnel sent by the headquarters are all received by her, the deacon. During this period of time, Zalagui has also changed from being too lazy to participate at the beginning to being able to do it with ease now. After all, we can't let Wu Hung, a hero, meet one by one. The banquet won't take long, we go over after it's over. Yali said with a smile. Okay. Zalagui crossed her arms and raised her chin to Wu Hung. If your cat can't dance, you can dance for us. Hey! Zalagui, you actually like this? Wu Hung showed a look of you actually like this. Yali said with a smile. Oh. Zalagui's secret has been discovered. Zalagui's eyes straightened. What are your expressions? I'm going to hit someone. While the three of them were laughing and joking, Yali suddenly remembered something. By the way, my mother wrote to say that she would arrange a marriage for us. After all, we are old enough. What? Wu Hung almost choked on his tea. You didn't mention our relationship? Zalagui spread her hands helplessly. How can I say this? The two of you are good to you, you men can say it. How can we say it? If you don't say it now, you two will be arranged to get married. Yali sighed and said, if you say it directly, the news will spread, and Zalagui will most likely be transferred away, and it will be even more difficult for us to meet at that time. At the beginning, it was not mentioned because the love between the elf nobles and humans would definitely be opposed. Now there is no way to mention it, And the bigger reason is that Wu Heng is a hero, and Shi Lagui is a deacon of the association. According to the current system of the association, if this matter spreads out, it is very likely that the headquarters will transfer her away on the pretext of something. Why don't you ask your family not to tell anyone? Wu Heng said. Shi Lagui raised 3 fingers. My mother will definitely tell anyone, and I can only endure it for 3 days at most. Wu Heng's expression froze. Shi Yali also smiled and continued. We have already discussed this matter. We will write a letter to our family saying that we have fallen in love in Treasure Island. We can delay it for a while. Lagui also nodded. Wu Heng said, that's fine. If not, don't be a deacon. Lagui frowned. I finally became a deacon. You can just stop if you say you don't want to be one. If there is really no other way. Lagui said, we talk about it later. This is the reply for now. Wu Heng nodded, chatted with the 2 sisters for a while, and after deciding the evening schedule, he returned to the island owner's mansion to prepare. Returned to the island owner's mansion. There were not many people in the living room. Chanella went to the church, Annette was in the city hall, and the others were training in the training room. Everyone worked very hard. Holding a mobile phone on the sofa, looking at the photo of his daughter sent by Winman Shah, and replying to the message. Fortunately, he had modern equipment. If he didn't have these things, the distance between Rentam City and Treasure Island would probably require only 1 letter a month. It was difficult to communicate feelings. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps sounded, and the queen controlled a puppet to walk over from the courtyard. After sitting down opposite, she said, last night, I went to see Liz again through a dream, the pregnant woman in the church, who is already in the association. So, the local deacon is quite reliable, and saved the person. Wu Heng's tone was a little unexpected. After all, that is the main city of the Holy See, and the whole city is full of fanatical believers. Even children are exposed to education that believes in the supremacy of faith. The influence of the association there is like planting flowers in the crater of a volcano. If you are not careful, it will be burned by the flames. If they are killed by local people, the association will not be able to investigate. Wu Heng sent the leader's order to the other party, just to save the situation. Now it seems that the situation is still good. She was saved. The queen continued, but according to Liz, the association promised the Holy See that it would only detain the person, and would not conduct any form of inquiry. So that's it. This is like an unspoken deal. The association took a fair and impartial attitude, and the Holy See tacitly allowed them to take the pregnant woman away. If the local deacon showed a hint of the intention to investigate, I'm afraid that what was sent out would not be a living person, but a corpse that could not even be interrogated. Wu Heng picked up the phone and said, I send a message to Lilith and ask her if there is any way to bring the person out. Okay. After the message was sent, 2 or 3 minutes later, Lilith's reply popped up, I take a look at the situation and help you if I can. Wu Heng replied with an okay, and then relayed the content to the queen. The queen nodded, Lilith is really good to you. Wu Heng did not continue the topic, but looked at her and said, I really doubt whether the stone tablet says that you bewitched the king. Is it true? The queen looked up at him. Why do you mention this? I just think. Wu Heng shrugged, your character is really not capable of doing anything terrible. The queen leaned forward, people will change. Maybe after thousands of years, I have reformed myself? Come on. You don't look like that. Wu Heng leaned back in the chair, crossed his legs and said, you are in a good time, otherwise you would not be qualified to join our evil group of necromancers. The queen looked at him for a long time and said, now I know who shall learn these strange words from. Chatted in the living room for a while. The skeleton chef prepared dinner, and several people went to the restaurant. After dinner, the living room was filled with the aroma of black tea and desserts. Wu Heng leaned on the sofa, listening to the maid's idle chatter. Suddenly, there was a knock on the courtyard door. Minnie ran to open the door, and when she came back, she was followed by the 2 elf sisters. Master, Minnie said in a strange tone, Deacon Zalagui and Assistant Shiryali are here, saying they are here to see the cats dance. The living room was silent in an instant. The catwoman Roby, who was sitting on the edge of the sofa, was choked and said uncertainly, I can dance a little, but it's really not very good looking. As soon as Zalagui saw everyone's expressions, she knew that there was no dancing cat in the island owner's mansion. Shiryali laughed and took out a beautiful rattan food box from her space ring, and handed it to Minnie. Actually, I came to watch a movie. I brought some moon cakes and honeydew tea from the elf forest. The 2 sat down in front of the sofa and chatted with the others. Robe trotted upstairs to prepare the audiovisual room to watch a movie. Soon, The audiovisual room was ready. Several people went upstairs and waited for the movie to start. Under the dim light, Wu Hung sat between the two sisters, his left hand on Zalagwi's leg, stroking back and forth, and his right hand under Shiryali's skirt. The two elf sisters were both stiff, and then carefully adjusted their sitting posture. In the courtyard, Shannara returned from outside, and saw Glinda sitting in the courtyard reading a book in the dark. "Where are the family members?" Shannara asked curiously. Glinda raised her head and said, "The elf sisters from the association are here, and they are all watching a movie." "Oh!" Shannara raised her eyebrows slightly, and the tip of her ear moved between her hair. "You are still watching a movie so late, and you are not going home tonight?" "Maybe you are not going home," Glinda continued. "Well, I go upstairs first." Shannara nodded, washed up directly, and went back to her room to rest. In fact, Shannara knew the relationship between Wu Hung and the sisters, and the sisters also guessed why Shannara lived in the island owner's mansion. But there is still a layer of window paper between them, maintaining the surface of ignorance. Since the sisters came today, Shannara planned to return to the room in advance, in order to avoid the embarrassment of meeting face to face. Deep black. The movie also ended. After several people came out of the audiovisual room, Wu Hung said, "Minnie, you guys clean up and go to bed early." "Okay, master." Minnie and the others smiled and nodded. Wu Hung continued to look at the two elf sisters. "Come on, I show you the cat dancing." "Aw? You really have a cat?" Shiryali was puzzled. Shilagwi also asked curiously, "Where to watch it?" "Here." Wu Hung led the two into the bedroom. While the elf sisters were looking for the cat in the room, they heard the door click. "Where's the cat?" "Dancing?" Shiryali crossed her arms and raised her eyebrows. "Meow." Wu Hung imitated with a rough voice, and Shiryali chuckled, "So stupid." The laughter was sealed before it fell. Shilagwi was shocked to find that she had been fooled. What cat dancing? It was obvious that they wanted the sisters to act as cats for him to watch. Just as she was about to speak, she was pulled into a hot chest. Her neck was held by a big hand, and her lips and tongue were instantly lost. "Wu, wait!" Zalagwi's hand that was pushing away slowly softened, and she turned her head away and said, "It's too late, next time. No one is allowed to leave tonight." Wu Hung began to unbutton her clothes. Zalagwi blushed. "How can this be done? If people know, gossip will spread." She said this, but raised her slender neckline, enjoying the kiss of her lover all the way, and when she turned her head, she saw that Shiryali had changed into a velvet nightgown without knowing when. "Shiryali, are you really going to stay?" Zalagwi said. "This is the island owner's mansion, and outsiders don't know. Let's go back tomorrow morning." Shiryali said, opening her arms. "Wu Hung, Zalagwi can't accept it. Come to my sister's place." Wu Hung smiled and buried his head in Shiryali's snow-white shoulders. Zalagwi rolled her eyes at the two of them. Seeing that things had developed to the point where they were now, she had no choice but to compromise. "I can't stand you two. It was obviously me who came first." At that time, she and Wu Hung got along first, and later because of some misunderstandings, Shiryali joined in. Now the two of them sang the same tune, as if they were outsiders. Zalagwi had just walked to the bed when she was pulled to the bed by Wu Hung. The moonlight shone through the gauze curtains, blending the shadows of the three people into one. At the door, several maids could be heard whispering when they eavesdropped. The next day, early in the morning, the restaurant fell into a strange silence, with only the occasional sound of the porcelain spoon touching the wall of the cup. Shannara gently shook the wine glass, took a sip, and said with a smile, "Are you used to living in the island owner's mansion?" Zalagwi's pointed ears instantly became engorged, like two transparent maple leaves. Shiryali raised her chin. "Thank you, madam, for your concern. The bed is moderately hard and soft. We rested well." The following breakfast turned into a high-end game, using a kind tone, but with a sharp edge in her words. Shannara praised the two sisters for adhering to the tradition of the elves and doing everything together. Shiryali retorted that the other party was very good at adapting to the local customs, and had moved into the island owner's mansion. You talked back and forth, leaving no chance for others to speak. The maids were stunned. It turned out that quarreling did not require swearing. Wu Hung sat in the first seat, with sweat on his forehead, and interrupted. "Didn't you say you were curious about the skills? You will see it later." Hearing him speak, the two sides temporarily stopped fighting. "Okay." Shilagwi nodded and continued to eat breakfast. After breakfast, the skeletons in the courtyard prepared various materials. Wu Hung and Viola were covered with runes and walked into their respective areas. After everything was ready, The furnace spewed out indigo flames. Practice skills in the flames? Zalagwi stared at the flickering flames. They stayed until now to see the skills Wu Hung talked about. Philippa chewed candied fruit and said, yes. It was the technique taught by the queen to Wu Hung. It is very powerful and bullets can't penetrate it. The sisters raised their eyebrows, and Shiryali asked, are there any requirements? The queen said that you can practice as long as you are level 15. Philippa said, and then looked at Zalagwi. Zalagwi, what level are you? Level 15. Zalagwi replied. Then you can practice. It's great that you level up so fast. Philippa said with some envy. Zalagwi also smiled. After Wu Hung became a hero, she also trained very hard. And Wu Hung let them watch. Obviously, he also wanted them to learn. Otherwise, he would not tell them about this. Then he asked, do you have to do this every day? It depends on personal talent. Wu Hung learned it in 2 days. I heard that it takes several months for normal people to learn. Philippa said while eating. Zalagwi nodded. I will ask Wu Hung then. The two stood here and watched for a while. It was almost time. They said hello to everyone and left the island owner's mansion and went to the association. After all, work still needs to be done. Afternoon, the new church. The setting sun shone through the stained glass, dyeing the entire cathedral into flowing amber. Wu Hung and Shannara stood side by side in the second-floor corridor, and the gilded railings cast neat shadows under their feet. The main hall below is like an inverted holy grail. Several priests and nuns can be seen welcoming believers in. The number of believers received here is 3 times that of the old church, and priests and nuns can also be trained. Shannara introduced softly. It's good enough for us to use. Wu Hung nodded. There are only so many people in Treasure Island, and the church in the central area is also in use. The scale of this new church is enough for the current needs, and it can even be said to be a little excessive. As long as you are satisfied, it is built bigger here. In the future, believers from all over the world will come to visit, and it will be more magnificent. The original church is a little too small. Shannara said with a smile. Well, you are right. Wu Hung agreed. The two toured the church. Wu Hung asked curiously, you were unhappy when Zalagwi and the others stayed yesterday? It's not that I was unhappy. It's not like I don't know your relationship. I just teased them 2 sisters. Shannara leaned on the armrest. I thought they were going to quarrel this morning. Wu Hung looked at her and said, don't worry, I can still argue with these 2 little kids. Shannara continued, arrange a room for them in the island owner's mansion. Okay. Training ground. Sweat dripped down Viola's chin, forming tiny water marks on the ground. Suddenly, the surroundings were silent. As if someone pressed the pause button, even the splashing sweat was frozen in midair. Viola's pupils shrank suddenly, the air around her ears was as loud as a lake, the blood in her body surged and heated, and her bones and muscles began to change significantly. This is... Before Viola could figure it out, a bright starlight shone through the dome. The pouring starlight enveloped her, and Viola's long brown hair moved without wind, and the ends of her hair began to glow like moonlight. The next second, the starlight gathered towards her and poured into her body. The wound on his hand healed visibly, and an unprecedented sense of strength filled his body. Hero, Viola's eyes widened. She really became a hero. Treasure Island. Everyone looked towards the direction of the island owner's mansion at the same time. Even in the daytime, you can clearly see the starlight pouring down like the Milky Way into the island owner's mansion. Hero. Another hero appeared on Treasure Island. The new flag-bearer Sim widened his eyes at this time, looking at the starlight in the distance in horror. Chapter 10:17. Sim stood in front of the window, his round-framed glasses reflecting the starlight that penetrated the sky and the earth. He never thought that he would see the legendary hero promoted on the second day after he came to Treasure Island. Viola. Sim whispered the name. The person who became the hero was naturally the witch who issued the cards, Viola. There were witch stories written by bards in the tavern, and there were booths for exchanging and selling cards in the market. This cult witch who was once on the wanted list by the association was made a hero by Treasure Island. Sim suddenly remembered a book he had read, which wrote about a hero. Wherever he passed, the poisonous swamp would be full of flowers. Sim returned to the desk, picked up the pen, and hesitated to write. Should I write a report to the headquarters? If I write, I will pass on information as soon as I arrived on the island, like an eyeliner planted here. Don't write. When the headquarters gets the news from other channels, I can't explain it clearly. Damn it! Sim pulled his hair and threw the letter aside. The dissatisfaction of the headquarters is better than offending Treasure Island. On the bluestone streets of Treasure Island, the hawking sounds came to an abrupt end. The baguette in the hands of the bakery owner, and the silver tray held by the tavern waitress tilted. Everyone walked out of the shop, and looked up in the direction of the island owner's mansion. The Milky Way rolled back, and the star waterfall poured down. All the natives on the island have seen this scene, but the last time it was the Pope who hit Treasure Island. They were gathered by the association in the open space in the central area, and saw the same gorgeous galaxy. At that time, people didn't know what it was until the next day, when the island owner's mansion published a newspaper. It announced that the island owner had become a hero, and the vision last night was also a symbol of becoming a hero. Is someone else becoming a hero? It must be Miss Viola. Some people have long speculated that Viola will become a hero soon. Bullshit. I think it's the rabbit god messenger. They all say that the church's messenger is her. In any case, she became a hero first. After a brief commotion, some representatives of the merchant groups, and people from various forces, who stayed on the island also walked quickly to their residences. The emergence of a new hero on Treasure Island again may change the entire situation. The news must be passed on immediately. Wood Elves. In the reception room of the Grand Elder's mansion, incense rose up, like a layer of gauze under the reflection of the sun. In the reception room, the Grand Elder of the Wood Elves, Bonifa, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and glanced ahead. Sitting opposite was the Archbishop of the Holy See, who was wearing a silver silk scarf. The Archbishop narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. Your Holiness is very unhappy about the recent behavior of the Wood Elves. The Archbishop put down the teacup, and the bottom of the cup touched the table, making a crisp sound. I am already very unhappy. If this continues, I am afraid it will affect the long-standing harmony between the two sides. The Great Elder Boniface smiled slightly, and the wrinkles on his face stretched. It's just a few small churches. The Holy See is broad-minded. Why should we care about these insignificant cooperation? The Holy See is naturally generous. The Archbishop's voice was still elegant, but it was faintly cold. But as the Archbishop of the Wood Elves, I can't sleep at night, and feel deeply guilty. Bonifar said, the Wood Elves are always the most staunch supporters of the Church. There are tens of thousands of believers in the country, spread across major cities. You don't need to worry about this. The Archbishop tapped the table with his fingertips. The rhythm was slow and heavy. This was not the first time he came to talk about this matter. Perhaps in the past few months, he has almost stepped on the threshold of this place. Grand Elder. The Archbishop did not intend to continue to be tactful, and his voice was low. The Holy Church has issued an order. If the Church of the Spiritual Enlightenment is not cleared in the Wood Elves, the Church will send the Holy See to deal with it personally. He leaned forward slightly, his hair falling, shining in the sun. When that time comes, whether you and the other elders can still sit here and drink tea, it is hard to say. Bonifar's fingers froze slightly. After this period of time, the news of the Holy See quickly spread to the ears of every race. It turns out that the hero-level people of the Church will be crowned with the title of Holy See. Look, we need to hold an elders' meeting, and then I will give you an answer, okay? The Great Elder Bonifar planned to delay again. The Archbishop sneered, you must give me an answer today. If not, it means that the Wood Elves have completely betrayed the Church, and I will report it to the Holy Church truthfully. As the voice fell, the air seemed to freeze. In the room, only the breathing of the two people was left. Just as the Great Elder Bonifar was about to speak with a solemn face. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps sounded, and a servant walked in quickly, saluted respectfully, and then leaned over to whisper a few words in the ear of the Great Elder. Bonifar frowned and said, Archbishop Irwin, please wait a moment. I need to deal with some things here. Go ahead. But I wait for you to come back. The Archbishop nodded. Bonifa led his attendant to the next room, and after the soundproof pod blocked the sound, he said, What's going on? The attendant still lowered his voice and said, the fifth elder used the Treasure Island props to send back the news that the galaxy above the Treasure Island was upside down, and a second hero had appeared. It is speculated that it is the recently promoted Viola. At present, Elder Shannara has not sent back the news. The second hero, the pupils of the Great Elder suddenly contracted. At the previous elders' meeting, they had similar speculations. Wu Hung could quickly become a hero. Maybe he mastered a set of promotion methods. As long as this method is followed, the second hero can be copied. As the past few months passed, this matter was also forgotten by everyone. But unexpectedly, the second hero suddenly appeared at this time, and it was Viola. A wanted criminal who was once on the wanted list. It would not be strange for any elder of the association to become a hero, but the wanted criminal became a hero because of Treasure Island. The attendant carefully glanced at the horrified elder, and then continued, "The fifth elder also said that the decision of the elders' council was correct, and we can increase investment in Wuheng." The elder narrowed his eyes slightly, and nodded slowly. "I know. Don't disclose this matter to the outside world." "Yes," the attendant replied and retreated. But the elder did not leave immediately, but sat in the room, thinking quietly for a long time. Then he slowly stood up, put away the soundproof pot, and walked towards the reception room next door. Returning to the reception room, the archbishop was still sitting on the chair waiting, with more and more impatience in his eyes. Seeing him coming back, he said directly, "Boniface, just tell me, do you intend to obey the holy order or follow the Lingqi church to die together?" Boniface's polite smile on his face also withdrew, and he sat down again opposite. "Archbishop, have you not received any news about the Treasure Island?" The archbishop frowned and did not respond. Boniface continued, "Why not wait a few days? The church may send new instructions." "Is this the reason for your continued delay?" The archbishop stood up suddenly. "I will report the truth to the church. You wait for the anger of His Majesty and the Holy See." Boniface said calmly, "No more." "Humph!" The archbishop snorted coldly and walked away. Island owner's mansion. The figures of Wu Heng and Sha Nara appeared in the courtyard of the island owner's mansion. As soon as he walked into the living room, he heard a noisy discussion coming from inside. The maids and Xiao Xiao were surrounding Viola, asking about her feelings about being promoted to a hero. The other three ghosts were sitting not far away, watching with a smile. "Are you still unkillable now? Are you still using smoke as your attack method? You are already a hero. Aren't you more powerful than your smoke demon patron?" "Yes, you trick it over here, and we catch it." Viola was a little embarrassed by the question, her cheeks flushed, but she couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes. Even if some questions didn't sound nice, she answered with a smile. Until Wu Heng's footsteps came, everyone suddenly fell silent and looked over. "Master! Wu Heng! Chief, Lady Chanela." The red-crowned parrot flapped its wings and screamed, "Chief Hero! Chief Hero! Uncle, Aunt Viola has become a hero." Xiao Xiao flew over quickly and said loudly, "I saw it from outside." Wu Heng's eyes fell on Viola. "Congratulations, you're a hero." Viola immediately knelt on one knee, put her right hand on her chest, and performed a standard human knight salute. "I have lived up to your cultivation and have been promoted to a hero." The voice was low, and a little trembling could be heard. Wu Heng reached out and patted her shoulder. "Before you joined, we agreed. I am willing to die for you," Viola whispered. Wu Heng laughed. "What nonsense! Once you become a hero, your life will be more valuable." "Yes." Viola stood up, still with excitement in her eyes. Hero. It is the ultimate dream of professionals in this world. Viola realized it at this time, but she still felt like she was dreaming, a little unreal. The elders of the association and the leaders of the major forces all stopped moving forward, but she became a hero. After signing the contract with Wu Heng in such a short time, several people sat down in the living room. Wu Heng took the herbal tea said by many and asked with a smile, "How does it feel to be a hero?" The other maids also looked over. Viola thought for a while, "The magic power in my body seems to be endless, and there seems to be a new power, a power I have never felt before. This is the power of heroes. The reason why heroes are powerful is that ordinary professionals cannot kill them." Wu Heng also told Viola what he knew. The other party listened very seriously. When he was a guardian of the Divine Punishment Church, he had no chance to learn these things. Wu Heng could only impart some theoretical knowledge. After all, the panel could not display Viola's attributes, so she could only rely on herself to explore. "By the way," Wu Heng put down the teacup, "the association still owes me 12 second-level merits. According to tradition, every 6 second-level merits can be converted into 1 first-level merit. Then you can see what kind of strange objects and props you need." Viola's breathing became rapid. "Thank you, sir." The rest of the family also smiled. Xiao Xiao boasted, "The association's treasures are just average. We have more powerful ones, right, uncle?" "Yes." Wu Heng said to Viola, "I tell you about this later." "Yes, sir." At this time, the gate of the courtyard was knocked. Minnie got up and opened the door quickly, then ran back quickly and said, "Master, Miss Ledeli, and some representatives of the Chamber of Commerce have arranged people to send gifts to Sister Viola, and the personal guards of the Wood Elves said that the 5th Elder invited Sister Shannara to come over." Shannara looked at Wu Heng. "It should be about Viola as well. Just tell him the truth, the Wood Elves are not outsiders," Wu Heng said with a smile. Okay. Chanela continued, you send me to my own residence. It's not good to go out directly from here. Wu Heng stood up and said before leaving, Viola, if you don't want to show up, let Minnie accept the gift first. Oh, right. Let's have a rich dinner to celebrate for Viola. Okay, sir. Yes, master. The maid and Viola nodded together. Wu Heng grabbed Shannara's arm and used teleportation to disappear. After dinner, the lights in the living room were bright. Viola, the maids, Xiao Xiao and Benny sat on the carpet covered with gifts, like a group of children looking for treasure, excitedly opening the piles of gifts. Even though Treasure Island has been less popular recently, the gifts sent by various forces still piled up into a small mountain. In the gilded secret silver box of the Snake Emblem Consortium, there is a sapphire ring that increases magic power recovery. This kind of magic prop with exquisite appearance and special effects has always been sold at a high price. The other forces also sent exquisite crystal bottles, dresses inlaid with gems, and various rare gifts. Wow! This is so beautiful! Minnie held up a string of gem necklaces, reflecting tiny spots of light under the light. Robe curiously fiddled with a mechanical bird cage, gently tapped the bird's head, and made a chirping bird cry. Several people looked through the gifts and exclaimed from time to time. Shannara sat on the sofa, looking at the lively crowd, and said to Wu Heng beside her, the fifth elder, and I confirmed Viola's news. I guess she will attend the elders' meeting through the radio now. Are you going to attend the elders' meeting? Shannara said, you don't know how I got here, and I don't like to participate in these things. They are boring. The elders are all smart people, and know how to choose. Wu Heng took a sip of tea. You should also upgrade quickly. When you become a hero, the Wood Elves will no longer have any concerns. Shannara slapped his rebellious hand away and glared at him. I have worked hard. It wasn't so hard when I was sailing. I trained every day and lost weight. My belt was 2 notches loose. Do you think it's too slow? It looks best now. Wu Heng took the opportunity to hold her waist. His palm slid along the silk fabric and touched her delicate skin. It's more attractive than before. Xiao Xiao is still here. Don't force me to hit you. Chanela's ears turned red, and she nudged him with her elbow. Wu Heng smiled. Let's take a shower together tonight. Then wait until I finish training. Chanela did not refuse. After dividing the gifts, they went to the training room together. The sky was completely dark. The others also returned to their rooms. In the dim corridor, Chanela walked directly into Wu Heng's bedroom in her pajamas. At the corner, Viola looked at the closed door, sighed, and returned to her room. Early morning, Treasure Island Street. The newsman stood on a wooden box, holding the Treasure Island Express high in his hand, and his loud hawking voice penetrated the morning mist. The latest newspaper, Viola was promoted to hero, the second hero of Treasure Island. Take a look, Treasure Island has a second hero, our own hero. On the front page, the portrait of Viola covered in starlight almost occupied the entire page, and the gold-plated title was printed below. The second hero of Treasure Island is born. The legendary Road of Viola, the Queen of Smoke Nightmares. As the hawking sounded, a large crowd immediately surrounded them, rushing to buy the newspapers on sale. Port, pile upon pile of newspapers were carried by sailors to different ships. These ships were merchant ships and association ships shipped to various places, and the news of the second hero of Treasure Island would also be sent to various places. A captain took the newspaper bought by the sailor from below. After taking a look, he said, I'm afraid that there will be another sensation everywhere because of Treasure Island. I'm used to it. The deputy captain beside him said with a smile. Chapter 1018. Island Lord's Mansion. The flames gradually died down, and Wu Heng walked out of the center of the furnace. The steaming heat from his body distorted the air, and the winding runes on his skin fell off and fell to the ground as he walked. Wu Heng clenched his fists and could clearly feel that the strength of his bones had indeed improved, but he might still have a long way to go to break through the second stage. The 2 furnaces not far away were still burning. Viola sat cross-legged on the left, with blood-colored runes painted on her skin, constantly absorbing the heat energy around her. And on the right, Zalagui sat cross-legged on the right, wearing the beach pants and vest that Wu Heng gave her. Her cold white skin was also covered with runes, as if it was covered with a layer of honey color by the firelight. From this point of view, Zalagui's skin was really white, milky white. Wu Heng stood in the distance and took a look, but he couldn't help much, so he walked into the living room. Minnie and Roby came over with a towel, helped him dust off his body, and sat down in the living room. The queen asked, How was it today? Nothing special. The second stage is more difficult. Wu Heng took the cold tea and took a sip. When learning the first stage, the system prompt was received on the second day. And this time, it is the third day of the evil spirit bone forging. The queen nodded and said, the second stage is more difficult, but for you, half a month should be enough for you to break through. Benevolent words. I have handed over the rune drawing method of the first stage to the skeleton rune master. The queen looked at the position of the stove outside the window. In the future, they can let the skeleton draw when they practice. Wu Hung continued, it's better to give it to the skeletons, so that no one will help them when we go out. If I go to the zombie world by myself, or leave Treasure Island, the queen can't draw runes for them, so it's better to give it to the skeleton rune master, so that they can draw it at any time in the future. While talking, Xiao Xiao and Benny flew back. It's so lively outside. Xiao Xiao said with excitement, everyone is talking about Aunt Viola becoming a hero, and they say they are not afraid of the Holy See coming again. Benny also said, the bards in the tavern are also praising Viola, and the enthusiasm is quite high. Always browsing the phone in the zombie world, Benny speaks more and more like a modern person. Heat is also used. As the two souls said, the other women also came over. They didn't go out in the morning, and they were a little curious about the situation outside. Xiao Xiao continued, I also heard that several people are discussing writing a letter to the Chamber of Commerce, suggesting that the cooperation with Treasure Island be restored. Wu Hung listened to a run and nodded. The sensation was expected. Not to mention Treasure Island. Once the newspaper is sent to various places, it will definitely stir up a certain amount of heat. Viola's promotion is like a pawn suddenly crossing the river on the chessboard, forcing all the waiting forces to re-examine the chess game. Chanela leaned back in the sofa and said, next week at the latest, more representatives of the Chamber of Commerce will come to our door with gifts to save the opportunity for cooperation. Humph! Philippa took a bite of the apple. You ran faster than anyone else at the beginning, and now you want to come back to pick up the bargain? Chanela smiled and said, we really can't let them come back to pick up the bargain. The agreement we signed with the consortium has the exclusive sales rights in the region, and they can't get the goods even if they come back. Philippa continued, it's okay to sell some to them. I pretend to be a pirate on the route, and take the goods back. Xiao Xiao said in surprise, wow, the legendary robbery. What is robbery? It's just normal robbery. Philippa corrected. Wu Hung glanced at the two funny guys and said, I'm going to take a shower and go out later. Xiao Xiao, don't run around. I know. Xiao Xiao agreed. Wu Hung got up and went upstairs. The maids rested for a while, and went to the training room, and the ghosts returned to the study. After taking a comfortable shower and changing clothes. Back to the study. Glancing at the ghosts who were watching TV together, he said, let's go to the zombie world. I thought you were going on a long journey. Xiao Xiao muttered. There's nothing to do recently. Why go on a long journey? Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao floated over. We haven't gone out to play for a long time. Where do you want to go? Let's go see my sister. If we don't go now, she will go to kindergarten. What will she do if she doesn't recognize us? How can it be so fast? Wu Hung thought for a while and said, if there is nothing to do in a few days, let's go over and see. Okay. Xiao Xiao agreed and got into her body. The other three ghosts also got into the body, and Wu Hung opened the door and walked in. Zombie world, monitoring room. He walked out of the door and released all four ghosts. Uncle, give us the mobile phone, so we can see what people are talking about in the forum. Wu Hung took out the doll and the mobile phone, one for each person, and gathered together to watch the forum. On Wu Hang's side, he glanced at the monitoring lace in front of him, and saw a skeleton in a robe standing upright in the room of the guard on the first floor. The clothes are completely different from those of the skeleton guards. Xiao Xiao. Wu Hung said to the back. What's the matter? Xiao Xiao turned around and looked over. Wu Hung pointed at the skeleton on the screen. Bring it up. Oh! Xiao Xiao agreed, separated from the puppet, and disappeared through the floor in the form of a ghost. Not long after, Xiao Xiao returned, and there was a knock at the door, and then a tall skeleton walked in. Wearing a dark blue robe, his body was straight, and the soul fire was beating in the empty eye sockets. Spirit Skeleton Mage, level 20. Spirit Skeleton Mage. It seems that Li Yong sent another Pope skeleton. Who is it? Xiao Xiao reattached to the puppet and looked curiously. Corn Sword Saint number 2, the Pope skeleton that was sent for upgrade last time. Wu Hung said speechlessly, you even forgot the name you gave it. Ah! Xiao Xiao suddenly realized and walked around. Sword Saint number 2, is it level 20? Level 20. Xiao Xiao controlled the puppet, jumped up and patted the skeleton on the shoulder, praising, Not bad. Much better than other skeletons. The other 3 puppets on the side also turned their heads to look over. Especially the Empress. Only then did she react to what Xiao Xiao meant by brushing skeletons in batches before. It turned out that the Vatican heroes were used as a way to replenish skeletons. The more you understand, the more exaggerated it becomes. After watching Sword Saint number 2, the ghosts continued to swipe their phones, and Wu Heng also took out his phone. At the same time as he took it out, a ding-dong sound came, and a text message was sent. Wu Heng unlocked his phone, and saw that it was a message sent by Li Yong. When the phone call is not connected, Li Yong usually sends a text message to pass on some information. The first message is, "The skeleton has been sent back to you." Then, continue to open the second message, which is about the Sun Cult mentioned last time. The Sun Cult is located in the Principality of Andorra in the southwest. The leader is called Adrian Morton. It is said that he was originally a psychology professor. After the end of the world, he received God's revelation and created the Sun Cult. And below the text, there is also a photo. It is a pattern, a golden sun, surrounded by simplified light lines. Wu Heng frowned instantly and carefully identified the pattern. At first glance, it looks a bit like the holy light pattern of the church in another world, or a simplified version. It can't be such a coincidence. Wu Heng frowned, and then shouted to the back, "Come and take a look." The 4 ghosts who were swiping the phone came over, formed a circle, and looked at the phone screen. "The mark of the church?" Granada said. 2 lines of light are missing on the edge. The holy light of the church is a sun wheel surrounded by 7 layers of light, symbolizing God's omniscience and immortal glory. The pattern in front of me is missing 2 lines of light. But the appearance and structure are basically the same. Why is there this here? The queen also asked. Wu Heng briefly told Jian about the Sun Cult mentioned by Li Yong. After listening, they all fell into silence. This is not good news. If the zombie world is related to the church, it will give people a feeling that their hometown has been touched. Is it a coincidence? Benny asked. Xiao Xiao said, "The pictures are similar, how can it be a coincidence? Let's go and take a look." The other party is still a small church. It is unlikely to be the Holy See. If there is a relationship, it is better to solve it in advance. Wu Heng said, picked up the phone and called Li Yong. After 2 rings, it was connected, and Li Yong's voice came from inside. "Hello. Have you seen the Sword Saint number 2 I sent over?" "I saw it." Wu Heng continued, "Tell me about the Sun Cult, how is it now?" "It's still the same." Spreading their words on the forum and the world channel, but few people believe them, and more people curse them. Li Yong said with a smile. The establishment of the Sun Cult was the most dangerous time. Now they are starting to spread the theory of God, and modern netizens will definitely not indulge them. Didn't they show any special abilities? Wu Heng continued to ask. No. They still need to trade food in the market. What special abilities do they have? If they have, they are just ordinary superpowers. Li Yong continued. As for the Sun Cult, they completely think it is a fraud organization. Grenda said, "Let's go and take a look." "It's just a trip." Wu Heng nodded and continued to ask on the phone, "What's the size of the base?" "I heard it's a small base with more than 100 people. If the people inside are really capable, it won't be this big." Li Yong looked down on this base. "Prepare the plane, I go there," Wu Heng said directly. "You go there in person?" "There's no need." "It's okay, just take a trip to see the situation, it won't take much time." Li Yong didn't say much, and continued, "Are you leaving today?" "Let's go today. I arrange a plane for you now. When the time comes, I use satellites to accurately locate you and tell you the exact location of the base," Li Yong said thoughtfully. "Okay." Hang up the phone. Wu Heng got up and took the ghosts out to the airport. The plane flew through the thick clouds, and outside the porthole was a rolling gray fog sea. In the cabin, Wu Heng sat on a chair, and on his phone was a more detailed message from Li Yong. Adrian Morton, 42 years old, a former psychology professor, claimed to have received divine revelation in a dream about a month ago. The core doctrine is that only those who believe in the sun god can survive the Doomsday catastrophe. How is it? Is there any new news? Glenda looked over. In the next seat, Xiao Xiao and Benny were browsing the forum, and Yang Yang was watching TV series. Only Glenda was quite concerned about this matter. No new news, just added that the other party received divine revelation in a dream a month ago. Wu Heng replied. Mental problems? That's possible. The pressure of the end of the world is quite great. Glenda thought for a moment and continued, if it is really related to the Vatican, it will be quicker to act. Okay. Wu Hung nodded. The plane landed on the dilapidated runway, and the tires rubbed with a harsh sound. The cabin door opened, and Wu Hung strode down. And outside, several officials in faded uniforms walked up quickly. But after walking over, they glanced at Wu Hung, and then looked at the cabin door behind them, and their eyes flashed with surprise. There is only one person from the Yama Palace? Under the conditions of the end of the world, such a person dares to run around? Welcome to Endora. The leader smiled and stretched out his hand. Wu Hung shook hands with him and said in English, "Thank you." The two exchanged a few simple pleasantries. Wu Hung went straight to the main map. "Our deputy leader, I should have told you that I want to go to the Sun Cult." The official immediately took out a tablet and circled a place with his finger. "Here, they have taken in a lot of desperate people." The location the other party mentioned was the same as the one shared by Li Yong, and it didn't seem to be a secret. "It sounds like there is more than just religion there. Leave the plane here first, I go over and take a look," Wu Hung said. The other party hesitated and said, "It's not easy to contact there. I suggest you communicate with them through the radio." "No, I need to confirm some things," Wu Hung said. The official's forehead was sweating. "I give you a team of armored vehicles. Enough to deter those guys. I can go there by myself, don't worry." Wu Hung smiled. Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, the official could only say, "This is my number. I have the armored vehicle on standby to rescue him in time if there's any danger. This is a member of Yama Palace. If he really dies here, there's no way to explain to the other side. Food, supplies, and serum all depend on Yama Palace." Wu Hung nodded and agreed, and left the base directly. After walking a distance, Wu Hung opened the mansion technique to release the skull flash, rode on its back, and quickly flew towards the destination. On the way, Granda said, "It seems that we thought too much. If it's really related to the Holy See, it can't be so miserable. Not to mention that it's really related to the gods. Even if it's a normal professional of the Holy See, it shouldn't be so miserable. According to the words of the other base official just now, it's almost designated as a terrorist gathering place. Then we've made a wasted trip." Xiao Xiao was lying on his back flying, with a somewhat regretful tone. The queen smiled and said, "It's a good thing that there is none." After flying for a while, the barbed wire fence in front gradually became clear. The crooked steel plate was painted with sun totems. Several sentinels carrying guns were eating something, and they didn't pay any attention to the figure flying quickly in the air. Chapter 1019. The sun totem painted all over the steel fence reflects the dazzling light in the sun. The crooked lines look like children's graffiti, but give people a weird sense of fanaticism. This is too exaggerated. Xiao Xiao made a Superman flying posture and looked at the fence that was almost covered with graffiti. "They are all painted like big light bulbs here." Then he also took a look. "It's quite vivid." Wu Hung did not participate in the topic of the two people. He patted the skeleton's shining shoulder bone lightly, and the wings of the shining insect increased the frequency of flapping again and shot towards the wall. The four ghosts stopped chatting and sped up to catch up. Amid the whistling sounds, the guards on the wall finally noticed the rapidly approaching target. "There is a missile!" Someone shouted subconsciously. "It's not a missile, it's a big bug. It's a monster, shoot! Shoot quickly." In the chaos, someone saw the target clearly and gave orders loudly. In the panic, the sound of opening the safety became one. Bang, bang, bang. Without warning or negotiation, bullets were fired into the sky like a rainstorm. Wu Hung raised his hand, and a crystal clear water curtain condensed out of thin air. The bullets shot into the water curtain as if they were trapped in a sticky gelatin, and their speed suddenly decreased, and finally stopped in midair, floating in the water curtain. The people on the wall widened their eyes, and looked at the scene in disbelief. Alien psychic. Damn it! Everyone whispered, and their hands were changing bullets in a panic. Without waiting for the muzzle to be raised again. Swoosh, 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 the water curtain in the sky collapsed and turned into thousands of water drops that hit the wall. Bang, bang, bang. The water drops hit the wall like sharp arrows, and the gunshot stopped abruptly amid the smoke and dust. The skeleton fell on the wall, and Wu Hung jumped down from the back. Under his feet were the dead guards. Even though he was wearing some protective gear, he was beaten into a sieve by the water drops. In the base, the gunshots attracted the attention of others. Amid the noise and chaos, hundreds of people rushed out of the buildings in the base, holding various weapons in their hands, among whom women and children could be seen. The crowd rushed out in chaos, and looked at the wall, but was stunned. It was not a group of corpses, nor an army, but a black-haired young man wearing leather armor, and a strangely shaped white skeleton. A skeleton that stood up and could move. Yama Palace? Yama King? Walala. The crowd began to move, pushing the women and children to the front, forming a human wall. Wu Heng looked at the people behind him, and after a glance, he locked onto a middle-aged man wearing glasses, wearing a robe and a necklace with the sun shining on his chest. Are you the bishop of the sun cult? The man's face changed, and he suddenly shouted, "Kill him! He has the zombie virus. It will infect everyone." The sound of the gun safety opening again was particularly harsh. "Let them be quiet," Wu Heng said. The Empress rushed into the crowd, and people fell down one after another like cutwheat ears wherever she passed. In a blink of an eye, the whole area was left with only snoring. The man with glasses also fell backwards, but at the moment of falling, a skeleton flashed and jumped down, and the bone claws grabbed the middle-aged man's shoulders like iron pliers and lifted him back to the wall. The pain made him wake up from his dream. "What are you going to do?" Before he finished speaking, a drop of water pierced his heart accurately. The man's eyes widened and he slowly collapsed. After the others died, Wu Heng raised his hand to release talking to the dead. The corpse sat up suddenly, and his cloudy eyes looked over here. Wu Heng asked, "Does the sun cult really have gods, or is it just a trick?" "The gods really exist. They guide me and save people in distress." The corpse's voice was dry but firm. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. He is really a believer. When the corpse answers questions, he will give the answers that he thinks are correct in his consciousness. In other words, he does believe that gods exist. Grinda said, "Ask him where he got to see gods." Wu Heng asked, "How did you see the gods, or know the existence of gods?" The corpse replied, "I saw the revelation of gods in my dreams." The information given by Li Yong mentioned that the other party got the revelation of gods in dreams. It seems that this one is true. "Did you see the appearance of God?" "I didn't see the appearance of God, but I listened to the doctrine and saw the symbols and emblems of God." Wu Heng wanted to ask, "How do you know it's God if you didn't see it?" But this kind of question is not very meaningful. Then he asked, "Can you take the initiative to contact the gods?" The corpse replied, "No, I can only listen to some voices." The last question. "Besides you, has anyone else had this dream and received the so-called divine revelation?" The corpse replied, "Not yet." 5 questions are over. The corpse fell back to the ground with a bang. Xiao Xiao flew around the corpse. He wouldn't take the dream seriously, would he? Granda said, "If it was just a dream, it should be impossible to draw a figure so similar to the church. Then he is too weak." Xiao Xiao still didn't believe it. Wu Heng looked at the corpses around him, and the other people who were sleeping. Said, "You search the base to see if there is anything valuable. I will call the airport and ask them to arrange someone to take over here." "Okay." The 4 ghosts agreed and scattered. Wu Heng picked up the phone and dialed a number he had written down before. After a brief exchange, he asked the other party to arrange for the army to come. Hang up the phone. The skeleton flashed on the ground and piled all kinds of guns and ammunition together. Wu Heng put it into the space ring. Then, Benny flew back first. "I found some weapons and ammunition. I don't know how there are so many guns in such a small base." Wu Heng said, "There is nothing strange. In some countries, guns are legal, and there are various stores selling them. Guns are also easy to get." "Oh, that's what I said." Benny nodded. Xiao Xiao also said, "I found some gold and silver jewelry here, and I think they want to trade with us. Take me there and collect all these." Wu Heng followed the ghost to several rooms and collected all the valuable items inside. 1 person and 2 souls came out after searching. Glinda and the Queen were waiting at the door. Granda said, "There are some things in the bishop's room that you need to see." Wu Heng raised his eyebrows and felt that the other party's expression was a little serious. "Let's go!" Pushing open the wooden door, a musty smell came to the face in the room. The walls were covered with hand-painted sun totems. The edges of the paper had turned yellow and curled. Unlike the rough crows on the walls outside, these patterns looked much more delicate, and the arc of each ray of light had been repeatedly traced. "It's getting more and more like it, and some patterns appear on the robes of the priests of the church." Grinda pointed to several sketches in the corner. But each one was roughly the same, as if it was drawn when the memory was vague. 1 person and 4 souls looked in the room for a while, and Grinda said softly, "From the current situation, it doesn't seem like the church has taken the initiative to influence this side." Wu Heng looked over. "What do you mean?" "If it was the direct influence of the church, it wouldn't be so vague. It's more like he accidentally spied on something." Grinda continued, "If the gods really noticed him, it shouldn't have developed into what it is now. That makes sense. Wu Hung nodded. Xiao Xiao blinked. So, he had a dream, and then fooled himself into becoming a believer? The summary is very accurate. Benny nodded. Take the information back first, and we discuss it later. Wu Hung said, as he collected all the information and put it into his space ring. The base was swept. Wu Hung sat in front of the open base door and waited. Soon, the buzzing sound of drones came from far away, and 2 reconnaissance drones hovered in the sky. After confirming that there was no danger, the armored vehicles and troops approached quickly. The official who had met before quickly got off the armored vehicle and looked inside through the open door, his Adam's apple rolling unconsciously. There were people lying along the road. Some of them were snoring, and the scene was surprisingly weird. He looked at Wu Hung again, his voice a little tense. You came here just to wipe out this place? How can this be an investigation? It's basically an extermination of the whole family. But in his mind, he thought of the Dawn Alliance agreement to jointly wipe out dangerous bases. It feels like he was arranged to come here to clean up this base. But the situation in front of him is too exaggerated. One person ended the arming of a base so quickly. Are all the big bases so powerful? Wu Hung said, come to confirm some things, take the rest of the people back, and contact Li Yang for specific details. The officer quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this person did not ask for all the executions. Don't worry, I will take these people back and investigate their identities at the same time. After saying that, he straightened his back. Do you need a car to take you back to the airport? No. You guys are busy, Wu Hung said. The officer nodded and waved his hand slightly. The soldiers quickly rushed into the base, woke up all the survivors, and put them under guard. After Wu Hung left the other party's sight, the skeleton flashed and fell from the sky. Wu Hung grabbed the other party's body, soared into the sky, and returned to the airport. Continued to take the plane and return to Xinfu City. On the plane, after hanging up the communication with Li Yang, Granda and Yang Yang floated to his side. I reviewed it carefully. Granda said, from the situation of the corpse and the information collected, it seems that his consciousness accidentally connected to a certain existence, just like the radio station we use accidentally received cross-border radio waves. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. This explanation is quite appropriate. You mean, this person accidentally received a message from the Holy See in his dream, but the signal was not good, and all he saw and heard were some blurry images. Yes. That's what I guessed. Granda nodded. Wu Hung looked at the queen again. In terms of the spread of gods and beliefs, was there a way to pass on dreams in ancient times? Dreams also need a medium. It's impossible to dream about such things for no reason. The queen thought for a while and said, but I agree with Granda's speculation. This person unconsciously captured the fluctuations of faith for some reason and misunderstood it as divine revelation. If that's the case, what is the medium? Wu Hung continued to ask. Check it out. Anyway, it's related to the Holy See. For example, the Holy See has planted some magic in you, or the Holy See's strange objects, props, or someone. The queen continued, but you don't have to worry too much. From the current point of view, it's impossible for that god to infiltrate. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes. He did have the Holy See's strange objects in his hand, and he also captured the other party's priest. It seems that it really needs to be dealt with. Don't let your nest really be destroyed. The plane arrived at the Xinfu City base. Wu Hung told Li Yang about the situation and asked her to pay attention to the emerging religious organizations on the radio. This time, they did not stay for long and returned to the prison. All the priests, who had been transformed into zombies in the cells, were transformed into skeletons. After everything was dealt with, they returned to Treasure Island. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of running footsteps sounded. Xiao Xiao and Benny controlled the puppets, holding hands and jogging down from upstairs. Wu Hung followed behind, followed by Granda and Yang Yang. After Minnie greeted a few ghosts, she looked at Wu Hung. Master, have you had dinner? Not yet. Let the kitchen prepare it simply. Wu Hung said. Okay. Minnie smiled and walked to the kitchen. Not long after dinner was ready, Wu Hung sat down at the table and began to enjoy dinner. After eating some, Chanela came out of the training room, sat down opposite, and poured herself a glass of fruit wine. After taking a sip, she said, the latest elders meeting was held over there by the Wood Elves. The news reached me, and they wanted me to talk to you about cooperation. Wu Hung forked a piece of beef and stuffed it into her mouth. Try this, it's delicious today. I'm talking. Chanela chewed and muttered. Oh! How can we cooperate? Wu Hung put down the tableware. The skeleton on the side immediately came up, and put away all the tableware. Chanela rolled her eyes at him. This was not today's delicious food, but the last bite could not be eaten, so she stuffed it into her mouth. After chewing and swallowing, he said, "The Wood Elves can build the spiritual enlightenment church for the whole tribe, but the church has threatened the elders with heroes, saying that they will replace all the personnel." Wu Hung asked curiously, "What does Treasure Island need to do for the Wood Elves?" The Wood Elves and Treasure Island have always had a close relationship. One of them is the relationship between Wu Hung and Chanela, but the cooperation between the two sides is also carried out in a mutually beneficial way. Since the Wood Elves have to withstand the threat of the church replacing the top leaders, they have naturally thought about what they want from Treasure Island. Moreover, it is an equal condition. Chanela hesitated, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. "Just say it, there is nothing wrong with us talking," Wu Hung said directly. Chanara nodded and said, "The elders said that the condition is to let Treasure Island train 2 heroes for the Wood Elves." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. The elder is really smart. Chanara also smiled awkwardly. The association had previously asked Wu Hung to promote the reputation of the elders of the association, but it had been rejected. The request made by the Wood Elves is actually no different from that of the association. They are all spreading the reputation of high-level professionals. "You can't let Treasure Island train from the first level." Chanara observed his expression, and then said, "I understand that this matter is a bit difficult, but if you want to build more churches in the territory of the Wood Elves, you have to give conditions that the Elders' Council cannot refuse, and the Wood Elves' wish for 100 years is to have their own heroes." "I understand, but we are also threatened by the church at the moment, and Treasure Island also needs heroes," Wu Hung replied. "I've been thinking about this, and I've thought of a compromise." "Can you listen to it?" Chanara continued. Chanara is in a difficult position to be caught in the middle. On one side is her own race, and everyone in her family is also a Wood Elf, and on the other side is her lover. She is trying to make both sides better and closer. "What is the compromise?" Wu Hung looked at her curiously. "Isn't it just 2 heroes? You can choose 2 high-level professionals from the Wood Elves, let them sign a contract with you, and then train them into heroes." Chanara said with a smile, "In this way, the Wood Elves have heroes, and they are also heroes of Treasure Island." Chapter 1020. Hearing Chanara's suggestion, Wu Hung also raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, she came up with this compromise. The Wood Elves want heroes, and Treasure Island also needs heroes. The special thing about Treasure Island is that there is no fixed country or race. It is a very inclusive organization. The functional departments such as the City Hall and the Design Institute on the island have orcs, dwarves, elves, or Wood Elves in relatively important positions. It all depends on ability, not race. Similarly, Chanara also knows the difficulties of Treasure Island. She has a way to improve her reputation, but she has no trustworthy high-level professionals under her command. The last time she invited the 19th level puppeteer of the headquarters, the other party declined. Right now is a time when people are in short supply. And it is unlikely that the rest of the maids in the family will become heroes in a few years. Therefore, this proposal can perfectly match the needs of the Wood Elves with the shortcomings of Treasure Island. Wu Hung thought about it, and felt that there was nothing wrong with this proposal. He said, "Will the elders agree?" It is not easy to let high-level professionals sign a slave contract. Slave contracts are a means of forcibly restricting people. Just like a contract of selling one's body, once signed, one will be restricted for life. Not to mention high-level professionals, normal professionals who understand this kind of contract will not sign it. Sanera said, "If you agree, I will negotiate with the elders." This is the only way for both parties to cooperate. Indeed, this proposal can still make Wu Hung consider it. Otherwise, he will never train heroes for the Wood Elves unless Shanara's level is raised, and she is supported to become a hero. I have no objection. It depends on whether the Council of Elders agrees. Wu Hung paused and continued, "You can also make a promise to the Council of Elders. If you agree to this request, I can guarantee the autonomy of the 2 heroes, and will not forcibly interfere with their normal lives." "Okay, with your words, I feel that the success rate is greater." Chanela nodded. "In addition, I can arrange 2 high-level skeletons to protect their safety, if the Council of Elders agrees," Wu Hung continued. "After all, the Church has begun to threaten the safety of the Council of Elders. I will seek their opinions," Chanela said. Wu Hung picked up the wine glass. "The rest depends on your diplomatic skills." Chanela glanced at him unhappily, raised her wine glass, and clinked it with his, and the crystal glass made a crisp sound of collision. "I feel like I'm getting old." "No, I feel like I'm getting better and better looking." Wu Hung took a sip. "I help you smooth out your veins tonight." "Humph. The two chatted for a while, and Catwoman Roby looked over in her training suit. Sister Chanella, are you still training later? Chanella stood up and said to Wu Hung, I talk to the elders tomorrow. Wu Hung nodded. Chanella followed Roby out, changed into training clothes, and went to the training room. Headquarters, Hall of Glory. The sun shines through the glass, casting mottled light and shadows on the ground. The latest issue of Treasure Island Express was neatly stacked at the front desk, and the transparent protective layer was opened, exuding the aroma of ink. As soon as the newspapers were placed here, people from all around swarmed over, each with a copy, to look at the contents above. On the front page, the portrait of Viola wearing starlight almost occupied the entire page, and the title printed in gold at the bottom, The Second Hero of Treasure Island is Born. The Legendary Road of Queen Viola of Smoke Nightmare. Everyone stared at the words and pictures above with wide eyes. Viola, she really became a hero. The next second, the hall exploded instantly. She became a hero so quickly? It must be fake. Another person's hands trembled a little. How long has she just joined Treasure Island? How could it be so fast? Could it be fake news to confuse the outside world? Who dares to talk nonsense about such things? At this rate, wouldn't there be many heroes in Treasure Island? How can Wu Hung always do something big? In the hall, the noise was like waves, one layer after another. Anyone who picked up the newspaper would exclaim. In the corner, the rest area. The puppeteer Mortimer clutched the newspaper tightly, his knuckles white. Viola in the newspaper had sharp eyes, and his demeanor and clothing were different from those of ordinary professionals. Hero, something he had dreamed of all his life. Unlike the surprise of others, Mortimer still had an inexplicable regret in his heart. Wu Hung had once personally written a letter to invite him. If he agreed, he would be the one in the newspaper. No! I am not wrong, anyone would have chosen this way, Mortimer muttered. At that time, the Holy See launched a holy war against Treasure Island, and no one would have waded into this muddy water at that time. Although Wu Hung was proven to be victorious in the end, his choice was not wrong. But, if I were a little bolder... Damn it, damn it, damn it! Mortimer stood up suddenly, the newspaper crumpled in his hands. In the surprised eyes of the crowd, he walked out of the hall while cursing in a low voice. In the chief's meeting room, 5 ruling chiefs sat around the ancient oak round table. For a long time, the 5 people did not gather together to discuss matters. Hatterai tapped the table with his fingertips, and after everyone was quiet, he said, You should have read the newspaper of Treasure Island. That Viola has become a hero. He still clearly remembered that Lilith mentioned to him to tear Viola off the wanted list. He has become a hero when he hears this name again. The dwarf leader stroked his beard and said, At this rate, there will be more and more heroes on Treasure Island. The religious leader slowly raised his eyes, and said, I think the association should immediately introduce new rules to limit this tricky promotion method. The others also looked at him. For this proposal, everyone was not surprised. The church should be the most worried about the situation on Treasure Island. If it still has no attitude at this time, it will make people feel something is wrong. The hall was silent for 2 or 3 seconds, and Lilith said, This is not a trick. The association also uses portraits to promote its reputation, and if you introduce this new rule now, it will easily bring bad negative effects to the association. The religious leader continued, The people on Treasure Island have extreme personalities, and the emergence of a large number of heroes is not a good thing for the whole situation. Lilith sneered, It all depends on your ability. Who can be sure whether this is a good thing or a bad thing? The two were about to quarrel. The leader of Hong Wenhui patted the table lightly and said, It is obviously not appropriate to release new rules now. The dwarf leader narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Instead of releasing new rules with great fanfare and causing controversy, the leader of Hong Wenhui said slowly, It is better to add a few supplementary clauses to the member code to avoid misunderstandings. Everyone raised their eyebrows and understood what he meant. Release the new rules now. The direction is too obvious. Wu Hung is not a person who is willing to swallow his anger. If he really makes a big deal, it is hard to say what new tricks he will come up with. On the contrary, it is easier to change the member code. Tell me, Hatterai said softly. For example, members above the deacon level are not allowed to sign personal dependence contracts in any form. The leader of Hong Wenhui said, The association is willing to train a group of heroes, but does not want to see heroes who have signed a slave contract. The dwarf leader nodded, Good idea. Lilith glanced at the people on the opposite side. Old fox, he still thought of this trick. The religious leader continued to ask, What if it is a professional from outside? Then there is no way. The leader of Hong Wenhui replied, The association cannot control all high-level professionals, Wu Heng, and even less the Snake Emblem Consortium. If someone outside the association joins Treasure Island, there is no way at all. Hadalai said, then do it according to this first. Claudio, you draft the member rules, and Lilith, you and Wu Heng continue to talk about cooperation. The religious leader nodded. Lilith also said, okay, I will talk to Wu Heng about this matter later. Then, Lilith continued, I want someone to take Liz from the temple to the association, and she should be brought here without any harm. Leader Lilith, Liz is from our church. You are a vampire. Why do you always keep an eye on her? The religious leader looked over. Lilith said, my friend asked me to take her over. Liz is weak, and may not be able to travel long distances. Lilith narrowed her eyes and said, I don't care about the internal affairs of your church and I won't pursue them. 1 second-level merit is enough for her to come out safely. The religious leader was silent for 2 or 3 seconds, then said, 3 second-level merits, and the association is not allowed to ask about the secrets of the Holy See. Lilith looked at Hadalai, who said, okay, the association will arrange an escort at that time. The religious leader nodded and continued, the Holy Church needs me to go back recently, and I will come forward to help coordinate this matter. Then you go back. Hadalai confirmed. After talking about everything, Hadalai continued, that's it. Everyone go back to deal with your own affairs. Everyone nodded, and walked out of the meeting room. Treasure Island. Wu Heng finished forging his bones with evil spirits, and his body was emitting heat. He glanced at the other 2 people who were still in the first stage in the distance, and walked into the building. As soon as he stepped into the living room, Minnie walked over quickly. Master, the radio station intercepted some news from the Holy See. Beside Minnie, there stood a skeleton in charge of radio recording, holding a notebook in his hand. Wu Heng took it and looked at the content above, and his eyebrows slightly raised. There are a lot of words in the first part. The summary is that the association requires the temple to escort Liz safely to the headquarters, and promises not to inquire about any information and news about the Holy See through Liz. The religious leader has agreed to this matter, and the association will arrange people to escort him. It also mentioned that Lilith promised 3 second-level merits in exchange for Liz's life. 3 second-level merits. 1 second-level merit represents the life of a level 15 professional. For ordinary people like Liz, it is an unequal price. The second message is simpler, just 1 sentence returned to the temple as planned. The religious leader returns to the temple. Seeing this information, Wu Heng's first reaction in his mind was whether there is a chance to ambush him. Kill him on the way, and he can also get a level 20 skeleton. But on second thought, he felt that the plan was difficult to implement, and he didn't know the route of the other party. Moreover, he was returning from the association, which would easily leave a handle and implicate the association. The current development was still going smoothly, and it was still the most important thing for him to accumulate faith. He returned the notebook to the skeleton, go back and continue recording. The skeleton picked up the notebook and turned to go upstairs. Minnie helped him dust off his body and asked, do you want to prepare lunch? Okay, I take a shower first. Wu Heng said, and went upstairs to the bathroom. When he went downstairs, lunch was ready. Several people sat together to eat lunch, and Shannara said, I told the elders about the hero. Wu Heng asked, what did the elders say? In the morning, Shannara contacted the Wood Elves and informed them of the results of their discussion. Shannara smiled and said, I just passed the message. The elders' meeting has not been held yet, but I can imagine that the scene of the elders arguing must be quite interesting. Philippa said, what's there to argue about? If you agree, agree. If you don't agree, forget it. The elders' meeting is actually quite conservative, and things like slave contracts are more or less humiliating, so it's inevitable that they will get angry. Shannara explained softly. Philippa listened. It feels similar to the meeting of the pirate leaders, and they always quarrel. 2 different things. Comparing the elders' meeting with the pirates, Shannara still didn't like it and corrected it immediately. Wu Heng said, do you think the elders' meeting can agree? I think they can agree. The Wood Elves have come to this point today, and there are not many things they can choose. Shannara said, her voice became a little serious. When will there be a result? Wu Heng asked. I estimate that we can give you an answer within 3 or 4 days. Shannara took a sip from her wine glass. Philippa asked, what if they disagree? It's unlikely that they disagree. What if? If that's the case, the Wood Elves will be in a more difficult situation. They will offend the church, and will not be able to get the support of Treasure Island. Shannara said softly. Oh, so that's it. Philippa nodded, as if she understood. Wu Heng continued, then wait for the result of the Wood Elves. Don't destroy the relationship between us. Yeah. Chanela nodded. After lunch, Wu Heng took the women in his family to the training room to train together. Everyone has a different profession and different training items. Wu Heng practiced long-handled weapon proficiency. Now he has reached the advanced level and is striving for the master stage. Practiced in the training room for a while. Xiao Xiao controlled the puppet and ran in, holding up the phone and shouting, "Uncle, Sister Lilith is looking for you." Wu Heng turned his head to avoid the attack of the sparring skeleton. Pause. The skeleton stopped attacking and stood aside. Wu Heng walked over and took the phone, and Lilith's face was on the screen. Chapter 1021. On the screen, Lilith sat upright on a high-back chair in a dark blue satin dress, holding a white porcelain teacup in her hand and taking a sip. She glanced over here, and when she saw Wu Heng, her mouth curled up slightly. "Looking for me?" Wu Heng asked, holding up his phone. Lilith put down the teacup, making a slight clinking sound. "There's something going on at the headquarters, so I talked to you about it." "Wait a minute." Wu Heng quickly returned to the living room, sat down on the sofa, and propped his phone on the coffee table. Xiao Xiao manipulated the puppet, tiptoed and rested his chin on the back of the sofa, and also appeared on the screen. "Is there any important news from the headquarters?" Wu Heng asked. Lilith said, "The newspaper from Treasure Island has been delivered to the headquarters. Now everyone knows that Viola has become a hero, and the leaders have held a meeting because of this." "What do the leaders say?" Wu Heng was also a little curious about their attitude. The religious leader proposed to issue new rules to restrict Treasure Island from training heroes. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Heng said, "I also suggested restricting the church." "Why are they so annoying?" Xiao Xiao followed up, "That's right. Restrict them from eating and drinking." "Listen to me." Lilith rolled her eyes at the big and small here, and then said, "This matter was not passed in the first place. The promotion of professionals is free. Hatterai will not allow the issuance of such new rules. The association is still fair and just." Wu Heng followed up with a compliment. Lilith continued, "But the association has added a new member code, which states that members above the deacon level are not allowed to sign personal dependence contracts in any form." Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Xiao Xiao asked, "What do you mean?" Lilith explained, "It means that the headquarters has restricted high-level professionals in the association from joining Treasure Island." "Oh! It must be the religious leader who said that again," Xiao Xiao said angrily. "Really not, the one who proposed it was Claudio." Before Xiao Xiao asked who he was, Lilith said first, "The leader of Hong Wenhui? Isn't he in the same group with us?" Xiao Zhao's tone was a little surprised. Treasure Island can train heroes so quickly, and he is also worried that there will be problems. Lilith explained. "The leader of Hong Wenhui, in the entire association, apart from Lilith, the one who has a good relationship with Wu Heng is the leader of Hong Wenhui. When Treasure Island and the Holy See had a conflict, he personally went to the temple and tried to mediate the conflict between the two sides. Of course, it can be seen later that the other party is more for peace. When chasing the previous religious leader Saidu, he came forward to save the other party. This decision was probably made because they were afraid that Treasure Island would rise quickly and suppress the association and the elves. It's okay, the association has its own plans," Wu Heng said nonchalantly. "In fact, there was no plan to train high-level professionals in the association." Lilith nodded and asked, "How do you plan to train heroes in the future?" "At present, there is really no good way. Let's see if there are any high-level professionals outside the association who are willing to join," Wu Heng said helplessly. "Pay attention to the identity of the other party. Don't let some weird people in," Lilith reminded. "I know," Wu Heng replied. After talking about this matter, Lilith continued, "Do you intend to cooperate with the association on the card matter?" "Not yet." Lilith nodded, and the topic ended directly, and then said, "The Holy See agreed to release Liz. The price is 3 second-level merits, and the association cannot investigate the Holy See through Liz. The radio station has intercepted the same message about this matter. It's good to be able to send people out, and we have done our best," Wu Heng said. "Second-level merit, the Holy See needs Treasure Island to pay for the corresponding radio props." Lilith picked up the teacup and continued to drink. "Okay. As long as the person is delivered safely, I can give them the radio." Wu Heng also agreed. Lilith nodded. "I will stay in the headquarters for a while, and wait for Liz to escort over, and I will take her to Treasure Island," Lilith said softly. On the side, Minnie brought a cup of fruit tea. Wu Heng took it and took a sip. He leaned forward and asked, "What has the new religious leader done recently?" Lilith tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and said after a moment of consideration, I rarely express my opinions. I usually only say a few words when something happens between you and Treasure Island. Hatterei is afraid that you will have another conflict, and he is also trying to balance the problems between you. Wu Heng smiled and said, "It's hard for leader Hatterei. That's what he does. The sword of justice itself represents justice and authority. If he is so relaxed, this title will be worthless." Lilith commented calmly. Wu Heng smiled. Lilith could say it, but it was not easy for him to comment on the sword of justice. Then he asked, "Religious leader, have you made any moves recently?" "Movements?" Lilith shook the porcelain cup and said, "He did say he was going back to the temple, but I don't know what he is doing yet, and it shouldn't have anything to do with you." It seems that Lilith didn't have any more news. If she knew, she would have revealed some to herself. The two continued to talk about Treasure Island and the Blood Clan territory, and then there was no more topic. After all, Xiao Xiao was accompanying him from behind, so it was not easy to say something to bring them closer. After 2 or 3 seconds of silence, Lilith said, "Okay, I have nothing to do. Give your phone to Xiao Xiao." Wu Heng handed the phone to the back. Xiao Xiao took the phone and said happily, "Sister, I take you to see the new church. It's so big and magnificent." "Okay," Lilith agreed. "Uncle, I'm going out." Xiao Xiao waved her hand. Wu Heng shouted, "Go with Benny, and come back early in the evening." "Oh." Xiao Xiao agreed, and then shouted upstairs, "Sister Benny, let's go to the church to play." Footsteps sounded, and Benny came down from upstairs. Xiao Xiao took her hand, held up the phone with the other hand, and said to this side, "We are going out." After that, he left with Benny. Xiao Zhao's figure bounced and disappeared. Wu Heng still sat on the sofa, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. He began to think about what Lilith said this time. The place where high-level professionals are most concentrated is the association itself. And the newly added member rules almost cut off the possibility of Wu Heng directly poaching people from the association. Although I don't think that this rule can affect the development of Treasure Island, I can also feel the attitude of the association towards Treasure Island. At least, he was vigilant, and didn't want Treasure Island to develop too fast. It seems that we still have to start from the Wood Elves or the Yek Kingdom. The high-level professionals of the Yek Kingdom have been killed by him. It is difficult to train heroes directly, but it can be used as a training base for talents. The number of high-level professionals will increase little by little. In the short term, it depends on the attitude of the Wood Elves Elders Council. If you agree to sign a slave contract, you can train heroes normally. Let's wait for Shannara's news first. Wu Heng picked up the teacup and took another sip, and collect faith. With a thought, the panel opened. Look at the faith position. Faith, 6954/50,000 in the past few days. The growth rate of faith has accelerated significantly, with hundreds of points being credited every day. According to this trend, breaking through 10,000 points is just around the corner, and breaking through the hero stage is only a matter of time. But the church has been too quiet recently. Except for the threat to the Wood Elf Elders Council, the Kingdom of Yeko and the city of Rentam have not been targeted by the church. Has the church changed its temper? It's impossible. The church attaches the most importance to faith. How could it allow such a large land to remove the church? The calm before the storm? Wu Heng muttered. It seems that we still need to find a way to speed up the collection of faith. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the gradually darkening sky. Can the gods really interfere with this world? Why doesn't anyone know? The last ray of twilight outside the window was swallowed by the night, and the stars climbed up to the sky. Wu Heng came out of the study, and returned to the bedroom. Shannara, a plump and beautiful wood elf, lay on her side on the bed, her long hair spread across the pillow. She heard the door open and looked up. "Are you back?" "Yeah." Wu Heng got on the bed on the other side, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and pulled her into his arms. "Is there any news from the elders?" Shannara was pulled into his arms, and said, "No news yet? Are you anxious? The association has issued a new member code. Members above the deacon level are not allowed to sign a personal dependence contract in any form." Wu Heng said softly. "Since it is a published code, it will soon spread among the tribes." Shannara was stunned, and quickly reacted, "Because of Treasure Island?" "Yeah. I'm afraid that the high-level professionals of the association will become heroes through Treasure Island." Wu Heng smiled bitterly. Shannara hesitated and said, "You gave a lot of gifts. Why do you mention this? And it's obvious that just giving gifts won't work for this kind of thing." Wu Heng's tone was somewhat helpless. Shannara leaned into his arms, listened to his heartbeat, and said comfortingly, "It's okay. Don't worry, sister will help you deal with it. I think of a way to get the Wood Elves to support you." Wu Heng was stunned. He was just asking, but now he heard the other party say this, and his heart was still warm. He said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. There will be other people willing to join Treasure Island. I don't believe that everyone can resist the temptation of becoming a hero." Shannara raised her hand and gently hit his chest. "Don't. The joining of the Wood Elves is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. Why should it be given to others? Don't worry about it. I talked to the Wood Elves." "Okay." Wu Hung smiled and held her arms tighter. "I also hope to get closer to the Wood Elves." Shannara snorted and said, "Just talk if you want to. Why lift my skirt? You've worked so hard for Treasure Island. I have to work hard too." Shannara rolled her eyes at him speechlessly, but still opened her arms and hugged the man on top of her. In the early morning, the morning mist on the island had not yet dissipated. A long queue had formed on the bluestone road outside the island owner's mansion. The visitors, dressed in luxurious clothes, stood in silence, each holding a gift box of different styles in their hands. The familiar ones talked softly to each other, while the unfamiliar faces smiled and nodded, and then waited quietly. Everyone tried to keep quiet, adjusting their cuffs or bow ties from time to time, for fear of losing face on such an important occasion. Squeak! The door of the island owner's mansion slowly opened, and a bunny girl in gorgeous clothes stood behind the door with a skeleton. The people in the front row immediately saluted. "Miss Housekeeper, this is a gift from the Chamber of Commerce to Miss Viola." Minnie smiled and said, "Sister Viola is not convenient to come forward. You can register your names and the names of your forces, and Sister Viola will take a look at them when the time comes." "Okay." The other party nodded immediately and opened the gift box in his hand, revealing a dazzling pearl. The first one finished, and the second one continued to register. Every time a name was reported, a low exclamation sounded in the crowd. In addition to the Chamber of Commerce, you could also hear representatives of some big families and representatives of the kingdom, all waiting to present gifts and show goodwill to the new hero. On the terrace of the mansion, Viola and Philippa stood side by side, watching the lively scene at the door. Philippa ate the cake and said casually, "Why don't you go out and show yourself? You're so impressive." After living here for a long time, Viola also understood the character of this pirate lady and said, "Heroes are not street performers. Just like you wouldn't personally steer the ship just because the merchant ship offered a few barrels of barley wine." Philippa raised her eyebrows. "There is some truth." Viola smiled, still looking into the distance. Radio room. The sun shines through the window and reflects on the floor. Wu Hung leaned on a wooden chair with his mobile phone in his hand. In the morning, he talked to Man Shah to keep in touch. The church and power layout in Rentam City are progressing smoothly, and the local area is already training orc priests, so it is more convenient to arrange them in the church. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung continued to call the Queen of the Kingdom of Yeko. After 2 rings, the phone was connected and then transferred to a video call. In the picture, Brittany was lazily leaning on the velvet sofa, and her loose court dress still showed her slightly bulging belly. Compared to the last time they met, she looked plumper, with a healthy blush on her cheeks. When they saw each other in the video, they still showed the shyness of a girl. "My lord," Brittany called softly, her fingertips unconsciously circling the golden hair falling on her shoulders. Wu Heng's eyes stayed on her for a moment, and his tone softened unconsciously. "How are you feeling recently?" Brittany gently stroked her abdomen. "Everything is fine. I always want to eat something strange recently, but when the maids are ready, I suddenly lose my appetite. I have someone prepare some specialties from Treasure Island and send them to you. I remember you like the seafood here," Wu Hung said with a smile. Brittany thought for a moment. "Now that you mention it, I really want to try it. I arrange it later." The two chatted about some family matters. Brittany asked about the recent situation of Chanela and Philippa, and then turned to the main topic. "The priests you arranged are very powerful, and the churches in various places are running more smoothly than expected." Then he continued, "Especially the answers to questions from the God's messenger. There is a long queue in front of the Royal Capital Cathedral every day before dawn." Wu Hung nodded slightly. In fact, he was not surprised. The speed of faith growth in the past few days has explained everything. The number of churches is now expanding to remote towns. Brittany thought for a moment and continued, "You can continue to arrange for some priests to come, and then they can be arranged directly into the church." "Okay, I will arrange for the priests to go there." Wu Hung looked at her expression and continued, "Some things can be left to the ministers to deal with. Your first priority is to take care of yourself and our baby." Brittany smiled, as if she had turned back into the princess she had seen for the first time. "Yes, my lord." After talking about the main things, Brittany adjusted the position of the pillow and continued, "My lord, There is one more thing I want to discuss with you. Go ahead. 1 month later, it will be the Courage Week of the Kingdom of Yeko. On this day, young and promising professionals from all over the kingdom will be sent to take the Courage trial. After a slight pause, he continued, if you are willing to participate as a leader, it will further deepen your identity as a hero of the kingdom, and will also be beneficial to the spread of faith. Chapter 1022. Wu Heng had never heard of the Week of Courage, but he understood what it meant. Some customs in the kingdom of Yeko are named after the week of something. It's just like a festival in the modern world. After a quick thought, he thought that appearing at such an important occasion, coupled with some publicity, would help collect faith. At the same time, the participation of a leader of an association in such an official event would deepen the relationship between Wu Heng and the kingdom of Yeko, and at the same time strengthen Brittany's position. It's a good thing. Will it last a week? Brittany smiled and said, it's not that long. You can show up at the opening, and we can take care of the rest. Wu Heng nodded, okay, I go there then. Really? That's great. Brittany said in surprise. Then she sat back down with her hands on her abdomen, and continued, then bring Sister Chanella with you. I haven't seen her for a long time, and I miss her. I asked Chanella's opinion later. She's an elder, and we don't dare to agree on her behalf. Wu Heng said jokingly. You're really a joker, sir. Wu Heng also smiled and instructed, you guys should arrange the Week of Courage as usual. Don't let anyone know what I'm going to do, so as to avoid any problems. Okay, I won't tell anyone, and I wait for you to come. Brittany agreed immediately. The main topic was over, and the two continued to talk about what happened in the kingdom recently, and some difficulties faced after becoming the queen. After chatting for a while, and finding nothing new to talk about, I hung up the phone. After the call ended, Wu Heng still sat in the chair, thinking about things. From the reports of Man Shaw and Brittany, the construction of the church in various places is very smooth, and the development is indeed smooth, especially the kingdom of Yeko, which has begun to expand to secondary towns. But the problem that follows is also obvious. The number of priests can no longer keep up with the speed of expansion. It is impossible to arrange only one priest in a church. The main church should have at least 3 to 5 people, and some nuns. It seems that another group of wood elves and sky foxes will be recruited to join. As for the Week of Courage mentioned by Brittany, he is very interested. In this world without a modern education system, each country has its own unique way of selecting talents. It just so happens that the association has added a new membership code to restrict Treasure Island. It is also possible to cultivate high-level professionals for Treasure Island through the Week of Courage. Of course, this matter must be kept confidential, to avoid any problems. Thinking in his heart, he thought of Slater, the butler of Blackstone Town. He picked up his phone and dialed the other party's number, chatting to keep in touch. Compared with the two places of Yeko Kingdom and Rantam City, Blackstone Town is only a town-level city, which is more peaceful and safe. The big events that happened in the city were all 1 or 2 wanted criminals of about level 10. He left her a skeleton servant of level 18. The wanted criminals in the past were no different from sending heads. After chatting with Slater, he chatted with Yuri for a while. He promised her that when Treasure Island was safe, he would transfer her to the Association of Treasure Island. After all the chats, he hung up the phone, opened the door, and walked out. At dusk, everyone went to the dining room. The center of the dining table was replaced with a gorgeous vase with a few bluebells in it. The vase should be a gift from the Chamber of Commerce representatives in the morning. Every time someone comes to give a gift, the decorations in the house will be changed. Several people sat down at the dining table. Wu Heng picked up a piece of pan-fried cod and said softly, we still need to increase the number of priests and nuns. Shannara looked up and said, how many people do we need to add? Since the church used wood elves at the beginning, Shannara has always been responsible for adding staff. Recruit more this time, and the cathedral has just been built. Wu Heng thought for a while and said, prepare according to about 100 people. Okay, I arrange it tomorrow. Shannara agreed. Then, Wu Heng continued, Brittany called and wanted us to attend the Week of Courage next month. Chanella had obviously heard of the Week of Courage and said, if the Elders' Council releases the results in advance, I can go and see. Wu Heng nodded. Philippa put down her glass and said, Brittany didn't invite me. When she was in Nettle City, I was the one who protected her. When Brittany was managing Nettle City, Chanella and Philippa stayed there to accompany her. Chanella was responsible for assisting her in management, while Philippa was responsible for the city's security and the mobilization of the Navy. In addition, Philippa's personality was very familiar with everyone and they had good relationships. I mentioned you, and asked you how you were doing recently. Wu Heng said with a smile. That's what I said. Philippa said with her legs crossed, then take me to see it too. I haven't heard of the Week of Courage yet. You are the commander of the Navy now. Who will command the fleet if you leave? Wu Heng looked at her. There is not even a pirate in the Emerald Sea now. I am so bored. Philippa walked out of her seat, and hugged his head, and acted coquettishly. Take me there, please. The rest of the people at the table looked over here with a smile. You still have oil on your mouth. Wu Heng pushed her head that was close to him. Let's see when the time comes. If there is nothing wrong, I will take you there. Yeah. Philippa clenched her fist and kissed him on the face. Wu Heng wiped the oil off his face and said, Before you leave, don't tell anyone about this, including Millicent. Tell her before you leave. I'm the most strict, don't worry. Philippa said seriously. Next, everyone ate peacefully. After dinner, they went to the training room for training together. It was getting dark, and they went back to their rooms to rest. The next day, the zombie world. Outside the window, the sky was gray and a little gloomy. Wu Heng sat in front of the monitor, with his phone on the stand in front of him, and was having a video call with Li Yong. The matter of the Chosen One has been approved by the Dawn Alliance. Li Yong said calmly, and the sound of the printer printing paper could be heard on the phone. From today on, each base will publicize this matter as the Chosen One, the global leader of mankind, and the Dawn Alliance will broadcast it in a loop on the public frequency band. Wu Heng's eyebrows moved slightly. This matter has been going on for more than half a month, and it has been implemented today. According to his calculations of the Alliance meeting, it will actually take longer, and the facts are obviously faster than he thought. How did the negotiation go? Are other bases willing to accept this? Wu Heng was a little curious about how Chi Hankai negotiated this. Li Yong smiled with some pride. You underestimate your own prestige. The global bases were able to quickly get out of the predicament. The contribution of the Yama Palace was witnessed by everyone. Food, medicine, daily necessities, and later serum. No one else is qualified to be the leader of mankind. Having said that, I guess what Chi Hankai said during the negotiation. From the overall situation, without the Yama Palace opening the market to the world to meet the exchange of food and daily necessities, it would take at least 5 to 10 years for the bases to return to the current situation. Let alone the establishment of the Dawn Alliance, it is a question whether we can see the dawn. Moreover, even if the Dawn Alliance does not recognize this kind of contribution, the survivors in various places are witnesses. How many people are left in the world now? Wu Heng continued to ask. Li Yong looked through the data and said, the more than 20 million people counted are the number of bases that can be contacted. If some isolated bases that cannot contact the outside are included, the number should be more than 50 million. Hearing this number, Wu Heng's eyes narrowed. Before the end of the world, the population was vaguely remembered to be more than 8 billion. Now it has been reduced to this extent, which really fits the word end of the world. Wu Heng did not answer immediately. The queen floated aside and said, if it can be transformed into faith, it will be enough for you to break through the hero stage. In the other world, a town-level city has a scale of several thousand people, and 20 million is an extremely exaggerated number. Grenda floated on the other side. The identity of a human leader is more like a king, which will only make people feel awe. What you need now is faith. The identity of a leader is not enough. You still need to preach in the form of a church. After a short pause, he continued, train a group of priests at the base, let them provide some rescue to other bases, and pass on the doctrine. Unlike the Empress, Grenda is already familiar with the lifestyle of the people here. Moreover, after reading many books here, he also knows the difference from the other world. It would be great if our priests could also use the holy word, which is still quite intimidating. Xiao Xiao also added. After listening to the opinions of several ghosts, Wu Heng looked back at the phone and said, what is the propaganda method for the human leader? Li Yong pointed the phone at the computer screen, which showed the propaganda plan. The forum pinned the chosen one who saves the world, and the radio program lists the voice of the leader column. At present, there are only these two methods. If necessary, more foreign topics and radio programs can be added. Li Yong said, and put the phone back. When the ghost is not possessed by the puppet, the collection cannot capture the sound. Therefore, Li Yong could not hear what the ghost next to her just said. Wu Heng continued, human leaders are one aspect, and I plan to promote it in the form of a church. Li Yong frowned. The Sun cult? When the church was mentioned, she subconsciously thought of the Sun cult that was destroyed 2 days ago. Our proper church, I named it the Spiritual Enlightenment Church, which can bring enlightenment to people and lead the world out of difficulties. Wu Heng said softly. What do you want to do? Li Yong asked directly. Li Yong never understood Wu Heng's arrangements, but I supported them. Just like when I was still in Xiaodong repair shop, I didn't understand his strange arrangements, but every outrageous decision had a very good ending after it was implemented. It is also like this that it has come step by step to the present, and the Yama Temple has become the largest base in the world. The host of the Dawn Alliance. I don't know how many survivors envy the life of the Yama Temple, and those who followed me at the beginning have also started a normal life, getting married and having children, which is not much different from their previous lives. I plan to select a group of suitable candidates in the base to serve as priests of the Lingqi Church, responsible for going to various bases to convey the doctrine. Wu Heng said directly. Li Yong nodded. Are there any requirements for the candidates? Younger, good at expressing, and will not betray our base. Wu Heng thought about it, and said the requirements. I will go to select people later. How many people do you need? Li Yong continued to ask. Wu Heng said to the phone, recruit 50 people first. After these people are familiar with the doctrine, they can continue to teach new priests. Okay. After Li Yong agreed, he thought about it and continued, then do you still want to keep the top title in the forum, and the leader's voice program on the radio? Keep it for now. Wu Heng said. Li Yong nodded again. Then I go and select people first. You'd better talk to Chi Hankai and see if there are any problems with her. Okay. The two hung up the phone. The room fell into silence again. The queen said softly, why don't you take down those bases? There are no professionals in this world, so there won't be so much trouble then. Xiao Xiao flew over and said like a popular science, Aunt, there are many powerful weapons in this world. If missiles fly around, the remaining population will be gone. You are exaggerating, said the queen. Glinda said seriously, there are indeed such weapons. In fact, if Wu Heng wants to do this, there is no problem in killing the leaders of these large bases. We can help him do it, but it should not be necessary. At least at present, the bases are still willing to cooperate with the Yama Palace. Wu Heng also nodded, if there are bases that prevent the transmission of doctrines, we will consider taking over their bases. The queen felt that no one was on her side, so she simply nodded, just think about it, I just make a suggestion. Wu Heng continued to dial Chi Hansai's number. After 2 rings, the call was connected. Chi Hansai's smiling voice came from inside, Lord Chosen One. Is this title better than the original King Yama? Wu Heng also joked. Chi Hankai said, why do I feel that King Yama is more imposing? If anyone is dissatisfied, his name will be crossed out from the Book of Life and Death. Xiao Xiao, who was explaining to the queen what a missile was, flew over quickly and corrected her, saying, if it is crossed out, it means infinite life. You are wrong. Wu Heng corrected, we said in the novel that crossing out the name means infinite lifespan. You are wrong. Really? Then maybe I remembered it wrong. Chi Hankai said. I have something serious to tell you, about the promotion of human leaders by various bases. Wu Heng got to the point. Chi Hankai also became serious, you say? Then, Wu Heng repeated in detail what he had discussed with Li Yong. Chi Hankai listened carefully, frowning, you mean, while promoting human leaders, we should also arrange for priests to promote church doctrines? Yes, that's basically what I mean. Wu Heng nodded. Chi Hankai was silent for a while, and said, do you think it would be easier for the representatives of various bases to accept if you come here and attend the Dawn Conference? Chapter 1023. Hearing that Chi Hankai wanted him to attend the Dawn Conference in person, Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. With a plane, the journey is not far, but it is indeed troublesome to go back and forth. After a pause, he asked, can't you negotiate over there? Chi Hankai smiled bitterly. The issue of human leaders alone has been dragged on for a long time. The meeting was held at least 10 times before it was barely finalized. Now with the church and missionary work, I'm afraid it will take even longer. She paused and said seriously, moreover, things like religion are hard to convince people with just words. If you can be there in person, not only can the meeting process be greatly shortened, but the role of this church can also be more clearly introduced. If we follow the normal process, the establishment of the new church and the missionary work may not be discussed for half a month. What's more, it is difficult to explain the difference between the church here and those cults with just words. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said simply, okay, I go over now. You arrange for the Shuguang meeting tomorrow. Chi Hankai responded immediately, okay, I notify them right away. We discuss the rest when I get there. Understood. After hanging up the call, Wu Heng sent a message to Li Yong, asking her to prepare for the flight to South Korea. The other party replied received in seconds. He put away his phone, stood up and walked out. Xiao Xiao floated to his side, and said in an excited tone, "Are we going to South Korea? It's been a long time since we've been there." "Yes, it's a good time to go back and take a look," Wu Heng said, and stood up and walked out. The four ghosts followed behind him, and Xiao Xiao came to the side of the Empress, and talked about the interesting things when they captured the South Korean base with great interest. Walking out of the office building, the off-road vehicle was already waiting at the door. Wu Heng opened the door, and the group headed straight for the airport. The engine roared, the plane broke through the clouds, and sped towards the Korean base. The plane landed at the airport at dusk. The sunset dyed the runway dark gold, the cabin door opened, and the air mixed with the smell of fuel hit my face. Walking down the gangway, I saw Chi Han Kai waiting on the apron at a glance, with a white feathered owl standing on his shoulder, and a group of base backbones behind him. And farther away, groups of people gathered in twos and threes, whispering to each other. These people are liaisons, or businessmen stationed here, by other bases. Today's Korean base is no longer just a shelter, but has become a trade hub and information distribution center between global survivor forces. Materials, intelligence, technology, everything that can be exchanged, are circulated here. It is also the headquarters of the Dawn Alliance. At this moment, they are watching from afar, with curiosity and speculation in their eyes. Who can make Chi Han Kai come out to greet them in person? At the plane, after Wu Heng got off, Chi Han Kai strode over and saluted, "Chief." Al also bowed slightly. Everyone behind him echoed in unison, "Chief." Wu Heng smiled and glanced at everyone. "No need to be so formal, let's go in and talk." The group walked through the airport, and went straight to the central conference room. In the conference room, Wu Heng listened to the routine reports of the backbones of the base. After the report, Wu Heng smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Let's stop here today. Everyone go back and rest." "Yes." Everyone stood up and saluted again, and then left one after another. The door of the conference room closed gently, leaving only him and Chi Han Kai. Chi Han Kai continued, "The meeting has been arranged and will start on time at 8 a.m. tomorrow. The whole process will be broadcast live on the public radio station." Wu Heng tapped the table with his fingertips and asked, "Do you think the bases will accept this form of church?" Chi Han Kai pondered for a moment, organized his words, and said, "In the end-time environment, people have witnessed too many supernatural phenomena, and it is not difficult to accept the concept of the existence of gods." After a pause, he continued, "But how to make everyone accept that you are a god is a bit difficult, and recently the Dawn Alliance has been cracking down on cults. Suddenly, it is inevitable that people will have doubts about promoting their own church." He took a sip from the water cup on the table, and continued to analyze. After the end of the world, modern people's thinking is very contradictory. They have experienced genetic mutations and awakening of superpowers, which are barely explainable by science. Even if mysterious powers appear, they should be accepted as long as they are reasonable. Otherwise, there would not be so many cults in the outside world. Wu Heng listened carefully, then nodded, "I understand. Make the mysterious power reasonable. It's nothing more than showing some magic, which I'm pretty good at." Chi Han Kai didn't say much, her brows relaxed. "Have you had dinner?" "Not yet." Wu Heng twisted his neck. "It just so happens that 2 Western chefs have come to the base recently. I heard they worked in 5-star hotels." Chi Han Kai smiled and took out his mobile phone. "Let them show you their skills." "Sure, I haven't seen the skills of a 5-star chef yet." Chi Han Kai dialed the phone to explain a few things, and then dialed the second number, sounding like someone was asked to come over. The two continued to chat about the base's recent situation. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, the door of the conference room was knocked gently. "Come in," Chi Han Kai said. The door opened, and a secretary in a dark gray professional suit walked in. She saluted Wu Heng first, then handed the information bag in her hand to Chi Han Kai. "Deputy Chief, the information you want has been delivered. Go to the kitchen and ask them to speed up." Chi Han Kai took the file and gave an order at the same time. The secretary nodded and left the room. Wu Heng also had a deep impression of this secretary, the former administrative secretary of the general director of the Korean base. Because she was familiar with the departments and various tasks of the entire base, and could speak Chinese, she was not killed, and was used to assist Chi Han Kai. Now she has a high status. The perpetual motion machine technology has completed actual combat testing. Chi Han Kai pushed the information in front of him. The 2 test ships built in Shanfu port have sailed for 1,200 nautical miles, continuously, without any energy attenuation. Perpetual motion machine? Wu Heng raised his eyebrows, but he also understood what the other party meant. After the runes are drawn on the flame furnace, no fuel replenishment is required. At most, the maintenance of the entire power conversion equipment is required. The name of the perpetual motion machine is appropriate and easy to understand. After the entire technology was perfected in Yantong City, the relevant information was sent to Chihan Kai for shipboard testing. Wu Heng flipped through the information. The paper information marked the cross-section of the core compartment, various data in the experiment, and the pressure test under extreme weather conditions. The maximum speed of the frigate is 32 knots, and the cargo ship can reach normal speed when fully loaded. Chihan Kai paused slightly, and said with a smile, "Now we can say that we are gradually getting rid of the need for fuel. It can also be seen that this experiment is confidential." The entire report was personally handled by Chihan Kai, not by the backbone of the base department. Wu Heng closed the information. How is the shipyard? A dual-track system is adopted. Chihan Kai organized the language. Local and domestic engineers are responsible for design verification and quality inspection, while skeleton laborers undertake 90% of welding and assembly work. Then he said, of course, we are also training skeletons to learn more core technologies, which will take some time. Wu Heng was still very satisfied with this report and said, "Let's start mass production." Chihan Kai continued, "For weapon warships, we have fully mastered the production technology of frigates, but we are not familiar with other warships. For transport ships, it is recommended to adopt the 300,000-ton standard, and the deck reserves modification space, which can be quickly converted into an aircraft carrier platform when necessary. Just follow this plan." Wu Heng decided. Frigates and transport ships are mainly used in Treasure Island. Moreover, the firepower of the frigate is enough to crush the ships of the other world. More advanced weapons can be developed slowly. Okay. After Chihan Kai agreed, the phone rang pleasantly. He picked up the phone and listened to a few words, then hung up and said, "Dinner is ready. The chef specially made Wellington steak." "What is Wellington?" "It seems to be named after a duke." "It tastes good." "Let's go." "Try the chef's cooking." Wu Heng stood up. The two walked side by side to the restaurant. As the night deepened, the bedroom. Chihan Kai walked out of the dressing room, and Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Black fishnet stockings wrapped around her slender legs, the bunny ear headband trembled with her steps, and the deep V-neck tights outlined her graceful curves. "Surprise," Chihan Kai said, pressing the play button on her phone. The dynamic rhythm sounded, and Chihan Kai began to twist her waist to the music, showing her body's flexibility and strength. After the dance, she turned around neatly and sat sideways on Wu Heng's legs, panting slightly, and asked, "How is it?" Wu Heng took her arm around her waist, and his palm could feel the tight muscle lines under the fabric. "You also know these? You can debut. I learned it from the girl group in the base." Chihan Kai held up the slightly crooked bunny ears. "Didn't I say I would introduce those girls to you last time? They dance better than you?" Wu Heng asked. "They are professionals." Chihan Kai deliberately twisted her waist, "But I learn faster, which should be related to the job change. Chihan Kai's job scroll is Ranger, which focuses on action and mobility. Learning to dance seems suitable. You dance no worse than them." Wu Heng picked her up by the waist and threw her directly on the bed. Another world, a holy temple. The religious leader's boots hit the white bricks, and the crisp sound echoed in the hall. The towering stone pillars are carved with the glory of the church, and the dome and murals depict the life of the church and the guidance of God. The religious leader stopped at the end and saluted slightly, "Your Holiness." On the high platform, the Pope was wearing a gorgeous robe and holding a scepter in his hand. "The revelation of the Father has arrived. Wu Heng will appear in the kingdom of Yek's Week of Courage. You should set off immediately and seize the opportunity." On both sides below, the two holy seas also looked at each other. "We will obey God's will." The three of them agreed in unison. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, representatives from various bases entered the venue one after another, and the sound of footsteps and noisy discussions echoed in the hall. Wu Heng also carried a briefcase and walked into the venue alone. When he sat in the seat of Yama Hall, countless eyes gathered at the same time. "Leader Wu Wu?" As soon as he sat down, he heard an uncertain question from the side. He looked over and saw a familiar face. Chang'an Dome Base Representative Huai Jixing was staring at him with wide eyes. "Representative Huai, how are you?" Wu Heng greeted with a smile. "It's you? I was wondering why Deputy Leader Qi would suddenly call an emergency meeting." Huai Jixing's voice was filled with unconcealed excitement. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he lowered his voice and said, "It's not easy to see you now. Wu Heng is now the global leader of mankind, although he still represents the Yama Palace. He can also be said to be the leader of everyone present." Wu Heng smiled and said, "Thank you for adding the agenda temporarily. It's hard work. You are too polite. Wai Shixing skillfully switched back to the official tone and continued. Does the Lingqi Church mentioned in this topic have any special meaning? At the Alliance meeting, all proposals will be made public in advance. It is also for the representatives and their respective bases to discuss in advance, rather than being able to make a decision on the spot. Yanluo Palace is ready to support and spread doctrines to each base in the form of a church. Wu Heng answered directly. Wai Shixing paused, then leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. To be frank, the human leadership system is enough to unite the various bases. Is this kind of teaching necessary? If other bases propose to establish a church, it would inevitably be seen as a cover for controlling people's hearts and plundering resources. But with the current status of Yama Palace, it is already exporting resources to the outside world, and it has just approved the human leader, so there is no need to do these things. What if I tell you that gods do exist? Wu Heng suddenly asked. Wai Shixing's pupils suddenly contracted. He opened his mouth, his Adam's apple rolled, and finally squeezed out a stiff smile. Yes. Is it? If it were before the end of the world, I wouldn't believe it either. Wu Heng continued, but some things, if you really experience them, you can't help but believe them. This? Wai Shixing didn't know how to answer. Wu Heng didn't say much about this matter. His eyes fell on the newly established 8th seat opposite. How to add a new position. Mawa Eternal Castle. Wai Shixing explained along his line of sight. A refuge in the Middle East, joined the Alliance 2 months ago, and has a lot of oil resources and minerals. As he was talking, several representatives of large bases also noticed the conversation here. The representative of New Eden stood up first, leader Wu Heng. Then the other representatives also stood up and came over to greet him. The representatives of the 7 major bases gathered here, and the representatives of the small and medium bases stretched their necks to look. I don't know what big thing happened. Why are they all gathered together? At 8 o'clock, the lights in the conference room suddenly turned up a brightness. Chi Honkai strode into the venue, tied a high ponytail, a slim tactical uniform, high-top boots, and a white-haired owl with the same vest on her shoulder. Standing in front of the host platform, please take your seats, representatives. The representatives, who were still greeting each other, immediately returned to their seats. When the last representative sat down, Chi Honkai immediately said, the only topic of this emergency meeting is the application for the legal missionary rights of the Lingqi Church within the alliance initiated by the Yanluo Palace Shelter. Chapter 1024. Chi Hansai's voice fell, the big base remained silent, and the representatives of small and medium-sized bases heard murmurs of discussion. Please allow me to speak frankly. The representative of the EU Noah's City was the first to break the silence. The Dawn Alliance already has a complete mutual assistance mechanism. Why do we need to establish an additional religion? Wu Heng supported the microphone and said, the Lingqi Church is not an ordinary church. We will provide believers with substantial supernatural power assistance, which is far more than conventional material support. Supernatural power? The representative of New Eden smiled. What miracle do you mean? A burst of laughter came from the representatives of small and medium-sized bases. Wu Heng did not answer immediately, but hooked his hand at the representative of New Eden, and the suit jacket hanging on the back of the chair floated into the air, raised his sleeves, made a waving gesture, and then fell back. Then, the water in all the representative cups formed countless streams in the air, and gathered in the middle of the hall. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a lifelike goddess. The meeting hall was instantly silent. After a long while, the representative of the South Dome said, Can I understand that you have gained a new superpower? Do you think this is a superpower? Wu Heng looked at him. The blond middle-aged man's expression moved, and he immediately smiled and said, Please don't be offended. I just feel that this is like a superpower. If there is any difference, please explain it to us. The representative of New Eden was bolder and more direct, saying, Yanluo Palace has mastered the latest serum technology. Is it possible that it has awakened more superpowers? The meaning of the words is that Yanluo Palace has mastered the serum technology, so does it also have a method to safely take corpse cores? That's why there are so many superpowers. This guess is indeed correct, but what I used was not an awakened superpower. Wu Heng asked back, What kind of abilities do you think God should have? God? The New Eden representative thought for a while, and said, God is naturally omnipotent. Some people nodded. From the overall situation, people still don't believe in the church. Those base representatives, who didn't speak up, were waiting and watching. There was a feeling that since you can't make sense anyway, why should I speak up and offend people? Wu Heng said, You seem to have a deviation in your understanding of God. Gods also have their own authority, such as the direction they are good at, and they are not omnipotent as imagined. The The representative of Chang'an raised his eyebrows. You mean, like in the mythological system? Gods have their own functions? You can say that. Wu Heng nodded and glanced at Qi Hankai. The latter made a gesture to the corner. The sound of heavy chains came from far away, and two skeletons from the base escorted a tattooed man into the venue. The bandits of the end times attacked the shelter, killed people and robbed goods. Qi Hankai explained, and then said, "Today, we will execute lynching." Crack! The skeleton warriors moved very quickly, and the prisoner's head was turned around, and the body fell to the ground. Several female representatives screamed. Is this a threat? The representative of New Eden slammed the table. Qi Hankai looked at him. Why are you so excited? Wait and see. In the back, a medical staff member walked out quickly and checked the body. There are no signs of life. Wu Heng nodded and said to everyone, "Does anyone want to confirm?" Everyone frowned, their necks twisted into knots. What can be confirmed? Why, representative, please confirm it. Wu Heng looked to the side. Why, Xixing frowned, but still stood up and walked out, briefly checked, and then said, "The person is dead, the heart and breathing have stopped." Wu Heng nodded, walked out of his seat, turned his head back. The medical staff stepped forward to correct the cervical vertebrae, and the sound of bone friction was tooth grinding. Wu Heng asked the others to step back 2 steps, and snapped his fingers lightly. The throat of the corpse made a sound of violent gasping after suffocation. The corpse that had just died regained its life characteristics, sat up from the ground, and looked around in horror. Then he kowtowed like pounding garlic. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. The prisoners on the stage kowtowed and wailed, while the representatives below widened their eyes, their faces full of horror. Wu Heng waved his hand, and Qi Hankai said, "Take him away." The skeleton stepped forward and dragged the man away. The prisoners' wailing gradually faded away, but the venue fell into a strange silence. The representatives stared blankly ahead. In everyone's definition, superpowers are abilities developed by following the principle of self-evolution. That is, superpowers can only change their own genes to manifest various superpowers. And what just happened is obviously different from the definition of superpowers. Directly resurrecting the dead, this can no longer be called superpowers. It is really close to the power of God. Is this the power of the church? The representative of New Eden spoke again. Wu Heng returned to his position. My power also represents the power of the church. Everyone was stunned. The 8th seat, the representative of Mawa Eternal Castle slowly took off his hood and said, "So, the God preached by the Lingqi Church is you?" Wu Heng nodded. Yes, it's me. I haven't seen a God that can breathe. The other party sneered. Wu Heng glanced at the other party and said nothing. The representative of Chang'an spoke at this time. Leader Wu Heng, please tell me directly, what can the Lingqi Church bring to mankind by legally preaching in various places? Wu Heng looked around at everyone and said in a flat voice, "First, the believers of the Faith Church will gain power. This power will give everyone a strong body and special powers. To put it simply, their lifespan will also be increased. Second, the church has more advanced technology, and does not need to consume too much resources on the earth. Everyone will also enjoy both science and technology and church technology to serve our lives." All the representatives below remained silent. In the end of the world, Yama Palace created miracles again and again. Even if what we are talking about is still very magical, who can say it is completely impossible? Now all places have become safe and gradually restored life and order. Lingqi Church can really increase human lifespan and have new technology, which is completely harmless to the entire human race. Even if it is a lie, there is no loss if these cannot be satisfied. It was quiet for a while. The representative of Chang'an said, "I need to report this matter to the base, and I can give you an accurate answer next time. I also need to discuss it with the base." New Eden also spoke up. "Yes, the matter is a bit special, and we have to go back to discuss it." "Yes." The other representatives behind him spoke up one after another, saying that they would go back to discuss this matter. Qi Hankai said, "Then we will continue to hold the second meeting at this time tomorrow, and adjourn the meeting." Everyone could feel that the time was very tight at the Yama Palace. Everyone stood up and walked out, and the representatives of the big and small bases, no matter what happened in the meeting just now. At this time, they gathered around Wu Heng and began to ask about the magic skills that were demonstrated before. It was a mess, and the crowd followed Wu Heng out. Wait for the rest of the people to leave. Wu Heng returned to Qi Hankai's office. Qi Hankai poured him a cup of tea and said, "You are much more popular than me, because I rarely show up." Wu Heng took the tea and took a sip, then asked, "Do you think the bases will agree to the church's missionary work?" I feel that your performance today was very successful, without any language skills, all magical powers. Chi Honkai leaned against the edge of the desk. Do you mean the success rate is very high? Wu Hung asked. Chi Honkai thought for a moment and said, at least, I can't think of any reason for them to refuse. Our topic is legal missionary work, not cheating their resources. In addition, our Yama Palace has a high status. I think all bases should agree to this matter. This is indeed true. Today's topic is only missionary work, not getting anything from the bases. In addition, the various spell effects shown today also let everyone see the power of the church. They should not refuse directly. It would be best if it can be passed. Wu Hung drank a sip of tea. Chi Honkai continued to ask, as for the church, does it need missionaries or something? You mean the priest? I asked Li Yang to start selecting people, and we can train some of them. Wu Hung answered. If they are assigned to various bases, the foreign language requirements are quite high. If there are not enough people there, I can also arrange some people to go there. Chi Honkai said with a smile. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows, and that was right. There are also foreign language requirements for being assigned to various bases for preaching. You can also select some people with good foreign language skills, and prepare in advance. Okay. Chi Honkai nodded. They sat in the office, and chatted for a while. Chi Honkai stood up again. I take you around the base, so that you can show up in front of everyone. Wu Hung put down the teacup. Let's go. They walked out of the office together. Under the leadership of Chi Honkai, they followed to several important workshops and departments. In the afternoon, they continued to take a car to the shipyard to see the construction of the ship. When the ship is completed, it can also be used in Treasure Island. Return to the base. Chi Honkai went to do her own thing, and Wu Hung returned to his dormitory. In the dormitory, four ghosts were waiting in the room. Uncle, what did you do secretly? Xiao Xiao flew over, looking like he didn't take her with him. I went to see the shipyard with Chi Honkai. Wu Hung sat down and asked, did you find anything? Xiao Xiao immediately flew aside and said, the uncle and Chang'an Dome reported to their leader. The other side asked him to see the situation. If everyone agrees, he will agree. If there are many bases that disagree, he will not express his opinion. Glinda smiled and said, he really doesn't offend anyone. What about the rest? Wu Hung asked. I don't understand the rest of the conversations. I share them with you. Xiao Xiao said. Glinda said, each of us is responsible for two, and we try to listen to as much as possible, but we don't understand the language they speak. At the end of the meeting, the ghosts were responsible for tracking and checking the situation in advance. But if the different places speak foreign languages, the ghosts can't understand. I'm a college student, I can. Wu Hung said with a smile. The ghosts got into the body one by one and shared the pictures. While Wu Hung was listening to the shared content, his brows furrowed. There are a total of 7 pictures, 2 of which are not about this matter, the Middle East and South Africa. The words spoken are incomprehensible. The remaining 3, 2 agree, and 1 depends on the situation. After checking, release the ghost. Xiao Xiao asked, Uncle, how is it? We can only confirm the 3 base representatives, 2 agree, and 1 wait and see, and the decision will be made by voting on the spot according to the situation. Wu Hung said. Benny asked, what if they disagree? What else can we do? Just let them know the consequences. The Queen said. Xiao Xiao followed and agreed, that's right. Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, it depends on the situation. If it is a small and insignificant base, 1 more or 1 less will not have much impact. If it is a large base with a certain influence, you can consider changing their leader. Grinda analyzed, the food and serum are in your hands. They won't be so irrational. They say they will make a decision based on the situation on the spot, but in fact they agree. The Queen raised her eyebrows and said, don't you have that turtle shell? Shake it. That's right. Wu Hung took out the tortoise shell for divination, thinking about voting for missionary work, and began to shake it. 3 coins fell out with a clattering sound. Wu Hung and all the ghosts immediately formed a circle and looked down. Xiao Ji. Xiao Xiao said. Benny said, it seems that someone is against it, but the final outcome is good. The Queen said, I wonder if this thing is accurate. Don't underestimate the wisdom of our ancestors. Xiao Xiao pinched her waist and said. The Queen rolled her eyes at her unhappily. Wu Hung put away the strange object. It's fine as long as the outcome is good. I won't eavesdrop next time. I just shake it directly. What if it's not accurate? It's better to eavesdrop. Xiao Xiao followed. Wu Hung checked the time, picked up his phone, and sent a message to Chi Honkai, saying that he was going out for a while, and would attend the meeting on time tomorrow. The other party replied with a receipt. Putting his phone in his pocket, Wu Heng said, "Come back first. Let's go back to Treasure Island." The ghosts who were chatting flew back to their bodies. Wu Heng opened the door and walked in. Treasure Island. Tap tap tap. Xiao Xiao controlled the puppet and ran down from upstairs, and there was a burst of hurried footsteps. After that, Benny, Glinda, and Nyan Nyan also controlled the puppets to go downstairs one by one, sitting in the side hall or the courtyard and doing their own things. Minnie was waiting at the door, and when Wu Heng came down, she smiled and said, "Master, dinner is ready." Wu Heng also smiled. "Let's go. I'm a little hungry too." In the restaurant, the long and narrow dining table was filled with a sumptuous dinner. After eating a few bites, Chanela gently put down her napkin and said, 50 nuns have been selected to become priests in the past 2 days. The subsequent selection of priests will also start with nuns, and new members will be appointed as nuns first to familiarize themselves with the church and doctrine. Wu Heng nodded, feeling that this arrangement was not bad. "Just arrange it for you. As long as they are loyal to Treasure Island and can perform their duties, other requirements don't need to be too high." Sayonara nodded and stroked the rim of the cup. "I also want to recruit more people from the territory of the Wood Elves to give the young people in the tribe a new way out." "Good thing," Wu Heng said. "I also trust the Wood Elves more." Sayonara smiled slightly. "Then I will arrange it this way." Wu Heng hummed and then asked, "Is there any news from the elders?" No response yet. Wu Heng picked up the wine glass and took a sip. "No hurry, as long as it can be settled before departure." The few people continued to eat, and Wu Heng listened to Annette's story about the island and the situation of the witch Viola's black bird burning pattern. After dinner, the women in the family went to the training room. After the queen finished drawing the runes, Wu Heng went to the courtyard to forge the bones with evil spirits. Chapter 1025. At midnight, Wu Heng returned to the building after completing the evil spirit bone forging. In the living room, the moonlight was reflected on the ground through the French windows. The queen was floating in the window, making her face look unusually strange. "What are you doing? You are like someone who is here to take my life?" Wu Heng said unhappily. "You are really heartless. I am the only one waiting for you." The queen gritted her teeth and said, "Then you are floating by the window. Are you trying to scare me?" Wu Heng said, picking up the towel at the door and brushing off the smoke and dust on his body. "Do you think everyone is as boring as you?" The queen flew over and asked, "Have you completed the second stage?" Wu Heng shook his head. "It doesn't work." "Could it be that you remembered the second stage wrong?" "Even if you practice wrong, it is impossible that I remembered it wrong." The queen continued, "The second stage is more difficult. With a little patience, your practice speed has surpassed others." "Okay." Wu Heng nodded and walked upstairs. The queen followed him and continued, "Rest early. Don't you have to attend the Shuguang meeting tomorrow?" The man and the soul parted in front of the bathroom. Wu Heng went in to wash up, and the queen returned to the study to do her own things. The next day, the zombie world. As he walked out of the boundary gate, the phone dinged, and the sound of receiving a message came. Opening it and taking a look, it was a text message from Chi Han Kai. "I received some news here. When you come back, come over and I will report to you in detail." Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. The zombie world has become stable, and there should not be many emergencies. He quickly replied, "I'd be there soon," then put away his phone, released his 4 ghosts, and walked out to the office building. Arriving at Chi Hansai's office, he knocked on the door and walked in. Chi Hankai was looking through a thick stack of paper documents at his desk. Hearing the noise, he looked up and smiled. "You're back?" His voice was gentle, but there was a solemn look between his brows. At this time, the door was knocked gently, and the secretary came in with tea and a few plates of exquisite cakes, put them on the table, and then went out and closed the door. Wu Heng sat down on the sofa, took a sip of tea, and asked, "Didn't you say there was a special situation? What happened?" Chi Hankai closed the file, looking solemn. "We got the news that the Mawa Eternal Castle Shelter is lobbying representatives of other large, medium, and small shelters to boycott the issue of legal missionary work of the Lingqi Church." "Why?" Xiao Xiao appeared from the side and floated to Chi Hansai's side. "Aunt Chi, good morning." Chi Hankai also smiled. "Good morning, Xiao Xiao." Xiao Xiao then asked, "Why don't they agree? And we are already very polite." Wu Heng also frowned, a little curious. In the current situation, the missionary work of the Lingqi Church will not harm the bases, not to mention that the Yama Palace controls the lifeline of material transportation, and no base dares to offend them easily. Blocking the materials is equivalent to strangling the throat of survival. But Mawa Eternal Castle not only opposes it, but also tries to win over other bases to resist it? Chi Honkai leaned against the edge of the desk and explained slowly, this has to do with the local situation. Mawa Eternal Castle has a management model of combining politics and religion. The preaching of the Lingqi Church will directly shake the foundation of their rule. Oh! I understand. They have their own church and don't want us to go in. Xiao Xiao clapped her hands and suddenly realized. Wu Heng also nodded. Sure enough, the resistance of Mawa Eternal Castle was not without reason. The other party's base believes in the unity of politics and religion. The introduction of Lingqi Church will undoubtedly shake the belief system they rely on. The most taboo thing for a regime where power and divine power are intertwined is the intervention of another god. And it can show divine power. That's not right. Xiao Xiao held her cheek and asked, if they don't agree, then they don't agree. Why go and lobby others? Chi Honkai shook her head. Maybe. They have their own considerations. Wu Heng picked up the teacup, took a sip, and began to think about this matter in his mind. Mawa Eternal Castle's position has been clear. They will definitely reject Lingqi Church's missionary proposal. And according to the intelligence that the ghosts overheard yesterday, some bases are in a wait-and-see state. If some are really instigated, the situation at the meeting will be completely tilted. It will only make things more troublesome. There are many survivors who believe in religion in the Western shelters, but the world has changed a lot. Thinking of this, Wu Heng looked up and glanced at the wall clock. 7:40. There are still 20 minutes before the meeting starts. He put down the teacup, and the bottom of the cup touched the table, making a slight sound. Please invite the representative of Mawa Eternal Castle. Wu Heng's voice was serious. Chi Honkai was slightly stunned. Now? Yes. Chi Honkai didn't say much, picked up the landline and dialed the internal line. After a few brief instructions, she hung up the phone and looked at Wu Heng. The secretary has gone to invite someone. Wu Heng nodded, indicating that he understood. Not long after, the two of them were talking to Xiao Xiao in a low voice, and there was a knock on the office door. Xiao Xiao disappeared, and the secretary pushed the door open to announce, the representative of Mawa Eternal Castle has arrived. The representative who participated in the meeting yesterday stepped in, and two bodyguards could be seen through the crack of the door behind him. He wanted to follow in, but was stopped by the crossed arms of the skeleton guarding. The core area of the base has long been replaced with high-level skeletons. Those rigorously trained bodyguards are not even qualified to force their way in front of these high-level undead servants. The representative stepped into the room, his eyes stayed on Chi Honkai for a moment, then turned to Wu Heng, and nodded slightly. Chief Wu Heng, Deputy Chief Chi, I wonder if you two called me here urgently. Is there something important? Wu Heng got straight to the point. The meeting will start soon. I hope Mawa Eternal Castle can support this vote. As for the detailed conditions, I will discuss it with Deputy Chief Chi after the meeting. The representative raised his eyelids slightly, and then quickly regained his composure, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, Chief Wu, the purpose of the Dawn Alliance's meeting is to make fair resolutions. Discussing privately. I'm afraid it's against the rules? Oh! Wu Heng sneered. Then your private connection with other bases is in line with the rules? The representative's pupil shrank slightly, and then changed to a confused look. Where did you get this from? Is someone slandering me behind my back? Don't let the villain provoke our relationship. Then do you support the missionary work of the Lingqi Church? Wu Heng was more direct. The representative grinned but said, Nothing, I have to prepare for the meeting. This is really disrespectful. Wu Heng was too lazy to argue and said directly, If you insist on opposing, Yama Palace will stop all supplies to Mawa Eternal Castle from now on. The representative's mouth raised a smile, as if he had expected it. Confident. The hands of the wall clock approached 8 o'clock. Wu Heng tilted his head slightly and called, Glinda. What did you say? The representative's voice stopped abruptly. His expression froze instantly, his eyeballs bulged, and his Adam's apple rolled violently, as if he wanted to shout. The next second, there was a crisp sound. The head twisted a circle, and finally returned to its original position at a weird angle. The body fell to the ground, and hit the thick carpet with a muffled sound. Chi Honkai stood up suddenly. What should we do about the meeting? Killing people now will have a bad impact on us. Killing representatives because of different opinions, if this kind of thing gets out, the Dawn Alliance will have no meaning to exist. What kind of voting is still needed? In the end, it still returns to the barbaric way. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. The Yama Palace has developed to this point, and its reputation outside has always been good. Wu Heng is now the leader of mankind. If the news gets out, the impact will be great. Just as he was about to pick up the landline and ask someone to kill the security guard at the door, the corpse on the ground suddenly twitched and raised his hands, and turned his twisted neck back to its original state. Only the neck still had traces of violent pulling. Shi Honkai took a half step back. This was too weird. Wu Hung straightened his collar and stood up. Let's have a meeting first. The resurrected representative silently pulled up his hood to cover the hideous marks on his neck. When the three pushed the door out, the bodyguards outside the door glanced at them suspiciously, but still followed them to the Dawn Alliance Conference Hall. When Wu Hung and his party entered the venue, representatives from various bases had already taken their seats. Many people's eyes flickered, and their gazes moved back and forth between Wu Hung and the representative of Mawa Eternal Castle. I don't know why they came in together. After several people took their seats, Shi Honkai still stood in the host's position. The parliament begins. Shi Hankai's voice was cold and powerful. This meeting will continue to review the proposal for the legal missionary work of the Lingqi Church. Please express your views in turn. The venue fell into a brief silence. The representatives of small and medium-sized bases whispered, looking at the seats of the representatives of the large bases in front of them, waiting for them to speak first. The representatives of the large bases exchanged glances with each other, and no one spoke for a while. It was quiet for a long time. The representative of Mawa Eternal Castle in the 8th seat pressed the speaking button. The microphone lit up blue, and he slowly unfolded the document in his hand. Speaking steadily, Mawa Eternal Castle recognizes the legitimacy of the Lingqi Church and allows it to preach freely in the base. Whirl. Some representatives in the hall were shocked and fell into discussion. The 7th seat, the representative of the Sun Stairs, turned his head suddenly and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Silence. Shi Honkai patted the table and continued, "The parliament is supposed to listen to the opinions of each base. Everyone can speak out the ideas of their base. Speak in order, and don't delay the agenda." Since it was the topic mentioned by Wu Hung, his position was skipped directly. The 2nd seat, the representative of Chang'an Dome, said, "We recognize the legitimacy of the Lingqi Church and allow it to preach freely in the base." The 3rd seat, New Eden allows preaching. The 4th seat, allow preaching. The 4 major bases took the lead in agreeing, just like pushing down the first domino. The representatives of the small and medium-sized bases looked at each other, and finally pressed the green voting button. On the large screen behind, the number of votes in favor increased rapidly. There were a few scattered red oppositions and gray abstentions, but it didn't matter. When the voting was over, Shi Honkai announced directly the proposal was passed. From now on, the Lingqi Church is recognized by all members of the Dawn Alliance, and preaching activities must comply with local laws and regulations. The meeting is over. The meeting ended faster than everyone expected. It took only half an hour in total. The representatives left the venue with different expressions, and discussions echoed in the corridor. The representatives left the venue with different expressions. The corridor was filled with suppressed discussions. Why did Mawa Eternal Castle suddenly change its mind? They came in with Yama Palace, so they probably discussed some conditions in private. These big bases are unreliable. That's good. There's nothing wrong with Lingqi sect. If it can really extend lifespan, that's a good thing. Do you really believe it? They've already achieved superpowers and resurrected people, so extending lifespan is more reliable. People were discussing. Wu Hung, after exchanging a few polite words with the representatives of each base, also returned to the office. The representatives also left quickly to pass the news back. In the office, Shi Honkai closed the door, and her tense shoulders finally relaxed. She said with relief, "It's easier than expected." "What are you worried about?" Wu Hung stood in front of the window, glanced at the runway in the distance, and then asked, "How do the representatives of Mawa Eternal Castle usually go to and from the base?" "They have a dedicated airport. If there is an emergency, they will also use our plane to return," Shi Honkai replied. "This method of resurrecting corpses will not last for a few days." Wu Hung looked at her and said, "And he doesn't know the original language, so he will be exposed soon." The other party used the local language on the phone. After being possessed by Granda, he could imitate the Chinese with a strange accent, but he couldn't use the original language to report the situation to Mawa Eternal Castle. "It will be exposed before today." "What do you mean?" Shi Honkai asked. "I go to Mawa Eternal Castle. Take care of him," Wu Hung said directly. Shi Honkai narrowed his eyes slightly. This kind of direct visit happened in the Mexican shelter last time. After Wu Hung went there, he killed all the senior executives of the entire base. Now it is an affiliated base. Will it be dangerous? Shi Honkai was still a little worried. "Don't worry, I can handle the nuclear bomb." Chi Honkai said unhappily, I believe you can handle it. Wu Hung then asked, if I want to replace the leader of their base, do you have any recommendations? Chi Honkai frowned. I know a little about their internal affairs, and I only joined the Dawn Alliance 2 months ago. Chi Honkai took a deep breath and quickly sorted out his thoughts, but I heard that they are divided into 2 factions, the old and the new. If you want to change people, can you support people from the other faction? Wu Hung nodded, prepare the plane. Tell the outside world that I was invited to their base to discuss cooperation. Okay. 30 minutes later, people near the airport saw Wu Hung and the representative of Mawa Eternal Castle walking towards the apron and chatting happily, and then boarded the plane together. When the plane left, someone nearby walked towards Chi Honkai and asked, what's this? Chi Honkai smiled and said, Mawa Eternal Castle invited the leader to discuss cooperation. It's nothing serious. Oh! The people nearby nodded immediately and dispersed. In the cabin. The roar of the engine was isolated by the heavy cabin door, and the cabin fell into an eerie silence. The representative of Mawa Eternal Castle sat stiffly opposite, and the bruises on his neck were faintly visible in the dim light. At his feet were 2 bodyguards, whose necks were also twisted. What if they don't accept it? Xiao Xiao lay in the air, holding his chin with both hands. The queen said, what the world lacks the most is people, just replace them with a group of obedient ones. Glenda controlled the representative and said, if you really want to replace the other side's leader, you can use the model of the Mexican base, let Chi Honkai go there first, and then hand over to someone you trust when the situation stabilizes. It depends on the situation. I have to learn the language here first. Wu Hung took out a few language quick learning books from the space ring. This was collected by Chi Honkai before leaving. It's just that the content is Korean quick learning, but it's not a big problem, Hanwin can also learn it. Put on the 100-soldier suit, the body swayed at a high frequency, and 7 people appeared at once. The queen raised her eyebrows. What is this? Auntie, you haven't seen the properties of the suit yet? Xiao Xiao flew over to explain. The 7 Wu Hungs divided the books, and found their own places to read. Mawa Eternal Castle, Airport. The plane landed on the runway, and the sunset coated the Middle Eastern-style airport with a layer of bright red. The moment the hatch opened, a dry heat wave with dust rushed in. In the distance, a team of officials in traditional robes were walking quickly. The man in the lead frowned, his eyes stayed on the stiff face of the representative for a moment, and his lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to ask. Wu Hung stepped forward and stretched out his right hand. Yen Luodian, Wu Hung. Our base should have contacted you in advance. The official's hand suddenly froze halfway, and his pupils contracted violently. The soldiers behind him were also surprised. Wu Hung. The human leader voted by the Dawn Alliance. Chapter 1026. The air froze for a few seconds. The official's eyes were like a hawk, quickly sweeping across the stiff face of the representative. When he saw the other party nod to him, his tense expression relaxed a little. Leader Wu Hung, I have heard a lot about you. The official stepped forward and held Wu Hang's hand with his right hand. We received the notice of the arrival of the Yama Palace plane. I didn't expect you to come here in person. Wu Hung nodded, looking over the official's shoulder at the faint reflection on the distant building. Hate sense allowed him to capture the dangerous eyes from all around. The two shook hands and then let go. Wu Hung continued, I came here to discuss some cooperation with your base this time. The official nodded, please wait. After speaking, he turned and walked to the side, using the communication equipment to contact something. Wu Hung did not urge the other party, but waited silently. About 2 minutes passed. The leader is waiting for you at the base. The official said politely, his eyes still vigilantly scanning Wu Hung and the representative. At this time, 5 modified desert off-road vehicles with rear ears approached quickly. The heavy machine guns on the roof glowed coldly in the sunset. Please! The official opened the door and made a gesture of invitation to Wu Hung. Wu Hung nodded and got into the car parked in front. Just when the representative possessed by Granda was about to get in the car, the official stretched out his hand to block the door and said, May peace be with you. He used the local language. Granda controlled his body and nodded with a smile. The official's eyes flashed with vigilance and continued to ask, What day is it today? Grenda's eyes narrowed slightly, and the official shouted loudly, Raise your hands. As he said that, he grabbed forward. At this time, the representative's body suddenly collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. The officer's pupils suddenly shrank, and he instinctively pulled back. Bang! In the car, the moment Wu Hang's figure disappeared in the light of the magic circle, the scorching bullet penetrated the seat and tore the leather backrest into pieces. Immediately afterwards, The sound of a sniper rifle exploded in the distance. There. The soldiers' roars were drowned in the rolling thunder. The moment they turned their guns, the whole sky suddenly darkened. Crack! Lightning struck and rose, and in the dazzling lightning, the soldiers holding guns fell to the ground one after another, and the air was filled with the smell of burning flesh and blood. The only official standing was stiff, and his face flushed. He just stood there, only his eyes trying to look to the side, trying to see what happened behind. ZZ. The sniper's terrified scream came from the intercom. We were attacked by an unknown person, maybe a ghost. Ah! The noise stopped abruptly. Wu Hung walked back from a distance. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the thunder and lightning disappeared. The ghost's voice came from my ear. Done. Call it a day. Benny's voice came from the other side. There should be no permanent troops here. Just these few people, all here. Wu Hung nodded, walked to the side of the official, and said, "Ask you some questions." "Who are you?" The official looked terrified and suspicious. Now I know why the other party dared to come here alone. Such a fully armed team was wiped out in the blink of an eye, leaving only me. Damn it, how did the world become like this? Wu Hung ignored the other party's question and asked directly, "Where is the base where your leader is located? What are you going to do?" The official asked vigilantly, and his body was bulging with blood vessels due to the force. "Glinda," Wu Hung said. The official's body slowly moved, and his right hand uncontrollably touched the gun and pointed at his temple. "What are you going to do?" The official's lips trembled. "Where is the base?" Wu Hung continued to ask. "Is the Yama Palace so diplomatic? Do you want to not abide by the alliance agreement at all?" Crack! The next second, the official's neck was twisted and fell directly to the ground. Glinda flew out of the body, asked the corpse, "He talks too much nonsense." Benny said, "I thought he would shoot." Fake move. Xiao followed. Wu Hung walked over and fumbled on the body, keys, documents, cigarettes and some scattered things. Dead talk release. The corpse on the ground sat up suddenly, looking over here with cloudy eyes. "Where is the exact location of the base where your leader is located?" For the first question, Wu Hung emphasized the word leader to avoid wasting the opportunity to ask questions by saying too many bases. The corpse replied, "North, Mawa Eternal Castle." It was the same name as provided. Wu Hung then asked, "What is the route?" "Go along the main road, the only cleared road." Wu Hung narrowed his eyes. "Who is the current leader?" "Tariq." The fourth question, describe his appearance. "Dark skin, thick eyebrows, short beard, a scar on the left corner of the eye." The corpse answered. The only recognizable feature of this answer is the scar on the left corner of the eye. The rest of the features are difficult to distinguish. Wu Hung asked the last question, "Where does the leader usually appear in the base?" "The leader's office building, the center of the inner castle." The corpse finished answering and lay down with a thud. The queen said, "This feature is too general. It's not without gain. The one with short beard and scar on the left corner of the eye should be able to be found according to this feature." Benny said. Xiao pointed at the corpse. "They all have beards." Wu Hung passed the corpse on the ground and released dead corpse battlefield. The gray-white light circle spread out, and the corpses on the ground were transformed into skeletons and stood up in groups. "Pick up the weapons." The skeleton picked up the weapons that fell on the ground. "Continue to open mansion technique. Let all the transformed skeletons go in, and leave one of the modified desert off-road vehicles outside, and the rest drove into the mansion technique." Then, Wu Hung drove the car left behind and drove out of the airport, heading north along the road. The night was as dark as ink, and the towering fortress was in sight. On the city wall, the barbed wire mesh glowed coldly under the searchlight, and the huge beam of light pierced the darkness. The fully armed guards patrolled back and forth, yawning from time to time, but they were already on guard outside. In the dead silence of the night, the howling of zombies could be heard from time to time. Wu Hung turned off the engine, and the off-road vehicle silently disappeared into the shadows. After waiting for a while, shadows penetrated the car door and floated in one after another. "Found it." Glinda spoke first. "The target is in the meeting room in the central area of the inner fort. He is still awake and listening to the guards' reports." The queen also said, "I confirmed it through the guard's dream, and it is certain that it is the person we are looking for." Wu Hung nodded. "Let me check the location." Glinda got into the body, and a clear picture was shared. In the Middle Eastern-style conference room, the candlelight flickered. A man in his 40s sat upright on the sofa. His short beard was trimmed meticulously, and the scar at the corner of his left eye was particularly conspicuous under the candlelight. A few people stood in front, reporting that the pickup team had lost contact. Then, the picture ended, and Glinda confirmed the target and left directly. Let Glinda out. Wu Hung pushed open the car door. Let's go, finish it early, and let's go back early. As he said, the magic circle lit up under his feet. Wu Hang's figure disappeared. In the dim conference room, the candlelight was weak, and the light and shadows swayed on the wall. Leader Tariq sank deep into the sofa, his knuckles against his temples, shadows covering half of his face, revealing a pair of cold eyes. At the door of the room, and near the window, stood a fully armed personal bodyguard, the dark tactical uniform blending into the night, the guns in his hands glowing coldly. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and an officer walked in. Leader, the army has been assembled, and the inner castle defense system has been redeployed. Tariq just nodded slightly. Stay alert. Get through tonight first. Yes. The officer replied solemnly and turned away. The room fell into silence again, with only the candlelight flickering. Tariq's brows were locked tighter and tighter, and his fingertips rubbed the pattern of the gun on his waist. The uncontrollable sense of crisis in his heart was getting heavier at this time. The Dawn Alliance radio station announced that the issue of Lingqi Church's formal and legal missionary work had been approved by all the representatives of the 8 major bases. Coincidentally, at this time, the plane of Yama Temple arrived at the airport, and the people who picked up the plane did not come back. All things proved one thing. Yama Temple called. What's going on? While whispering softly, the candlelight suddenly trembled. And in this moment of flickering, a figure quietly appeared in the darkness in front of him. Tariq's heart suddenly choked. Quick! There is an enemy. The roar was stuck in his throat before it came out. Crack! Crack! 2 crisp sounds of broken bones exploded almost at the same time, and the bodyguards at the door and window had their necks twisted and their bodies collapsed. Tariq's pupils contracted violently, and he wanted to raise his gun, but found that he couldn't move even a finger. He wanted to call for help, but his mouth was difficult to open. Wu Hung walked out, stood opposite him, pulled up his drooping hand and shook it. Yen Luodian, Wu Hung. Tariq's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Crack! A cracking sound was heard, and Tariq's neck turned instantly, and his body fell sideways on the sofa. Uncle! Xiao Xiao retracted his head from the wall, and said in a low voice, everything is normal. No one outside has noticed. Wu Hung made an okay gesture, walked to the desk on the side and sat down, flipping through the documents on it. The rest of the ghosts also flew out, and looked around the room. Xiao Xiao looked around and flew back. Then what? What should we do? Wu Hung said while flipping through the information, it would be best to be the same as when we occupied South Korea. Ah? Xiao Xiao tilted her head. How is it done over there? Let me see who is better to support first. Wu Hung continued to open the cabinet under the table, and took out various materials. Deal with the senior management, and then hand it over to Chi Han Kai for management first. Oh! Xiao Xiao replied, and flew to Granda again, whispering, Auntie. What are you looking for? Granda said, find some books and take them away later. We don't know the words here. You can learn, your uncle has learned it, it shouldn't be difficult. Xiao Xiao hesitated for a long time. Auntie. There are so many fun things. Why do you have to read books? Wu Hung also looked at this side for a while, and the queen flew over and asked, have you thought of a way? There is no useful information. Wu Hung said. What should I do? Wu Hung glanced at the corpse. I have a rough idea. Let's try it out. As he said, he took out the faceless mask, put it on the dead leader's face, copied the other's appearance, and changed his clothes. Several corpses were directly put into the space ring. After confirming that they were not much different from the other leader, he opened the door directly. The soldiers in the corridor turned their heads and saluted leader. Yes. Wu Hung said in a deep voice. Call all the senior leaders to the conference room. No one can be missing. Yes. The soldier replied and left quickly. He sat in the room and waited for a while. Then he flew back first. Everyone went to the conference room. As soon as the voice fell, the knock on the door sounded again. Everyone is here. Wu Hung straightened his collar, opened the door, and walked out. The soldiers glanced at the closed door, as if to see why the 2 bodyguards didn't come out with him. They casually pointed 2 soldiers to follow them, and headed for the meeting room. The door of the meeting room was wide open. More than 40 senior executives stood up in unison. Wu Hung, wearing Tariq's face, walked slowly to the main seat under the gaze of everyone. After sitting down, his fingertips gently tapped the armrests, and his eyes swept over everyone present. At the first seat on the left, a middle-aged officer with slightly gray temples leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. Chief, is there an emergency? The Dawn Alliance has confirmed the legal status of the Lingqi Church. Wu Heng's voice was low. Soon, their missionaries will come to our base to preach. After a slight pause, he continued, "What do you think?" "I want to hear the truth." After a short silence, an official slammed the table and stood up. "Once the Lingqi Church infiltrates, it will definitely threaten our system, and the entire base will be in chaos." The first person spoke, and everyone followed suit. The conference room was boiling instantly. "We can deal with those missionaries," a thin official suggested grimly. "Arrange a few accidents and blame the rebels afterwards. Anyway, the dead won't speak. Why bother?" Another person sneered. "As long as we spread the news among the people that the Lingqi Church forced belief, the people will clean them up for us. The law does not hold everyone responsible. As long as the incident happens to the survivors, and there are enough people, the Dawn Alliance can't do anything." The proposals became more and more extreme and crazy. Some people proposed to assassinate the missionaries, some advocated inciting the mob, and some even sneered and suggested defying the Lingqi Church as heresy. The entire conference room seemed to be filled with fanatical religious hostility, and everyone's eyes were full of paranoid anger. Wu Heng frowned slightly, looking at these people, and finally saw those sick believers of the church. "Do you have any different opinions?" Wu Heng spoke softly, and the noisy meeting room gradually quieted down. In the corner, a young official wearing glasses slowly stood up. "Chief." His voice trembled a little, and he said carefully, "At present, we rely on the supply of materials from the Yama Palace. The missionary work of the Lingqi sect will not shake our foundation." "Why not?" "Tolerate it temporarily, and put the overall situation first." Dead silence. The next second. "Coward. A waste with weak faith. I think you contacted the Lingqi sect privately?" The rebuke instantly drowned the young official like a tide. Chapter 1027. The young official's body shrank back little by little amidst the rebukes in the room. The corners of his mouth trembled, as if he wanted to argue again, but he finally lowered his head, his eyes behind the lenses wavering a little. Wu Heng looked at the other person, a Middle Eastern face, a thin figure, wearing glasses, and a bookish air that had not been wiped out by the end of the world. Dong dong. Wu Heng knocked heavily on the table twice. "Enough. Since it is a request for opinion, the person should finish speaking." The room was instantly quiet, but the suppressed hostility still spread in the air. The officer on the left, the radical with gray hair on his temples, clenched his fists. "Chief, we must not compromise on this matter." Gritting his teeth, he said, "Once the Lingqi Church infiltrates, the Yama Palace and the Dawn Alliance will be like termites, gnawing away the foundation of our faith. By then, the base will only be more difficult to manage." "That's right." Another person slammed the table and stood up. "We have finally built this fortress on the pile of corpses. Why should we let them pick the fruits? The arms order for Noah's city has been finalized. As long as the equipment is in place, we can take back the military base." Hearing this, Wu Heng raised his eyebrows slightly. "I see." At the Korean base, he and the representative of Mawa Eternal Castle said that if they did not agree with the Lingqi Church's missionary work, they would cut off the supply of materials. The other party was still indifferent at the time. It turned out that they had already signed an order with Noah's city. It seemed that chaos was about to break out again. Wu Heng tapped the cone again and said, "Since there are so many differences of opinion, let's vote by raising our hands. Those who firmly oppose the spread of the Lingqi religion, raise your hands." Wow! More than 30 hands were raised at once, their faces firm, and a few raised and put them down, looking hesitant. The officer on the left looked around and sneered. "Does this need to be voted on? Those who are not firm in faith will eventually be punished by God." "Indeed." Wu Heng nodded slowly, looked at everyone, and snapped his fingers lightly. A crisp sound rang out. The next second, the water cups in front of all the people who raised their hands suddenly tumbled, and the silver-white water droplets turned into deadly blades, accurately piercing everyone's eyebrows. Puff puff puff. After a series of muffled sounds, more than 30 corpses fell to the ground with a bang, and blood spread on the carpet into marks. The rest of the people stood up suddenly, and the chairs scraped on the floor with a harsh sound. Their faces were full of fear and disbelief, and their eyes moved back and forth between the corpses on the ground and Wu Heng. "Chief! Chief!" Someone spoke tremblingly, with a crying tone in his voice. The smell of blood spread in the enclosed space, mixed with the sultry air. The remaining survivors' legs trembled uncontrollably, and some even held on to the table to stand steady. The base will establish closer ties with the Dawn Alliance. Wu Heng looked around at the remaining people. The old rules need to be changed. The pupils of the surviving officials trembled. Now they also understood why those who raised their hands were killed. The base must get closer to the Dawn Alliance, and those who just raised their hands are all stumbling blocks to development. You will take over the positions of these people, enjoy better treatment, and higher power. Choose now. Wu Hung leaned forward, his voice serious. Are you loyal to me, or will you rot with them? Dead silence. The meeting room was dead silent. After a long while, the young official with glasses was the first to move. He pushed the chair away and knelt on one knee. I would like to regard you as my only belief. The first person spoke, and the others woke up as if from a dream, and stood up and saluted, and the voices of swearing allegiance came one after another. Wu Hung nodded with satisfaction and looked at the official with glasses. What's your name? Zachary, the current material dispatch officer, is responsible for the allocation and record of resources in the city. The young official replied. Sit here. Wu Hung pointed to the left-hand position. Zachary did not hesitate. He dragged the corpse away and sat down calmly without caring about the blood stains on his suit pants. The base needs new ideas. Wu Hung suddenly spoke and looked at everyone again. I need you to take over the important positions in the base to ensure that there will be no chaos. Then, according to the information found in the study, the army, city defense and several important departments were all assigned to the people below. Wu Hung looked around at the crowd. Does anyone have any objections? No, Chief. The surviving officials answered in unison. Take your seats according to your official positions, Wu Hung said. The room was busy. The bodies were dragged to the corner and piled up like a pile of abandoned dolls. All the windows were open, and the night wind diluted the bloody smell in the air. The originally crowded conference room now only had a dozen people in the front row. Some people kept wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads, and some people held the pen tightly, their knuckles white. Tomorrow, the deputy chief of the Yama Palace will arrive. Wu Hang's voice pulled everyone back. Zachary, you will cooperate with the work as the chief of the base. Zachary's eyes were confused. What about you? I will make arrangements with you, but I will stay in the Dawn Alliance, Wu Hung said lightly. But it also made everyone clear about one thing, not just joining the Dawn Alliance, but becoming a subsidiary base of the Yama Palace. The next work was even simpler. Everyone discussed the takeover of the army, the allocation of materials, and the control of public opinion. Each item was discussed in detail. Wu Hung also recorded some of the names that might be dangerous, and he would arrange for people to clear them out as soon as possible. After everything was arranged, Wu Hung said, Let the soldiers guarding outside come in. The door opened, and the moment the captain of the guard stepped into the room, his pupils suddenly contracted, and the ground was covered with blood and piled up corpses. His hand immediately pressed on the holster, but when he saw that the leader played by Wu Hung was still sitting in the original position, he slowly let go. These people were executed for treason. Wu Hung continued, Arrange personnel to follow the new officials to take over the defense. Then, he said solemnly, Remember, I want a smooth transition, not chaos. His hand subconsciously pressed the holster, but the moment he met Wu Hang's eyes, he slowly released it. The captain of the guard rolled his Adam's apple, and finally saluted heavily, Yes. The officials left. Teams of soldiers silently shuttled through the streets, following the newly appointed officials to take over various key points. On the city wall, the sentries still stood upright, but the captain and the person in charge were replaced. In the office, Wu Hung picked up the satellite phone and dialed Chi Hansai's number. After 2 busy tones, Chi Hansai's capable voice came, Is everything going well on your side? There was not much tension in his tone. After all, this kind of trip to the other side's base was not the first time. The leaders and core members here have been dealt with. Wu Hung held the phone between his shoulders and looked at the base's defense map in his hand. A local named Zachary was temporarily promoted. Then, Wu Hung briefly recounted the whole process. After listening, Chi Hansai slowly spoke, What do you need me to do? Wu Hung thought for a while and said, Get ready and come over. You are still needed here to take over. I am now pretending to be the leader of the other side. When the time comes, I will leave in the name of reporting to the Dawn Alliance. I will now convene a translation team and form an administrative team. Chi Hansai said quickly, The flight takes 8 hours. I'm ready and will leave immediately. Send me a message when you are almost there, and I have someone pick you up. Yes. After the two finished talking, they hung up the phone. After sitting in the study and waiting for a while, Grenda flew back first. Grenda said, The military took over smoothly. I just couldn't understand what they said, but it seems that the handover and appointment have been completed. Then, the other ghosts came back one after another, reporting the takeover of important locations such as the city wall checkpoints and armories. At present, everything is going smoothly. The sky is getting brighter, and the silent shelter is gradually waking up. Dong dong. There was a gentle knock on the door. Zachary pushed the door open, wearing a well-tailored dark blue uniform instead of yesterday's old clothes. After entering, he stood straight and subconsciously stroked the corner of his clothes. "Chief, everything has been arranged according to your requirements." As he spoke, he handed over a list with both hands. "Important departments have completed the handover, and the commanders of the mobile forces have all been replaced by members of the new party. This is the list." Wu Hung took it and looked at it, then looked up at the wall clock. "The deputy leader of the Yama Palace is coming soon. You personally lead the team to pick him up." "Yes." "Then I go pick him up first." Zachary saluted again and turned to leave. 1:30 p.m. The armored convoy, like a steel behemoth, rolled over the main road of the base. The skinny survivors huddled in the corner of the street, looking at the dust raised by the convoy with turbid eyes. They gathered together and whispered about the flag hanging on the armored vehicle. Even if they had never seen it, they could recognize it as the flag of the Yama Palace. The world's largest refuge, the base where the recognized leader of mankind is located, actually came here. The survivors' eyes were full of surprise. The convoy drove straight into the inner castle. In the study, the sunlight shone through the glass, forming a light and shadow on the ground. Chi Honkai walked into the room in combat uniform and military boots, with a white owl on his shoulder and a 2-meter-tall skeleton guard behind him. However, the guard was covered tightly, and it was difficult to see anything. The door closed, and Chi Honkai stared at the leader sitting behind the desk. "What are you looking at? Don't you recognize him?" Wu Hung took off his mask and asked. Chi Honkai smiled. "You don't say anything either. I'm afraid I say something wrong and ruin your plan." Wu Hung pushed a stack of documents across the table. "These are newly promoted officials. After you take over, this will be our first branch base in the north." Chi Honkai took it and looked at it. "Will there be any problems?" "It's okay. We can just kill another batch later," Wu Hung said lightly. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Wu Hung put on a mask, and Zachary walked in, followed by a translator. "All departments are ready," Zachary said. Let's go and take a look." Wu Hung stood up and walked out of the office building with Chi Hansai's Yama Palace backbones, as well as Zachary and others. In the afternoon, Wu Hung took Chi Honkai and others to meet all local officials and introduced the news of cooperation with Yama Palace. To the outside world, the two sides signed a joint development agreement, instead of being completely occupied by Yama Palace. Wait until the sky darkens. Wu Hung and Chi Honkai returned to the office. "I still need to play the role of the leader. You and the others have arranged accommodation and live here first," Wu Hung said. Chi Honkai nodded. "I have experience in the rest of the things." Wu Hung also smiled. "Have a good rest. The environment here is not as good as over there. Hold on for a while, and you can go back after you have arranged it." "Okay," Chi Honkai replied. After the matter was over, Chi Honkai took his people to the prepared residence. Wu Hung also arranged guards, and then in the bedroom, he opened the boundary door and walked in with the ghost. "Come down from upstairs." Due to the time difference between the two sides, it was just early morning on Treasure Island. Xiao Xiao and Benny ran downstairs. The queen prepared to draw the materials for the evil spirit and forging bones, and Glinda was upstairs compiling the spiritual enlightenment holy scripture into a Chinese version. Wu Hung walked downstairs and walked to the next room. Push open the door and look inside. Shi Logui sat on the soft red silk couch, her long golden hair drooping like a waterfall, making her skin even whiter. Naked, the skeleton rune master was slowly drawing intricate lines along her spine. Hearing the noise, Zalogui suddenly hugged her chest, but because of the big movement, a full arc leaked out from her arms. "Close the door, get out." Zalogui's ears turned red, and she glared at him in shame. Wu Hung closed the door. "Is it effective?" "You?" Zalogui was angry. Her gem-like eyes were flowing. "Who let you in?" Wu Hung walked over, and suddenly leaned over to kiss her lips. "You are all mine, and you are not allowed to look." Wu Hang's fingers stroked her red earlobes. "Humph!" Zalogui turned her face away, and her tongue quickly rolled away the remaining water stains on her lips. "I want to draw runes, don't mess up. I help you watch." Wu Hung simply sat down beside the couch, looking at the skeleton drawing runes on her body, as if appreciating a work of art. The bright red rune, like a vine, wrapped around the snow-white neck, and a charming spell pattern bloomed in the depression of the collarbone. "Okay. You go out first. I find you in the evening," Zalogui said unhappily. "Not tonight. Wait until I finish my work, then I go with you." "Why does it sound like I want to find you?" Zalagui glanced at him. Wu Hung smiled. It's all the same. The two chatted, and the phone rang. It was Minnie calling. After the call was connected, the inside said, Master, the Queen is looking for you with the talisman ink. I'm going out now. Wu Hung stood up and kissed Zalagui on the lips. I'm going out first. Yeah. Leave the room. The Queen has prepared everything. Wu Hung took off his coat, and the Queen drew runes for him. The midday sun shines into the living room through the French windows, coating the floor with a layer of gold. Wu Hung finished practicing the evil spirit bone forging, and the heat still lingered around him. He dusted off his body and sat on the sofa, listening to Philippa and Robert talking about interesting things in the morning market with great interest, while Minnie was beside him, adding a few words from time to time. At this time, the door opened and the wood elf Chanella walked in. Feeling the cool breeze of the air conditioner, she exhaled and sat down opposite Wu Hung. There is news from the Elders' Council. Chanella deliberately paused, then looked at him. Guess what the result is? Wu Hung looked up at her expression. The raised eyebrows and the pride in her eyes, needless to say, the result is also good. I guess the Elders' Council agreed to our request for your sake. Wu Hung answered very cooperatively. Shannara smiled. I do agree. She leaned forward slightly, her long hair falling like a waterfall, but there are two conditions. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows and put down the teacup. What conditions? Shannara said word by word. The Wood Elves require. The first Wood Elves hero train must stay in the Wood Elves territory, and you can freely dispatch the second hero. The second condition is that Treasure Island is completely integrated with the Wood Elves. Chapter 1028. The first condition is easy to understand. Train 2 heroes for the Wood Elves. After the first one becomes a hero, he must stay in the Wood Elves territory. After all, the Wood Elves' wish for more than 100 years is to have their own heroes. This feeling is understandable. But the second condition is that Treasure Island and the Wood Elves are completely integrated. This one is a bit too vague. I understand the first condition. Wu Hung looked at Shannara. What does the second one mean? The other maids also looked over curiously. Shannara put down the teacup and said, literally, the elders hope that more Wood Elves will settle in Treasure Island and become permanent residents here. After a slight pause, she added, to become the second home of the Wood Elves, of course, under your rule. Wu Hung was silent, thinking about the intention of the Elders' Council to propose the second condition. The cooperation between the two sides has already put the Wood Elves at great risk. Now they are not afraid of the threat from the church? Or is there another intention? How did you come up with this? Wu Hung asked curiously. Shannara replied, the Council of Elders did not give a clear answer, but I guessed it myself. The first point is that Treasure Island is developing well at the moment, and the population on the island is relatively small. They want some Wood Elves to move to the island for development. For another part, I think it is possible to arrange some important people in the tribe to live here. After all, there are many heroes here, and it is safer. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows, and followed Shannara's analysis. The Wood Elves really want to tie Treasure Island and the Wood Elves together. There was even a feeling that they were going to play their cards openly, and confront the church head-on. Wu Hung asked, do you think we should agree? Chanella rolled her eyes at him unhappily. You asked directly, you didn't treat me as a Wood Elf at all? Wu Hung laughed, stretched out his hand and pinched her fingertips. We are one family, let's talk about the matter. Why divide us by race? Chanella snorted, and then said, I think it's okay. The conditions of the Wood Elves are not excessive, all within the acceptable range. I don't think there's any problem. Wu Hung nodded and turned to Minnie. Go call Glinda and the Queen. Okay. Minnie stood up lightly and ran upstairs. Not long after, 2 dolls in luxurious clothes followed Minnie down and took their seats. Glinda asked, what's wrong? Wu Hung simply repeated the conditions of the Wood Elves, and then asked, Chanella and I think it's feasible. What do you think? The 2 ghosts thought silently. The Queen stroked her sleeves gently, her voice full of texture. The Wood Elves can settle down, but they must integrate as ordinary residents, not as a privileged class. Looking up at Chanella, she continued, if they still dominate the islanders with an aristocratic attitude, it will only cause rejection and even implicate the Lingchi Church. The Lingchi Church is collecting beliefs. The foundation of belief comes more from ordinary residents, and the Lingchi Church employs a large number of Wood Elves as priests. If the privileged class destroys equality, it will also affect the image of the Lingchi Church. Chanella nodded. I will make this clear to the elders. The Wood Elves worship heroes, so it should not be difficult to communicate. Here, Granda also said, in fact, the conditions for the Wood Elves to train heroes are not harsh. Looking at Wu Hung and Shannara, he continued, why not finalize the plan for the future? In the future, we can continue to send high-level professionals to promote heroes through Treasure Island. The method is still the same. One stays with the Wood Elves, and the other is dispatched by Treasure Island for long-term cooperation. This idea is not bad. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Shannara, what do you think? Shannara smiled and said, I think it's okay. I will communicate with the Elders' Council and settle things as soon as possible. Yeah. After the business was settled, the few people continued to chat for a few more words. Shannara went to contact the Elders' Council. Wu Heng calculated the time, and then took the ghost back to the study. Go to another world. Walking out of the boundary gate, Wu Heng reappeared in the leader's room of Mawa Eternal Castle. Outside the window, the sky was pale, and the morning mist covered the city like a veil. After releasing all the ghosts, Xiao Xiao, Benny and Yang Yang went out to investigate the situation together, while Grinda floated to the desk. Give me the Temple of Enlightenment. Wu Heng took out the Temple of Enlightenment, and Grinda continued to translate it into Chinese. Waited in the room until dawn. Dong. There was a knock on the door, and the voice of the guard came from outside the door. Wu Heng put on a mask and walked out with the face of Tariq. As the leader, he continued to meet with the people of the Yama Palace. All day long, Wu Heng and Chi Hankai shuttled around the base. Army camps, armory, communication department, and living area, making work arrangements. Dusk, Wu Heng was sitting in the office, and Chi Hankai walked in, exhausted. It went better than expected. Chi Hankai took off her scarf. The handover went smoothly, and I also got a message that there are at least 20 trapped survivors in the surrounding area. If all are rescued, the population can triple. Wu Heng thought for a while and said, first deal with the base, and then rescue them in the name of Lingqi Church. Okay, I understand. Chi Hankai nodded. The two continued to coordinate the work of the base. Chi Hankai asked, when will you leave? If everything is fine, I leave later. Wu Heng replied. Chi Hankai said, tomorrow morning, our new batch of people will come, and basically there will be nothing to do. Call me if you have anything. Wu Heng opened Mansion Technique again, and said to it, Shanshan, come out and be responsible for protecting Chi Hankai in the future. The tall skeleton with a broken horn came out. Standing behind Chi Hankai, compared with another ordinary skeleton, his figure was unusually tall. Chi Hankai turned around and looked up. It's a bit exaggerated. It's not as safe as I thought. It's better to be careful. Wu Heng said. Okay, I can walk sideways in the future. Chi Hankai said with a smile. After all, Skeleton Shanshan was protecting Wu Heng before, so he must be more powerful. The two chatted for the rest of the time. When the convoy was ready, Wu Heng took an off-road vehicle to the airport. After boarding the plane, the officials lined up to salute and watched the plane take off into the sky, turning into a bright navigation light in the night sky. Xinfu City. After Wu Heng took a plane back to Xinfu City, he went directly to the central area, Li Yong's office. How do you convince those bases that you are a god? Li Yong asked curiously, holding a teacup. Wu Heng snapped his fingers, and the water vapor in the air suddenly condensed, turning into countless tiny water droplets circling in the air. Some little tricks. They haven't seen anything either, Li Yong said with a smile. She has been with Wu Heng the longest, and has seen more amazing superpowers. For example, opening a different space, taking out tons of supplies at will, and transforming them into a group of skeletons. Compared with those, the tricks in front of him are like child's play. One can only think that those foreigners have no knowledge and were fooled. How is the selection of priests going? Wu Heng returned to the topic. Li Yong flipped open the tablet. 27 people who have passed the foreign language test were selected locally, and 7 people were sent from South Korea, a total of 34 people. After a pause, she continued, they all volunteered to go to various bases to preach, but the number is indeed less than expected. After all, it is after the end of the world, and it is not easy to find so many survivors who are proficient in multiple languages. It is okay to arrange them first, and then slowly train the candidates later. Enough, we will talk about it later. Wu Heng nodded. Li Yong continued, by the way, Sister Zhao wants to leave the radio station and join the missionary priests. Zhao Yanqiu? Yes. Sister Zhao heard about this matter and wanted to help. Let me ask your opinion. Li Yong said. If she leaves, what will happen to the radio station? Wu Heng asked. It's not a big deal to appoint another person in charge. Li Yong said. Zhao Yanqiu is Shishiu's mother, and because of this relationship, she has always been taken care of in the base. At first, she was in charge of the base's logistics, recording the storage and distribution of materials every day, and then she was assigned to the radio station to broadcast programs. Later, Xiao Xiao chose a career as a bard for her, and she was also a well-known anchor in the radio station. But the identities are still somewhat mismatched. Li Yong and Chi Han Kai are the heads and deputy leaders of two important bases, and she is just a radio anchor. Maybe it's because of this that she wants to change her position. You could ask her to come over and try it, Wu Heng said. Li Yong picked up the landline, dialed the internal phone, said a few words, and then hung up. Not long after, the door of the office was knocked and then pushed open. Zhao Yanqiu walked in with Xiao Xiao. As soon as she came in, Xiao Xiao couldn't wait to speak. Uncle, I have discussed it with my mother. Let her be a priest to help you preach. Zhao Yanqiu glared at her daughter, who interrupted her, and then said, I want to help too. I really need someone I trust to manage the church. Wu Heng said, since you are willing to help, then you will be the archbishop of the church, responsible for the interpretation of doctrine, the training of priests, and some external actions of the Lingqi church. Zhao Yanqiu's breathing was obviously quickened for a moment. It sounds like a higher position than managing a radio station. Okay, I will try my best. Zhao Yanqiu smiled. Xiao Xiao said excitedly, Archbishop is good? Besides heroes, the archbishop is the biggest? Hero? Zhao Yanqiu raised her eyebrows. Xiao Xiao immediately shut up and said, secret? It's a very powerful one. Wu Heng took out the translated spiritual enlightenment scripture from the space ring and handed it to Zhao Yanqiu. This is the church scripture, you take a look first, and then print a few more copies and distribute them to the selected priests. Okay. Zhao Yanqiu took the scripture and nodded in response. Wu Heng continued to pick up the phone and sent some pictures to Li Yong. These are the styles of clothing and the design style of the church. You are responsible for it. I will contact the designer, Li Yong said while flipping through the pictures. After the matter was said, Li Yong's mobile phone received a message. Dinner is ready, let's go eat first, Li Yong said. Let's go! During dinner, Li Yong said while eating, Gao Rong subsonic missiles have been completed, vehicle mounted, currently 3. Wu Heng put down the tableware, arrange someone to send it to the prison. I will make arrangements when the time comes. Okay. Li Yong nodded. After dinner, Wu Heng did not stay here, but took an off-road vehicle back to the prison. Through the boundary gate, he went to Treasure Island. Back to Treasure Island, it was already dark outside the window. Release the ghosts, distribute the tablets and books, and go out to the bathroom. After washing, he stood in front of the bedroom and thought for a while, then went downstairs to Shannara's room and knocked on the door. Shannara, are you asleep? The door opened, and Shannara was wearing a dark blue silk pajamas, looking at him. Are you done? Wu Heng closed the door with his backhand and took her into his arms. The silk fabric slid under his palm. I knew you didn't sleep, Wu Heng said with a smile. Shannara looked up and touched his chest with her fingertips. It's not even daybreak yet. How can you count it as staying up late? Wu Heng held her cheek and kissed her, then carried her by the waist and walked to the bed. The gauze curtain swayed for a while. Shannara curled up in his arms, her hair scattered on the pillow. Fingertips unconsciously drew circles on his chest, and her voice was still a little lazy. The Elders' Council agreed to your conditions, and 2 5th-level professionals are on the way, and they will arrive in about 3 or 4 days. So fast? Wu Heng's palm slid down her smooth back. I feel that the Elders' Council has already made a candidate, and they are just waiting for the 2 sides to finalize it, Shannara said with a smile, but the efficiency is really fast. If the messenger is used to pass the message, this matter may be delayed until next year. The 2 sides have radio communication, which greatly reduces the time for information transmission. Just like the endless desert, several months have passed, and no news has been sent back. How is the person who came? Is his personality easy to get along with? Wu Heng asked with a smile. Shannara raised her eyebrows. You will know when the time comes. I named the person according to your feeling. Ah? I don't know anyone. How can I follow my feeling? Wu Heng looked at her. Shannara rolled her eyes at him. You will know when the time comes. Okay. Wu Heng nodded and hugged her again. Sleep. Shannara snuggled into his arms again, then closed her eyes and rested. The next day, after strengthening his bones with evil spirit, Wu Heng stepped into the living room, and the cool air from the air conditioner instantly dispelled the heat from his body. In the living room, Chanela sat on the sofa, with maids, Xiao Xiao, Benny, and Philippa on both sides, looking at the phone on the coffee table. In the picture, Brittany, the queen of the kingdom of Yeko, was sitting on the sofa in a loose silver silk robe. Her blonde hair was tied into a dignified bun, and her blue eyes were gentle, giving people a feeling of childishness and maturity. I heard footsteps behind me. Everyone turned their heads to look over, and Chanela smiled and said, "We are chatting with Brittany, reminding us that there are still 2 weeks left in the Week of Courage, and it's almost time to set off." Wu Hung approached the screen, and Brittany subconsciously touched her abdomen. "My lord. Well, how are you feeling recently?" Wu Hung asked with concern. "Everything is fine." Brittany replied with a smile, and continued, "Sir, you have to leave within 7 days, including the time spent on the journey." Wu Hung nodded. "Okay, I take Chanela and Philippa with me then." "Philippa is coming too? That's great." Brittany's eyes lit up. Philippa pushed Wu Hang's head away and said angrily, "Brittany, I knew you didn't invite me." Brittany's eyes rolled around. "How is it possible? I invited you." "You invited a fart. You didn't even think I would go just now," Philippa continued to say. Brittany yawned. "Oh, I'm easy to get sleepy during pregnancy. Let's talk about it when we meet." After that, she hung up the phone directly. Philippa froze in place, pointing at the black screen with trembling fingers. She hung up on me?" Minnie patted her shoulder with a smile. "Okay, she's a little princess. You should be more tolerant of her." Shannara looked at Wu Hung and asked, "When do we leave?" "We be there soon after the Wood Elves come," Wu Hung said. "Yeah, that's right, we make it in time." Shannara nodded. Wu Hung continued, "You guys chat, I go upstairs to wash up first." "Okay," the women answered, and Wu Hung went upstairs to the bathroom. In the afternoon, Wu Hung and Glinda were in the study, discussing the development of the church in the zombie world. Dong dong dong. While they were chatting, the door was knocked directly. At the same time, Minnie's voice came in. "Master, the alchemy shop has delivered the materials ordered before." Wu Hung opened the door. "Let me see." Minnie handed the materials out, and Wu Hung opened it and took a look. It was the ritual material for adding abilities to ghosts. Minnie smiled and said, "Master, we want to take Xiaoxiao shopping later. Do you want to take her out?" Wu Hung thought about today's arrangements. "No, go out and play. Don't come back too late." "Okay." Minnie smiled and skipped downstairs. Invited everyone to go out together. Wu Hung pushed open the study and shouted, "Madam, the ceremony materials are ready. Prepare for the ceremony." Madam stared at the palace drama on the tablet, her eyes fixed, and gritted her teeth and said, "Wait, I will give you poisoned wine soon." Wu Hung said, "Be rational, these are all lies. You are a professional, and you believe them. Mind it." "Shut up." Chapter 1029. The Queen said. Her eyes fell back on the screen, watching the palace drama intently. Wu Hung had no choice but to sit aside and wait for her to finish watching this episode. Women of all ages seemed to be particularly fascinated by this kind of emotional intrigue. Especially for an ancient practitioner like the Queen, her world should be simpler and more brutal. Strength is everything, whether it is a mercenary or a high-level person. It depends on the actual level and combat effectiveness. There is no such twists and turns as in TV dramas. If you really meet a high-level professional, I'm afraid he will just chop the table with a sword. Why would he play poison with you? About 3 minutes later, the ending song sounded, and the Queen pressed the pause button and turned to look at him. "What did you say just now?" "I said that the ritual materials have arrived, and I can add abilities to you." Wu Hung finished speaking, and couldn't help but tease, "I really didn't expect that you liked to watch this kind of melodrama so much, which doesn't fit your image of a demon concubine who brings disaster to the country and the people. You are the demon concubine." The Queen glared at him, but didn't care. "Isn't it called a palace fighting drama? How did it become a melodrama again?" "Melodrama means that the plot is very routine, and it's the same plot over and over again," Wu Hung explained. "It's okay as long as it's good looking. Why bother about the routine or not?" the Queen said. "That's right." Wu Hung responded, stood up and said, "Let's go. Let's finish the ceremony first, and then you can continue watching when we come back." The Queen put on the tablet and floated to his side. "Where are we going?" "Downstairs, I take you there." One person and one soul walked out of the study and came to the empty room at the end of the second floor. Pushing open the door, in the spacious and empty room, there was a wooden table, on which were placed the tools needed to draw the array pattern. After talking to the Queen, Wu Hung began to draw the formation. The complicated formation was completed, and various ritual materials were placed in the designated positions. "Okay." Wu Hung clapped his hands. "The ceremony begins. Go in if I tell you to." The Queen floated to the edge of the formation diagram and looked at it suspiciously. "Is it reliable?" Wu Hung said, "I am familiar with this ritual. There is no danger at all." "Okay, let's start," the Queen said. Wu Heng restrained his smile, and the power of the dead spirits was urging development. The formation diagram lit up, and the materials turned into streams of light and gathered towards the center. You can go in, Wu Heng said. The queen flew to the edge and stopped suddenly. Focus more. The third stage still depends on me. Don't worry, if there is a problem, I will give you a grand funeral. Bah! Xiao Xiao learned all those words from you. The queen glared at him, and still flew into the formation diagram. The ghost entered, and the formation diagram became brighter. The energy streams formed by various materials formed a rotating energy vortex around the queen's soul, and her figure was also looming in the halo. 2 minutes later, the light gradually faded. The system prompt also came out. Ghost unlocked feature, clairvoyance. The queen's figure recondensed, and she looked down at her translucent palm. Is it over? Try the ability. Now you should be able to see the level. The queen looked at Wu Heng intently. I can really see it. Wu Heng said, you can go to the street and see what the energy of people at each level is like. The queen waved her hand. Wait until I finish watching the next episode. Whatever you want. Wu Heng walked out of the room. The skeleton waiting at the door immediately went in and started cleaning. After returning to the study together, the queen gnashed her teeth while watching TV series, while Wu Heng and Glinda chatted intermittently. The afterglow of the setting sun coated the steward's mansion with a layer of orange-red. Wu Heng's figure appeared on the stone road in the courtyard with the teleportation array. He glanced at the surrounding environment, walked to the door and knocked twice on the wooden door, and before waiting for a response, he pushed the door open and entered. In the living room, the elf sisters were bringing the prepared dinner to the table. Ah! Zalagui looked back, her chin slightly raised. Why did you suddenly think of this place? Wu Heng casually hung his coat on the hanger at the door, walked over and put his arms around her waist, and pecked her lips lightly. I miss you. Sure Yali also came out after hearing the voice, naturally put her arms around Wu Heng's neck, and kissed him on one side of the cheek. Go wash your hands and eat first. Wu Heng washed his hands and had dinner with the sisters. The three of them squeezed into the soft sofa to watch a movie. When the hero and heroine on the screen kissed in the rain, Wu Heng suddenly felt an itch on the side of his neck. Sure Yali's rosy lips were kissing along his neck, her breath warm. It's getting late. Zalagui also came up on the other side. Wu Heng smiled, turned off the TV, and picked up the two of them one by one. Let's rest early. Are mages so strong now? Zalagui was held on one side, and said with some surprise. Sure Yali smiled and said, it's always very strong. Wu Heng hugged the two of them, and walked into the bedroom together. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Treasure Island has undergone considerable changes. The sale of Viola cards began to decrease, and only a part of the cards that were issued before remained in circulation. In the market, there are still only a few people who can collect and exchange them. Instead, a group of card collectors have emerged, who also collect and treasure them. There are also watch frames for displaying cards on the market. It has been transformed into a collectible. The Church of Treasure Island has announced recruitment. In addition to the Wood Elves and the Skyfox tribe, it is also recruiting suitable candidates from ordinary residents to fill the position of nuns. With high salary, good treatment, and respect on the island, it has become a popular profession on the island. Especially some women with poor backgrounds, who have no money to buy professional scrolls, and have limited living environment, now have an extra choice. They can have a better environment and a good future. And the zombie world. Chi Honkai has completely controlled Mawa Eternal Castle, officials have moved in, and the development of the base has also changed. It is open to the public that Mawa Eternal Castle still has autonomy, and the Yama Palace only provides alliance assistance. This is also beneficial. In the future, if the Dawn Alliance has any major decisions, they can also vote. It still has some effect. As for the missionary work, the priests in Shinfu City are still learning and waiting for the completion of their costumes. However, on radio stations and forums, where the message can be spread, the Lingqi Church has begun to be promoted. Especially when it is related to the Yama Palace and Wu Heng, the matter has attracted more attention. The number of Wu Heng's followers has increased rapidly in the past few days. It must be related to modern missionary work. If real priests start to preach in various places, and the number of survivors is tens of millions, it is unimaginable how fast their beliefs will increase. It can even be said that he can break through the hero stage directly. Buzz, the phone vibrated. Wu Heng picked it up and opened it to take a look. It was a message from Shannara. The Wood Elves have arrived at the port. Do you want to meet them today or have other arrangements? Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. The person who can be greeted by Shannara in person and send him a message must be the candidate arranged by the Wood Elves to be trained as a hero. The speed is really fast. Wu Hung quickly typed, with you, the sixth elder, here, we must meet at the Island Master's mansion. Okay. I will take people there now. Then, the second message came, a clenched fist. Putting away the phone, Wu Hung stretched. Looking at the other ghosts in the room, he said, the people arranged by the Wood Elves have arrived. Does anyone want to go and see? 4 pairs of eyes looked at him at the same time. The little elementary school student raised his hand. I go. I check it out. I go and see too. Benny also said. We all go. After signing the contract, we have to get to know each other sooner or later. Granada put the bookmark between the pages of the book, closed it, and put it back in the bookcase. The queen also nodded. Wu Hung smiled and said, let's go. Let's go and take a look together. The 4 ghost-possessed puppets followed him downstairs. Go down 1 floor. Minnie and Robe were directing the skeletons to clean the room. When they saw Wu Hung and a few puppets coming down, they smiled and said, Sister Shannara said that there are guests coming, so let's clean the living room. Wu Hung said, it's quite clean. Let the kitchen prepare dinner. Oh, okay. Minnie agreed, and then asked, how many new people are there? 2, the heroes that the Wood Elves want to train. Wu Hung said, I asked the kitchen to prepare now. Minnie rushed to the kitchen, and Robe continued to command the skeleton to clean. Xiao Xiao followed and gave blind instructions. About half an hour. A voice came from the door. Shannara led 2 figures, wearing dark green travel cloaks into the hall. Master Chief, these 2 are professionals arranged by the Elders' Council to be promoted to heroes. Shannara introduced them in a very businesslike manner, and then stepped aside half a step to reveal the 2 people behind. The 2 people behind took off their hoods, revealing dark green hair and identical appearance. Sisters, a pair of Wood Elf sisters. Alluria. Sylvain. After the 2 reported their names, they performed the Wood Elf salute and said at the same time, salute to the respected hero. Wu Hung and everyone in the room looked at the 2 curiously. The sisters both had dark green hair and honey-colored skin. Alluria on the left is very tall, about 1.8 meters tall, with a straight body, smooth shoulder lines, and even muscle lines on the arms. When she saluted, she had an elegant sense of strength. She had a melon-shaped face, slightly upturned eyes, deep eye sockets, and light amber pupils. She had a thick braid behind her head, revealing the standard pointed ears of a Wood Elf. She wore dark leather armor, a light gray cloak, and a sword hanging from her waist. Sylvain on the right was a little shorter, probably about 1.78 meters tall, with a lighter figure and slender wrists. When she saluted, her eyes kept looking around. She also had a melon-shaped face, but a little more fleshy, with light amber pupils that were more agile, a small nose, and slightly shorter hair that was casually tied behind her head. The same leather armor, cloak, hanging sword. Sit down. Wu Hung nodded. Thank you, sir. The 2 sat down on the chairs beside them, and Shannara also sat on the opposite seat. Wu Hung looked at the 2 again and asked, are you sisters? Yes, answered the taller Alluria. Who is the elder sister? Wu Hung asked curiously. Another Sylvain interrupted and said, Sir, who do you think is more like the elder sister? You are a great detective. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows, and the slightly shorter Sylvain looked more lively. He said directly, Alluria is the elder sister. Sylvain said unexpectedly, you really know it? Of course. Wu Hung said with a smile. She was able to guess it because when she asked who was the elder sister, Shannara subconsciously glanced at the other person, so she simply made a bold guess. Okay, stop making trouble. Sister Alluria said. What's the level? Wu Hung continued to ask. Ghosts can also be seen, but I still want to ask the other party. We are both level 18. Sister continued. It seems that the level 19 has not been said here yet. Wu Hung led the topic to the main business. The Elders' Council should have told you about the training of heroes, right? Sister Alluria nodded. It has been said that I will sign a contract with you and become your contracted sword servant. Looking at the expressions of the 2, it seems normal. Wu Hung said, then take a rest first, and then sign the contract. Tomorrow I will arrange for you to prepare for the increase of reputation. Thank you, sir. The 2 continued to thank. Wu Hung continued to introduce the 2 people to the people in the island owner's mansion, from the maid to the ghost. They got to know each other. As dusk approached, the skeleton chef began to bring a sumptuous meal to the table, and Shannara said, sign the contract first, and then eat. The new Wood Elf sisters nodded. Wu Hung took out 2 dark golden slave scrolls from the space ring, and complex runes flowed on the scrolls. Drop blood, Wu Heng said. The Wood Elf's sister took the lead in taking out a dagger, and put a little force on the blade with her fingertips. The moment the blood beads fell on the scroll, the rune squirmed like a living thing, and a stream of energy drilled into the other's eyebrows. It's okay. The sister turned around and comforted. The Wood Elf's sister nodded, pierced her fingertips in the same way, blood dripped, and energy drilled into the eyebrows. The contract was completed, and the two bodies were obviously much weaker. Welcome to join, Wu Heng said with a smile. Thank you, sir. Please take care of us in the future. The two bowed again. Shannara brought 2 glasses of fruit wine and handed them to the two. Do you want to take pills? No, I'm already well. The Wood Elf's sister continued. Shannara continued, the contract has been signed, so you can live in the island owner's mansion, so you don't have to live outside and cause trouble to the tribe if the news gets out. Okay. The two sisters looked at each other and nodded. The other maids watched from the side, whispering from time to time. Okay, let's go to the restaurant to eat first and welcome the new members, Wu Heng called. Everyone went to the restaurant together, and the ghosts stayed in the living room to chat. After dinner, Minnie took the two to choose a room, and then took them to visit the island owner's mansion. Late at night, after arranging the 2 new members, Wu Heng returned to the bedroom. In the room, the bedside lamp was on. Shannara half leaned on the velvet pillow, her slender legs crossed, holding a mobile phone in her hand, chatting with Queen Brittany. Wu Heng got on the bed from the other side, and Shannara leaned on him. He put his hand on Shannara's shoulder, stroked her delicate collarbone with his palm, and reached into her collar. Shannara's ears trembled, and her body completely leaned on the other person, enjoying the caress of her man. Wu Heng asked, are there many female high-level professionals in the Wood Elves? Why do you ask that? Shannara was stunned, then immediately reacted, oh, I specifically asked for them. Didn't I tell you a few days ago that they suit your preferences? Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. What do I like? Sisters. Don't you like them? Shannara raised her head and asked back. Wu Heng was speechless for a moment, and after a while he said, just because of this, you insisted on having twins here. Is this targeting the Zalagwi sisters? And he said he would give in to them. Shannara threw her phone on the bedside table, and suddenly sat on his waist. The hem of her nightgown slid to her thighs, leaned over and touched his nose with her fingertips. Dear, do you know how many strange things I have seen in the years of running the Chamber of Commerce? Wu Heng was stunned by her sudden action, and instinctively held her waist with both hands. What does this have to do with the sisters? It's off topic. It's a big deal. Shannara adjusted her posture and said, the elves and the Wood Elves are simply a special relationship. The hardest hit area. Counting on his fingers, good looks, long life, literary, avant-garde, delicate emotions. I don't know how many people. Emotions are no longer limited to men and women, and the slave contract will make the contractee dependent. Wu Heng coughed dryly. So you are worried about me. You have become a hero, and your life has increased. How can I not worry? It doesn't matter if there are more women, you really get 2 men. Stop, stop, stop! Wu Heng quickly covered her mouth. What you said can't happen. Shannara took the opportunity to lick his palm, and said, while he retracted his hand, everything is hard to say. Before the necromancer profession came out, who would have thought that someone would be keen on studying corpses? You are overdoing it, and you still have professional prejudice. Chapter 1030. Shannara chuckled, drew circles on his chest with her fingertips, and said, it's not that I don't believe you. Then, she lowered her voice and said, it's just that there are better options for this kind of thing. Why take the risk? Wood Elves don't lack female professionals. Wu Heng's palm slid into her collar along her flexible waistline, holding up the heavy and plump breasts. There is a fatal flaw in your plan. Shannara deliberately raised her chest, revealing more skin under her nightgown. I would also like to hear what the flaws in this plan are. The Wood Elves and Treasure Island are in long-term cooperation. Wu Heng's thumb rubbed the top, admiring Shannara's uneasy twisting. In the future, high-level professionals will be sent here for a long time. Can you guarantee that the Wood Elves can send so many high-level female professionals? After a slight pause, he continued, even if they can, my body can't bear it. Shannara sat on his waist, leaning forward slightly, and whispered, broken limbs can be regenerated. We didn't say we disagree. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid. I'm just afraid that the Wood Elves won't have enough, Wu Heng said with a smile. Shannara's expression straightened, and said, in fact, when Mrs. Granda proposed it, I found the problem, but it was difficult to speak at that time. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. What's the problem? Association, the church, even the Snake Emblem Consortium and the Endless Desert. Who do you think will tolerate you to create heroes in batches? Shannara said solemnly. Wu Heng's eyes condensed. One more round at most. Shannara raised a finger. If you do this, these forces will definitely unite to put pressure on you. After saying that, he smiled and continued, do you really think that you can create heroes endlessly and without restrictions? Wu Heng fell into deep thought, his fingers unconsciously stroking her skin. Shannara's analysis also makes sense. The various forces will never allow a large number of heroes to appear, as that would subvert the status of these forces. Ai and Granda focused all their attention on the church, but neglected this point. It is very likely that according to Shannara's calculations, at most 2 batches of heroes will be cultivated, and then the various forces will put pressure on intervention. The current strength is indeed not afraid of the heroes of the church, and it is hard to say about the gods behind them, but we can't make enemies with so many forces at the same time. You are right, we have to plan it well, Wu Heng said. Shannara smiled and continued, don't worry too much. Maybe my island master will have a flash of inspiration, and come up with a way to have the best of both worlds. Wu Heng said, the association has hinted at this before. It's my fault for focusing too much on dealing with the church. The Wood Elves are actually very content. Shannara continued, for us, it's enough to train 2 heroes. Don't put too much pressure on us. Then we see about the situation later. Wu Heng nodded. The business was over. Shannara's eyes turned, pinched his chin, and asked, who do you think is the best among the 3 of us? Wu Heng's eyes widened slightly. You picked a person, and now you ask this kind of question, it's a trap. He thought for a while, what aspect do you mean? Shannara raised her eyebrows, what aspect? Appearance. In terms of appearance, you are the best looking. Wu Heng replied. The Wood Elves are very outstanding in appearance, and the Wood Elf sisters I saw during the day are also beautiful. But his emotional intelligence told him that if he talked about the 2 of them, he would probably have to sleep alone tonight. Shannara nodded with satisfaction. What about your figure? Of course it's your figure. I like your figure the most, especially these 2. Wu Heng reached out and grabbed it. Shannara nodded again. Seeing that he was still thinking about the direction of comparison, Wu Heng immediately changed the subject and asked, speaking of which, your skin color is quite different. You are so white, but their sisters are honey-colored. They belong to the Wood Elves, a branch of the Forest Elves, and their skin color will be this color. Shannara explained, and then asked, whose skin color is better between us? I like yours, it's snow white. A corpse that has been dead for 3 days is not as white as you, Wu Heng said with a smile. Shannara was full of smiles when she heard the first half of the sentence, but she was choked when she heard the second half of the sentence. The necromancer is really perverted, and this can be associated with the corpse. Metaphor, you always bring it up to the profession, Wu Heng said. Shannara snorted and said, we have been playmates since childhood, but I am obviously more dominant this time. Have you known each other since childhood? Wood Elves are considered adults at the age of 100, which is different from you humans. We are 20 years apart, but we are still the same generation, Shannara said with a smile. This is a gift to her best friend. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. So, you are sending your best friend to your man? What do you mean by sending? Shannara hit him lightly. My man is a hero, and the opportunity to cultivate heroes is something that many people can't even ask for. This is a bargain for them. They will have to call me sister in the future. Okay, I listen to you. Wu Heng nodded. It was getting dark. Shannara's fingertips slid slowly along his abdominal muscles. I am very satisfied with your answer just now. I will give you a little reward. As she spoke, her waist swayed lightly like catkins, and her soft long hair rippled in the night. Wu Heng instinctively clasped her slender waistline with both hands. Why are you working so hard today? Shannara leaned over and blew a breath in his ear, and the tip of her hair swept across his collarbone. Who made you so sweet? On the 3rd floor, a bedroom. The steamy bathroom door was pushed open, and the Wood Elf sisters came out barefoot wrapped in snow-white bath towels. The younger sister Sylvain shook her wet hair, and water drops fell on the floor. With shining eyes, she said, water can actually fall from the top of my head like rain. And there is also that iron box that blows cold wind. It's too good here. Shannara is probably living better here than the elders. Sister Illyria sat in front of the dressing table, and the mirror reflected her honey-colored skin. Years of training made her back muscles smooth, and the edge of the bath towel revealed a faint waist. Holding a comb in her hand, she slowly combed her hair and said, the island owner invented and improved many things. These should also be his works. Now it's time to call me master. The sister jumped on the mattress. Jumping, the bath towel slipped off, and she covered her chest with her hands. Then she let go of her hands, and continued to jump. The sister glared. Don't talk nonsense. Master is the name of those maids. We will eventually become heroes, so we can call you Master. The sister lay on her side, her eyes wandering, saying, life here is really good, every room is bright, and there is that kind of TV, and you can watch movies. Shannara is indeed lucky. The elder sister sighed. The younger sister suddenly turned over and sat up, hugged her elder sister's shoulders, and said, tomorrow, if she puts on airs like a hostess, we have to join forces. The elder sister said, it's good as long as it's not too much. After all, in Treasure Island, many things need her to do. What if it's too much? The younger sister made a grappling motion. You control her, and I spank her, just like when we were kids. Okay, but not in front of the island owner. Okay. The two continued to chat for a while, then turned off the lights and rested. Early morning, the restaurant of the island owner's mansion. Sister Zalagwi sat on one side of the dining table, her eyes slightly widened, looking at another pair of wood-elf sisters sitting quietly opposite. The morning light shined through the window, drawing a clear light band in the middle. These two are Illyria and Sylvain, the candidates recommended by the Wood-Elf Elders' Council. Wu Hung introduced. Zalagwi looked at the opposite side curiously, and Shiryali's ears trembled slightly. She immediately understood the purpose of these two people coming to Treasure Island. Treasure Island and the Wood Elves formed an alliance, and these people were sent to train heroes. But I didn't expect that they would be a pair of sisters. The advantage on my side is gone. Wu Hung continued to introduce the other side. This is Zalagwi, the steward of Treasure Island, and her sister Shiryali. The elder sister among the Wood Elves nodded slightly. Sir Steward, Miss Shiryali. The other party was quite polite, and Zalagwi and Shiryali also smiled back. Welcome to Treasure Island. After getting to know each other, breakfast began. Several people ate and chatted. After breakfast, the three began to practice. In the courtyard, 3 balls of flame shot up into the sky. Viola and Zalagwi, with red lines painted on their bodies, were wrapped in flames. Wu Hung was in another place, also forging his bones with evil spirit. The heat wave distorted the air, and the temperature around them suddenly rose. At the entrance of the building, Shannara and the Wood Elf sisters stood there, looking at the fire pillars in the distance. Shannara introduced the skills in a low voice, and after the two understood, she continued, you can also practice. If you learn this skill, your skin can achieve another strong toughness, which is equivalent to wearing a piece of iron armor, which is very suitable for your profession. The Wood Elf sister frowned and asked in surprise, do you mean that any profession can practice it? The 3 people in front of them included a swordsman, a mage, and a witch. Obviously, this skill has no profession requirements. Shannara smiled confidently. Of course, any profession can be learned. The only requirement is to reach level 15 to avoid damage to the body. How is this possible? I have never heard of skills that are not based on professions. The younger sister was equally surprised. Shannara said meaningfully, is there anything impossible in Treasure Island? The 2 sisters fell silent instantly. If it were in other places, it would indeed be suspicious. But it doesn't seem to be a big deal in Treasure Island. At least, compared to becoming a hero in 2 years and killing 2 popes, a skill that is not limited to professions does not seem to be anything special. The Wood Elf sister thought about it and said impatiently, can you give it to the Wood Elves if... Illyria. Shannara interrupted her and said seriously, remember, Treasure Island is Treasure Island, and Wood Elves are Wood Elves. The 2 sides are just in a cooperative relationship. After looking at the 2 sisters, he continued, what we need to do is to balance the relationship between the 2 sides and make them more harmonious. The 2 sisters looked condensed and nodded. Sayonara. Sister Sylvain said with emotion, you have changed a lot, like a politician on the human side. Sayonara still kept smiling and said, doing business is no easier than practicing martial arts. Maintaining a good sense of boundaries is the basis for both sides to feel safe. You are right, we remember it. The Wood Elf sister nodded. The younger sister curled her lips and said nothing. The 3 stood at the door and watched for a while, then returned to the room. Noon. After Wu Hung finished the evil spirit bone forging, he changed his clothes and came down from upstairs. Ask Minnie, where are Illyria and the others? In the training room? They practiced all morning without a break, it's amazing. Minnie said, with some emotion in her tone. Wu Hung put his arm around her shoulders and said, they are level 18, and when you reach this level, you will be no worse than them. Yes. We will definitely work hard. Minnie nodded obediently. Wu Hung continued, call them over, I will take them out to prepare for the promotion. Okay. Minnie agreed and walked quickly to the training room. Soon, the two Wood Elf sisters came out, with beads of sweat on their foreheads, and their collars and backs were also soaked with sweat. "My lord." The two saluted. "Let's go. I will take you to prepare the promotional pattern first, and you can continue training when you come back," Wu Heng said. The two sisters were stunned, but they also knew that they were talking about the promotional card pattern. "Yes, my lord," the elder sister replied. "Stand beside me," Wu Heng continued. Two people stood on his left and right sides. The next second, teleportation appeared quickly, and the three figures disappeared. When they appeared again, they were already in the courtyard of a mansion. Wu Heng led the two girls into the building. In the dim room, dozens of monitors flashed blue light. Wu Heng introduced, "This is the Skeleton Propaganda Department." "Skeleton? Propaganda Department?" The sisters repeated subconsciously. Wu Heng lit the lamp casually, and then explained, "It is the place where various publicity is made. Movie posters, posters along Lighthouse Street, and illustrations in newspapers are all made here." After that, he added, "There are also cards for promoting reputation, which are also here." Sister Sylvain said in a tone of disbelief, "Just these skeletons? Can they do this kind of thing?" "Well, skeletons are still quite useful, and they have a strong learning ability," Wu Heng said casually. The sisters looked at each other, and didn't know how to respond for a while. Skeletons have a strong learning ability. Why does it sound so strange? Moreover, the undead skeletons have always appeared in cemeteries, battlefields, or ancient tombs, and were arranged to work in neat buildings. It was so weird, especially the blue light projected from the screen, reflecting on the shiny skull. Wu Heng saw that the two sisters had no questions, so he led them into the building. He patted a skeleton on the shoulder and said, "Collect their images, and then draw them into cards, the same specifications as Viola's last set." The skeleton nodded, and then made a gesture of invitation to the room on the side. They walked into the next room together. Wu Heng said, "Eluria, you stand on the stage first. The skeleton will record your image. Don't worry, there is no danger." The Wood Elf sister raised her eyebrows, smoothed her hair, and then stood on the steps wrapped by the blue curtain. The skeleton took the scanner and began to record from top to bottom. Soon the first person finished, and the younger sister Sylvain also walked up, and the skeleton continued to scan. When the two finished, the skeleton returned to look at the image recorded in the computer. "It's true. So those cards are not drawn," the sister said in surprise. Wu Heng looked at the pattern and found nothing wrong, so he asked the skeleton to store the pattern neatly. At the same time, he said to the sisters, "You should know the story of the card. Go back and make up a story for each period or stage. Give it to Minnie tomorrow, and ask her to send it over." "Okay, sir." The sisters nodded. After finishing here, Wu Heng took the two to release the teleportation spell, and returned to the island owner's mansion. Reappeared in the courtyard of the island owner's mansion. After drinking tea in the living room, the sisters got up again, and went to the training room to continue training. This energy is quite strong, at least it is more mobile than Shannara. Wu Heng was drinking tea in the living room, and chatting with the witch Viola. Minnie and Robe came back from outside together. "Master, I received a total of 42 Bard Transfer Scrolls, and 5 Bard Skill Books," Minnie said, taking out the scrolls one by one. Chapter 1031. Treasure Island is no longer what it used to be. Lighthouse Street, which was once full of pirates and filth, can now be heard everywhere, with harps and poems. Even the wooden sign hanging at the door of the tavern is no longer a price list of cheap beer and new girls, but a schedule of performances by bards, as if the entire island has become a holy place for poetry and songs. The demand for professional scrolls has also risen. Wu Heng took a look and put away the professional scroll that Minnie took out. "Tell Zalagui to apply for another batch from the headquarters, and the island owner's mansion will buy them all when the time comes." Wu Heng picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Okay, master." Minnie picked up the phone, walked aside and called Zalagui. Cavalman Roby grabbed a fruit on the coffee table, took a bite and said, "Master, why buy so many Bard scrolls? We don't need them. We will give them to some people who don't have a job." Wu Heng replied. Robe said, "Master is really a good person." Wu Heng smiled and touched the furry ear tips of the kitten girl. "Hurry up and improve your level. I will help you become a hero when the time comes." "I have tried very hard." Robe grumbled unconvinced, and his tail rested on his leg, as if he was acting like a spoiled child. Not long after, Minnie hung up the phone, and the scroll matter had been finalized. The sun set in the west, and the dusk gradually died. Several people who went out came back one after another, and chatted together. The skeleton chef appeared silently at the door of the living room, wearing a pure white apron, and his other hand pointed elegantly in the direction of the restaurant, making a gesture of invitation. "Master, dinner is ready," Minnie reminded softly. Wu Hung stood up. "Go to the training room and call them to eat first." "I go." Robe jumped up and ran to the training room. Soon, the few people in the training room returned, and after a simple wash, they gathered at the long table and started to eat. At the dining table, Shannara shook her wine glass lightly, and her eyes swept over the Waddell sisters. "I just contacted the Elders' Council and told them that you have settled down. Their meaning is very clear. Practice with peace of mind and promote to heroes as soon as possible." Aluria and Sylvain looked up at the same time, looked at each other, and then looked at Wu Hung together. "I am willing to listen to the arrangements of the leader." Wu Hung smiled. "Treasure Island has always been idle. You just need to train, and the reputation will be sold through the consortium after the cards are produced." "Yes, sir," the two sisters answered in unison. I felt relieved. It sounds like living here. There is no pressure on the responsibility. Just focus on training. Shannara took a sip of wine. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she glanced at the two sisters, smiling. "By the way," Wu Hung suddenly said, "you should have seen the black bird burning pattern this morning, right?" The eyes of the two Waddell sisters lit up and nodded. Wu Hung said, "If you are interested, you can also participate in the practice starting tomorrow. As long as you can learn it, it will be a great improvement to your own strength." The elder sister Aluria immediately said, "Shannara has explained the characteristics of the practice to us, and we are willing to practice it." "Just kidding. Heroes say powerful skills. How could I not learn it? It's just because I just came, otherwise I would have asked to learn it. Viola and Zaladwi will be in charge of the morning training period. You can arrange it in the afternoon. Then, there will be a skeleton rune master to draw runes for you." Wu Hung looked at Viola again. "Viola, you teach them?" "Yes, sir." Viola nodded. After talking about the main things, everyone started chatting. After dinner, the maids went to the training room to train, and the Waddell sisters returned to the bedroom early to write stories for the cards. When the sky gradually darkened, Wu Hung returned to the bedroom to rest. The next day, the zombie world. Wu Hung walked out of the boundary gate and took out the mobile phone from the space ring. The vibration sound of the text message sounded. Wu Hung opened it and took a look. It was a message from Liang. The base wave missile vehicle was delivered to the prison. "Since you can't get through the phone, I let it park in the parking lot behind the yard. The efficiency is quite fast." The missile vehicle was delivered directly. Then he looked at the second message. "The priests have been trained. Sister Zhao asked me to ask you when they will be sent to various places for missionary work." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. The priests were almost ready. In fact, there was no training content. The main thing was to be familiar with the spiritual enlightenment scripture and pretend to be profound in the way of speaking. But it was also good news. It had satisfied the missionary work in various places. After reading the text message, Wu Hung said to the back, "Xiao Xiao, see if there are any missile vehicles sent from the backyard." "Received." Xiao Xiao agreed and flew out directly. Soon he flew back through the wall, pointing his transparent finger outside. "Uncle, there are missile vehicles, the kind with long-barreled missiles on the back of a large truck." "How many?" "3. Xiao Xiao held up 3 fingers. Wu Hung nodded. "Okay." Xiao Xiao continued, "Uncle, give me the phone. Let me see if there is anything interesting on the forum." Wu Hung took out the doll and the phone. Xiao Xiao completed the possession, and then took the phone and began to look through it. The other 3 ghosts also floated behind, looking at the content together. Wu Hung himself dialed the Yahung's number, and after a short wait, a voice came from inside. "Hello. Have you seen the missile vehicle?" "Yes, 3. Wu Hung leaned back in the chair. "Yes." Li Yang continued, "Sister Zhao's priests have been divided into several groups according to the language. Now we are waiting for you to make the decision, and see when to send them abroad." "Has Chi Han Kai discussed it with the bases of various countries?" Wu Hung asked. "It has been discussed. The priests will be sent to the Korean base first, and then sent to some safe places to preach," Li Yang said quickly. Wu Hung tapped the table twice with his fingertips, and then said, "I go over now, and we can talk in person when the time comes." "Okay," Li Yang replied. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung stood up and said, "Xiao Xiao, we're going out." Xiao Xiao turned around and looked over. "Where are we going?" "First send the missile vehicle to Treasure Island, and then go to the central area to see your mother," Wu Hung said. "Oh, Uncle misses Mom again," Xiao Xiao muttered, and then separated from the puppet. Wu Hung put the puppet and the phone into the space ring, opened the door, and walked out. The four ghosts followed behind him, and Xiao Xiao said as he flew, "Uncle, the forum is full of posts about Lingqi sect. It's overwhelming." "Overwhelming," Wu Heng corrected casually. Xiao Xiao was stunned, "Really? Uncle, did you remember it wrong?" Wu Heng didn't say much and walked out of the building directly. In the parking lot behind the courtyard, 3 military green missile vehicles were parked in the open space. On the slender body, there were huge military green launch tubes, and the type of missile was spray-painted on the side. 2 are Jackdaw Low Sonic Vehicle Revised, and 1 is Jackdaw Low Sonic Thermite Vehicle. It should be marked on the outside for better distinction. Seeing the 2 names, in fact, I understand the purpose of the missile. The first is Low Sound Wave, which is a long-range arrival of the hypnotic type, and the second is the original blueprint of Jackdaw, a low sound wave thermite missile. After hypnosis, there will be a high temperature killing effect. It seems that both types were sent over. Wu Heng walked over, opened the door of the driver's seat, and saw the skeleton driver sitting inside. Sitting quietly in the driver's seat, he turned his skull to look over when the door was opened. After checking the missile vehicle, Wu Heng used the door of the garage next to him to open the boundary gate, and then selected the connecting gate at the base of Treasure Island. After ensuring that both sides passed smoothly, he used the bronze key to open the boundary gate again. Transfer the missile vehicle to the launch base in the other world. After everything was completed, Wu Heng returned to the zombie world and took the off-road vehicle to the central area. Central area. The off-road vehicle approached the central building, and Wu Heng said to the skeleton driver, "Go directly to the parking lot and wait for me." After that, the magic circle appeared and the figure disappeared. The 4 ghosts flew out immediately, and the off-road vehicle also drove directly to the parking lot. "Damn!" Li Yahong's pen drew a long ink mark on the document, and she shouted with a frightened look in her eyes, "Wu Heng, if you appear and disappear like a ghost next time, I will plant 2 mines to blow you up." Wu Heng appeared in the open space in the office. "What's there to be afraid of?" Wu Heng walked to the coffee machine beside him, and filled himself with a cup of coffee. Li Yang said, "When you are working, something suddenly appears. Are you afraid?" Wu Heng sat down with the coffee, and felt that it made sense, and said, "That's right, I will try to appear at your door next time." Li Yang rolled her eyes at him, picked up the phone and said, "I asked Sister Xiao to come over now." "No need, Xiao Xiao has been there, and she is probably on her way," Wu Heng said. "Yeah." Li Yang nodded. The 2 chatted for a while, and the door was knocked. "Come in." Zhao Yinqiu pushed the door open, and Xiao Xiao also showed up at the side. "Hello, Aunt Yang." Li Yahong's expression softened instantly. "Hello, Xiao Xiao. I have collected some foreign movies and games for you. I will let your uncle take them away later." "Really? Aunt Yang is the best," Xiao Xiao said happily. Zhao Yinqiu ignored her daughter and said to Wu Heng, "All the priests are familiar with the Spiritual Enlightenment Temple and can be sent out at any time." "What about the costumes?" Wu Heng asked. "Currently, each person has a set of ceremonial robes." Li Yang continued, "The patterns on it take some time, so each person can only wear 1 set first, and then reissue them later." After a slight pause, he continued, "The church in the base is still under renovation, and the construction period will take about 2 months. Let's use some temporary venues first. Don't be in a hurry." Wu Heng put down the coffee cup. "Sister Zhao, and I thought so too," Li Yang said. Wu Heng nodded and continued, "I brought a professional scroll, which is the profession you studied, Zhao Yinqiu. I plan to distribute it to the personnel who are to be sent out first. The missionaries in the base will wait, and give it to them later." The conference room was silent instantly. The professional scroll is comparable to a military medal in the base. Currently, only core members and top researchers have obtained it, and most of them are mechanics and alchemists. The distribution of professional scrolls this time also shows Wu Heng's attention to this group of priests. Zhao Yinqiu said, "Then I will notify the priests who are sent out to come, and you will give it to them personally." "That's fine," Wu Heng agreed. Li Yang added, "Don't come here, go to the next conference room, it's bigger over there." Zhao Yinqiu nodded and dialed the phone to pass on the matter. The corridor soon sounded dense footsteps. The 3 of them also stood up and walked out of the office. Conference room. Wu Heng and the other 2 pushed the door open and walked in. 20 pairs of eyes looked over at the same time. They were all young faces, most of them women, sitting on both sides of the long table in neat uniforms. These people were trained priests, who needed to be sent to foreign bases. They needed foreign language skills, so they were basically young. "Leader," Deputy Leader. Sister Zhao. Everyone sit down. After Zhao Yanqiu and everyone else sat down, she continued, as personnel sent from the base, the leader has a special reward for you. The air suddenly froze. His eyes fell on Wu Heng again, and with a wave of his hand, more scrolls appeared on the table. You should have heard of the professional scrolls. When you go out, you represent the Lingqi sect and the Yama Palace. This is the reward you deserve. An unexpected exclamation came from the priest. The matter of the professional scroll is not a secret in the base. Those who can obtain the scroll all have a very high status. Either they are the first to follow the leader and have made contributions, or they are people who have made great contributions to the development of the base. People like me can actually get the scroll. In the future, they don't need to awaken superpowers to get special powers. Seeing the atmosphere in the conference room solidified, Zhao Yanqiu reminded, "Why don't you thank the leader?" Everyone responded immediately and stood up and saluted. "Thank you, leader. We will never let you down." Wu Heng nodded. "Zhao Yanqiu will distribute it to you later. She will also teach you how to use some abilities later. You will definitely not be worse than those superpowers in the future." "Thank you, leader." Everyone was even more excited. "Distribute it," Wu Heng said with a smile. Zhao Yanqiu distributed the scrolls one by one, and then taught a few people how to use them. After the scrolls were distributed, all the priests left with satisfaction. Only Wu Heng, Li Yang and Zhao Yanqiu were left in the meeting room. Wu Heng said, "Tomorrow, we can contact Shihan Kai to arrange the priests to various places abroad, and pay attention to arranging some accompanying bodyguards." "I arrange it tomorrow." Li Yang nodded. "Yes." Wu Heng took out the remaining scrolls, and said to Zhao Yanqiu, "You should keep the rest, and give them to the other priests." "Okay." Zhao Yanqiu hugged them. Li Yang glanced at the time and then said, "The cafeteria is open for dinner. Let's go eat first." "Okay." The three of them walked out of the meeting room together. Zhao Yanqiu put the scroll back in his room, and the three of them walked towards the cafeteria. Treasure Island. After dinner, the mansion became lively. Shawnera, the Wood Elf sisters, Viola, Philippa, and the maids, each dressed up carefully and gathered in the lobby on the first floor. After everyone gathered, the elder sister of the Wood Elf asked, "Don't you need to tell the adults?" Shawnera said, "He didn't come down for dinner, which proves that he went out." "Don't worry." The younger sister then asked, "Don't you need to leave someone at home?" "The one guarding the house is a level 20 skeleton. It's impossible for anyone to come," Philippa added on the side. The two sisters widened their eyes, but didn't say much. They walked out of the building together, took the carriage of the island owner's mansion, went out of the gate, and rushed towards the direction of the entertainment city. Except for crossing the entire commercial street when they first arrived on the island, the two Wood Elf sisters had not seen the situation outside. This time, they went out to take the two sisters to see the night view of Treasure Island and the entertainment city. Entertainment City, main entrance. Several carriages slowly stopped, and the women of Treasure Island got off one after another. Standing at the main entrance, the two Wood Elf sisters froze in place, looking up with wide eyes, looking at this glittering giant. The 6-story entertainment city is like a crystal palace, with flowing light bands wrapped around it, as if the entire galaxy is covered on it. On the giant light screen in front, the gorgeous pictures flickered and flowed like a dream, reflecting the surroundings in a colorful way. "Is this an entertainment city? A place to play?" said the elder sister Illyria in surprise. The younger sister Sylvain also trembled in her voice. "Why is the place for ordinary people to entertain built so well?" Shawnera stood aside and watched the two of them. After they were surprised for a long time, she raised her hand to close their wide mouths. "People are watching us, don't embarrass yourself." The two shut up, still looking surprised. "Let's go!" Philippa called out at the front. Everyone walked towards the main entrance. At the originally noisy entrance, all the guests looked over. "Master Steward," Mrs. Chanella. Everyone saluted along the way. After crossing the gate, the sound waves came like a tsunami. Various dazzling entertainment facilities, and people screaming happily brought a great visual impact. Chanella glanced at the Wood Elf sisters. "Welcome to the Treasure Island city that never sleeps." Chapter 1032. The next afternoon, the zombie world. Since early morning, the entire base has been shrouded in a tense and solemn atmosphere. Wu Heng, Li Yang and Zhao Yanqiu almost never touched the ground, shuttling between various departments to finalize the final details of the dispatch. In addition to the core priests selected yesterday, there are also logistical personnel and the most critical skeleton guards. These skeleton warriors, who have been upgraded and replaced from the zombies, have each reached a higher level. The whole body is equipped with stab-proof clothing, melee iron swords, and firearms. The sole fire in the eye sockets is silent and stands behind the designated priest. These people will be sent to large shelters first. Li Yong took out her mobile phone, which showed the names of several selected shelters. As for small gathering places, we will consider the second batch of dispatches after the Dawn Alliance has completed the purge. Wu Heng nodded. Just make the arrangements. The scene was almost ready. Zhao Yanqiu walked slowly onto the platform, wearing a gorgeous priest robe that fell to her ankles, holding a heavy spiritual enlightenment scripture in front of her chest. Her expression was solemn and pious, and her eyes were like torches. Everyone! Zhao Yanqiu suddenly spoke. Her voice was cold and ethereal, and it echoed throughout the hall. You are on this trip, shouldering the mission of spreading the oracle. The characteristics of the bard allowed her to be in an open field. No specific equipment was needed, and the sound could be clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Below, all the priests saluted at the same time and responded in unison, "May the glory of God shine on the world." The sound waves resounded throughout the hall. Wu Heng stood to one side and heard a low voice in his ear. Wow, Mom acted like that. She's more professional than those old charlatans in the Vatican. Wu Heng tilted his head slightly and said, I think you learned it from the movies. Really, the level is so slow, and learning these things is quite similar. Xiao Xiao said with a tone of disappointment. Wu Heng glanced at Zhao Yanqiu. Stop talking. I scold you again if someone hears you. I'm not afraid. I'm invisible, she scolded the air. Xiao Xiao said proudly. Zhao Yanqiu's speech continued, and her tone became increasingly passionate. The plane is ready on the apron. You will fly directly to the Korean base, and Deputy Leader Chi Han Kai will personally meet you. Looking around at everyone, his voice was firm. Remember, your words and deeds represent the glory of Lingqi Church. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. Their eyes were burning. After that, everyone walked out of the hall and boarded the prepared plane. As the last priest boarded the gangway, the door of the plane slowly closed. On the runway, Wu Heng, Li Yong and Zhao Yanqiu stood side by side, with some family members standing behind them to see them off. Some people sobbed softly, and some waved goodbye. When the plane was left with only a flickering light, and completely disappeared, Li Yong retracted her gaze and looked at Wu Heng. Are you going back to the central area with me, or going directly back to the prison? Wu Heng said, I go back to the prison first. You and Chi Han Kai must coordinate the supplies and logistical support for the dispatch personnel. Understood. Li Yong nodded solemnly. Wu Heng turned to Zhao Yanqiu. The church is now in your hands. Train more priests and nuns, and continue to send them to various places when the time comes. Zhao Yanqiu smiled slightly. I will do it well. Then, Zhao Yanqiu said to the empty sky, Xiao Xiao, be obedient, and don't cause trouble for your uncle. Mom, I'm not there. A small voice came from the other side, and then continued, Don't worry, I will take good care of uncle. Wu Heng smiled and said, Xiao Xiao is already a big girl. That's right. They chatted for a while at the door. Wu Heng waved goodbye to the two, then got on the off-road vehicle and left. Li Yong, Zhao Yanqiu, and the people who came with them also got on the bus and left the airport. 4 hours later, the vehicle arrived at the prison. Wu Heng opened the gate and returned to Treasure Island. Treasure Island, the island owner's mansion. The afterglow of the sunset sprinkled into the hall, dyeing the floor and furniture into an amber color. Xiao Xiao ran downstairs, shouting all the way, Sister Minnie, Sister Day, Sister Shuya. Without waiting for the other party to answer, he rushed directly into the courtyard. Then she called out, Sister Rob, come and play shuttlecock. Wu Heng had just walked downstairs and looked in Shisha's direction. Who was she calling? As soon as he looked over, he saw the Wood Elf sisters, Eluria and Sylvain, walking in one after the other. The long dark green hair was tied up, wearing cool beach shorts and tight-fitting bras, and the exposed skin still had the unfading blackbird burning pattern. Sir. The two sisters bowed slightly, and their pointed ears were slightly red in the twilight. At this time, they were still a little embarrassed about their clothes. After a little hesitation, they stood there openly. Wu Heng nodded. How is the effect of the practice? Sister Eluria said, I can feel the energy tempering my skin, it's amazing. Sir. Sister Sylvain suddenly came closer, her amber eyes shining brightly. Is it really as invulnerable as Shanaira said? Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, It depends on whose sword it is. If it is an ordinary weapon of around level 15, the skin can resist it. The two sisters widened their eyes. It really can. Sylvain said in surprise, This is equivalent to having an extra layer of armor growing on the body. Eluria continued to ask, My lord, I heard that there is another stage later? This is the first stage. As for the effect of the later stage, I am not sure, but it will definitely become stronger and stronger. Wu Heng answered calmly. The two sisters held hands, their faces still excited. Master. Minnie's voice sounded beside her, smiling and saying, it's time to eat. Wu Heng nodded and said to the Waddell sisters, eat first, and there's no rush to practice slowly. We go change clothes and come. The Waddell sisters said, and the two went upstairs together. Wu Heng walked towards the dining room. Minnie stood at the door and shouted to the courtyard, Robe, it's time to eat. On the dining table, the Waddell sisters changed into plain clothes and sat down, and everyone started eating. I took them to the entertainment city last night. Shannara cut the steak and looked over here. How did it feel? Wu Heng asked. Sister Illyria said with some emotion, it's a magical place. Sylvain added, it's also very fun. If you like, you can go there in your spare time. Anyway, we have our own business and don't need to spend any money. Wu Heng said casually. Really, thank you, sir. Sylvain said happily. The few of them chatted for a while. Shannara continued, Brittany called this morning to remind us to leave, otherwise we will miss the week of courage. Let's go tomorrow. Wu Heng nodded and looked at Philippa not far away. Philippa, tell your mother tonight, we will leave tomorrow. Okay. Philippa thought for a while and said, do you want to bring some gifts for Brittany? Wu Heng said, I let Minnie prepare it. Okay, I really don't have anything she likes. Philippa agreed naturally. After dinner, after resting in the living room for a while, the women walked to the training room tacitly. Even though Viola became a hero, she still insisted on training every day. Hero. It's just that the distance between ordinary professionals has been pulled apart, but the competition between heroes is still strength. Skills still need to be improved. Viola is so hard, and the others are also more hardworking. Wu Heng sat in the living room for a while, and saw that there was no one here. So he got up, and went upstairs to return to the study. Pushing open the door, the puppet controlled by Granda was half lying on the rocking chair by the window, wearing a velvet dress, and there were blooming branches in the crystal bottle on the windowsill. It was like a noble lady enjoying a relaxing time. Where are they? Wu Heng sat down opposite. They went out to play. Granda tapped the ground with her toes, and the rocking chair made a soothing creaking sound. A new pub has opened on the commercial street. I heard that someone was performing singing. Didn't you go to see it? Why do you always stay at home? Wu Heng asked. I'm old and not interested in these things. Can you be older than the queen? Granda looked over and said unhappily, if she hears, she will be angry with you again. Wu Heng smiled and continued, Brittany called today to remind us that we should set off for the kingdom of Yeko. It's time to go. Granda's puppet leaned forward slightly, his porcelain face glowing delicately under the light. Remember, the purpose of this time is to consolidate your image as a god, which will also be beneficial to the expansion of the Lingqi Church. Wu Heng said, when the time comes, I will get a few more salutes, and then let the helicopter sprinkle flower petals in the sky. Pretentious? Granda commented. Knock, knock, knock. Wu Heng wanted to speak, but 3 knocks on the door sounded. Then, there was a strange silence outside the door. Normally, if the maids came up, they would call him directly after closing the door. Wu Heng glanced at Granda, then stood up and opened the door. The 6-armed skeleton alchemist outside the door stood still like a sculpture and handed him a bottle of potion. Grandmaster Strength Potion. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows, and the second bottle of Corpse King Potion was produced. The formula of the Corpse King Potion is different from the previous one. It needs the condensation formed by the Moonlight Crystal as one of the materials. And this condensation takes time to generate, so even with the Corpse King Corpse Core, the production efficiency is still slow. It has been a long time since the last Corpse King Potion. Continue to make it. Wu Heng took the potion, and the skeleton alchemist bowed and left. Back in the study, Granda looked over. What's the matter? The second bottle of Corpse King Potion is made. Wu Heng shook the glass bottle in his hand, and the potion glowed fluorescently under the light. Granda closed the book and said, just right. Let's see if I can awaken a new ability this time. I feel that the role of superpowers is becoming more and more limited, and it is really not as useful as skills. Wu Heng said. Of course. Glenda rocked the rocking chair again. Superpowers are some abilities that are added when you take the potion, which are given to you for free. Skills are originally developed for combat or specific purposes. The difference between the two is obvious. That's right. Wu Heng sat down and took a deep breath. I'm going to drink it. Remember to save me if there is any problem. No. Wu Heng blinked. Love you, save me. Glenda rolled her eyes at him. Drink it quickly, you are talking so much. Wu Hung stopped joking and pulled the cork out of the bottle. He raised his head and drank it all. The tremendous energy exploded in his body, his muscles spasmed, his bones wailed, and every cell was tormented between tearing and reorganizing. He groaned and fell on his back, his nails deeply gripping the carpet. Glinda stood up and knelt on the ground, gently holding his head in his arms. The severe pain lasted for about 2 or 3 minutes, the pain subsided, and his breathing gradually stabilized. The system prompt also sounded from his ears. Strength +4, Constitution +3, Agility +3. Characteristic enhancement, Gene Furnace. Wu Hung suddenly opened his eyes, not even caring about the remaining pain. Characteristic enhancement, not unlocking new characteristics. Gene Furnace is the ability unlocked last time, which can improve itself by absorbing the genes of other races. Can it evolve? I have taken it so many times, but I have never encountered a superpower that can be strengthened twice. Is it the hidden effect of the Corpse King potion, or is it because I have unlocked related abilities twice in a row? Get up when it's over. Glinda's porcelain finger tapped him. I'm not your pillow. It's not ready yet. Wait a little longer. Don't come on. Glinda grabbed his ear. If you dare to rub your sweat on my skirt, I will throw you out of the window? Wu Hung sat up straight and said, cold-blooded and ruthless. What superpowers did you awaken this time? Glinda asked. No new abilities. Wu Hung paused and continued, but the superpower of Gene Furnace seems to have been improved. Improved? What do you mean? Glinda returned to his recliner. Wait a minute. I study it. Wu Hung also returned to his chair and sat down, opened the panel, and began to check the prompt effect of the superpower. Gene Furnace. By consuming its own vitality, cells are fused into the gene chain of any known organism, obtaining physiological characteristics and inheriting specific resistance. Wu Hung read it word by word, and frowned instantly when he saw the last few words. Compared with the last introduction. This time, there is an additional inherit specific resistance at the end. Inherit specific resistance. Inheritance. It seems to be somewhat different from the gene fusion mentioned above. Glinda sat aside and waited for a while, and seeing that he was motionless he said, You were fixed by Sun Wukong. What did you feel? Wu Hung raised his head and said, The previous Gene Furnace showed an inherited specific resistance. Inheritance? Glinda repeated, and then said, It's easy to understand. Take the corpse as an example. You can get the resistance that the corpse you want to absorb originally has. I was thinking, can I use the same corpse repeatedly to gain resistance? Wu Hung expressed his doubtful thoughts. Try it, don't we have a lot of organs? Glinda also became interested. Wu Hung nodded and took out an organ jar from the space ring. There was a note on the jar that said Pizza Earl. Pizza Earl was Xiao Zhao's name, and the owner of the organ inside was the previous leader of the Blood Clan. He wanted to take back Lilith's position as leader, but was killed by Wu Hung in the Blood Clan's territory. Let's get started. You have to go back to rest later, Glinda said. Wu Hung nodded, opened the organ jar, took out a piece of internal organs, cut off a piece with a silver knife, and swallowed it directly. A stream of energy wrapped the meat, and then decomposed it. Then, the system prompt appeared. Blood magic resistance increased. Chapter 1033. Blood magic resistance increased. After absorption, it did not bring racial characteristics, but increased magic resistance exclusive to the blood race. How is it? Are there any special changes? Glinda asked on the side. Wu Hung moved his fingers and replied, The resistance to blood magic has increased, and the blood race's spells will be much less effective on me in the future. Only resistance? Glinda asked curiously. Only resistance appeared. Wu Hung replied, and then said, I try to see if it can be increased repeatedly. After speaking, he cut off another piece of internal organs and swallowed it. This time, no prompt appeared. It seems that a person's genes can only be unlocked once. According to the characteristics of the gene furnace, what is fused is the target's gene chain, not the energy in some residual tissues. Without waiting for Glinda to continue asking, Wu Hung said first, the same internal organ can only be absorbed once. Not surprising. Glinda tapped his toes lightly, and the rocking chair rocked again, and continued, not bad, the corresponding resistance superposition is also a huge improvement in combat. I thought so too. Wu Hung smiled, covered the Blood Clan's organ jar and put it away, and took out 2 organ jars from the space ring again. The jars were written, Corn Sword Saint No. 1 and Corn Sword Saint No. 2. These 2 organ jars contain the organs of the 2 popes who were killed. Glinda took a look and immediately understood his idea. You react quickly, maybe it will really work. Wu Hung didn't say much, opened the organ tube of Corn Sword Saint number 1, cut off a piece of bright red internal organs, and directly raised his head to swallow it into his stomach. The energy in the body decomposed the meat, and the system prompt followed. Light resistance increased. It increased. Grinda asked nervously, "How is it? What kind of resistance has appeared in the church?" After all, the holy magic of the church has always suppressed the necromancy. I am really afraid that Wu Hung will get sick from eating. It has increased, light resistance. Wu Hung replied. Grinda thought quickly and analyzed. Light resistance comes from the sacred magic attribute of the temple. These priests are bathed in holy light all year round, and resistance naturally accumulates in their bodies. I think so too. Wu Hung felt the energy in his body, and cut off a piece of the same organ tissue and swallowed it to conduct an experiment. Still no effect appeared. Then, he directly opened the organ jar of Corn Sword Saint number 2, cut off a piece with a knife, and swallowed it. Light resistance increased. Unlocked feature, mantra perception. The system prompt sounded in his mind, and Wu Hung narrowed his eyes. In addition to the increased resistance, this time he unlocked a feature. Open the panel. Among the features, truth perception appeared. Truth perception. You can perceive deliberate lies told by creatures within 30 feet, need to hear. The ability of a high-level priest. After reaching a certain level, the priest can tell whether the target is lying. This is why priests are often equipped in the investigation team of the General Association. Of course, this also has certain limitations. The level of the priest must be higher than the level of the target, but if the other party has some way to cover it up, it is difficult to find out. Unexpectedly, I also integrated this feature. After checking the mantra perception, Wu Hung continued to look for the resistance he had unlocked on the panel. After looking for several times, he found the increased resistance under Gene Furnace. Gene Furnace. By consuming its own vitality, cells are fused into the gene chain of any known organism. Physiological characteristics are obtained, and specific resistances are inherited. Specific resistance. Blood magic resistance is increased by 20%. Radiance resistance is increased by 45%. The increase also has a percentage. If I stack it to 100%, will I be immune to the damage of holy magic? Is it still effective? Glinda asked when he saw that he was silent again. It is effective. Collect more corpses of the church staff in the future. Wu Hung said. Glinda said casually, the church is so large. Isn't it easy to get some priests? You are right. As the two were talking, 3 ghosts flew in through the wall. Uncle! Xiao Xiao happily walked around and asked, why haven't you gone to bed yet? Wu Hung looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. I was just about to rest. Where did you go to play? There is a tavern on Lighthouse Street, and there are bards playing the piano and singing. Xiao Xiao answered beside him. Is it good to sing? Xiao Xiao thought for a while. Not as good as my mother's, but the song is quite cheerful. Benny smiled and said, it's just a small tavern in a residential area. It's good to have this kind of people. Yes, but the tavern is really happy, and those people are dancing along. Xiao Xiao followed. Wu Hung put away the organ jars outside and said, I'm going to the Kingdom of Yek to participate in the Week of Courage tomorrow. If you have anything to bring, prepare it in advance. Okay, uncle. Xiao Xiao agreed happily, and then flew behind Grinda. Aunt, what are you looking at? Wu Hung walked out, and the queen said casually, the lights on the training ground on the first floor are on, there should be people training. So hardworking. I go and see. Wu Hung nodded. The queen flew to the side and turned on the tablet to play the TV series, and Wu Hung also opened the door and walked out of the study. Walking down the stairs, the entire first floor was immersed in quiet darkness. Only the bright white light overflowed from the door of the training room. The moment Wu Hung pushed open the door, a sharp sound of breaking through the air came towards him. I saw the Wood Elf's sister Illyria, like a precision machine, repeating the chopping action. The plain training suit was soaked with sweat and stuck to her well-defined back muscles. Sweat beads fell from the ends of her hair, leaving traces on the floor. Sir! Illyria turned around. Did I disturb your rest? Wu Hung walked over and asked, you are still training so late, aren't you tired? Illyria wiped the sweat from her forehead with her wrist guard. I was delayed during the day, and I still have some training to do. Do you usually train so hard? That's not bad. Illyria smiled and continued, my sister is talented, I have to work harder. Don't hurt yourself. It's the same intensity in the past, it's okay. Illyria rolled her eyes and said, Sir, can you please give me some advice? Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Do you want me to be your sparring partner? The tip of the Wood Elf's ears instantly turned red. I dare not. Wu Hung glanced at the time on the mechanical clock on the wall and loosened his collar. 1 game. Rest early after it's over. Yes. Eluria's eyes lit up. Wu Hung walked to the weapon rack and pulled out a long iron stick. Eluria raised her eyebrows. You use a long stick? Come on. Wu Hung waved his hand. Eluria's eyes condensed, and the tip of the sword lightly touched the ground to salute. Thank you, sir. Before the voice fell, a strong wind suddenly blew up in the training room. The figure of the wood elf turned into a white light and stabbed in, and the air cut by the sword blade made a sharp whistle. Wu Hung turned his wrist lightly, pointed the long stick at the ground, stepped back half a step, and pointed with his other hand. 3 crystal water arrows condensed instantly and shot out. Eluria's figure suddenly blurred. Her leather boots stepped on the stone slabs, her long braids swung like a whip, and her whole person turned into a white afterimage. The water arrows penetrated the virtual image she left behind one after another, and exploded into ice flowers on the stone wall. It can be seen that the opponent's combat awareness and pace rhythm are very well controlled. Wu Hung looked at the opponent approaching quickly, raised his eyebrows slightly, and deliberately suppressed the speed of the water arrow. Eluria's eyes were bright, and she took advantage of the gap when the magic dissipated to stomp the ground. The back of the training suit made a cracking sound, and the gap was broken by the muscle explosion. The long sword was wrapped with sword light and chopped down on the head. Before the sword tip arrived, the sharp sword energy was like a gust of wind. Wu Hung smiled and turned sideways, and the sword blade brushed his nose. Eluria's pupil shrank suddenly, and her wrist turned to change from slashing to sweeping, and Wu Hung blocked the iron rod in front. Clang! In the deafening sound of metal collision, Esther's palm was numb. I only felt that I didn't hit the iron rod, but the heavy black steel shield forged by the dwarves. Before she could adjust her posture, the long stick hit her ankle accurately. Eluria felt dizzy and twisted her waist. She wanted to adjust her posture again in midair, but 3 cold touches fell on her throat, heart and brow almost at the same time. It's over. Eluria looked up at the tip of the stick hanging between her eyebrows, her Adam's apple rolling with difficulty. She was defeated by a mage in close combat. This is too fake. Wu Hung threw it casually, and the iron stick fell accurately into the weapon rack with a clang, and then reached out to pull up the wood elf on the ground. You? Eluria's voice was dry, not a necromancer. As he spoke, he lowered his head, and wrapped the broken rope on the hilt. Wu Hung smiled and said, Who said that mages can't be good at close combat? I also practiced hard for a period of time. Eluria widened her eyes. But there are rumors outside that you have only been a professional for more than 2 years. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Maybe I have some talent in close combat. You are also a little too powerful. Eluria was even more surprised. You are also very powerful. When you become a hero, you may be able to defeat me. Wu Hung glanced at the sky. Let's go, rest early, and train properly. Okay, sir. The two walked out of the training room together. On the way upstairs, Eluria's tone was still full of surprise and disbelief. Arriving at their respective bedrooms, Eluria said a little shyly, Sir, I will go back first. Well, see you tomorrow. Wu Hung nodded. Eluria returned to the room, and Wu Hung also returned to his bedroom. Walking into the bedroom, the room was dim. Shawnera didn't come today. After a little thought, he could figure out the reason. Tomorrow, we will go to the Kingdom of Yeko to participate in the Week of Courage. It will take at least half a month. Shawnera was originally going with us. Today is the last night, so naturally we have to give it to others. Wu Hung took out his phone and sent a message to Minnie. Are you asleep? The message alert sounded almost immediately. No. I'm chatting with Robe. Wu Hung smiled and typed quickly. I have nothing to do tonight. Let's live together. Okay. I go over now. Do you want to call Annette, Robe, and the others? Let's go together. After sending the message, he put the phone aside. Wu Hung lay on his back on the feather pillow, looking at the swaying shadows of the trees on the ceiling. The footsteps approaching the door suddenly stopped, and then the door was knocked. Come in. The door hinge turned, and Minnie poked her head in first, her black rabbit ears trembling slightly, and then she walked in quickly. Tonight she wore a black tulle nightgown, the lace rippled with her movements, and her slender legs were faintly visible under the gauze. Robe followed closely behind, wearing a light blue nightgown. The cat's tail was raised high, and there was a shiny silver chain tied around her ankle. Annette closed the door gently, and her drooping white rabbit ears were like 2 soft feathers. Master! The 3 shouted in unison. It's cold outside. Wu Hung opened his arms. The 3 girls happily got into his arms, and their pink tongues stretched out together. The next day, Wu Heng finished the evil spirit bone forging early, and after a simple wash, he returned to the study and put all the electronic products that the ghosts needed to carry into the space ring. While Philippa hadn't come yet, he took out the divination tortoiseshell to see if this trip would have any impact on Treasure Island. Holding the tortoiseshell in his hand, he silently wondered if it would be dangerous for him to go to the Treasure Island of the Echo Kingdom. He silently repeated it 3 times, and shook the tortoiseshell gently. In a shuddering shake, the coin slipped from the mouth of the turtle shell, and after spinning on the ground, it stopped. Wu Heng and the other 4 ghosts stood in a circle and looked down. 3 coins were facing up. Good luck. Wow! Good luck. I said our island is as solid as a rock, Xiao Xiao exclaimed. Wu Heng was also very satisfied, and grabbed the money and stuffed it back into the turtle shell. It seems that there will be no problem for us to go out of Treasure Island. Xiao Xiao continued, calculate whether we will be able to participate in the Week of Courage smoothly. Benny said, your uncle is level 20, and it was kept secret, so there shouldn't be any problem. It doesn't matter anyway, just calculate it, Xiao Xiao muttered. That's fine. Wu Heng held the turtle shell and silently said in his heart, is it smooth to go to the Week of Courage in Yek Kingdom? He silently said it 3 times, and shook the turtle shell. After the sound of clattering, the coins fell out. 1 person and 4 ghosts continued to look down, and their eyes changed. 3 coins, 1 facing up. Only 1 facing up, what is it? Xiao Xiao turned to look. The other 3 ghosts also turned to look at the same time. Wu Heng said, flat. Several ghosts frowned at the same time. If it's flat, it shouldn't be bad, right? Benny asked. Wu Heng grabbed the coin and put it back into the tortoise shell. He frowned and thought for a while and said, no, it's not a good or bad thing. The divination I performed corresponds to myself. If I can threaten the hero, it means that the other party is also at the hero level. The Holy See? The Queen blurted out, and then immediately said, no, isn't your action kept secret this time? Did your little queen betray you? How is it possible? Brittany is not like this, and there is a slave contract, Wu Heng said. The room fell into silence. Xiao Xiao looked left and right, then asked, are we still going? Wu Heng thought for a moment, yes. We have already noticed the enemy's next plan, so we have to go. Chapter 1034. Even though the divination showed that there was danger, Wu Heng still decided to go. Now that he knew someone was going to deal with him in the Week of Courage, it was already an open attack. If he didn't go this time, it would be a hidden attack next time. It would only cause more trouble. Besides, Brittany was still in the kingdom of Yeko. Could it be that the princess sister accidentally leaked it out? Xiao Xiao thought. It shouldn't be possible. Brittany has grown a lot and won't be so careless. Glinda said her thoughts. Wu Heng also agreed with this statement and said, if it is delivered to the church in the form of a letter, there is no time at all. I have a mobile phone and a radio, which can quickly transmit messages. The radio on the Vatican side is mainly used for communication between the association headquarters and the church, and it is monitored by me. It is impossible to use the radio to transmit messages. Benny floated closer. Will the association's channels be used to deliver letters? It's unlikely. Wu Heng shook his head. Granda continued, besides the church, do we have other enemies? I mean those who can threaten the heroes. Xiao Xiao raised her hand. Didn't the man who blocked the entrance of Tianhu village last time say that their boss was a hero? He was talking about the bishop of the 12 heavenly saints, who was rumored to be a hero. Wu Heng said, it's unlikely. We did it more efficiently, so they probably don't know it was us. Besides, they are wanted criminals of the association, so they dare not be too public. Oh! Xiao Xiao nodded to show that he understood, and continued to touch his chin to think. Benny said, if it's the church, it can't be the god behind them. The room was silent for a moment. The queen smiled and said, they all used an ambush in advance, how could they be gods? If they were gods, they would not need this method, so they would not be so powerful. When several people heard this, they felt it made sense. The queen continued to analyze. The church has a deep foundation. You have the means of divination. It is not surprising that they have a way to predict whereabouts. Just be prepared. What the queen said makes sense. Wu Heng agreed. He has a strange thing like a tortoise shell. It is not surprising that the church has a strange thing for prediction, or other ways to deduce it. It even feels very normal. Just be prepared to deal with it. Since it is the church, you should be prepared to deal with 4 heroes. Granda said softly. Xiao Xiao asked curiously, if they can spawn heroes, can't they have more? The queen said unhappily, if there are many heroes, there is no need to ambush, Just kill them directly. Oh! It makes sense. Xiao Xiao continued to rub her chin. I checked with Lilith to see where the religious leader is. Wu Heng said, took out his phone and dialed directly. After a short waiting tone, Lilith's cold voice came from the receiver. Well, what's wrong? Switching to video mode, the screen flickered, reflecting a delicate child's face. Lilith maintained her Lolita form. Her black gothic princess dress set off her snow-white skin, and her eyes were unusually bright. Are you not done yet? Wu Heng asked with a smile, his tone relaxed. Wait for the Liz you arranged to come over. Lilith's voice was unusually calm. After the people from the association escort her over, I will take her to Treasure Island together. Liz, the pregnant woman chosen by the church, was supposed to be the vessel for resurrecting the last religious leader. If the queen hadn't been so reluctant, she might have already become a victim of the church's conspiracy. In the end, Wu Heng exchanged her out through the association. Hasn't she been sent yet? Wu Heng frowned slightly. Didn't the church send someone to follow? The association is responsible for escorting. Lilith snorted lightly. Do you think I will trust the people of the church? Wu Heng pondered for a moment, and then asked, has the religious leader returned to the association? No. Lilith said, there has been no news since he returned to the temple. No news? Are you plotting something again? Wu Heng said jokingly. Lilith glanced at him calmly. The association is keeping a close eye on him, so he dare not act rashly. After a pause, she slowed down her voice. You should also behave yourself and stop provoking the Holy See. Just wait until the matter is over. Yeah. You're right. Wu Heng answered, but he was already certain in his heart. It was basically certain that the Holy See was going to play some tricks again. So what do you want to talk to me about? Lilith tilted her head and looked straight at him. There was also some expectation in her indifference, which was too embarrassing to say directly. Wu Heng glanced to the side imperceptibly. Lilith on the other side of the screen keenly caught his sight, and instantly knew that there were other people outside the screen. The expression instantly returned to indifference. I will notify you in advance when I go back. Okay, that's it for now. I text you when I have time. Wu Heng blinked. Lilith rolled her eyes at him. Okay, let's talk about it when we have time. The call ended, and the screen went dark. Glinda said on the side, it seems that the Holy See is going to do something. Wu Heng put away his phone and said, these guys are endless. That's right, too annoying. Xiao Xiao echoed. Dong dong dong. A quick knock on the door sounded, and then Philippa's voice came in. Wu Heng. I'm ready. When do we leave? Wu Heng opened the door and ran into Philippa's excited face. I really don't want to discourage her. After a pause, he said, you and Chanela can't go. Damn. Are you going back on your word? Philippa's smile froze instantly, and her eyebrows raised high. Wu Heng put his arm around her shoulders, half pushed and half dragged her downstairs, coaxing her, don't worry, listen to my explanation, I found a big conspiracy. Don't give me that. Philippa broke away from his hand, and put her hands on her hips. If you don't give me a reasonable reason today, I will. With a turn of his eyes, I will hang myself. Xiao Xiaopu stood aside, holding her cheek. Sister Philippa, why are you like a child? You are the child. Yes, what's wrong? Philippa's eyes glared, and a sentence got stuck in her throat, and she didn't say it. Walking down the first floor, all eyes focused on them. Sayonara had changed into clothes that were convenient for travel, and the others also gathered in the hall. Wu Heng looked around at everyone and said, I just received news that someone is going to attack me in the Week of Courage. As soon as the voice fell, the whole hall suddenly became quiet. Ambush a hero? Viola narrowed her eyes. Are they looking for death? Sayonara also asked, who is it, do you know? It is currently speculated that it is a hero of the Holy See, but the details are not yet certain. Wu Heng said, and walked over to sit on the sofa. The Holy See again. It seems that the Holy See has set its sights on Treasure Island, and it always pops up suddenly to cause trouble here. Minnie brought him a cup of cold tea. Sayonara continued, since you know it is a trap, cancel the trip. Wu Heng said, if I don't go directly this time, they will only hide their plans deeper next time. Sayonara hesitated, her eyes full of worry. Viola said seriously, then I will accompany you, sir. Now she is a hero, and she also has the ability to fight against heroes. You stay and take charge of Treasure Island. Wu Heng took a deep breath. It's not a big problem. If it's really them, I have the confidence to reduce the number of heroes of the church. The Wood Elf sisters listened quietly, their eyes widening as they followed the conversation. There was so much information. The church ambushed heroes. And Wu Heng also planned to use the trick to reduce the number of heroes of the other side. Is this news that I can hear? Just listening to the conversation of several people, I felt terrified. After talking to several people in general, Wu Heng continued, Viola will take charge of Treasure Island, Philippa will be responsible for route monitoring, and the rest of the people will also perform their duties. If the situation gets out of control, they will leave immediately with the ticket. After a slight pause, he looked at Shannara and Philippa again. I won't take you this time. When this matter is over, I will stay there for a few more days. It doesn't matter whether we go or not, just be safe. Shannara said softly. Philippa also said, I know, you have to come back safely too. Don't worry. Wu Heng said, and continued to take out some tickets from the space ring and distribute them to the people present. Even if the divination shows that Treasure Island will not be dangerous, it is still necessary to be careful. After distributing the tickets, he took out 2 mobile phones and handed them to the Wood Elf sisters. Communication props. One for each of you, and let Shannara teach you how to use it later. Thank you, sir. The sister of the Wood Elf shouted happily, and took it quickly. She operated it very skillfully, probably because she saw Shannara use it. After continuing to explain a few words to a few people, Wu Heng looked at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock. I'm leaving. Call me if you have anything. Okay. Everyone nodded. In the courtyard, Wu Heng took out the conductor's hat and prepared to leave. Shannara came over and threw herself into his arms. Come back safely. Wu Heng smiled, stroked her tense jaw with his thumb, and kissed her lips gently. Don't worry, it's okay. Yeah, I believe you. Shannara smiled and nodded. Then, Minnie also came over and threw herself into his arms. Wu Heng also held her face and kissed her gently. The maids lined up and hugged and said goodbye one by one. After the familiar people finished, the witch Viola came over a little stiffly and also gave a hug. My lord, he said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, and his face turned red. Wu Heng also kissed her forehead gently. Treasure Island is handed over to you. Take good care of the home. Yes, Viola replied, blushing and walking away quickly. The Wood Elf sisters stood at the end. The younger sister Sylvain's eyes sparkled, and she was about to step forward, but was pulled back by her sister. They saluted together. My lord, have a safe trip. Well, go back, don't tell anyone about it, call me if you have anything. Wu Heng reminded again. Yes. Everyone answered. After explaining everything, Wu Heng put on the conductor's hat, and the ghost train appeared. He waved again, got on the train, and disappeared. 2 days later. The headquarters of the association, deep in the deep stone fortress. Lilith spiraled down the cold stone steps, her black gothic skirt brushed over the steps, followed by the old butler. One of the sleeves was empty, missing an arm, but his back was still straight. In the hall, the swaying light stone stretched the figure and distorted it on the stone wall. Several members of the association stood silently, and in the middle stood a hunched old woman with wrinkled skin. Chief Lilith. Everyone saluted in unison, and the voice echoed in the stone hall. The old woman also bowed her head, her movements slow but respectful. After saluting, she quietly raised her eyes, and looked at the legendary leader of the association in the light of the light stone. But I didn't expect her to be so young and beautiful. Lilith sat down in the main seat, no need to salute. Everyone stood up, and the leading captain stepped aside. Chief, Liz from the temple has been safely delivered. The old woman saluted again, her voice hoarse. Chief Lilith. Lilith's eyes fell on her. Do you know who wants you to come out? Liz said calmly. It's the Fox Princess. Lilith raised her eyebrows. I thought I would hear a name like Wu Heng or Treasure Island, but I didn't expect it to be a character in a movie. It seems that the boy has something to tell me. Lilith didn't ask any more questions, and still said calmly, follow me to Treasure Island tomorrow. It will be your new home. Liz bowed deeply. Yes, leader. Lilith turned her head and whispered to the old housekeeper, take her to the guest room and prepare hot food and medicinal tea. The housekeeper touched his chest with one hand. Yes. He walked towards Liz, his posture respectful but not without dignity. Madam, please follow me. The old woman staggered and followed, and her back gradually disappeared in the shadow of the stone corridor. Lilith retracted her gaze from Liz's back and turned to look at the few waiting association members. The mission was accomplished well. Lilith's voice was still cold, but it rarely revealed a hint of approval. Go with the butler to receive the reward later. Surprise flashed in the eyes of several people, but they soon lowered their heads. The captain in the lead said respectfully, thank you, leader, this is our duty. Lilith's mouth corners slightly raised. Duties are duties, rewards are rewards. She tapped the armrest with her fingertips and changed the subject. Is there anything unusual in the temple recently? The captain frowned slightly, thought for a moment and replied, I haven't heard of any abnormal situation. When we evacuated, everything inside and outside the temple was normal. Oh! Lilith continued, didn't Draco claim that he would return to the temple to participate in an important ceremony? Draco is the new religious leader. The captain was startled and answered carefully, Leader, how can we know these? After hesitating for a while he said, before we left, there was no sign of the temple preparing for the ceremony. Just kidding, things between heroes are not something I can talk about casually. Lilith's fingertips suddenly stopped in midair. My heart sensed something was wrong. After asking a few insignificant details, the old butler returned silently from the side corridor and stood quietly like a ghost. Take them to the warehouse. Lilith said lightly, 100 silver coins per person. Although the money was not exaggerated, it was not small. Several people immediately thanked him, Thank you, leader. The old butler led everyone out with one hand. In the empty hall, Lilith sat alone in silence. The light stone cast her shadow on the stone wall, stretching it into a weird silhouette. Fingertips tapped the handrail again and began to think about the problem. Wu Heng suddenly asked about the religious leader, but there was no movement in the temple. Both sides seemed to be planning something again. I took out my cell phone and called Wu Heng, intending to ask directly. The call was not connected. I continued to call Xiao Xiao, but still no one answered. Sure enough, there was a problem. The housekeeper returned, Miss, they left. Lilith stood up and said, Prepare the carriage and go to Hatterai. Yes. The housekeeper left quickly. Yeko Kingdom, the city next to the capital. In a dim room in the local cathedral, an old wooden round table was surrounded by 3 figures wearing black hoods. The hood was all black, with various complex patterns inside. Even if you look closely, the face is still a mess, and you can't see the appearance clearly. The black-robed man on the left knocked on the table and asked, Is there any news from the palace? Brittany's morning prayer time has been extended by half an hour, and then it is time to deal with government affairs and rest normally. There is no big change. The local bishop standing in the shadows answered immediately. The second black-robed man continued to ask, How many days are left before the week of courage? The local bishop replied, 5 days left. Tell her attendants to keep a close eye on her. If there is any trace of Wu Heng or contact with any strangers, report here as soon as possible. The black-robed man spoke again. The local bishop immediately replied, Yes. Okay, go down. The bishop saluted again and backed out of the room.